A parallel world. August. The sun blazed like fire. Jiang Chen stood beneath the shade of a tree at the crossroads, his Adam's apple rolling as he crushed the empty plastic water bottle in his hand. Droplets of water slid through his fingers, vanishing into steam before they could reach the ground. He gazed at the blinding glare reflected off the glass curtain wall of the office building across the street, his eyes narrowing slightly. Brother, your income should be pretty good, right? Jiang Chen turned toward the delivery rider beside him, who was also waiting for the red light to change. The delivery rider wore a yellow uniform and a helmet. He looked to be in his 30s, his skin roughened and darkened by years of wind and sun. At Jiang Chen's words, he chuckled, revealing a row of not-suven teeth. It's all right. At least I don't go hungry. He casually wiped his sweat with his sleeve. Last month, I ran more than 1,200 orders and got paid over 7,000 yuan. Jiang Chen nodded, his face betraying no emotion. At the crossroads, a matte black Lamborghini roared arrogantly at the red light, its exhaust thunder making his eardrums tremble. The window slid down, revealing the carefully contoured side profile of an influencer-faced girl in the passenger seat and the nonchalant expression of the sunglasses-wearing youth behind the wheel. The red light turned green, and the supercar launched forward in an instant. At the same moment, the delivery brother hurriedly swung onto his electric bike and rode off. Watching that yellow figure on the electric bike recede, Jiang Chen suddenly remembered coming home for winter break in his freshman year when his father's calloused hand patted his shoulder and said, "Our little Chen will definitely outshine his dad in the future." Back then, he naively believed that a university degree meant a bright future. That belief lasted until during the autumn recruitment and HR tossed his resume into a shredder right before his eyes, saying lightly, "We don't accept resumes from non-985 universities." It lasted until his roommate's family pulled strings to get him into a state-owned enterprise, while Jiang Chen's resume sank without a trace. It lasted until he was forced to lower his expected salary from 6,000 to 4,000, and in the end, even 3,000 yuan jobs had him fighting tooth and nail with vocational college graduates. Only now did he realize just how laughable his earlier thoughts had been. The metropolis of Modu was like a blunt knife. In the one-bedroom apartment, he shared 4 households crowded in, and there was always a line for the bathroom. A 15 yuan braised chicken rice had to be split into 2 meals. In the subway's morning rush, the crowd could compress a suit into wrinkled pickled greens. Most ironically, the price of some takeout orders he delivered was often higher than his daily wage. Those urban elites in CBD office towers ordering 100 yuan healthy salads would never know that the person delivering their meals might not be able to afford a decent lunch for himself. Kong Yiji's long gown. In this era that mocks poverty, but not vice, dignity is the cheapest luxury. When the landlord knocked on his door to collect rent, he finally understood in the face of survival, dignity was nothing more than an ornamental flourish. A notification chime sounded from his phone. Jiang Chen pulled out his 1,000 yuan smartphone, its screen already spiderwebbed with cracks. A new delivery order had just come in from the platform. He sighed and strode toward his second-hand electric bike. At least delivering food could keep him afloat for now, though he worked under sun and when the income was higher than some office jobs. When the electric bike started, it emitted a piercing screech that drew glances from passers-by. Jiang Chen had long grown used to such looks. He put on his helmet and merged into Modu's ceaseless stream of traffic. The delivery address was a high-end office building. Jiang Chen parked, grabbed the takeout, and hurried into the air-conditioned lobby. The security guard sized him up from head to toe before finally signaling that he could use the freight elevator. Inside the elevator, Jiang Chen looked at his reflection in the mirror. His plain white t-shirt was already yellowing, his jeans faded to pale blue, and on his delicate features exhaustion could no longer be concealed. 23rd floor. The mechanical female voice announced. Jiang Chen stepped out of the elevator and, following the signs, found the company. The receptionist, her makeup immaculate, frowned slightly at the sight of him. "Just leave it here. I need the customer's signature," Jiang Chen insisted. Reluctantly, the receptionist dialed the internal line. While he waited, Jiang Chen looked through the glass wall into the office area, where white-collar workers in suits and ties sat at their desks, the blue glow of their computer screens lighting their focused faces. It was another world, one he seemed destined never to touch. After the signature was obtained, Jiang Chen turned to leave, and behind him, he heard the receptionist mutter under her breath, "Another one from the bottom rung." His spine went rigid for an instant, then slowly relaxed again. Yes, in this city, he truly was one of those at the very bottom. He had no connections, no prestigious university halo, not even a decent job to his name. When he returned to his electric bike, Jiang Chen found a wad of chewed gum stuck to the seat. He let out a bitter laugh and struggled to clean it off with tissues. Just then his phone vibrated in his pocket and a message from his mother popped up on the screen. "Son, how's the job search going? Do you still have enough money? Should I transfer you some?" Jiang Chen stared at the screen for a long time, his thumb hovering above the virtual keyboard, then retreating. He thought of his father, who kept working on construction sites despite a herniated disc, and of his mother, whose illness was held at bay only by medication. Taking a deep breath, his fingers flew across the keyboard. "Mom, I found a job. Everything is fine, don't worry." Before sending, he added, "Next month I'll send you and Dad some money." He hit send, locked the screen, and slipped the phone back into his pocket. "One day, I will definitely make something of myself," Jiang Chen murmured to himself. At 10 in the evening, Jiang Chen dragged his exhausted body back to the place he called home. The landlord had partitioned what was originally a 50 square meter one-bedroom into 4 independent rooms, using plasterboard. Jiang Chen's room was at the very back, once a balcony now converted. In the little more than 10 square meters, a camp bed and a second-hand desk were wedged in, and even the wardrobe was a folding unit bolted to the wall. The 1,000 yuan monthly rent was indeed cheap for Modu, but the price was a room that felt like a steamer in summer and an ice cellar in winter. Just then fierce arguing erupted next door. The couple in room 2 were once again fighting over money. The woman's sobbing voice pierced the thin partition. "You earn 4,500 a month, and even the rent has to be covered by me." Jiang Chen gave a wry smile and pressed his pillow over his head. This scene was far too familiar. Just last week the girl in room 4 had been dumped because her boyfriend thought she would never make it in Modu. Outside the window, neon lights dyed the night sky a shade of purple. Jiang Chen lay on his creaking metal bed staring up as the cold glow of his phone screen illuminated his young face. In his social feed, a college roommate had just posted a new update. A photo of Modu's night skyline taken from the 108th floor of the Global Financial Center captioned, "Reward for working overtime until 9. In the corner of the photo, the price tag on a Starbucks flat white stood out sharply: 38 yuan. Exactly the amount he had earned that day from delivering 5 orders. Damn. He flung his phone onto the mattress, then hurriedly picked it up to check if it was intact. His fingertip drifted aimlessly across the screen, finally coming to rest on the red icon of a novel app. At least here, he could flee reality for a while. He opened the book on his shelf titled, "Shenhao My Assets Span the Globe," and the familiar golden finger plot unfolded at once. The protagonist accidentally obtained a sign-in system, and in the blink of an eye signed into a fortune of colossal assets, driving limited edition sports cars, with all manner of goddesses gathered around him. Jiang Chen's lips curved upward without him noticing. In that fictional world, he followed the protagonist in spending money like water, savoring the cheers of readers in the comment section calling him boss and legend. His finger slid over image after image of virtual mansions, and for a moment it felt as though he could really touch those imported Italian leather sofas. A notification chime suddenly sounded. A new push alert popped up on his phone. Jiang Chen impatiently tried to swipe it away, but accidentally opened an ad page he had never seen before. "Do you want to become a true Shenhao? Tap to claim your exclusive system. 2 hours limited time activation." At the bottom of the screen, a blood-red countdown was ticking away: 15958. Jiang Chen's fingertip hovered above the claim now button, his heartbeat suddenly quickening. Rationality told him this was nothing more than another clickbait scam, yet a manic voice screamed in the depths of his mind, "What if it's real?" Outside the window, the neon lights flickered abruptly, casting his shadow onto the mottled wall. That shadow twisted, elongating, and in an instant transformed into a towering giant cradling a mountain of gold in its arms. As if bewitched, Jiang Chen tapped the screen. The very next second, a blinding burst of golden light erupted before his eyes, flooding the entire room, as bright as midday. What's going on? He instinctively raised his hand to shield his eyes, yet a warm current seemed to flow from his fingertips, spreading through his entire body. A mechanical female voice sounded by his ear. "Strongest Heir System successfully activated. Confirming heir. Jiang Chen, sole heir of the Shenhuang Foundation. World line reconstruction in progress. Financial data overlay completed. Social relations implantation finished. Could it be my body's worn out, and I'm hallucinating?" Jiang Chen closed his eyes, yet the golden interface still lingered before him. He pinched his thigh hard, and the sharp stab of pain only made everything before him feel more real. Shenhuang Foundation asset list loading. Controlling interests: 372 companies, including 47 Fortune 500 corporations. Real estate, valued at $1.2 trillion. Cash reserves $1.89 trillion. Real-time update. These figures surged into Jiang Chen's mind like electric currents, and his temples throbbed violently. His throat suddenly tightened, and even breathing became difficult. It was like a beggar who had spent his life in a basement gazing up at the stars suddenly being told that the entire galaxy was his inheritance. When he was a child, his teachers told him he was the successor to a socialist society. When he grew up, he realized the only thing he could actually inherit was a single commodity apartment owned by his family. Now a system was suddenly telling him he could inherit an enormous, unimaginably wealthy foundation. Words failed him. He could no longer describe the sheer magnitude of the Shenhuang Foundation. After a long while, the dazed Jiang Chen finally came back to himself. System: do all the assets of the Shenhuang Foundation now belong to me. Inheritance rights confirmed 100. Assets inherited 0. What do you mean? Jiang Chen sprang to his feet. So I can't use this money right now. Hint: given the host's current low real-world capabilities, please raise your comprehensive abilities as soon as possible. For details, consult the system management interface. Immediately afterward, a new system interface unfolded before his eyes. It was divided into 4 main sections: Personal Center, Inventory, Quest Center, and Shop. The layout was relatively simple, posing no difficulty for Jiang Chen to understand. Jiang Chen used his thoughts to tap on his avatar and entered the Personal Center. Host: Jiang Chen. Age: 22. Height: 178 centimeters. Weight: 63 kilograms. Constitution: 65. Endurance: 65. Agility: 70. Charm: 12. Enterprises: none. Real estate: none. Vehicle: second-hand electric scooter. Balance: 1034.00 yuan. Charm: a comprehensive metric encompassing appearance, education, demeanor, refinement, assets, social status, and more. With a charm value of only 12, he could not help suspecting that it was solely his looks contributing those meager points. As for other aspects, such as cultural cultivation, conversational grace, inner refinement, and even assets and social standing, they were likely all so abysmal as to be unbearable. Just as he finished browsing his personal information, a crisp notification sounded again. Main quest has been initiated. Quest A, qualified heir. Quest description: when the host's charm value reaches certain thresholds, corresponding stages of assets and permissions will be unlocked for you. Note 1. A qualified heir should possess outstanding comprehensive capabilities. You already own colossal wealth, but you currently lack the ability to command it. Strive to improve yourself, and you will receive generous rewards. Note 2. Once your charm value reaches 30, the Foundation's inheritance permissions will begin unlocking continuously. Having read countless novels about godlike tycoons, Jiang Chen had of course dreamed similar dreams more than once. In Modu, an international metropolis, the wealthy are everywhere. Luxury homes worth tens of millions, streets crowded with sports cars, and glamorous women. If given the chance, who would not want to live such a life? Sports cars, mansions, beautiful women. These were the three classic hallmarks of a successful man. He wanted them. He wanted them desperately. Now it all was about to become reality. For the moment he had nothing, yet he was the sole heir. Sooner or later all of it would be his. Holding his breath, Jiang Chen opened the inventory interface. A shimmering golden beginner's gift pack lay quietly in the first slot. Open, he murmured inwardly, and immediately heard a clear chime ding. Congratulations, host has obtained active skill Money Aura LV1. He stared at the notification, scarcely daring to believe that this skill was now his. Money Aura LV1. As a future god-tier tycoon, how could you possibly worry about money? The host will receive a daily cash reward of 100 yuan automatically credited at 000 each day. Note 1. All funds are provided by Xinguang Bank. All sources of capital are fully legal and compliant. Note 2. This skill can be upgraded by completing system quests up to a maximum of LV10. Before he could finish digesting all this information, his phone suddenly vibrated. China Merchants Bank on 0825 at 2248. Your account ending with 0117 received a deposit of 100,000 yuan. Current balance 11034. 00 yuan. It actually arrived. Jiang Chen locked his gaze onto the phone screen, counting and recounting the zeros after that number. The faint numbness at his fingertips reminded him this was no dream. He sprang to his feet, then forced himself back down, his hands clenching and loosening of their own accord. Night had already deepened outside the window, yet he felt as though the blood in his veins were boiling. On ordinary days he rose early and worked late delivering food, and after paying battery rental and meals his net income barely reached 300 yuan. And now he could earn over 10,000 a day without doing anything at all. Room 1. Why are you yelling in the middle of the night? Some of us need to sleep, we have work tomorrow. The furious pounding from next door jolted him into realizing he had probably shouted just now. He drew a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. 10,000 a day, that's 300,000 a month. With a stable source of income, he could completely replan his life. Enroll in professional courses to improve his skills, hire personal trainers to strengthen his physique. And that growth in turn would unlock higher level rewards from the system. First I need to move. Jiang Chen swept his gaze around the cramped rental. In the past he had had no choice, but now he had every means to improve his living conditions. He opened a rental app and filtered listings with a monthly rent under 500 yuan. Soon a fully furnished one-bedroom caught his eye. Private bathroom, floor-to-ceiling windows, a gym in the complex, and only 3 subway stops from the city center. That's the one. Without hesitation, he contacted the agent and scheduled a viewing for tomorrow. And then, the delivery job was exhausting and dangerous. Wind and sun and all manner of eccentric customers to contend with. In the past he had done it to survive, but now he could completely leave that life behind. He lay back on the bed, eyes on the ceiling, the corners of his mouth unconsciously lifting. Tomorrow will be a new day. The next morning Jiang Chen was awakened by the blinding sunlight. He abruptly sat up. His first reaction was to grab his phone to check the time. 8:27. Oh no, I'm late. He instinctively jumped out of bed to put on his work uniform, but froze the moment his hand touched the delivery rider's jacket. Wait, do I still need to deliver food now? The phone screen lit up, displaying an unread message on the lock screen. China Merchants Bank, your account ending in 0117 received a deposit of 100 RMB on August 26th at 000. The current balance is 21034. 00 RMB. Jiang Chen's fingers trembled slightly. The second payment has arrived. This is not a dream. The system is real. The money aura is real, and his life has truly been rewritten. He took a deep breath and slowly hung the delivery uniform back on the wall. Let's have a good meal first. Half an hour later, Jiang Chen stood in front of the breakfast shop at the entrance of the community, a place where he had only dared to order vegetarian buns before, and unexpectedly ordered crab roe soup, dumplings, shrimp dumplings, and freshly ground soy milk. The shop owner looked at him in surprise. You're not ordering vegetarian buns today. Jiang Chen smiled. Not today. He sat at a window seat, and as he took the first bite of the crab roe soup, dumpling, the fresh and sweet broth burst in his mouth, and he suddenly felt a pang in his nose. So this is the taste of a life without having to count every penny. Suddenly his phone vibrated. It was a call from the station manager. Jiang Chen, where are you? What time is it? There are so many orders during the morning rush to date you. I quit, Jiang Chen calmly interrupted him. There was silence on the other end for a few seconds. What did you say? I said I'm done. Jiang Chen looked at the bright sunshine outside. He'll return the equipment to the station this afternoon. After hanging up, he opened the rental app and messaged the agent of the one-bedroom apartment he had seen last night. Hello, I can come to see the house now. The agent replied quickly, almost instantly. Okay. He'll wait for you at the entrance of the community. Jiang Chen walked out of the breakfast shop with his phone in hand, feeling the warm sun on him, which was a stark contrast to the irritation he felt while delivering food before. He raised his hand to hail a taxi, and when he mentioned the name of the community, the driver glanced at him through the rearview mirror. Driver, please hurry. Jiang Chen leaned back in his seat, unconsciously rubbing the phone case with his fingertips. This phone was a second-hand model he had replaced 2 years ago with several cracks on the screen. He suddenly remembered the latest smartphone advertisement he had seen last night and felt a stir in his heart. 40 minutes later, the taxi stopped at the entrance of Yunding Garden. Bai Chuwei was already waiting there. When she saw Jiang Chen get out of the taxi, a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes, but she quickly put on a professional smile. You must be Mr. Jiang. Hello, I'm Bai Chuwei. Please come into the apartment, is on the 12th floor with a particularly good view. Jiang Chen followed Bai Chuwei into the community, his gaze unconsciously falling on her. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting a beautiful silhouette around her. She wore a well-tailored professional outfit, and her black pencil skirt revealed a pair of long, beautiful legs, her steps in high heels graceful and capable. The greenery in the community was so much better than the old rundown place Jiang Chen lived in, with camphor trees planted along the stone-paved path, and a faint fragrance of grass and wood in the air. He followed Bai Chuwei into the building. The elevator required a card to access, and the mirrored surface reflected his faded t-shirt and jeans, making him feel somewhat out of place. Jiang Chen felt a little timid, but not afraid. His timidity stemmed from feeling out of place, while his lack of fear came from the fact that his wallet was full. Money gives men courage, it is that simple. We're here. Bai Chuwei swiped the card to open the door, and a beam of sunlight immediately poured in through the floor-to-ceiling window. This one-bedroom apartment has a monthly rent of 4800 RMB, which is the most cost-effective layout in the community. Stepping inside, the 45-square-meter space was cleverly designed. Outside the floor-to-ceiling window, the city skyline sparkled in the summer's fading sunlight. Jiang Chen noticed the kitchen was equipped with a built-in Siemens refrigerator, and there was even a small bathtub in the bathroom. The previous tenant was a piano teacher who returned from studying abroad. Bai Chuwei leaned against the sliding door of the balcony, the breeze brushing her loose hair, if it weren't for her sudden decision to go to Vienna for further studies. Then I'll take this one. He took out his phone, preparing to transfer the money, but the cracks on the screen were particularly glaring in the sunlight. Bai Chuwei suddenly pressed down on his wrist. Actually, if you pay annually, I can help you negotiate it down to 4300 RMB. She opened her tablet calculator. This way you can save 600 RMB a year. As soon as the words left her mouth, she herself was taken aback. As a real estate agent, she had always recommended the payment method most beneficial to her commission. But looking at the young man's simple attire and that cracked screen phone, her professional instincts suddenly wavered. Jiang Chen watched as she bit her lip while calculating, her delicate pink lip gloss slightly smudged. Her drooping eyelashes cast a fan-shaped shadow beneath her eyes, fluttering lightly as she calculated. His throat involuntarily bobbed. In his 22 years, this was the first time a beautiful girl had proactively touched his wrist. Bai Chuwei's touch felt so natural, yet it made his heartbeat accelerate to the point of almost causing tinnitus. Jiang Chen took a deep breath, trying hard to make his voice sound steady. Thank you for your suggestion, but I still prefer to pay. Bai Chuwei looked up, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes, then quickly resumed her professional smile. Okay, he'll prepare the contract right away. After signing the contract and exchanging contact details, Bai Chuwei politely took her leave. Jiang Chen stood at the door, watching her retreating figure until the elevator doors closed completely, then let out a long breath. The impact of such a beautiful woman on him was too great. Jiang Chen leaned against the wall and smiled self-deprecatingly. He hadn't dated throughout his 4 years in college, not because he didn't want to, but because his emotional intelligence was low and he couldn't afford the expenses of dating. He remembered that during his sophomore year he had a crush on the class bowtie's birthday. He saved up for a month to buy a necklace, only for it to be returned. At first he thought the class beauty was being considerate of his financial situation, but later he realized it was because she disliked the necklace he gave her. Things are different now. Jiang Chen clenched his fist. With the system's support, beautiful women were no longer out of his reach. At a newly opened restaurant next to the community, Jiang Chen ordered the most expensive steak set. As the tender and juicy beef melted on his tongue, he suddenly understood the meaning of enjoying life. In the past, while delivering food, he often endured hunger, smelling the delicious food in the delivery box, while not even being able to afford the cheapest lunchbox. When he returned to the rental apartment to pack his belongings, Jiang Chen felt particularly lighthearted. The station manager hesitated as he took the delivery equipment, ultimately just patting him on the shoulder, indicating that his salary would be credited to his account. There were no difficulties as imagined, nor any dramatic conflicts. Goodbyes in reality are often this plain. By the time the last piece of luggage was moved into the new home, Jiang Chen was already drenched in sweat. He walked into the bathroom, the cool water washing away his weary body. Standing in front of the bathroom's full-length mirror, he took a serious look at himself for the first time. The dark circles under his eyes, remnants of long nights spent delivering food, resembled two shadows, while his emaciated figure allowed the contours of his ribs to be clearly seen. The prolonged burden of toil had caused his shoulders to tilt slightly forward and his skin had become somewhat rough from sun exposure. However, upon closer inspection, his facial features were quite well defined, with a prominent nose, sharp jawline, and a pair of "not bad," Jiang Chen said, tugging at the corners of his mouth as he looked into the mirror. Water flowed down along his collarbone, converging into a small stream on his chest. He reached down to touch his abdomen, which was so flat that he could almost count his ribs. In the past, to save money, he often ate only 2 meals a day, and they were always the cheapest takeout. But now things were different. Jiang Chen turned off the faucet, droplets cascading down from his damp hair tips. As he dried his body, he noticed a layer of mist on the bathroom mirror. Jiang Chen casually drew a smiley face on it, the droplets sliding down the curve of the smile, much like his past life, being washed away little by little. Ding! You have triggered the limited time task Inner and Outer Cultivation. Please proceed to Task Center to check. Check the task information. Task objective: as the sole heir of the Holy Light Foundation, an outstanding external image and profound inner cultivation are both essential. Please continuously develop quality habits to enhance your personal charm and depth comprehensively. Task deadline: 30 days. Task requirements: 1. Adhere to 1 hour of scientific exercise daily to shape a perfect physique. 2. Focus on 2 hours of deep reading each day to accumulate wisdom. Note: discipline and willpower are the core engines for achieving comprehensive enhancement, so it must be sustained over the long term. Task rewards: facial feature optimization, facial enhancement based on the golden ratio. Money aura, LV2, daily earnings increased to 3,000 yuan. Jiang Chen's fingers suddenly tightened, droplets from the towel falling like rain. Money aura LV2 brings in 3,000 daily, which is a reward that goes without saying. What truly concerned him was the reward of facial feature optimization. Just as every girl yearns for a delicate appearance, every boy dreams of becoming the center of attention. Jiang Chen leaned closer to the mirror, his fingertips lightly tracing the contours of his face. Though his features were decent, he still had some distance to go before reaching handsome. In this era where appearance equates to just as striking looks, serve as an invisible passport. In both the workplace and romance, people with outstanding looks are often favored. I must complete this task, Jiang Chen said as he dried off and quickly walked toward the living room. After paying the rent, he was left with just over 1,000 yuan. He needed to change his phone, clothes, and shoes. Money is still not enough. He sighed softly, changing into the only decent shirt he owned before heading out. Half an hour later, Jiang Chen stood before the mobile phone counter in a mall. This domestic flagship phone has great performance, only 2,999 yuan. The salesgirl enthusiastically recommended, if you buy now, you'll also get a year of extended warranty. They'll take this one, Jiang Chen said, scanning the payment. As the data was being transferred, the spiderweb-like cracks on his old phone were particularly glaring. Once all the information was transferred, he unhesitatingly tossed the old phone into the trash. Clang! It felt like a complete farewell to the awkwardness of the past. Welcome back. The sweet voice of the salesgirl echoed behind him. Just as Jiang Chen picked up his new phone and was about to leave, the sudden cheer from the center of the square caught his attention. Through the gaps in the crowd, a pink figure was dancing gracefully. Her twin ponytails swayed with the rhythm, and the star and moon stickers on her white knee-high socks sparkled. When she turned to face the audience, Jiang Chen's breath caught. That face adorned with rhinestones was unmistakably Bai Chui, the real estate agent, who showed him around during the day. Next is Love Cycle. Her voice was sweet, yet not cloying, and her heart gesture towards the camera triggered a flurry of shutter sounds. Jiang Chen unconsciously stepped forward a few paces. The professional and capable agent from earlier was now showcasing an entirely different charm in another way. With each wink, she gave cheers erupted around her, and the sounds of gifts being given in the live stream rang out. When the music ended, Bai Chui, panting, made a peace sign towards the camera. That's all for today's live stream. See you at the same time tomorrow. After shutting down the live stream, she immediately bent down to pack her equipment, the twin ponytails falling down to cover half of her face. The live stream was fantastic. Jiang Chen spoke up. Bai Chui looked up at the sound, her ponytails swaying gently with the motion. She tilted her head, and the beauty mark at the corner of her right eye stood out under the neon lights. Who are you? Jiang Chen subconsciously touched his nose, feeling a bit awkward. I just signed the rental contract this, Mr. Jiang. She covered her mouth, the pink manicure sparkling at the corner of her lips. The night breeze lifted her skirt, and Jiang Chen noticed a cartoon band-aid on her knee, her right ankle seemingly red and swollen. Are you hurt? He asked with a frown. Bai Chui hurriedly adjusted her skirt downward, saying, It's nothing, I just accidentally twisted my ankle while spinning. Before she could finish, she suddenly stumbled, and Jiang Chen instinctively reached out to support her arm. The skin he touched was cool and delicate with a slight tremble. Bai Chui's ears instantly turned red as she hurriedly steadied herself, saying, Thank you. She squatted down to continue packing her equipment, her ponytails hanging on either side of her face. Jiang Chen noticed that the selfie stick was covered in cute stickers, while the bag holding the live streaming equipment was already worn at the edges. Let me walk you back. No need. Bai Chuwei instinctively refused, her fingers twisting the hem of her skirt. Throughout her life, too many boys had approached her under the pretense of helping. Jiang Chen nodded in understanding, raising his hand to hail a taxi. Be careful. He gentlemanly opened the car door, placing the equipment bag in the trunk. The desire for beauty is a natural human instinct. Within this yearning lies the vibrant and fervent surge of hormones. As he watched the taxi disappear into the night, Jiang Chen turned and walked towards the Nike store. He selected several sets of sportswear casual clothing and a few pairs of shoes. When he checked out, the clerk respectfully handed him the shopping bag. Sir, that will be 3,588 yuan. At the same time, in the back seat of the taxi, Bai Chuwei was staring blankly at her phone screen. She opened WeChat, and after a moment's hesitation sent Jiang Chen a message, "Thank you for earlier." After sending it, she felt it was too short, biting her lip and adding a cute emoji. She always maintained a high level of vigilance towards unfamiliar men. However, Jiang Chen's gentlemanly actions seemed different from those who took the opportunity to flirt. "We're here," the driver's voice interrupted her thoughts. The taxi stopped in front of an apartment building. Bai Chuwei gritted her teeth against the pain in her ankle, limping as she carried the live streaming equipment. The night breeze lifted her skirt, revealing her already swollen ankle. "Jenner, can you come down and help me with something?" She dialed her roommate's phone number. Within 5 minutes, a girl with a bun hurriedly ran downstairs. "Oh my God!" Pei Jenner exclaimed upon seeing Bai Chuwei's swollen ankle. "Did you hurt yourself dancing?" She snatched the equipment bag from Bai Chuwei's hands, supporting her friend with the other arm. "How many times have I told you not to overdo it? Those gifts in the live stream aren't worth ruining your foot for." Bai Chuwei smiled wryly, leaning against her roommate's shoulder. "Today a big spender tipped for a yacht. I couldn't let him." The two girls' figures gradually disappeared into the dimly lit hallway. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen was at his new home contemplating how to complete this limited-time task. On August 27th, at exactly 5 a.m., Jiang Chen's first reaction upon waking was to grab his phone from the bedside. As the screen lit up, a notification from China Merchants Bank popped up. China Merchants Bank, your account ending in 0117 received a deposit of 100 RMB on August 27th at 000. The current balance is 13864.00 RMB. A smile involuntarily crept onto his lips. The thrill of earning money upon waking was more invigorating than any joy. He drew back the curtains. The morning light was faint, and the eastern sky was just starting to turn a light gray, while the entire city remained in slumber. The system never lies. Jiang Chen stretched towards the rising sun, every cell in his body buzzing with anticipation. He quickly completed his morning routine and changed into the newly purchased Nike Quick Dry sports outfit from the night before. Standing in front of the full-length mirror at the entrance, he carefully tied the laces of his Air ZM Pegasus running shoes. This pair of professional running shoes, worth 899 renminbi, was a luxury he wouldn't have dared to imagine just 3 days ago. As the elevator descended, Jiang Chen opened his phone's memo and marked "Morning Run 1 hour" as completed. At 5:30 a.m., he stepped out of the community gate on time, feeling the refreshing morning breeze. While jogging along the riverside path, Jiang Chen's breath gradually fell into perfect rhythm with his footsteps. "Good morning. Enjoy your morning run." He actively nodded to the runners he encountered along the way, something that would have been unimaginable in the past. The delivery guy, who always rushed with his head down, was now also able to hold his head high and enjoy life. Upon reaching the third traffic light, his smartwatch displayed that he had burned 300 calories. Jiang Chen chuckled softly. This level of exercise was indeed nothing for someone like him who had been always on the move. The morning sun painted the surface of the Huangpu River into fragments of gold. A flash of Bai Chuwei's lively dance during her live stream suddenly crossed Jiang Chen's mind. He shook his head in self-mockery. He used to be preoccupied with how to make money, and now he was actually thinking about girls. Focus on the task at hand. He quickened his pace, the soles of his shoes making a strong sound against the track. Both the facial feature optimization that could enhance his appearance and the money aura LV2 that could directly increase his income were the most needed rewards at this stage. At 6:30 a.m., Jiang Chen returned to the community punctually. After taking a shower, he changed into the casual outfit he bought yesterday. A light gray fitted t-shirt paired with black cropped pants, looking fresh and neat. At the breakfast shop at the entrance of the community, he said, "Boss, 1 basket of fresh meat soup dumplings and a bowl of shrimp wonton." Jiang Chen picked up a soup dumpling, and the moment he bit into the thin, delicate skin, the hot juice burst on his tongue. At that moment, his phone vibrated. "Bai Chuwei, good morning. I forgot to transfer the fare to you yesterday. Transfer 200 renminbi. Jiang Chen stared at the rabbit avatar for a few seconds, his finger hovering over the confirm payment button for a moment before he ultimately locked the screen. After finishing breakfast, he scanned his payment of 48 renminbi, which would have been unimaginable in the past. He used to live frugally to save money. He hadn't changed his clothes in 3 years, split a fast food meal into 2, and rarely bought fruits or snacks. It wasn't that he didn't like them, but his bank account always lingered around a 3-digit balance, forcing him to be frugal. Ding! The sound of successful payment snapped him back to reality. Now earning over 10,000 a day allowed him to experience the taste of financial freedom for the first time. He no longer had to repeatedly calculate cost-effectiveness while spending, nor did he have to sweat during payment, and certainly didn't have to lie awake at night worrying about next month's rent. Jiang Chen pushed the door open and stepped into the morning light, taking a deep breath. The air was filled with the fragrance of phoenix tree leaves rather than the usual greasy smell of delivery boxes. On the street, he unlocked a shared electric bike, with a scan leisurely weaving through the morning rush hour crowd. Surrounded by suited professionals in a hurry, some were jogging while munching on bread, while others were apologizing softly. Once upon a time, he was one of them. This feels so good now. Jiang Chen slowed down, letting the breeze brush through his. However, in this metropolis, such income was still far from enough to settle down. The average price of luxury apartments in Lujiazui is 2 RMB per square meter, while the annual rent for top apartments at the Bund starts at 1 million. I still need to continue completing tasks. He tightened his grip on the handlebars, his gaze becoming resolute. Zujiawi Academy, a new urban landmark where knowledge and aesthetics intertwine. Locking up the shared bike, Jiang Chen stood in front of the academy looking up. This building, which blended modern and classical styles, shone brightly in the morning light. Pushing open the heavy wooden door, he was greeted by the mixed aroma of coffee and ink. In the high-ceilinged hall, groups of people were scattered about, engaged in morning reading. Jiang Chen applied for a reader's card at the self-service machine. "What kind of book are you looking for, sir?" the librarian asked with a Sapiens, a brief history of humankind. Jiang Chen blurted out, then added, "and similar. Social science books suitable for beginners." He had searched on Jihu for classic books suitable for beginners the night before, and Sapiens was repeatedly recommended for its accessibility. Having barely scraped through 4 years of college without seriously reading any textbooks, let alone extra reading, the librarian nodded in understanding. "Please follow me to the new reader area." She guided Jiang Chen through the corridor where light and shadow intertwined. Many young readers start developing their reading habits with this book. When the blue-covered book was handed to him, Jiang Chen noticed that there were already slight signs of wear on the spine. He opened the front page, and Harari's preface appeared especially warm in the morning light. The question this book aims to answer is, how did we humans evolve from an ordinary animal to the dominant species on Earth? As his fingertips touched the paper, Jiang Chen suddenly felt a bit dazed. The last time he held a book with such seriousness seemed to be that summer after the college entrance examination, but he never got past the third page of 100 Years of Solitude. The complex names were like a tangled mess that he couldn't withstand through the storm at the beginning. He attempted to read 2 paragraphs. Harari's words seemed to have a pull, breaking down the unfamiliar term, cognitive revolution, into vivid images. Homo sapiens gathered around the campfire on the African savanna, uniting their tribe with fictional myths. The throat that could only say "there's a lion by the river" suddenly could articulate, "The lion is the messenger of the mountain god." It was precisely this ability to lie that allowed humans to break through the limit of cooperation at 150 individuals. So history can be told this way. The sunlight slowly crept across the table, casting the shadow of the window panes on the pages of the book. When Jiang Chen reached the chapter on the agricultural revolution, he suddenly thought of the vegetable garden in his family's backyard. His grandfather always said, "Farming is the real business." But the book stated that wheat was the true winner. Humans bent down to weed and fend off locusts for it, transforming from migrating hunters to landowning farmers, ultimately being domesticated by the crops. He couldn't help but laugh aloud, drawing the attention of the girl at the neighboring table, and quickly lowered his head. Jiang Chen was engrossed in his reading, his focus more intense than ever before. Time slipped away quietly, and before he knew it, the sunset had painted the horizon red. He gazed at the setting sun outside the window, hardly believing it himself. The person who used to fall asleep at the sight of books had spent an entire day in the academy today. After placing the book back in its original spot, he stepped out of the academy, his stomach growling at the right moment, reminding him that he had forgotten to have lunch. Standing in the square in front of the academy, Jiang Chen took out his phone to look up where to eat, when a sudden call interrupted him. The phone screen lit up with the word "Mom." "Hello, Mom." Jiang Chen answered the call, and the sound of a baby crying came through the background. "Son, have you eaten yet?" His mother's voice came through the receiver. "You remember that Qian got into Magic City University?" "Of course I remember. What's up?" His cousin Lu Qian's image immediately floated before his eyes. At the graduation banquet last month, when he returned to his hometown, that girl who always wore a ponytail had grown into a graceful young woman. "Well, hey, race the thing." His mother suddenly lowered her voice. "Little Bao has been running a high fever these days. Your aunt can't leave, and your uncle is busy with the senior class. Your uncle and aunt really can't manage it, and they want to ask you to take Qian to school for registration." Jiang Chen's fingers unconsciously rubbed the edge of his phone. When he was in middle school, his grades were poor, and it was his uncle, who was a high school teacher, who often tutored him. 3 months before the high school entrance exam, he moved into his uncle's house, where his aunt cooked nourishing meals for him every day. For 3 years of high school, he lived at his uncle's home, treated like a son by his uncle and aunt. It could be said that without their help, he would not have been able to attend university at all. "No problem. What day specifically?" His voice unconsciously softened. "The train is at 9 o'clock the day after tomorrow. Your uncle said Qian has quite a bit of luggage. He'll go pick her up at the station. Mom, tell uncle that I will take good care of Qian." There was a sudden silence on the other end of the line for a few seconds. "That's what you should do as an older brother. He'll transfer you 2,000 yuan later. Don't be stingy. Your uncle treated you so well before." "Mom, there's no need to transfer the money. Didn't I tell you? I found a good job. I have money now." Jiang Chen paused. "Tell Dad that I can earn money now, and ask him not to work on the construction site. his health isn't good. His father was once a mid-sized contractor considered well off in their hometown. Later he took on a big construction site, but the boss ran away, and not only did he lose the advance payment, but he also had to pay the workers' wages out of his own pocket. As a result, the family's savings evaporated overnight, and his mother fell seriously ill from stress, still needing medication to recover. His mother said, "You just started working, you'll need a lot of money in the future. It's all our fault for not being capable." After hanging up the phone, Jiang Chen looked up and blinked his sore eyes. He knew exactly what his mother meant. Ultimately, it was still about money. If there were money, his father wouldn't have to suffer from a herniated disc and still work on the construction site, and his mother wouldn't have fallen ill. But now he did have money. He earned over 10,000 a day, which was more than enough to let his family live comfortably. But how could he explain this money to his parents? Should he tell them that their son was suddenly selected by the strongest Heir System? They would probably take him to the psychiatric hospital overnight. Thus what he needed now was a suitable job, a well-paying job that could ease his parents' anxiety. Only then could he explain the source of the money. As for the future, as the inherited assets increased, he could claim to have started a business system. Jiang Chen rubbed the edge of his phone. "Give me a reasonable high-paying job. That should be within your capabilities, right?" Ding. Host demand detected. Option 1, CEO assistant of a multinational corporation. Option 2, partner of a mysterious venture capital company. Option 3. Stop. He pressed down on the wildly scrolling options interface. Are these jobs suitable for me? With my third-rate university graduate resume. What I want is an ordinary job. The system flickered twice and popped up a golden symbol. According to Chapter 3, Article 7 of the Heirs Code, the above positions are all basic roles in the foundation. Jiang Chen stared at the 4 words basic roles, completely overturning his worldview. Is your foundation a money-printing factory? Correction, the Holy Light Foundation holds 37 financial institutions. Jiang Chen buried his face in his palm and took a deep breath. Please arrange a job that an ordinary person can understand, something with a monthly salary of 20 to 30,000. Choose the most basic. Jiang Chen reminded something that my parents won't rush to take me to see a neurologist after hearing about. The system remained silent for a long time, then finally popped up a line of small text. Arranged ordinary employee at the Magic City branch of the Holy Light Bank. Monthly salary, base salary, 150 performance, allowances, bonuses. Jiang Chen looked at the job template on the screen and finally smiled. This is good. This isn't too outrageous. Also, just to be clear, it's not a real job. It's just a name, the kind where I don't actually have to work. He's not foolish. With a system in place, going to work and starting a business would only bring him trouble. Host instructions corrected. Soon his phone received a text message. Holy Light Bank, HR. Hello, Mr. Jiang, your onboarding procedures are ready. Please bring your ID to the Lujiazui branch on August 28th at 10 a.m. Seeing the content of the message, Jiang Chen nodded in satisfaction. The next morning at 9:30, Jiang Chen walked into the Lujiazui branch of Holy Light Bank. The revolving door slowly turned as Jiang Chen stepped into the 10-meter-high lobby. The marble floor was polished to a shine, and the giant crystal chandelier illuminated the entire space in dazzling splendor. Under the guidance of the front desk staff, he arrived at a lounge where he was told that a colleague from the HR department would come to assist him with the onboarding procedures shortly, and he should wait there. When he pushed open the door, 5 or 6 people were already seated inside. Judging by their well-fitted suits and somewhat stiff postures, they were likely also new hires completing their onboarding today. Jiang Chen found a seat by the window, relaxed and natural. Last night, he specifically searched for information on the Holy Light Foundation on his phone, but only a dry name appeared. There were no records about its scale, assets, or core business. This made him doubt whether the foundation was as powerful as the system claimed. However, information about Holy Light Bank was abundant online. The Holy Light Bank, established in 1865, is a globally leading financial services company and one of the largest banking institutions in America. Its business encompasses various fields including investment banking, retail, financial services, credit card services, commercial banking, wealth and security services, and asset management. It has numerous branches worldwide. As of last year, its total assets reached $4 trillion, with total deposits soaring to $1.5 trillion and over 600 branches. Looking at these figures alone, one can tell that this is a true giant capable of standing toe-to-toe with the top titans of Wall Street, its depths unfathomable. Such a massive financial empire is merely one of the enterprises under the Holy Light Foundation. It is evident that the scale of the Holy Light Foundation likely exceeds imagination. "Hey buddy, my name is Luo Ping, nice to meet you." The sudden voice next to Jiang Chen pulled him out of his reverie. He turned to look, and a young man around 25 or 26 had somehow moved over, dressed in a crisp charcoal gray suit, a meticulously knotted tie, and polished Oxford shoes reflecting the dim light, exuding an air of careful grooming. "Jiang Chen," he replied succinctly, his gaze lingering slightly on the other's overly enthusiastic smile. Luo Peng was evidently accustomed to such brief responses. Those who could sit here were all the pride of heaven. A bit of arrogance was normal. He leaned closer to Jiang Chen, his tone casually familiar. "You don't seem very old. Which university did you graduate from? You should know that those who made it through the rigorous selection process to sit here are all elites who fought their way out from among them." This time, the Holy Light Bank's Lujiazui branch only recruited 8 people, yet nearly 300 showed up for the interview, making the competition as fierce as crossing a single log bridge. Jiang Chen raised his brows slightly. His diploma from a second-tier university likely didn't even qualify for a glance from HR. He secured this spot entirely thanks to the system. Of course he wouldn't say that. He calmly countered, what about you? Luo Peng immediately straightened his back, pride evident in his tone, Huaqing University PhD in finance. He even adjusted his suit jacket as if the name of that prestigious institution could radiate golden light through the fabric. Huaqing PhD. Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow, his tone revealing little emotion. The weight of the name Huaqing was indeed substantial. Obtaining a doctorate from such an institution was certainly a point of pride. In the past he might have cast a respectful glance. However, now after some time navigating through society, he had long seen through it. High qualifications cannot compete with strong backgrounds. Moreover, he was a man who possessed the system. Luo Peng was momentarily taken aback by this nonchalant response, then laughed heartily. Hey, it's just that you know. But to be honest, getting into the Holy Light Bank is no easy feat. I prepared for this recruitment for half a year, and I was eliminated in 3 rounds of written tests. During the final interview, 5 interviewers surrounded me and asked questions for a full 40 minutes, almost digging out the details of my graduate thesis. He glanced around and lowered his voice, saying, you see that girl over there with glasses? I saw her during the final interview. She seems to be a finance master's from Yale and reportedly interned on Wall Street. And that person in the dark blue suit is rumored to be a top student from MIT holding several patents in financial markets. Jiang Chen followed his gaze. Most others in the lounge were looking down at their phones or materials. Their expressions varied, but all exuded an invisible tension. Indeed, to emerge from among 300 people, none were simple characters. What about you? Luo Peng turned the topic back, curiosity in his eyes. You seem so calm. You must have a significant background. Which Ivy League school did you attend? Or is it one of the top financial schools in China? Jiang Chen lightly tapped his fingers on his knee, his face still expressionless. Just a regular school. I was lucky. Upon hearing this, Luo Peng clearly didn't believe him, curling his lip. Buddy, we've come this far, so don't be modest. You know how strict the selection standards at the Holy Light are. Without some real skills, can you really get this far on luck alone? At that moment, the lounge door swung open, and a woman in a professional suit exuding competence walked in holding a... Hello everyone, I am Li Wei from the Human Resources Department. Her voice was clear as she scanned all those present. Those whose names are called, please prepare your materials and follow me to complete the onboarding procedures. One by one names were called clearly, and the people in the lounge began to stand up, with everyone except Jiang Chen. Li Wei closed the list and nodded to everyone, please follow me. With that, she took the lead and stepped outside. When Luo Peng reached Jiang Chen's side, he paused, confusion written all over his face, but he didn't ask more questions, quickly pulling out his phone. Jiang Chen, let's add each other on WeChat so we can stay in touch after we start working. Just as the prompt for successful QR code scanning sounded, he was urged by those in front to hurry up and catch up. After adding WeChat, Luo Peng went out with the others. The wooden door slowly closed, cutting off the sounds of footsteps from outside. In the large lounge, only Jiang Chen remained, sinking into the sofa as he absent-mindedly tapped the armrest, his expression calm, without a trace of disturbance. A few minutes later, hurried footsteps echoed from outside the lounge, approaching rapidly. At the moment the door lock turned, Jiang Chen looked up to see a tall, middle-aged man push the door open. Behind him followed 7 or 8 men and women in suits, each exuding an extraordinary demeanor, with badges gleaming silver under the light, clearly high executives of the bank. The middle-aged man quickly walked to Jiang Chen, extending his hands over the coffee table, his face bearing a perfectly measured apology, his tone respectful, to the point of humility. Mr. Jiang, I apologize for keeping you waiting. I am Li Zhili, the president of the Asia-Pacific region for Holy Light Bank. I'm truly sorry for the delay on the way. As he spoke, fine beads of sweat adorned his forehead, clearly having rushed here. Li Zhili's mind was still in turmoil. This morning, he had been in Hong Kong finalizing IPO underwriting details with a billionaire on the Forbes list. His phone suddenly rang, displaying a direct line from the bank CEO. On the call, the CEO instructed him to drop everything and head to the Lujiazui branch in Shanghai to onboard a new employee named Jiang Chen. He instinctively wanted to ask more questions, but was silenced by the CEO's words. This is an opportunity for your advancement that I've created for you. Whether you can seize it depends on you. At that moment, the secretary handed him a labor contract faxed from headquarters. Upon seeing it, Li Zhili felt a chill run down his spine. As a senior bank executive, he naturally knew that Holy Light Bank was wholly owned by the Holy Light Foundation. Logically, the onboarding of a new employee at a branch should be handled by the local HR department. However, the signature at the bottom of Jiang Chen's contract was unmistakably that of the foundation's Secretary General. That was a figure to whom even the CEO held a degree of reverence, capable of determining the fate of his career with just one word. The fact that a new employee could warrant the attention of this esteemed figure suggested that Jiang Chen's background was likely deeper than any political or business elite he had ever encountered. The executive standing behind Li Zhili dared not breathe. Jiang Chen looked at the slightly trembling president of the Asia-Pacific region before slowly rising and extending his hand. You're too kind, President Li. Li Zhili tightly grasped Jiang Chen's hand, the warmth of his palm carrying a barely perceptible tremor. It's good if Mr. Jiang can forgive me. As Li Zhili released his hand, he deliberately brushed his fingers against the seam of his suit pants, smoothing out the non-existent wrinkles. The paperwork is all prepared in the VIP conference room upstairs. Is it convenient for you to go now? Jiang Chen nodded, slightly sure. Please. Li Zhili immediately stepped aside to clear the way, making a respectful gesture while falling half a step behind on Jiang Chen's right. The executives behind him saw this and instinctively stepped aside, creating a straight path in the lounge, even deliberately quieting their breaths. The elevator stopped at the top floor and the doors just opened. Upon entering the VIP conference room, the long redwood conference table was polished to a shine with the freshest Dutch tulips in a vase, and the rich aroma of Blue Mountain coffee wafted through the air. Li Zhili personally pulled out the chair for Jiang Chen and waited for him to sit down before calming himself, trying to make his voice sound more stable. Mr. Jiang, please take a look at this contract. If there are no issues, we can proceed with the onboarding procedures. As he spoke, he respectfully handed the contract over with both hands. Jiang Chen received the contract and casually flipped through a few pages. He glanced over the terms, and the compensation was just as the system mentioned yesterday. A base salary of 150 plus performance bonuses, allowances, and a bonus working 35 hours a week with 6 insurances and 2 golds and 60 days of paid annual leave per year. Seeing such compensation and benefits, he couldn't help but exclaim, no wonder Luo Peng said that only elites could enter Xinguang Bank. After all, only elites could make it in. Jiang Chen picked up the pen and signed his name in the designated spot. The sound of the pen gliding across the paper was particularly clear in the quiet room, and Li Zhili's gaze was fixed intently on the tip of Jiang Chen's pen. Only after the last letter was written did he secretly breathe a sigh of relief, as if he had accomplished a significant mission. Mr. Jiang, I will have the procedures completed as soon as possible. Li Zhili bowed slightly. Your position is in the archives management department. If you don't have time, it's no problem if you don't come. If you have any other requests, please feel free to ask, and I will do my best to accommodate you. Jiang Chen raised his gaze to glance at him, a faint smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. No need to trouble yourself too much. Just save me a position, or I will come to work when I have time. He mainly wanted to experience the joy of working alongside colleagues from prestigious universities. All right. Li Zhili quickly responded, as if afraid of being slow by even a moment. I will arrange it right away, ensuring everything is in order. After speaking, he took out an envelope from his briefcase and presented it with both hands. Mr. Jiang, this is a welcome gift for you. I hope you like it. Jiang Chen opened the envelope and saw a key on top with a large letter B embossed on it. Although he had never driven such a car, he knew from videos he had seen that this was the legendary Bentley. Jiang Chen held the cool key lightly, rubbing his fingertips over the large B. In the past, he often read novels where young heirs received gifts from many eager people without lifting a finger. Now he understood the benefits of having connections. Just like now, he wasn't even sure what arrangements the system had made. He was just there to complete onboarding, yet it stirred the regional president to personally receive him and even send a luxury car. He looked up at Li Zhili, who was standing beside him with his hands at his sides, a perfectly measured expectation on his face, as if he were presenting not an expensive Bentley, but just an ordinary gift. You've gone too far, Mr. Li. Jiang Chen's tone revealed little emotion, neither surprise nor rejection. Li Zhili quickly waved his hand, a smile on his face. Mr. Jiang is joking. It's just a small gift. It really doesn't mean much. Your acceptance is a favor to me. He knew in his heart that this little gesture might not even register in Jiang Chen's mind, but it was his way of expressing sincerity, and he had to get it right. Jiang Chen returned the key and document to the envelope, casually placing it on the conference table. He stood up. Thank you for handling the onboarding, Mr. Li. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. I'll see you off. Li Zhili immediately stepped forward, his attitude very attentive. No need. Jiang Chen declined gently. I can go back myself. Li Zhili wanted to insist again, but upon meeting Jiang Chen's calm and unruffled gaze, he swallowed the words that were on the tip of his tongue and could only respectfully reply, then I'll escort you downstairs. Jiang Chen did not refuse again. A group of them exited the VIP conference room, and the atmosphere in the elevator remained somewhat heavy. When they reached the ground floor, Jiang Chen walked straight toward the exit. Li Zhili quickly followed, pointing to a white Bentley parked not far away. Mr. Jiang, the car is right there. The paperwork has been completed. You can drive it directly. Jiang Chen glanced in the direction he pointed. The car had smooth lines and gleamed elegantly in the sunlight, indeed a fine vehicle. He nodded, got it. After saying that, he turned and left without looking back. Watching Jiang Chen's figure disappear around the corner, Li Zhili finally let out a sigh of relief, a thin layer of sweat appearing on his forehead. He turned to the executives behind him and instructed, quickly arrange Mr. Jiang's workstation in the best location. Also let the archives management department be more alert, but don't let anything go wrong. Yes, Mr. Li. The executives quickly replied, not daring to be the slightest bit negligent. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen was driving the Bentley GT through the streets. The two-door four-seat design is unique to the Bentley lineup, which is why he was certain this must be a Bentley GT. The luxury of the car was indeed extraordinary, with the delicate and warm touch of the genuine leather seats, and the handling was exceptionally smooth, better than any car he had ever driven before. Just as he was immersed in the ultimate driving experience, the Bentley provided a crisp system notification suddenly rang out. Ding! Detected that the host has obtained their first car in life, completing the hidden achievement first car, taking a solid step on the road to becoming a tycoon. Achievement completed, reward driving freedom received. Jiang Chen immediately pulled up the system interface to check the details of driving freedom. All expenses incurred while driving can be reimbursed, including fuel maintenance, traffic fines, etc. After reading the description, Jiang Chen couldn't help but exclaim, "The system is amazing. With this I can save at least hundreds of thousands a year." Just as the words left his mouth, he suddenly shook his head in self-deprecation. With the tycoon system, why bother with such trifles? That's too petty. The Bentley GT glided to a smooth halt before Morton's Steakhouse. The doorman hurried forward to open the door. Jiang Chen stepped out with long, deliberate strides and tossed the keys casually to him. This steakhouse, nestled along the Lujiazui waterfront, was renowned for its refined ambience, floor-to-ceiling windows framing the shimmering Huangpu River. Jiang Chen was escorted to a window-side table and ordered an Australian Wagyu M9 sirloin. He had researched online. Gaining weight demanded premium quality protein. While waiting for his dish, his peripheral gaze drifted toward the booth diagonally across. There sat Bai Chui, holding a property brochure with poised fingers and wearing a polished professional smile. Unlike her charming youthful appearance during the live stream, she now wore elegant attire and subtle makeup, radiant, composed, and quietly magnetic. "She's truly relentless," Jiang Chen mused inwardly, remembering her swollen ankle. He wondered whether it had heat. Opposite her sat a middle-aged man with a receding hairline and a thick gold chain glinting on his wrist. As he spoke, his eyes lingered, deliberately or not, on Bai Chui. "Xiao Bai." He lifted his wine glass and took a measured sip, the tone neither loud nor soft, calibrated perfectly to drift across to Jiang Chen's ears. "The riverside penthouse you recommended is indeed impressive, but this price, can't we negotiate further?" "Mr. Wang, this unit is already offered at a special rate," Bai Chui replied, her smile unwavering. "As you know, property values along the waterfront are steep. Every cent reflects genuine value. Price is secondary." The man leaned forward slightly, tapping his fingers lightly against the tablecloth. "What strikes me is how lovely and clever you are, Miss Bai. So here's my proposal. Grant me a little extra courtesy, and I'll sign the contract today." "Mr. Wang, you're joking," Bai Chui said, her smile tightening almost imperceptibly. "We follow company procedures strictly. Rules are rigid, but people are flexible," he cut in. His gaze oozed sleaze as he added, "Join me for drinks tonight, and the matter of the apartment becomes negotiable. Rest assured, I won't let your efforts go unrewarded. A generous bonus will follow." Her expression hardened instantly. Her knuckles whitened around the brochure. "Mr. Wang, please show some respect. I'm here to conduct business, not entertain personal demands. If you lack sincerity, then this meeting ends here." "Wait, don't rush off so quickly." He reached out to grasp her wrist. Jiang Chen watched silently from his seat, calculating detached. Bai Chui, he'd admittedly felt a flicker of attraction at first. After all, beauty stirs instinctive admiration. Yet he wasn't a sycophant. They'd met only twice after she declined his offer to drive her home. Last time he'd reflected deeply on his own motives. Was intervening now beneath the dignity of a future tycoon. Once he inherited his fortune, women like her would be plentiful, easily acquired, effortlessly replaced. Love, to the wealthy, such sentiment simply didn't exist. Romance was transactional, mutual desire, mutual utility. His hand neared her wrist. She recoiled sharply, the chair legs shrieking against the floor. Patrons at nearby tables turned their heads. Her cheeks flushed crimson, humiliation and fury warring in her eyes. "Mr. Wang, please respect yourself and others." She rose, slid the brochure into her bag, and declared, "I'm withdrawing from this deal." "Hey, don't be so ungrateful." He stood to, voice rising sharply. "I'm spending millions on real estate. What's wrong with asking you for one drink? Don't pretend to be above it all." His words struck her like an ice-laced needle, cold, sharp, piercing, deep. Her grip on the strap tightened until her knuckles blanched. Tears welled faintly at her lashes as she scanned the room, desperately yearning for a single voice of justice. Yet those around her either whispered behind lowered hands or gazed with detached curiosity. No one dared intervene. Just as her lips trembled on the verge of breaking, her gaze collided with a pair of calm, steady eyes. Jiang Chen sat diagonally across, idly twirling a silver fork between his fingertips, serene and passive, as if observing a distant, trivial scene. Bai Chui seized that glance like a drowning woman grasping the sole plank afloat. Her dewy eyes trembled as she tilted her head ever so slightly toward him, a plea veiled beneath fluttering lashes, fragile, nearly invisible, yet charged with desperate resolve. Jiang Chen's fingers paused mid-twirl. He'd truly intended to remain aloof. Her distress unsettled him, but adulthood was built on such uncomfortable silences. Yet that silent plea brushed his heart like a feather, evoking the live stream memory. Her swollen, throbbing foot hidden beneath delicate shoes, her teeth clenched, her performance flawless despite the pain. "It's the 21st century, and you still dare coerce a woman. I'm calling the police." His voice remained level as he slowly raised his phone, thumb sliding across the screen as if preparing to dial. The man froze, then scoffed, disdain curling his lip. "Call the police. Who are you trying to frighten? I've done nothing illegal, just discussing business over drinks. What's the harm? Is coercion the proper way to discuss?" Jiang Chen lifted his gaze. His eyes held a glacial edge. "Forcing a woman to drink with you, is that not unlawful? Shall I invite officers here now to adjudicate?" His voice was quiet, but resonated with unassailable authority. The man faltered under that stare, his bravado shrinking visibly, yet he clung to defiance. I was merely joking. No need to blow this out of proportion." Bai Chuwei stood frozen beside the table watching Jiang Chen hold the phone, and warmth surged through her chest. The earlier terror and shame receded, washed away by this sudden, unexpected shield. She stared at him, dazed, her eyes brimming with raw, unguarded gratitude. Others, stirred by Jiang Chen's intervention, murmured among themselves. Glances cast at the man, now laced with. Feeling the weight of those stares, the man's face flushed with embarrassment. He shot Jiang Chen a venomous glare, then fixed Bai Chuwei with a final scowl. Fine, call it bad luck. I'm walking away from this deal. With that, he whirled around and strode toward the exit. His steps hurried, unsteady, as though fleeing something unseen. Watching his hasty retreat, Jiang Chen lowered his phone, expression unreadable. He met Bai Chuwei's stunned gaze and said coolly, "It's over. Please sit down." She blinked back to awareness, hurried to the seat opposite him, her voice trembling with emotion and relief. "Mr. Jiang, thank you truly. If not for you." A minor gesture, he interrupted. "Next time, don't hesitate. Call the authorities immediately." Jiang Chen pushed the menu over and said, "I noticed you haven't eaten much. Would you like something?" Bai Chuwei shook her head, her fingertips still trembling slightly, clearly not fully recovered from the earlier fright, still haunted by it. Seeing this, Jiang Chen spoke, "Then let's go." It had been quite some time since the incident, and the staff at the restaurant had not approached to stop it. He had a very poor impression of this place, and naturally lost all interest in continuing to eat. After settling the bill, Jiang Chen went downstairs to take the car keys handed to him by the doorman, and turned to Bai Chuwei saying, "Where are you headed? He'll give you a ride." Bai Chuwei's gaze fell on the Bentley beside Jiang Chen, her eyes filled with curiosity. She remembered the first time she met Jiang Chen, he was in a taxi, but now he was driving a Bentley, making her even more curious about his identity. This time she did not refuse and softly said, "Then please just take me back to the store." Jiang Chen nodded and was the first to open the car door and sit inside. Bai Chuwei followed and got into the car. After providing the address, Jiang Chen drove to the destination according to the navigation. The car was very quiet and neither of them spoke. Only the gentle prompts from the navigation and the faint hum of the engine could be heard. Bai Chuwei secretly observed Jiang Chen, who was focused on driving, filled with doubts, but unsure how to ask. When they reached the store, Bai Chuwei thanked him and got out of the car. Jiang Chen watched her walk into the store before driving away. He rubbed his stomach, feeling a bit hungry, and thought he needed to find a place to eat. Moreover, he still had a 2-hour reading task to complete in the afternoon, and he needed to plan for his cousin's visit to Modu tomorrow. With a pile of tasks on his mind, he did not pay any more attention to Bai Chuwei. As soon as Bai Chuwei entered the store, before she could sit down, her colleagues swarmed her. We just saw you get out of a Bentley. We couldn't believe our eyes. Quickly tell us who is so lucky to have won our store's flower." A female colleague with a ponytail squeezed to the front, her eyes sparkling with gossip. Another male colleague chimed in. "Yo, that car is a Bentley GT, a luxury car worth over 4 million. When will you bring him to meet us?" Bai Chuwei's face turned red, and she quickly waved her hands. "You guys are talking nonsense. He's just a friend who happened to give me a ride back." "A friend? That friend must have feelings for our Wei. Now our manager has a rival." The colleagues teased her with playful banter. Everyone in the store could see that the manager had feelings for Bai Chuwei. This was also why Bai Chuwei, who had only recently joined, could consistently rank first in performance. This was because many quality clients were specifically introduced to her by the manager. Bai Chuwei felt a bit cornered by the questions and found an excuse. "I still have client information to organize, so I need to get back to work." After saying this, she hurriedly retreated to her workstation, her ears still burning red. Just as she opened the client files on her computer, a light, airy comment floated over her shoulder. The voice was not loud, but it was just enough to reach the ears of several colleagues around her. What was all the pretentiousness about before? Now that she sees a rich person, she pounces right in. The speaker was Sun Yinshi, leaning back in her office chair, sneering at the computer screen, her fingers flying rapidly across the keyboard, clearly saying it intentionally for Bai Chuwei to hear. Since Bai Chuwei started working at the store, not only had she stolen the title of most popular, but even the quality clients introduced by the manager were prioritized for her, making Sun Yang's jealousy nearly overflow. The colleague with the ponytail, who had been the most enthusiastic in teasing, secretly tugged at Sun Yang's sleeve, signaling her to stop, only to be shrugged off. Bai Chuwei's back instantly stiffened, her fingers hovering over the mouse, unable to move after a long pause. She knew that Sun Yinshi had issues with her, but did not expect her to say such things in front of everyone. The air in the office suddenly fell silent, with a few colleagues pretending to be busy, all ears now. "Yinshi, what you said?" A male colleague wearing glasses could not help but speak up. "We all saw what happened just now. He was just giving Wei a ride back. Don't make wild assumptions." "Me make wild assumptions?" Sun Yinshi sneered, turning her chair to face everyone. "Just a few days ago, she said she would rely on her own efforts, and now she's in a Bentley. That's quite fast, isn't it?" She deliberately emphasized the word Bentley, her gaze sweeping over Bai Chuwei's back with undisguised sarcasm. Bai Chuwei took a deep breath and slowly turned around. The blush on her face had faded, replaced by a calm indifference. "Sister Sun, whose car I ride in is my freedom. It's not for you to comment on. As for striving, I let my performance speak for itself, which is much better than gossiping behind someone's back." Her voice was not loud, but every word was clear. The performance ranking from last month was still posted on the bulletin board, with Bai Chuwei's name prominently in first place, nearly double that of Sun Yinshi. This statement hit Sun Yinshi like a slap to the face, her complexion turning crimson like liver. "You. All right, we're all colleagues. Let's not ruin the mood." The ponytailed colleague hurriedly played peacemaker. Yinchi was just joking, Weiwei, don't take it to heart. Just then a cough interrupted from the office door as manager Jiang Chen walked in. He was dressed in a sharp suit, his gaze sweeping between Bai Chuwei and Sun Yinchi before finally settling on Bai Chuwei, his tone filled with concern. Weiwei, I saw you getting out of a Bentley earlier, did something happen? Sun Yanx's eyes lit up, waiting to see Bai Chuwei make a fool of herself, but she saw Bai Chuwei shake her head. It's nothing, Manager Zhang, just a friend giving me a ride. She did not mention the matter with President Wang not wanting to mix work with personal affairs. Zhang Qing nodded, not probing further, but simply told Sun Yinchi. Yinchi, there's a client who wants to view a property at 3 this afternoon, oh prepare the materials. That client was notoriously picky. Sun Yinchi had failed to close a deal twice before clearly a challenge intentionally. Sun Yinchi gritted her teeth in response, watching Zhang Qing's gentle profile as he approached. Bai Chuwei, her anger flaring even more, but she could only vent it on the keyboard, typing furiously. Bai Chuwei turned back to the computer screen, her fingers much steadier than before. She opened the client files, meticulously checking the information as if the earlier incident had left no trace in her heart. Compared to these idle remarks, she was more concerned about whether she could close 2 more deals this month, getting one step closer to her goal of saving enough for a down payment. However, when she flipped to the notes for the Binhai Grand Flat, her gaze paused, recalling Jiang Chen's profile, sitting in the Bentley, and his assured words, just call the police if needed. That man indeed felt like a mist, making her unable to resist the urge to explore. August 29th. As the system notification echoed in his mind, Jiang Chen closed the book and headed towards the back. The reflection in the mirror was subtly transforming. His skin had become fairer, his jawline sharper, and his nose seemed to stand taller. Even the dark circles from late nights had faded like morning mist. In short, he looked far more spirited than he had a few days prior. To properly welcome his cousin, who was coming from his hometown, he had completed the task early. After taking a shower and changing into the new clothes bought yesterday, Jiang Chen drove the rented black Volkswagen Terramont towards Hongqiao railway station. This vehicle was rented specifically for today. Last night his cousin Lu Qian called, mentioning she was bringing a classmate along. Considering the 2 girls might have quite a bit of luggage, he decided to rent a spacious SUV. As for the Bentley GT, he hadn't even considered it. Firstly, the space was limited and probably wouldn't fit their luggage. Secondly, the price of such a car was hard to justify. He was currently playing the role of an ordinary person who had just found a job, so renting a regular SUV was reasonable. If he drove a Bentley, he wouldn't be able to concoct a suitable explanation for his cousin's inquiries. Upon arriving at the railway station in the Magic City and parking the car, Jiang Chen made his way to the exit. He found a prominent spot to stand and carefully scan the crowd. Before long, 2 figures entered his line of sight. One girl was carrying a pink cartoon backpack, dressed in a mint green dress that swayed gently with her steps, revealing her slender arms and calves. Her skin was as pale as freshly peeled lychee, and her cheeks were round and rosy, exuding a healthy glow. It was his cousin Lu Qian. The girl walking beside her caused Jiang Chen's gaze to pause for 2 seconds. She wore a simple white t-shirt and light blue jeans, her long black hair draping loosely over her shoulders with a few strands sticking to her smooth forehead, likely from a light sweat while rushing. Though she wore no makeup, her features were exquisite, resembling a finely carved jade statue. Especially her eyes, clear as autumn waters, held a hint of shy curiosity as they met Jiang Chen's gaze, more captivating than any girl he had encountered in his 22 years. Brother. Lu Qian spotted Jiang Chen first, waving excitedly as she hurriedly pulled her friend along. The girl who was pulled along also looked up, her gaze landing on Jiang Chen's face, and her lips curled into a slight smile, revealing a pair of shallow dimples. Brother, this is my good friend Su Yuyao. She's a super academic achiever. Lu Qian introduced her proudly, then Yao Yao, this is my brother Jiang Chen. If you need anything in the Magic City, just ask him. Su Yuyao gently bowed to Jiang Chen, her voice soft as cotton candy. Hello brother Jiang Chen, thank you for your trouble. You're welcome. Jiang Chen snapped back to reality, shifting his gaze from her face to the luggage by their feet. 2 22-inch suitcases stood on the ground, accompanied by a half-height woven bag that was bulging, unclear of its. Are these all yours? He bent down to lift one suitcase, surprised by its weight. Lu Qian scratched her head, feeling a bit embarrassed. My mom insisted I bring some local specialties to let you try. Su Yuyao nodded, reaching for the other suitcase. No need. Jiang Chen had already lifted 2 large suitcases in each hand and gestured for Lu Qian to grab the woven bag. Let's go. The car is parked in the underground garage not far from here. Brother, where did you get the car? Lu Qian asked curiously as they walked, her eyes scanning the surroundings. The Magic City railway station is so big, much more impressive than ours. Of course it's rented, otherwise where would I get it? Jiang Chen replied, without looking back, stepping steadily through the crowd. First let's drop off the luggage, then I'll take you to eat something. What do you want? Oh, I thought you bought a car. Lu Qian suddenly realized, immediately responding. I'm fine with anything. Yao Yao, what do you want to eat? Su Yuyao gently shook her head. I don't know either, well, let's follow your brother's lead. Her gaze fell on Jiang Chen's broad back, watching him effortlessly carry the 2 large suitcases, her eyelashes flutter. Earlier from a distance, she thought he seemed a bit thin, but up close she realized he wore a simple gray t-shirt, yet his shoulders were held straight, exuding a reassuring strength. Arriving at the underground garage, Jiang Chen stuffed the luggage into the trunk of the Volkswagen Terramont. He took out his phone and called his aunt, informing her that he had picked up Jiang Chen and the others. Lu Qian and Su Yuyao sat in the back seat, and as soon as the car door closed, Lu Qian exclaimed, "Wow, this car is so spacious. Much more comfortable than my dad's." Jiang Chen started the vehicle and glanced at them through the rearview mirror. "It's all right, renting it for transportation is—" "Brother, where are you working now?" Lu Qian leaned over the front seat, chattering with curiosity. "And said you found a job, or what are you doing?" "At a bank." Jiang Chen replied, briefly, not wanting to go into detail. "I've just started, still adapting." "The bank is good. Stable." Lu Qian's eyes sparkled. "So you deal with money every day?" Su Yuyao, sitting beside her, couldn't help but smile, feeling that the sibling bond was truly wonderful. Jiang Chen turned the steering wheel of the car, smoothly merging into the traffic. He glanced at the excited Lu Qian in the rearview mirror and smiled. "Dealing with money comes in many forms. Oh, I just started, so am mainly doing odd jobs, far from managing funds." "Odd jobs are fine too," Lu Qian said, swinging her legs, her tone filled with innocent envy. During the summer vacation, she often heard her parents discussing how the overall economy was poor now and many graduates from prestigious universities were struggling to find suitable jobs, worrying about her own job prospects after 4 years of university. After about 40 minutes of driving, they stopped in front of a seemingly elegant Cantonese restaurant. Jiang Chen turned off the engine and said, "We've arrived. The roast goose and shrimp dumplings here are quite good. You should give them a try." "Wow, it looks delicious." Lu Qian pushed open the car door, taking a deep breath. "It smells so good." Su Yuyao also got out of the car, standing by the roadside, gazing at the ancient-style building before them, with its flying eaves and red lanterns forming a stark, yet harmonious contrast with the surrounding modern architecture, exuding a unique charm. "Come on, let's go inside and don't just stand there." Jiang Chen locked the car and walked over to greet them. Stepping into the Cantonese restaurant, a rich aroma wafted towards them. The decor was typical of Lingnan style, with ink wash paintings on the walls and soft gouging music playing in the background. The waitress warmly led them to a window seat and handed them the menu. "Take a look and see what you'd like to eat." Jiang Chen slid the menu toward them. "Don't stand on ceremony." Lu Qian took the menu, her eyes widening in delight. So many delicious dishes. Yao Yao, look, crispy skinned pigeon and boat congee. They both look absolutely scrumptious. Su Yuyao leaned in beside her, studying the menu together in quiet consultation, occasionally glancing up at Jiang Chen, only to find him gazing out the window, his profile softened by the ambient light. While waiting for their meal, Lu Qian chattered incessantly, asking about Jiang Chen's work, then about landmarks in Modu, as if determined to extract every detail in one sitting. Jiang Chen answered each question patiently, and in turn asked gently about their lives at school, the atmosphere warm and effortlessly harmonious. Su Yuyao spoke little, mostly listening. When addressed, she offered only brief, measured replies, but a faint, serene smile never left her lips. She noticed Jiang Chen, though reserved in speech, possessed an unobtrusive grace and caring. He remembered Lu Qian disliked coriander. He poured tea for them, without prompting. Even when her cup neared empty, he refilled it silently, with effortless attentiveness. The dishes arrived swiftly: roast goose with shatteringly crisp skin and tender succulent flesh, translucent shrimp dumplings bursting with fragrant broth. Lu Qian devoured them with unrestrained joy, her mouth full, muffled, but exuberant, absolutely delicious. "Brother Yao Yao, eat up too." After dinner, the three drove to the Banyan Tree Bund Hotel, where Jiang Chen had secured reservations. En route, Jiang Chen glanced at the two in the rearview mirror and asked casually, "When do you start orientation at university?" "Mine is on the 31st. Lu Qian swirled her bubble tea, the straw stirring fine frothy ripples in the cup. "Yao Yao's begins September 1st. Jiang Chen's grip on the steering wheel paused, only then realizing with mild surprise, "You're not attending the same university?" "Of course not." Lu Qian beamed with quiet pride. "Brother, didn't I tell you? Yao Yao is a prodigy, 4th in the province's science rankings." Jiang Chen was genuinely taken aback, his brows lifting slightly. With such scores, admission to Peking University or Tsinghua would have been assured. Why choose Modu instead? His bewilderment was unmistakable, so Lu Qian eagerly clarified. Yao Yao chose Fudan University's 8-year integrated MD-PhD program in clinical medicine and received a full scholarship. Impressive, isn't it? I'm utterly envious. Truly remarkable, Jiang Chen murmured, sincerely, glancing again at Su Yuyao through the... She sat quietly sipping her bubble tea. Upon hearing his words, the tips of her ears flushed faintly rose gold, while her long lashes trembled like delicate fans, shy yet luminous with quiet grace. As they spoke, the car eased into the Bund district. The kaleidoscopic architecture of the Huangpu River's two banks unfolded in stately succession. Across the water, Lujiazhui's forest of skyscrapers soared skyward, the Oriental Pearl Tower and the three icons gleamed under sunlight, tracing Modu's most iconic skyline. "Wow!" Lu Qian pressed her cheek against the window, fingertips tracing excited paths across the glass. "Is this the Bund? 100 times more breathtaking than any documentary." Now pointing in wonder at a spired European facade, now gasping at the mirrored giants across the river. She fluttered like a fledgling just released from its cage. Su Yuyao beside her remained still and composed, gazing outward. But Jiang Chen, catching her reflection in the rearview mirror, saw how her wide dark eyes mirrored the glittering lights of both shores, pupils alight With unguarded awe, her fingers tightened ever so slightly around her cup, betraying deep silent enchantment. Jiang Chen slowed the car, granting them time to absorb the spectacle fully. Evening traffic flowed past in languid waves. Cool, damp breeze slipped through the half-open windows, carrying the humid breath of the Huangpu River mingled with distant ship horns, blending the city's opulence and romance seamlessly into the cabin. Once you're settled, I'll take you back for a proper stroll. His voice was soft, though truth be told this was the first time he himself had truly paused to savor the bun's evening beauty. Lu Qian nodded vigorously. Yes, yes. Brother, you're simply wonderful. Su Yuyao turned toward Jiang Chen and asked gently, Jiang Chen, go, won't this interfere with your work? At that, Jiang Chen couldn't help but chuckle low and soft. Work? Merely a convenient fiction, a veil to obscure reality. She truly believed he reported to an office each day. Still, this friend of his cousin's, so easy to be with, so refreshingly grounded, was unexpectedly pleasant. Today's young women steeped in cynical aphorisms often grew haughty, especially those blessed with beauty. Yet Su Yuyao, possessing striking elegance, carried herself without arrogance, her poise tempered with unfailing instinctive courtesy. Such rare composure was deeply admirable. Not at all. Go up, unpack, rest a while. When dusk falls and the heat eases, I'll bring you back for a proper walk. Su Yuyao relaxed, visibly offering a soft affirmative hum and the gentle upward curve of a quiet, grateful smile. The car soon pulled up before the Banyan Tree Bund Hotel. A doorman stood ready at the entrance, and as the vehicle halted, he stepped forward with quiet reverence to open the door. Lu Qian stepped out and tilted her head upward, awestruck by the hotel's grandeur. Wow, this place is unbelievably luxurious. Brother, how did you book such a splendid hotel? Must have cost a fortune. Jiang Chen smiled. You've just arrived. I wanted you to stay comfortably. Don't worry, it's quite reasonable. He gestured for the doorman to assist with their luggage. Su Yuyao followed, taking in the hotel's architecture, classical elegance fused with understated luxury, and inwardly marveled. It was her first stay at such an exceptional establishment. Inside the lobby, rich, soothing fragrance enveloped them, refined stately decor surrounded them, and crystal chandeliers cast a warm golden glow from above. Jiang Chen guided them to the front desk, where check-in proceeded smoothly, and within moments they held their key cards. Your rooms are on the 18th floor. Views should be excellent. Rest a while first. He handed the key card to Lu Qian. Thank you, brother. She snatched it eagerly and tugged Su Yuyao toward the elevator bank. Yao Yao, let's go up and see. Watching their joyful bounding figures recede, Jiang Chen shook his head with affectionate resignation, then quietly instructed a nearby attendant to deliver their luggage to the rooms. He settled onto a plush sofa in the lobby, checked the time on his phone, still hours until dusk, and thought of their evening stroll along the Bund of Modu's nocturnal allure awaiting them. Soon after, Lu Qian sent a WeChat message. Brother, the room is amazing. From the window we can see the Bund. Absolutely stunning. Attached was a photograph of the view. Jiang Chen replied, glad you love it. Rest well, I'll call you later. Setting down his phone, he leaned back, closed his eyes, and savored the hush of that tranquil interlude. Though the day had been long, witnessing his cousin and her friend radiant with delight made every moment worthwhile. With keys in hand, Lu Qian and Su Yuyao rode the elevator directly to the 18th floor. A soft chime signaled arrival. The doors parted slowly, and Lu Qian, unable to wait, dragged Su Yuyao to the suite door. As the lock clicked open, both froze breathless. In the spacious suite, the off-white carpet felt as soft as walking on clouds, and the furniture, with gilded frames, exuded understated luxury. A massive floor-to-ceiling window spanned an entire wall, with sunlight pouring through the glass, casting bright patches of light on the floor. All of this deeply astonished the two girls who had just stepped out of the small town. Lu Qian was somewhat accustomed. Both her parents were teachers, and her family was not in poor condition. She had traveled to many cities during vacations, but this was her first encounter with a hotel suite of such caliber. Su Yuyao, however, was completely stunned. Her parents had divorced when she was very young, and she grew up with her mother in an old building in the old town, with crumbling walls and narrow corridors, making up her entire memory of home. She always knew life was not easy, so she studied hard, firmly believing that it was her only way out. Her greatest wish was to earn a lot of money and help her mother move out of that old house. It's so beautiful. Yao Yao, look. Lu Qian had already dashed to the floor-to-ceiling window, excitedly pointing out the view, while continuously taking photos with her phone. Su Yuyao followed her direction and gazed outside, her breath suddenly caught in her throat. Outside was the bustling Bund, with the city skyline of Lujiazui across the river unfurling like a magnificent oil painting before her eyes. The Oriental Pearl Tower and Shanghai Tower buildings she had only seen in textbooks were now vividly captured in her sight. Qian, ask your brother how much this room costs later. He'll transfer half to him. Su Yuyao snapped back to reality, her tone carrying an undeniable seriousness. Lu Qian waved her hand, saying, Yao Yao, no need, my brother definitely won't let you pay. Not happening. Su Yuyao insisted. I've already troubled him a lot, I can't let him spend more money. Seeing her firm attitude, Lu Qian could only agree for now, saying, all right, I'll ask him later. Suddenly she squeezed beside Su Yuyao and winked, asking, Yao Yao, what do you think of my brother? Su Yuyao was taken aback, and Jiang Chen's image involuntarily surfaced in her mind. The sight of him carrying 2 large suitcases at the train station without changing his expression, his gentle tone, while patiently answering questions in the car, and his calm demeanor when instructing the staff in the lobby. The impressions were indeed quite good. He's quite nice, wife. She looked at Lu Qian with confusion. Yao, didn't we agree to be lifelong good sisters? Lu Qian shook her arm and her eyes sparkled. Why don't you just be my sister-in-law? Look at my brother, he's handsome, and you can see his conditions. He works in a bank, so his salary must be good, and he's nice to you. If Jiang Chen were here, he would definitely say his cousin is sensible. What nonsense are you talking about? Su Yuyo's cheeks flushed bright red, and she quickly pushed her hand away, her heart racing, as if it were about to leap out of her throat. You can't just say things like that. I'm not talking nonsense. Lu Qian said earnestly. Think about it, if we became a family we could always be together. Besides, my brother is clearly different with you. Just now in the car his gaze towards you was gentler than towards me. Su Yuyao was left flustered by her words. She turned to tidy up her luggage but was pulled back by Lu Qian. Don't run away, ooh, I'm serious. Yaya, don't you think my brother has feelings for you? That's not true. Su Yuyo's face turned even redder as she hurriedly changed the subject. Quick, check if the specialties in the luggage are damaged. Ooh, I still need to give them to your brother later. Finally, Lu Qian let her go and squatted down to rummage through the suitcase. Su Yuyao walked to the window looking out at the dazzling Lu Jiazui, her heart fluttering like a little rabbit. Having been beautiful since childhood, she had never lacked suitors around her. However, previously she had been focused on getting into a good university and had decisively rejected all her admirers. On the day of the college entrance exam, her mother specifically told her, once you get to university, you can start dating. I don't ask for wealth, just someone who treats you well. With her youthful heart already vague, Jiang Chen was not bad-looking, and he had been considerate throughout the journey. After Lu Qian's earlier teasing, her heart was completely in turmoil, with various thoughts swirling like willow catkins. Just as she was lost in thought, her phone pinged with a message from Jiang Chen. Have you rested well? Come down, it'll take you to explore the bond. Su Yuyao took a deep breath, adjusted the stray hair in front of her forehead against the glass, and turned to Lu Qian, saying, your brother called us, let's go. Lu Qian jumped up, coming. She leaned closer to Su Yuyao and whispered, see, I told you my brother is interested. He only messaged you and didn't message me at all. Su Yuyao shot her a glare. The WeChat contact was added during mealtime when Lu Qian insisted they could reach out to her brother if anything came up in Shanghai. As the two walked out of the room and took the elevator downstairs, Su Yuyo's heart was still racing. She secretly glanced at Lu Qian beside her, who was winking at her. She quickly lowered her head, pretending to look at her phone, but her ears were quietly turning red. As the elevator doors opened, Jiang Chen was waiting for them in the lobby. When he saw them coming down, he smiled and waved. Ready. Lu Qian answered first and didn't forget to give Su Yuyao a meaningful glance. Su Yuyao raised her head and met Jiang Chen's gentle gaze, quickly nodding. The three of them walked out of the hotel, and the evening breeze carrying the chill of the river brushed against them, dissipating some of the heat and disrupting Su Yuyo's thoughts. Jiang Chen led the two along the bond, where the pedestrian walkway was illuminated by the streetlights, casting a warm yellow glow complementing the dazzling lights of Lujiazui across the river. A cruise ship passed on the Huangpu River, its colorful lights casting shimmering reflections on the water like scattered shards of diamonds. Yao, look at that ship. It's so beautiful. Lu Qian pointed at a distant cruise ship glowing with pink lights, excitedly tugging Su Yuyo's arm as she jumped. Su Yuyao followed her gaze, a faint smile gracing her lips. Her eyes lingered on the colorful ship for a moment before subtly shifting to Jiang Chen beside her. Seeing the two girls captivated by the night view, Jiang Chen suddenly began to think. It was time to go home for a visit and ask his father to stop working. Having attained financial freedom after acquiring the system, his greatest wish now was for his parents to be healthy and to enjoy a peaceful and stable old age. After all, having money was to ensure that one's family could live a good life, wasn't it? As night deepened, the river breeze grew cooler, and the three slowly walked back towards the hotel. On the way, Su Yuyao noticed that Lu Qian was too busy enjoying the scenery and hadn't mentioned the room price at all, so she took the initiative to ask, Jiang Chen, how much is the room for tonight? Let Qian and I split it with you. Jiang Chen smiled at her words. You both call me brother, how could a brother charge you for hospitality? He refused to relent no matter how Su Yuyao pleaded. When they reached the hotel entrance, Jiang Chen stopped and asked the two girls, have you decided where to go tomorrow? Disneyland. Lu Qian exclaimed almost immediately, her eyes sparkling. I've wanted to go for so long. My parents used to say it was too crowded and didn't take me. Now I finally have the chance, I hope to fulfill this wish. Jiang Chen turned his gaze to Su Yuyao, who softly said, I'm fine with anything, just following you guys is good enough. Then it's Disneyland. Jiang Chen nodded in agreement. Get some rest early, he'll come to pick you up tomorrow. After saying that, he turned and left. Shanghai Disneyland is a dreamlike realm overflowing with joy and childhood innocence, a cherished pilgrimage site for countless young women and children alike. On August 30th, Jiang Chen arrived at the park with Lu Qian and Su Yuyao. Already snaking from the entrance was a long winding queue. Though the scorching midsummer sun blazed fiercely upon the earth, waves of heat did nothing to dampen people's fervent longing for this fairy tale world. As far as the eye could see, most in line were either families of 3 or couples. Jiang Chen, accompanied by 2 exceptionally beautiful young women, stood out conspicuously among them, drawing curious glances all along the way. Lu Qian gazed down the seemingly endless line and pouted in protest. There are so many people. How long will we have to wait before we even get in? Su Yuyao softly suggested, Brother Jiang Chen, shall we go somewhere else instead? Waiting here would waste too much time. Jiang Chen merely smiled calm and unruffled. No need to rush. I've already made arrangements. The moment he'd stepped out of the car and taken in the spectacle, he'd called Li Zhili to ask whether there was any way to bypass the queue. Society has always been thus. Though equality is championed in principle, it remains an undeniable truth that people are stratified into tiers. A select few stand atop the pyramid, commanding the lion's share of society's resources, a reality that fuels the relentless upward climb of countless souls. Li Zhili was unquestionably one of those few, and Jiang Chen himself would one day stand among the very highest peaks of that apex, perhaps even alone. Within minutes, several figures briskly emerged from the park grounds and strode directly toward Jiang Chen. The middle-aged man leading them respectfully inquired, "Are you Mr. Jiang?" Jiang Chen gave a slight nod. Instantly the man extended both hands, his face alight with warm enthusiasm. "Mr. Jiang, it's an honor. I'm Shui Jun, general manager of Shanghai Disneyland. I just received a call from President Li and came personally to welcome you and your companions." Jiang Chen lightly shook his hand, his tone composed. "I brought 2 younger sisters for some fun, but that queue looked rather daunting." "Completely understandable, Mr. Jiang. Please do come in." Shui Jun immediately stepped aside to lead the way, then turned to instruct his staff open the VIP access lane and assigned 2 dedicated guides to accompany them throughout their visit. Lu Qian's eyes lit up. She quietly tugged Su Yuyao's sleeve, her expression brimming with quiet astonishment. Su Yuyao, meanwhile, grew slightly uneasy, her gaze drifting toward the complex mix of envy, curiosity, and mild resentment emanating from the waiting crowd, and instinctively slowed her pace. Sensing her discomfort, Jiang Chen matched her stride and murmured softly, "Don't mind others' gazes. Today is about ease and delight." His voice was gentle, like a breeze sweeping across still water, and the faint unease in Su Yuyao's heart dissolved almost instantly. She simply murmured a soft "mm." Passing through the exclusive VIP lane, they stepped into the park, as if falling headlong into a kaleidoscopic. The castle's spires pierced the heavens, gilded by sunlight. Parade floats adorned with dazzling balloons lined the paths. Costumed performers waved cheerfully, their smiles radiant and sincere. Shui Jun continued enthusiastically, "Mr. Jiang, feel free to enjoy any attraction in the park. Your guides are at your service for any request. Should you wish to experience popular rides like the roller coaster, I'll have them cleared in advance and priority access arranged." Jiang Chen waved it off lightly. "No need for such fuss. We'll explore at our own pace and savor the experience as intended." He turned to the 2 girls. "What would you like to try first?" Lu Qian, unable to contain her excitement, pointed eagerly toward the nearby carousel. "I want to ride that one. I rode it every time I visited an amusement park as a child." Su Yuyao watched the glittering carousel, her eyes shimmering with quiet yearning. Jiang Chen smiled and nodded. "Then let's begin with the carousel." They mounted the ornately decorated horses, which began to revolve gently to lilting music. Su Yuyao chose a snow-white steed. Her skirt fluttered softly with each rise and fall of the horse, while sunlight bathed her face, illuminating her arched brows and bright childlike smile. Jiang Chen stood outside the railing watching, and quietly snapped a photo with his phone. In the frame, the girl, the spinning carousel, and the dreamlike castle merged into a single breathtaking tableau. After the carousel, Lu Qian dragged them off to ride Dumbo the flying elephant. By noon, a Shui Jun had arranged for them to dine at a themed restaurant within the park. The dining hall resembled a banquet hall from a storybook, its dishes artfully sculpted into whimsical cartoon shapes, both exquisite and endearing. Lu Qian snapped photo after photo on her phone, muttering about how she'd post them all to social media. As afternoon light softened, they plunged into exhilarating adventures. The roller coaster, the Tron Light Cycle, Power Run, Pirates of the Caribbean. At dusk, they settled onto the grassy expanse before the castle, awaiting the fireworks display. The setting sun dyed the sky in tender hues of apricot and rose, while a cool evening breeze brushed lightly against their skin. Exhausted from a full day of play, Lu Qian leaned back onto the grass, half dozing. Su Yuyao gazed at the lights slowly blooming in the distance and whispered, "Thank you, truly, Brother Jiang Chen. Today has been the happiest day I've ever had." Her modest upbringing had long constrained her freedom. Everything she'd experienced today existed only in fleeting glimpses, on smartphone screens, before now. Jiang Chen turned his head, studying her profile up close, softened by twilight. Her long lashes cast delicate shadows upon her cheeks, her nose was elegantly defined, her lips naturally rosy, a beauty so arresting it held his gaze without effort. Just then a system chime echoed sharply in his mind. "Ding. A new item has appeared in the shop, available for limited time purchase. Please review immediately." For weeks the shop had remained utterly barren. This was its first ever edition. A flicker of intrigue stirred within Jiang Chen, and he swiftly summoned the shop interface with his will. Upon the otherwise empty shelves sat a single solitary item. As his consciousness touched it, its details materialized clearly in his mind. Lucky stone, a stone imbued with abundant fortune. Activation yields unforeseen blessings. Note: must be activated through sincere blessing by an adult woman. Final reward correlates closely with the blesser's comprehensive evaluation score and her sincerity toward the host. Jiang Chen glanced at the price, 5000 credits, not exorbitant. Yet the activation condition puzzled him. How exactly was comprehensive evaluation determined? He surmised it likely encompassed appearance, temperament, and moral character. As for sincerity, he understood that well enough. Among the two women beside him, Lu Qian and Su Yuyao, Su Yuyao clearly surpassed the other in every discernible aspect. But how precisely could he ask her to activate the lucky stone? Noticing Jiang Chen's prolonged silence, and his unwavering gaze fixed upon her, Su Yuyao's cheeks flushed faintly. She lowered her head shyly, and asked, her voice barely above a whisper, "Brother Jiang Chen, is there something on my face?" Jiang Chen finally regained his senses, quickly retracting his gaze, and shaking his head saying, "No, I was just thinking about something." He swiftly used his mind to pay 5,000 yuan, and a stone the size of a pigeon egg appeared in his hand. The stone was entirely a pale milky white, smooth and warm to the touch, radiating a soft glow under the afterglow of the setting sun. Holding the lucky stone, Jiang Chen looked at Su Yuyao, his tone carrying a hint of subtle testing. "Yao, could you do me a..." Su Yuyao nodded without hesitation. "Of course, Jiang Chen, just tell me what you need." Over the past couple of days, from picking her up to checking into a 5-star suite with a view of the river, from enjoying lavish meals to having fun at Disneyland, although it was primarily to entertain Lu Qian, she had indeed received meticulous care. These experiences were more exciting than the past 18 years combined. Jiang Chen handed over the lucky stone, explaining, "This stone was something I begged an old monk for before. He said it possesses spirituality and needs to be held by a girl who is very important to me, sincerely wishing for my blessings in order to unleash its power and bring unexpected benefits. Since I don't have any other suitable girls around me, I thought to ask you for help." Su Yuyao looked at the warm stone, and upon hearing Jiang Chen call her an important girl to him, her heart skipped a beat and her cheeks flushed even more than before. She hesitated for a moment, but still reached out her hand to gently take the lucky stone. The stone felt slightly cool to the touch, its texture delicate, as if a unique energy was flowing within it. She lifted her head to meet Jiang Chen's expectant gaze, and softly asked, "So, what should I do?" Jiang Chen looked at her serious expression, feeling warmth in his heart, and said, "Just hold it, and make a wish in your heart. Any wish will do." Su Yuyao tightened her grip on the lucky stone, closed her eyes, and her long eyelashes fluttered gently. She silently wished, "May Jiang Chen be safe and sound, happy and worry-free." This heartfelt intention was pure, without a hint of impurity. Just then the lucky stone in her hand suddenly emitted a faint white light, followed by the system's notification sound ringing again. Ding. The lucky stone has been activated, detecting a comprehensive score of 92 from the praying female, with a sincerity value of 100. The rewards have been issued to the warehouse, please check. Jiang Chen was delighted, not expecting Su Yuyao's comprehensive score to be so high and her sincerity value to be a perfect score. Just as he was about to check what the reward was, he noticed Su Yuyao opening her eyes, looking at the stone in her hand, which had stopped glowing, and asked in confusion, "Jiang Chen, it seemed to light up just now." Jiang Chen smiled, taking back the lucky stone, and said, "Yes, this means it has felt your sincerity. Thank you." Su Yuyao shook her head, a shy smile on her face. "You're welcome." At that moment, a loud bang echoed in the sky as the first firework exploded, followed by countless fireworks bursting in the night sky, dazzling and magnificent, illuminating the entire castle like a fairyland. Lu Qian was startled awake by the sound of the fireworks, rubbing her eyes, and when she saw the sky filled with fireworks, she immediately exclaimed excitedly, "Wow, the fireworks are so beautiful." Su Yuyao also looked up at the brilliant display, her face radiating happiness. Jiang Chen glanced at her profile, and then at the lucky stone in his hand, his heart filled with joy. Today wasn't just Su Yuyao's happiest day, but also a day of great gains for him. Fireworks continued to bloom in the night sky, red, yellow, purple, and green, like blooming flowers or shooting stars streaking across the horizon. Su Yuyao was mesmerized, her eyes sparkling, and the smile on her lips never faded. Jiang Chen occasionally glanced at her, and then at the magnificent fireworks, feeling that this moment was especially beautiful. Lu Qian excitedly took photos on the side, constantly exclaiming, "So beautiful, so beautiful. I must post this on my moments when I go back to make them envious." The fireworks display lasted nearly half an hour before it ended, and the sky returned to tranquility, only the lights of the castle still shining brightly. After a day of fun and staying up so late, Lu Qian was already too tired to continue, leaning against Jiang Chen's shoulder and falling asleep. Jiang Chen gently adjusted Lu Qian's position and said to Su Yuyao, "It's getting late, we should head back." Su Yuyao nodded, helping Jiang Chen wake Lu Qian. Lu Qian stood up in a daze, still mumbling, "But we haven't finished watching the fireworks yet." Jiang Chen smiled, helplessly supporting her as they walked toward the exit. Su Yuyao followed behind them, looking at Jiang Chen's back, feeling warmth in her heart. On the way, Jiang Chen opened the system warehouse with his mind, wanting to see what rewards the lucky stone had brought. In the warehouse lay a gift package labeled Lucky Gift Package. Jiang Chen clicked on it with his mind, and the system's notification sound rang out. Ding. "Congratulations, host, you have received the reward Lucky Aura List Piano Heritage." Jiang Chen was delighted and opened his personal center. Host Jiang Chen, age 22 years, height 178 centimeters, weight 64 kilograms, constitution 66, endurance 65, agility 70, charm 15, enterprise, none property, none vehicle, Bentley GT, balance 2365, 30 yuan. The most significant change was the charm value, which skyrocketed from 12 to 15, still needing 15 more points to unlock the rewards required 30 points. In the past few days, by improving his attire and developing good habits, he had accumulated an increase of 3 points. Additionally, his weight had increased by 1 kilogram, and his constitution had also improved by 1 point. Jiang Chen was very satisfied with this, clearly seeing everything heading in a positive direction. He then looked into Lucky Aura, active skill activated. The host will be bathed in auspicious blessings, everything will proceed as desired, and may they enjoy peace and safety throughout the years. Note originating from the sincere blessing of a devoted girl. At this moment, Jiang Chen felt warmth in his heart, a refreshing aura flowing throughout his body, making him feel much lighter. He couldn't help but glance at the girl in the passenger seat. Not only was she exceptionally beautiful, but her soul was also pure and beautiful. He truly wondered which man would be fortunate in the future. Thinking of this, he felt a little regretful. Su Yuyao noticed his gaze and turned her head just in time to meet Jiang Chen's eyes. In that instant, an indescribable intimacy permeated the air. The air in the car seemed to be tinged with a faint sweetness from their brief eye contact. The soft melody of a love song from the radio changed tunes, gently brushing against the heart like a feather. Jiang Chen first withdrew his gaze, his fingertips lightly tapping on the steering wheel, a subtle smile lingering on. Su Yuyao quietly turned back, gazing at the passing neon lights outside the window. Her ears, still slightly flushed from being seen by Jiang Chen, and her palm seemed to retain the warm touch of the lucky stone, along with the peculiar energy flow from that moment. The even sound of breathing came from the back seat. Lu Qian had probably tired herself out from playing, and was deeply asleep with her head tilted against the chair, a smile lingering at the corners of her mouth, suggesting she was still chasing after fireworks in her dreams. Jiang Chen glanced through the rearview mirror, slowed down the car, and gently turned the steering wheel, smoothly merging into the evening rush hour traffic. Yet his thoughts involuntarily drifted to the system reward of the Liszt piano legacy. This reward came unexpectedly, yet he felt a strange sense of anticipation. He wasn't entirely without a musical foundation. When his family wasn't in dire straits, his parents had forced him to learn the piano for a few years. Though he couldn't be considered proficient, his basics were solid. However, due to the busyness of his studies later on, he gradually neglected it. Now with the Liszt piano legacy, could it mean he could instantly possess the skills of this piano master? While he was pondering, the car happened to pass by an elegantly styled piano bar. Outside the large window, a pianist in a tailcoat was immersed in his own melody, his fingers dancing across the black and white keys, the notes flowing with a hint of melancholy. Jiang Chen's heart stirred, and he slowly parked the car by the roadside. "Why have we stopped?" Su Yuyao asked. "I noticed Qian Qian seemed a bit thirsty, and the fresh juice at this bar is quite good. Let's go in and sit for a while, wake her up, and rest our feet as well." Jiang Chen explained with a smile, his gaze resting on the drowsy Lu Qian in the back seat. Su Yuyao had no objections. She also felt that they had been standing while watching the fireworks for quite a while. Jiang Chen got out of the car, first walked around to the back seat, and carefully helped Lu Qian out. Lu Qian stirred and finally began to wake up, rubbing her eyes and mumbling, "Are we at the hotel yet?" "Not yet. First, let's get you some juice to refresh you," Jiang Chen said with a smile, patting her head. The three of them entered the piano bar, where the lighting was soft and the air was filled with the mixed aroma of coffee and alcohol. The melodious piano music echoed in the space. Most guests were conversing in low voices, and the atmosphere was very pleasant. They found a window-side table to sit down, and Jiang Chen ordered 3 glasses of fresh juice and a small dessert for Lu Qian. Lu Qian took small bites of the dessert, her eyes gradually brightening as she curiously surveyed her surroundings, especially the pianist who was playing. Jiang Chen's gaze also fell on the glossy black grand piano, and the desire to try it out grew stronger, and he could almost feel a familiar yet foreign force stirring at his fingertips, a wildness and delicacy that belonged to Liszt, the turbulent waves and gentle whispers on the black and white keys. "That pianist plays beautifully," Su Yuyao softly praised, her eyes shimmering with longing. No girl could resist such romantic artistic charm. "You understand piano too?" Jiang Chen turned to look at her, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. Su Yuyao shyly shook her head. "I can't play, I just purely enjoy listening." Her fingers unconsciously tapped lightly on the table, as if mimicking the rhythm of the melody she had just heard. At that moment, the pianist finished a piece, stood up to bow to the audience, and then stepped down from the stage to take a break. The piano stood silently there, as if waiting for the next touch of fingers. Jiang Chen could no longer hold back the thought in his heart. He smiled at Su Yuyao and Lu Qian. "You two wait for me here, I'm going to try it out." "Huh? Jiang Chen, you're going to play the piano?" Lu Qian's eyes widened in surprise. Su Yuyao was also a bit taken aback, but more so with anticipation. She nodded sure. Jiang Chen stood up and walked step by step towards the piano. Several tables of guests noticed him. Seeing him dressed casually and young, they revealed curious expressions, and some even had a hint of amusement in their eyes. Jiang Chen sat down in front of the piano and took a deep breath. When his fingertips first touched the keys, a torrent of information surged into his mind. Countless musical scores, finger techniques, and emotional expression skills. The musical soul belonging to Liszt seemed to merge with him. His expression changed. The previously relaxed demeanor was replaced by a focused and profound light. Without a moment's hesitation, he raised his hand and struck the keys, The moment the first note sounded, the entire bar seemed to fall silent. He chose the third piece of Liszt's Liebstrom. The soothing and passionate melody flowed out slowly. Unlike the previous pianist's mechanical elegance, Jiang Chen's playing carried an indescribable vitality. Each note seemed to surge from his heart, infused with genuine emotion. At times gentle and lingering like whispers under the moonlight. At times carrying a hint of sorrow, as if narrating unexpressed affections. Su Yuyao stared at Jiang Chen at the piano. She had never seen him like this before. In the light, his profile was soft and focused, his long eyelashes casting a faint shadow under his eyelids, and his fingers danced nimbly across the keys, as if merging with the piano. The melody seemed to possess a kind of magic, completely captivating her heart, and drawing her irresistibly into that gentle and passionate musical world, as if some corner of her heart had been gently touched, stirring a wave of bittersweet warmth. Lu Qian was also mesmerized, forgetting to chew on the dessert in her mouth. She hadn't expected that Jiang Chen, who usually seemed a bit casual, could be so charming when playing the piano. The surrounding guests were also thoroughly conquered. Those who had been conversing in low voices suddenly stopped their chatter, their gazes fully fixated on Jiang Chen, their faces displaying awe and admiration. The pianist, who had just taken a break, stood to the side, his eyes filled with shock and admiration. He could tell that this young man's skills had far surpassed his own. Especially in terms of understanding music and expressing emotion, he had reached a height that was difficult for him to attain. As the piece concluded, the last note dissipated into the air. The bar remained quiet for several seconds before erupting into enthusiastic applause and exclamations. Amazing. This level is simply concert-worthy. Jiang Chen snapped back to reality from the world of music, a trace of relief appearing on his face as he stood up to bow to the audience before returning to his seat. Bro, you were incredible. Lu Qian was the first to rush over, her eyes filled with adoration. When did you become so good at playing the piano? I never knew this before. Jiang Chen smiled, not elaborating much. I learned a bit in the past, haven't played for a long time, just felt like playing today. He looked at Su Yuyao and found her gazing at him, her eyes sparkling with unabashed admiration and a hint of a complex emotion he couldn't quite decipher. It sounded wonderful, Su Yuyao said softly, really wonderful. I'm glad you liked it. Jiang Chen looked at her, his heart stirring. During the performance, the image that had surfaced in his mind was none other than Su Yuyao's smiling face blooming beneath the fireworks. The moonlight from the Banyan Tree Hotel streamed through the floor-to-ceiling window, casting a silvery glow on the carpet. Su Yuyao wrapped herself in the silky quilt, turned over, the scent of the hotel's special white tea lingering at her nose, yet her eyelids remained stubbornly heavy. Images of Jiang Chen played in her mind like a movie. During the day at Disneyland, as he ran towards her holding a cotton candy, the sunlight danced on his hair like shards of gold. When the fireworks exploded, the moment he turned to look at her, his eyes sparkled with a smile brighter than the fireworks. In the piano bar, the melody of Dream of Love flowed from his fingertips, his focused profile illuminated by the lights, as if it had been meticulously sketched. She had thought about what her future boyfriend should be like. He didn't need to be too handsome, just clean and fresh would suffice. He didn't need to be wealthy, sharing skewers at a roadside stall would feel solid. He didn't even need to be particularly eloquent, as long as he could naturally stand in front of her to block the passing bicycles while she tied her shoelaces, that would be enough. But Jiang Chen, he could effortlessly arrange a Riverview suite, with just a phone call, could stir the higher-ups at Disneyland, exuding a calmness that seemed innate. He would firmly protect her shoulder during the roller coaster's plunge. Remember, she had casually mentioned disliking cilantro, and even while playing the piano, he could make her feel like all the light in the world was focused on him. A person like that should belong in a romantic drama. Su Yuyao buried her face in the pillow, letting out a muffled hum. The coolness of the pillowcase couldn't suppress the heat of her cheeks. Instead, it made the warm touch of the lucky stone in her palm more pronounced. He said he needed to pray for the girl who was very important to him. The girl who was very important to him. She repeated softly, her fingertips unconsciously curling up, her heart beginning to race uncontrollably. Time slipped away quietly like sand through fingers. Today, Lu Qian successfully completed her enrollment procedures. Looking at Jiang Chen and Su Yuyao beside her, a wave of reluctance surged in her heart, her eyes slightly heated, but she held back the tears. Jiang Chen noticed her emotions and spoke in a calm and gentle tone. Call me anytime if you need anything, don't hold it in yourself. Su Yuyao quickly responded, her tone as gentle as a spring breeze. Qian, I'll come find you to hang out when I'm free. Lu Qian nodded vigorously. Even though her heart felt like it was being tugged at by something, she still mustered the energy to wave her hand. Brother Yao, you both can go back. I really can manage alone. After spending these 3 days together, she noticed the changes in her cousin. In fact, this feeling had been very strong since the day he picked her up. The Jiang Chen in front of her seemed completely different in spirit and vitality from before. That aura emanating from within was something she couldn't quite articulate until they visited Disneyland. That was confidence. Growing up with Jiang Chen until her graduation party, her impression of him had always been somewhat introverted, even a bit awkward. But now he stood there, shoulders straight, eyes bright. Even his tone, when speaking, carried an air of calm assurance. What had her cousin experienced in the past month? And there were those details that couldn't be concealed. The Riverview suite she stayed in, she later quietly checked the price. It cost 4,288 yuan for 2 nights. In the past few days of dining and shopping, her cousin paid with ease, showing no signs of being financially constrained. Altogether it had already exceeded 2,000. Yet her aunt had clearly mentioned he had only just found a job. Logically, he shouldn't have so much money. Moreover, she knew her cousin too well. He was never one to ask his family for money. Where did the money come from? What puzzled her even more was that yesterday at Disneyland the park's general manager personally came out to welcome them. These questions lingered in her mind for a long time, yet she never voiced them. Everyone has their own secrets, and perhaps this is something her cousin didn't want to talk about. But it didn't matter, her cousin's kindness towards her was genuine, and that was enough. Watching Jiang Chen and Su Yuyao get in the car as the engine started, Lu Qian suddenly shouted towards the car window, "Brother, don't forget what I told you. If you miss it, it will really be gone." As she watched the car grow farther away, she silently repeated in her heart, "Brother, I can only help you this far. Whether it works out or not, it all depends on you now." Jiang Chen sat in the car repeatedly, savoring his cousin's reminder in his heart. He recalled the phone call from Lu Qian last night. The young girl had said eagerly on the other end, "Brother, I can tell that Yao Yao has a good impression of you. Yao Yao is my best friend from elementary school to high school. I'm telling you, she's really great. Not only is she beautiful, but her grades are top-notch, and her personality is beyond reproach." During high school, countless boys both in school and outside surrounded her with love letters, but she focused wholeheartedly on preparing for university and turned them all down. Yao Yao is starting school soon. Once she enters university, the boys there will definitely swarm her like sharks smelling blood. By then, if someone else chases her away, you won't even have time to cry. Lu Qian genuinely hoped he could seize the opportunity. Jiang Chen certainly knew that Su Yuyao was a good girl. From the moment he was stunned by her graceful appearance to experiencing her gentle and considerate nature over these 3 days, her goodness had gradually etched itself into his heart. Especially when he learned she had never been in a relationship, Jiang Chen admitted he felt an inexplicable sense of relief. No boy would truly disregard their partner's past. Those who say, "I don't mind," are merely deceiving themselves. In this regard, Su Yuyao was undoubtedly a significant plus. He had never pursued a girl before and had no idea how to win a girl's heart. Although after binding to the system he understood that he would never lack various beauties by his side in the future, he didn't want to miss someone as pure and warm as Su Yuyao. Just as he hesitated, the system notification sound suddenly rang. Ding. You have triggered a temporary quest. The temporary quest Thump of the Heart has been activated. Please go to the task center for details. Jiang Chen was taken aback. Could this also trigger a quest? Opening the task center, sure enough, there was an additional temporary quest content. Confess to Su Yuyao. Quest reward: basic cashback card X5 cashback of 110 times on spending, single transaction cap of 1 million. Upon seeing this temporary quest, Jiang Chen suddenly felt a sense of determination. Regardless of success or failure, he at least needed her to know his feelings. Even if rejected, there would be system rewards. This deal was worth it. Just as the car passed the third intersection, he suddenly turned on the right turn signal and parked under the shade of a phoenix tree. Su Yuyao tilted her head in confusion. Jiang Chen, why did you suddenly stop? Jiang Chen took a deep breath, his voice tinged with an imperceptible tension. Yao Yao, I like you. Ding. Temporary quest completed. Reward has been issued to the warehouse. Please check host. As the words fell, the carriage fell into silence with only the gentle breeze from the air conditioning vent wafting through. He turned to her, the seriousness in his eyes nearly overflowing. From the very first moment I saw you, I fell for you. You start school tomorrow, and I don't want to miss my chance with you. Will you be my girlfriend? Yuyao seemed as if she had been struck by a spell, her eyes widening as her long eyelashes trembled softly. She did not deny her feelings for Jiang Chen, especially since Lu Qian often praised him, which had already drawn her attention to him in a different light. More importantly, during these days of interaction, the easy and natural rapport they shared was something she had never experienced with anyone else. However, this sudden confession left her flustered, her fingers twisting the hem of her skirt as she struggled to find her voice. Jiang Chen watched her lowered eyelashes and tightly pressed lips, his heart gradually sinking. Without the boost of financial power, it seemed that pursuing a girl was indeed quite challenging. He tugged at the corner of his mouth, his voice tinged with self-deprecation. I was too presumptuous. Before he could finish, Su Yuyao suddenly lifted her head, her cheeks flushed like ripe cherries, her voice faint yet exceptionally clear. I am willing. Jiang Chen was momentarily stunned, as if he hadn't heard clearly, blinking in disbelief. She agreed just like that. It wasn't that difficult. To like someone, one should bravely express it aloud. Had he known it would be this easy, he wouldn't have remained single throughout college. Su Yuyao felt even more embarrassed under his gaze, burying her face lower, yet she still persisted in repeating it, her voice laced with a hint of excitement. I said I am willing. At that moment, Su Yuyao felt as if she had become lighter. The constraints and worries that had bound her for so long melted away like spring snow. She couldn't be sure what the future would hold, but at this moment the heartbeat thrumming in her chest was undeniable. The figure who had shielded her from the crowd at Disneyland, the focused profile, while playing Dream of Love, had quietly taken root in the softest part of her heart, without her realizing it. Sunlight streamed through the gaps in the leaves, falling on her flushed earlobes. Jiang Chen suddenly felt that the summer breeze was imbued with a sweet fragrance. He opened his mouth, finally whispering with a smile, then, let's take care of each other for the rest of our lives. Su Yuyao replied with a soft, her fingertips curling, secretly hiding the little rabbit in her heart that was about to leap out. The cicadas outside the car window had unknowingly turned gentle, as if they were accompanying this sudden rush of affection. The air in the carriage seemed to have been infused with the sweetness of honey, quiet enough to hear each other's heartbeats. Jiang Chen looked at Su Yao's lowered brows and eyes, her flushed cheeks resembling ripe peaches, making one unable to resist the urge to gently touch them. He clumsily extended his hand, hesitating for a moment, but ultimately just lightly brushed her hair. Su Yao flinched slightly as if burned, but did not pull away. Instead, she buried her head, even lower her lips, unable to hide a gentle smile that revealed a shallow dimple. Jiang Chen's heart felt as if it had been gently tickled by a feather, a delightful warmth spreading within. Was this the feeling of being in love? He started the car, getting back on the road, but this time the speed was much slower, as if he wanted this journey to last just a bit. Tomorrow is the start of school, he'll drive you there. Jiang Chen broke the silence, his tone carrying an undeniable certainty. This was not a question but a statement. With such a beautiful girlfriend, he certainly wanted to assert his claim at school. He wanted those boys to know that this beautiful flower already had an owner. Su Yao raised her head, not minding Jiang Chen's domineering nature. Instead, her eyes sparkled with surprise. Is that okay? Am I not bothering you too much? Not at all, not a bother at all. Jiang Chen hurriedly replied, afraid she would refuse. I don't have much to do tomorrow. Anyway, taking you to school will put me at ease. Then, okay, thank you, brother Jiang Chen. Su Yao said softly, her tone carrying a hint of sweet shyness. No need to thank me, Jiang Chen smiled. You're my girlfriend, there's no need to be so polite. Hearing the words, my girlfriend, Su Yao's cheeks reddened even more. She softly replied, and turned her head to look out the window, but the smile on her lips could not be hidden. The car slowly entered a secluded street and finally stopped in front of a budget hotel. The lightbox on the sign was somewhat weathered. Jiang Chen frowned and turned to Su Yao. Yao, let's change hotels. This one doesn't look reliable. He remembered that in the morning, when checking out of the Banyan Tree Hotel, Su Yao mentioned that she had already booked a place near the school. So this was it. Lu Qian had already moved into the dormitory, as she probably didn't want to trouble him further, which was why she chose this place. Su Yao followed his gaze to the hotel entrance, understanding his concerns. Although they were now in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship, she truly didn't want to burden Jiang Chen with her expenses. This hotel is quite cost-effective, she quickly explained, her tone carrying a hint of cautious insistence. It's only 2 streets away from the school, making it convenient for registration tomorrow. The reviews say it's quite safe. However, Jiang Chen did not relent, lightly tapping his fingers on the steering wheel. I'm not at ease with you staying here, you're a girl. But Su Yao squeezed her phone, the screen still displaying the successful booking interface. I've already paid the deposit. Jiang Chen reached up and ruffled her hair, softening his tone, yet still maintaining an undeniable insistence. The deposit isn't much, as safety is more important than anything else. Just listen to me. Su Yao bit her lip, her eyelashes fluttering slightly. She looked up at Jiang Chen, her eyes reflecting a hint of stubbornness. I'll go along with you to change hotels, but I must pay my own way. Seeing her firm expression, Jiang Chen nodded in agreement. All right, I'll follow your lead. As long as they could find a reliable place who pays was not important. The car resumed its journey, deliberately avoiding the direction of those high-end hotels. Knowing that Su Yao's family wasn't wealthy, he quietly calculated suitable options in his heart and finally parked in front of the Atour Hotel. How about this one? Jiang Chen asked her as he turned his head. I saw it when I passed by before. The environment looks nice and the price is reasonable. Su Yao followed him into the lobby, the warm yellow lights spilling over the wooden furniture, exuding a cozy yet stylish atmosphere. She quietly let out a breath. This place looked much better than the previous budget hotel, yet it wasn't extravagant enough to make her uncomfortable. The front desk quoted the price. A single king room is 500 yuan per night. This price made Su Yao pause. It wasn't considered expensive for the area near the school, but when she reached into her bag for her bank card, her fingertips still tinged with reluctance. 500 yuan was enough for 10 days of her meal expenses. After receiving the access card, Jiang Chen took the luggage and headed towards the elevator first. When the door to the room on the 12th floor opened, Su Yao immediately noticed the green plants on the windowsill and the ink paintings on the wall. Sunlight filtered through the sheer curtains, casting soft shadows on the floor, even more comfortable than she had imagined. For 500 yuan, it's quite worth it to stay like this. Honghu Honglong Plaza underground parking garage. After dinner, Jiang Chen guided his car to an empty spot under the navigation system's direction. Dinner had been at a time-honored noodle house next to a Atour Hotel. 2 bowls of scallion oil tossed noodles for 38 yuan, accompanied by 2 small side dishes. After days of lavish feasting, this simple bowl of noodles unexpectedly evoked in Jiang Chen a long-forgotten sense of grounded warmth. As he scanned the QR code to pay, his peripheral vision caught Su Yao carefully smoothing the splinters from a pair of disposable bamboo chopsticks. Bathed in warm amber light, the delicate curve of her neck as she bent her head sent a soft tremor through Jiang Chen's heart. This young woman never took his money for granted, even within their romantic relationship. Yet it was precisely this quiet thoughtfulness that stirred in him a deeper desire to give her more. As the elevator ascended, he studied their reflections in the mirrored wall. Su Yao wore a simple linen cotton dress today, unadorned and serene like a lily of Thievery. And yet those haute couture garments displayed in the mall's windows, priced in the tens of thousands, were the only ones worthy of her crystalline purity. We agreed. She gently squeezed his fingers, her voice soft as silk, just a casual stroll. When she tilted her face upward, her lashes cast fine, trembling shadows beneath her eyes. Girls in love savor every fleeting second together. After dinner, she did not wish to part from Jiang Chen, so she suggested, since it was still early, that they simply wander about. She had never imagined he would drive them here. Outside the window, Honglong's lights flickered like distant stars as she quietly stuck out her tongue. Thankfully, she'd changed into a clean pair of canvas shoes before leaving home. Jiang Chen smiled, without speaking, simply taking her hand in his. His thumb brushed lightly over the smooth skin of her knuckles, and suddenly, he recalled a passage from the latest issue of the Quarterly Review of Social Psychology. The symbolic value of luxury goods erects an invisible barrier, automatically filtering out the hesitant, the insecure gaze. What he intended was to help her complete this final piece of the puzzle. Su Yuyao already possessed the innate advantages of purity and beauty. What remained? Wealth, he would supply. People often say true refinement needs no display, but he believed instead that a measured brilliance could serve as a gentle yet unbreachable wall of safety. Those covetous glances, those probing intentions, better severed at the root. The revolving door swept them into a world shimmering with light and color. The air carried a singular fragrance, the mingling of perfume and affluence. For women's apparel, Louis Vuitton was an inevitable destination. Jiang Chen remembered reading an analysis in a financial magazine. Decades of brand cultivation had long seeped into the subconscious. When many women heard the word elegance, the interlocking monogram was the first image to surface in their minds. Indeed, the old saying, reading broadens the mind, proved apt. Those magazine pages he'd once skimmed idly now served as the most practical guidebook imaginable. The brass door handle felt cool against his palm. A sales associate in a champagne-colored suit stood poised just inside the entrance. Her gaze swept over Jiang Chen's casual t-shirt and Su Yuyao's linen cotton dress. Her smile never faltered, nor did the precise measured angle of her bow, as if calibrated by ruler. Jiang Chen nodded inwardly. Service at top-tier luxury boutiques was never mere show. It revealed how profoundly foolish it was to judge customers by appearance alone. For true connoisseurs, respectful attention and emotionally resonant care often move them more deeply than the merchandise itself. Perhaps this was the most discreet logic behind exorbitant pricing. I'd like to select several seasonal ready tower pieces for my girlfriend. When the SA's eyes settled on Su Yuyao, a flash of unmistakable awe flickered across them. Behind this threshold, she had seen countless meticulously groomed young women. Heiresses radiating aristocratic poise, influencers blazing with bold charisma, yet none like the one before her now. The unembellished linen cotton dress accentuated the elegant length of her neck. Her bare cheeks glowed with natural translucence, like a classical Chinese painting of a noblewoman stepping fresh off rice paper, so serene and luminous that even the surrounding jewels seemed softened by her presence. Certainly, please wait a moment. At her words, the SA began selecting with focused care. Su Yuyao's fingertips grazed a silk blouse hanging on the rack, and the price tag made her breath catch faintly. In the mirror's reflection, she stole a quiet glance at Jiang Chen beside her, a young man who had entered her life, so suddenly wrapped in layers of enigma. Ever since Disneyland, anyone with discernment could sense Jiang Chen's extraordinary background. Back then, as Lu Qian's best friend, she could choose to look away. But now as his girlfriend, that curiosity fluttered like a feather against her heart. What is it? Jiang Chen asked. Nothing. She shook her head, a faint dimple blooming at the corner of her lips. She would not pry, just as she would never force him to adopt her own values of frugality and restraint. Those lifelong principles instilled since childhood were slowly being redefined, not by argument, but by his quiet, unwavering tenderness. Soon the SA wheeled over a rack bearing 7 flawlessly coordinated ensembles. As Su Yuyao stepped into the fitting room with the clothes in her arms, she heard Jiang Chen's voice from outside. Take your time. No rush. The first ensemble was a beige linen suit. When she drew back the curtain, the SA gasped. This was made for you. Jiang Chen's gaze lingered on the refined line of her waist. Next came a misty blue silk dress, its hem swaying like ocean waves with each step. A white embroidered blouse paired with a light brown Aline skirt, intelligent, graceful. With every change, the girl in the mirror shone a little brighter. When she emerged from the fitting room wearing the final piece, a pale blue knit dress, even the SA busy reorganizing shelves paused instinctively. The supple cotton fabric swayed softly with her movement. The perfectly tailored waistline emphasized her slender figure, while a sliver of collarbone peeked delicately above the round neckline. Su Yuyao gazed at her reflection, momentarily dazed. This seemingly ordinary dress, through its impeccable cut and silhouette, elevated her aura into something refreshingly ethereal. Instinctively she turned, her skirt flaring into a natural graceful arc. Brother Jiang Chen, would this be appropriate for class? Before she could finish, she realized he was already standing right behind her. In the mirror, he reached forward to gently adjust her collar, his warm fingertips brushing lightly against the side of her neck. Now everyone can see exactly how beautiful you are, to me. Su Yuyao's cheeks flushed rose petal red, delicate and vivid like cherry blossoms in early spring. All of these, please wrap them up along with 3 pairs of flats. Jiang Chen produced his card, signaling readiness to settle the bill. A spark of delighted surprise flickered in the SA's eyes. This transaction would earn her a substantial commission. She packed the garments with swift professionalism, adding, by way of courtesy, limited edition perfume samples and a silk scarf. At the register, Jiang Chen completed payment in 3 installments. First, 1,000 yuan, the maximum remaining balance on his card, using a basic cashback card triggering an 8x return yielding 9,600 yuan. Second, 9,600 yuan, again using the basic cashback card triggering a 9x return yielding 8,640 yuan. Third, 28,000 yuan, leaving a final account balance of 8,3600 yuan. Though puzzled by the 3-part payment, the SA maintained her flawless composure and smile. Perhaps she thought this was simply the distinctive habit of the extraordinarily wealthy. Your total comes to 136,000 yuan. She handed the credit card back with both hands. We hope Miss Su enjoys these complimentary gifts. When Jiang Chen arrived, his hands were empty, but now his arms were laden with shopping bags adorned with LV logos. He glanced at the time on his phone. It had just passed 8 o'clock. It's still early. Let's put these back in the car first. We'll go to other brand stores later. Su Yuyao shook her head repeatedly after hearing this. When she heard the total of 136,000 yuan at the checkout, her head buzzed. She had never seen so much money. As a result, it was spent in an instant. Although it wasn't her money, she knew that there are no free lunches in the world. Every gift comes with a hidden price tag. Watching Jiang Chen pay with such ease, she felt both elated and anxious. The joy came from the exquisite dresses that truly captivated her, while the anxiety stemmed from her inability to reciprocate with gifts of equal value. The lighting in the underground parking garage was somewhat dim as Jiang Chen neatly placed the shopping bags into the trunk. After Su Yuyao insisted, they finally drove away from the mall. Back in the hotel room, Jiang Chen set down the shopping bags and expressed his intention to leave. You're leaving so soon? Su Yuyao instinctively grabbed the hem of his shirt. Although she had no experience in romance, she had read her fair share of romance novels. According to the tropes in those novels, shouldn't the male lead stay at this moment? Jiang Chen gently pinched Su Yuyao's cheek, asking, what's wrong? Can't bear to part. It wasn't that he didn't want to stay longer. Rather, he had a 2-hour reading task left for today's time-limited mission. There would still be plenty of time ahead with Su Yuyao, but this mission was a one-time opportunity. If he failed, all his previous efforts would be in vain, and he wouldn't receive any rewards. He clearly understood the gravity of the situation. Just as the door was about to close, Su Yuyao suddenly called out to Jiang Chen, Jiang Chen, wait. Jiang Chen paused and turned around. The dim light in the corridor fell perfectly on his face. Before he could see the redness at the corners of Su Yuyao's eyes, she rose on her toes, enveloped in her fragrant aura, and lightly kissed him at the corner of his lips. As she was about to pull away, Jiang Chen wrapped his arms around her waist and pulled her back. He cupped her face and deepened the kiss. Su Yuyao let out a soft her eyes wide with surprise. Only after they were breathless did Jiang Chen pull back slightly, wiping her lips with his thumb and smiling as he asked, was that an ambush? Su Yuyao's face instantly turned red as she buried it into his chest, her voice muffled. It wasn't an ambush, it's a goodnight kiss. So this is what a goodnight kiss is like. Jiang Chen chuckled, his chest vibrating with laughter. Then I should return the favor. He leaned down and gently kissed. It was only then that Su Yuyao realized, covering her mouth, she let out a soft hum. She now understood that the racing heart described in novels was indeed real. She could hear her own heartbeat in her ears. Get some rest early, Jiang Chen said, smoothing her tousled hair. They'll come to pick you up tomorrow morning. Su Yuyao remained silent, rising on her toes to quickly peck him on the chin before shutting the door. She leaned against the door panel, sliding down to sit on the floor, her palms sweaty and the warmth of his kiss still lingering on her lips. Outside, Jiang Chen touched his own lips and smiled. Su Yuyao stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at Jiang Chen's retreating figure below, her heart swelling with an indescribable sense of loss. Regardless of what Su Yuyao thought, by the time Jiang Chen returned home, it was already 9:15. His t-shirt was already wrinkled and soaked with sweat, clinging to his skin like a damp rag, mingling the cool air from indoors with the heat from outside. He kicked off his canvas shoes and walked towards the living room, the cool floor tiles sending a refreshing chill through his soles, easing the heat somewhat. His fingers paused for half a second on the bookshelf before he pulled out the unfinished outline of social psychology from yesterday and sank straight into the sofa. As he flipped open the pages, a slight resistance met his fingertips, the smell of ink mingling with the scent of the leather sofa wafted up. To his surprise, he actually became absorbed in reading. The person who previously couldn't sit still for 10 minutes without reaching for his phone was now able to follow the printed words down the page. Even the occasional passing car lights outside couldn't distract him. This change even surprised him. As his fingertips brushed over the line about habit formation mechanisms, the system's last remark, it's all about habit, was clearly a brush-off. He was all too aware of how he had been in the past. Walking through crowds felt like being a rolling pebble, ordinary enough to create no ripples. But in these days, since binding with the system, it felt as if an invisible hand was reshaping him. The rustling sound of pages turning rang exceptionally clear in the quiet living room. Time slipped away like sand filtered through the pages of a book. It wasn't until the system's notification sound rang in his mind that he realized how thick the night outside had grown. Ding! Today's time-limited task has been completed. The digital clock's numbers flipped to 11:15. Jiang Chen immediately opened his personal interface. Host Jiang Chen, age 22, height 178 centimeters, weight 64 kilograms, physique 66, endurance 65, agility 70, charm 18.3, business, none property, none vehicle, Bentley GT balance 836030, 71 yuan. Looking at the skyrocketing balance and increased charm value, Jiang Chen couldn't help but smile. After taking a shower and lying on the bed, his phone screen lit up momentarily. A goodnight message from Su Yuyao lay quietly on the lock screen, timestamped at 1030, accompanied by a cute emoji of a yawning star looking just as soft as she did in person. On the morning of September 1st, after finishing his morning run, the sweat on his forehead still unwiped his phone, the screen lit up with a notification from Holy Light Bank. Holy Light Bank, your account ending in 0023 has received a salary deposit of 10650.00 yuan on September 1st at 648. Current balance 10650.00 yuan. This was the salary card that Li Zhili helped him set up when he joined the company. He skillfully took a screenshot and then opened the WeChat chat with his mother. Mom, I got paid, son. I transferred you some pocket money, red envelope. Transfer amount 10000 yuan. As soon as he pressed send, Jiang Chen's lips involuntarily curled up. Within 3 minutes his phone rang suddenly. The screen displayed the words, Mom. Jiang Chen took a deep breath and swiped to answer the call. Hello, Mom. Xiao Chen. The voice on the other end was urgent, as if it were about to jump out of the receiver. Why did you transfer so much? Don't you have to pay rent, utilities? Don't you need to eat 3 meals a day? Listening to his mother's familiar nagging warmth surged in Jiang Chen's heart. He leaned against a tree by the roadside, watching the crowd of runners pass by. He softly replied, Mom, just rest assured. The company has great benefits with dormitories and 3 meals a day included. The other end fell silent for a few seconds, and he could faintly hear the sound of tissues being pulled, followed by his mother's slightly choked laughter. I'll tell your dad right away, so he can be happy too. Your dad was just saying whether he should go back to the construction site to help check the materials. Now he can rest at home. After hanging up, Jiang Chen stood in place for a long time. Although he couldn't improve his family's situation overnight, he knew the wisdom of not rushing things. Slowly everything was moving in a positive direction. After returning home and taking a shower, he arrived at the underground parking garage, contemplating whether to drive the Bentley GT. Half an hour later at the Atour Hotel, Jiang Chen raised his hand and knocked on the door, which gently opened. Su Yuyao was wearing the floral cotton t-shirt she bought yesterday with a light blue background adorned with delicate daisies, paired with cream-colored casual pants and white shoes resembling a freshly watered mint plant. Have you had breakfast? Jiang Chen's fingertips unconsciously reached out, pinching her soft cheek, the texture as delicate as it had been yesterday. Su Yuyao tilted her head slightly, her eyelashes fluttering, allowing his fingers to linger on her cheek, her voice soft. Not yet. Girlfriend, how about a good morning kiss? Jiang Chen turned his face, tapping his cheek with his fingertip, a smile hidden in it. Su Yuyao's ears instantly turned red, clutching the hem of her shirt and whispering, you can't sneak attack. I swear. Jiang Chen raised his hand, his expression serious, the knuckles glinting in the morning light. Seeing his earnest demeanor, Su Yuyao took a deep breath and tiptoed closer. Just as her lips were about to touch his cheek, her wrist was suddenly gently grasped, and the next moment, she stumbled forward, crashing into a warm embrace scented with cedar. The familiar kiss descended like a torrential downpour, more languid than last night's. Su Yuyao's back leaned against the door frame, her fingers gripping his sleeve tightly, and only when her lungs were nearly empty did he slightly loosen his hold. You're lying. She gasped for breath, her nose tinged with red and a hint of moisture glistened at the corners of her eyes. Jiang Chen looked down at her, his thumb brushing over her reddened lips, asking with a hint of anticipation, so, girlfriend, do you like being deceived by me? Su Yuyao's eyelashes trembled as she focused on his neck. After a moment, she leaned her face against his chest, her voice barely above a whisper, I do. Just after she spoke, she felt the hands around her waist tighten, even more, embracing her more firmly. Jiang Chen chuckled softly above her head, the sound resonating in her ears, and she could clearly hear his heartbeat fast and strong. Su Yuyao buried her face deeper, the small daisy pattern on her shirt brushing against his shirt. She knew without looking that at this moment the light in Jiang Chen's eyes was surely brighter than the sun outside the window. After checking out, Jiang Chen carried Su Yuyao's suitcase towards the parking lot. The Bentley GT's body gleamed with a cool white hue in the morning light, the lights flashing twice as he unlocked it. Su Yuyao blinked at the logo on the front. Brother Jiang Chen, what exactly do you do? She tugged at his sleeve, the floral t-shirt's cuff brushing against his wrist, carrying a slight roughness from the cotton. Jiang Chen stuffed the suitcase into the trunk, glancing back at her before closing the door, the sunlight perfectly casting on her fluttering eyelashes. Haven't I already told you? He reached out to ruffle her hair. I'm your boyfriend. Su Yuyao laughed at his teasing, her dimples holding the morning light sweet enough to make Jiang Chen feel that driving this Bentley today was worth it. Jiang Chen slowly drove the Bentley GT into the Fenglin campus of Fudan University, where clusters of freshmen were dragging their luggage towards the registration point along the campus road, shaded by sycamore trees. As the car window rolled down, the early autumn breeze carrying the scent of fresh grass brushed against their faces. Up ahead is the medical school's registration area. Su Yuyao pointed to the area with a blue tint in the distance, her voice brimming with uncontainable excitement. She turned to Jiang Chen. Are you really going to accompany me to register? Jiang Chen steered with one hand, naturally holding her hand with the other. What afraid, it'll embarrass you. The car stopped a short distance from the registration area. When Jiang Chen took out the suitcase from the trunk, he noticed that a few boys nearby were secretly glancing at Su Yuyao. He calmly wrapped his arm around her shoulders and leaned down to whisper in her ear, "It seems my Renaissance girl is quite..." The registration area was lined with long queues. Su Yuyao asked Jiang Chen to wait in the shade of the trees while she took her materials to queue. When it was her turn, she pinched the freshly stamped campus card between her fingers, looking down at the photo on it, unable to resist the smile that crept onto her lips. In the photo, she had her hair tied in a simple ponytail, stray strands obediently sticking to her brow, her brows and eyes curved like a crescent moon, carrying a hint of youthful innocence, yet her eyes sparkled with a bright longing for the future. Jiang Chen leaned over to take a look, his Adam's apple moving slightly. His girlfriend was indeed a hidden treasure in the flow of time. Let's go, let's drop off the luggage at the dorm first. Jiang Chen picked up the heaviest suitcase, his fingertip inadvertently brushing against the back of her hand. I heard the medical school's dormitory is the furthest in the Fenglin campus. We have to pass through that camphor forest. Su Yuyao responded with a soft and quickly followed in his footsteps, though her gaze couldn't help but dart around. The dormitory manager was sitting on a wicker chair at the entrance registering information. When she looked up and saw Jiang Chen, she paused for a moment, then smiled at Su Yuyao, saying, "Is this your brother? He really takes care of you, not even letting you touch your luggage." Su Yuyao's cheeks flushed slightly, and she hurriedly waved her hand to explain, "Hello, auntie, this is my boyfriend." The dormitory manager's eyes brightened, smiling at Jiang Chen. "Young man, you're really lucky." The dormitory was a 4-person room with beds on top and desks below. A girl wearing glasses who was sitting by the window stood up when she saw them come in, adjusting her glasses. "Hello, I'm Lin Wei from Clinical Class 1. "Hello, I'm Su Yuyao." She smiled and shook her hand, then turned slightly to point behind her. "This is my boyfriend Jiang Chen." Jiang Chen nodded with a smile, his gaze lightly sweeping over Lin Wei. Of medium build, and with a delicate appearance, her thick glasses nearly obscured half of her face, and the visible jawline was taut and straight, clearly indicating that she was a diligent student buried in her books. He neatly placed the suitcase beside the empty bed, while Su Yuyao bent down to open the suitcase and organize her clothes, revealing her slender wrists as her sleeves slipped down. Lin Wei, watching from the side, was slightly stunned and quietly took out her phone to message her high school best friend, "Help. My roommate is too beautiful." Her eyes resembled a fawn filled with water, her skin glowing white. Jiang Chen pulled over a chair against the wall and scrolled through his phone screen, looking at the 99 unread messages in the university classmates group on WeChat. In the past, he would never have opened this group. After graduation, unable to find a suitable job, he had to deliver takeout to support himself. With that time spent scrolling through the group, he might as well make a few extra deliveries during the evening rush. But now it was different. Jiang Chen's fingertip brushed against the edge of the screen, a faint smile playing at the corner of his lips. As a future wealthy individual, he could already look down upon them from the heights of his thoughts. Opening the group chat, messages indeed flooded in like a tidal wave. Li Xiaosai, after a month of hard work, this is all I get. Accompanied by a screenshot of the salary, the number tweets of 0 glimmers coldly in the sunlight. Raowinshan, what the hell? Xiao Ge, is this considered little? Graduates from 985 universities would kneel in awe. As soon as the news broke, the group chat instantly exploded. You must know that in this country, a monthly salary of 100 for a fresh graduate from a 985 university is the pinnacle of success. Let alone graduates from second-tier universities, it is exceedingly difficult to earn such a high salary right after graduation. Especially now with the overall environment being so poor, finding a suitable job is already quite commendable. Li Xiao, do not forget your friends when you become rich, Xiao Ge. I'm so envious and crying. My pathetic company has only 5 people including the boss, and am treated like a donkey every day, and the salary isn't even high. At least you have a job. Some in our class are still relying on their parents. Big shot, please take me along. Take me along one. Take me along one. Take me along 10,086. Jiang Chen's fingertip hovered above the screen, letting out a sneer. Li Xiao was his college roommate, coming from a wealthy family, and went straight into a securities firm after graduation, flaunting his background and showing off in the group chat every few days. In the past, he couldn't be bothered to argue, but today, for some reason, a surge of inexplicable anger welled up inside him. Now that he held the system, he wasn't this ostentatious, yet this kid was showing off again. He suppressed the inexplicable irritation in his heart and raised his eyes to look at Su Yuyao, who was organizing her clothes. The girl was on her tiptoes, placing storage boxes on the top shelf of the wardrobe, the fabric of her waist accentuating a beautiful curve, and the ends of her hair lightly brushed against her neck with her movements. "Yao Yao." Jiang Chen suddenly spoke, his voice laced with amusement. "Strike a pose, let me take a picture of you." Su Yuyao turned her head at the sound, her eyelashes fluttering like frightened butterfly wings, her big eyes filled with confusion. "Why are you suddenly taking pictures?" Although she asked with her mouth, her body had already obediently straightened up, her hands clasped behind her back like a... Jiang Chen held his phone close. The girl in the lens had her hair tied in a loose ponytail. The bangs in front were dyed a light golden color by the sunlight, with a faint smile at the corner of her lips, and her clear eyes resembling glass submerged in a clear spring. He pressed the shutter, watching the captured moment on the screen. Truly a natural beauty, the pure and lovely school belle. He opened the class group chat and typed a line in the input box. Seeing you all flaunting your jobs and salaries, I can only flaunt my girlfriend. The moment he pressed send, he unapologetically shared the freshly taken photo. The group, which had been inundated with messages praising Li Xiao, suddenly seemed to hit the pause button, remaining silent for 3 whole seconds. Then the message notifications sounded like exploding firecrackers, dense enough to numb one's hands. What the hell? Who is this? A fairy descended to Earth. This looks even more stunning than our school's belle back in the day. Jiang Chen, when did you meet such a beauty? Hidden pretty deep, huh? This can't be a still from some celebrity's drama, right? Jiang Chen, don't fool us. Rao Wenshan was the first to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, this picture is so obviously edited, the skin looks as white as a reflector. Is there really such a beautiful person in reality? As soon as the message was sent, it was drowned in a flood of replies. Li Xiao's message followed, closely filled with disdain. Jiang Chen, where did you find this online image? A beauty of this caliber, how could she possibly be interested in you? He even added a sneering emoji, as if convinced this was a self-directed play by Jiang Chen. You must know that back in school, Jiang Chen was just an inconspicuous ordinary boy wearing a faded t-shirt, riding an old bicycle through the campus every day. And the girl in Su Yuyo's photo looked as if she had walked out of an ink painting, her features imbued with an otherworldly charm, deserving the title of school belle, even more stunning than the recognized belle from their time. How could such a girl possibly be Jiang Chen's girlfriend? The doubts in the group chat grew louder. Exactly, Jiang Chen, stop joking, this girl looks like a high school student. I bet 5 packs of spicy strips that this is definitely an online image. I think I've seen it on some social media. Jiang Chen, have you gone crazy delivering takeout? The story of Jiang Chen delivering takeout had already spread through the class. It happened one day while he was delivering food, he coincidentally ran into a classmate. This enthusiastic classmate wasted no time in posting a picture of Jiang Chen in his delivery uniform in the class chat. At first, Jiang Chen felt embarrassed and couldn't lift his head for several days. But gradually he came to terms with it. Earning money with his own hands wasn't shameful. Jiang Chen glanced at the snide messages and found them not angering, but rather amusing. He typed rapidly on the screen, sending a voice message, unable to suppress his laughter. Online image. You all, this is my girlfriend Su Yuyao, who just got accepted into Fudan Medical College. If you don't believe me, I'll bring her to the next class reunion for you to see. As soon as the voice message was sent, Li Xiao immediately retorted, haha, who can't boast? Let's see if you can really bring her along. I think you must have taken that photo next to some billboard while delivering takeout. As soon as he finished speaking, someone posted a picture of a certain celebrity at the airport. Look, doesn't it look a bit like her? Jiang Chen, your taste is impressive, even picking such a celebrity lookalike for an online image. The group burst into laughter again. Su Yuyao finished organizing her last piece of clothing and leaned over to see Jiang Chen smiling at his phone, curiously asking, what's going on? What are you so happy about? Jiang Chen handed her the phone, pointing at the messages in the group. They say you're an online. After looking, Su Yuyo's cheeks flushed, slightly unable to help but mumble, how can they say that? Jiang Chen pinched her cheek, his gaze filled with affection. Ignore them, a bunch of sheltered folks. He picked up the phone and took a photo of Su Yuyo's profile. The photo also captured the bookshelf in the dormitory and Lin Wei's silhouette. Let's show them some solid proof. He laughed and sent the newly taken photo into the group. Did you see the bookshelf in the back? This is the dormitory of Fudan Medical College. My girlfriend is right here. This time the doubts in the group finally lessened, but there were still some who remained skeptical. Fudan Medical College. A girl from Fudan would go for Jiang Chen. The background does look like a dormitory, but this girl is way too beautiful. Is she really Jiang Chen's girlfriend? Li Xiao looked at the new photo, his expression somewhat grim. He stared at Su Yuyo's profile in the photo, feeling inexplicably uncomfortable. He had known Jiang Chen for 4 years and had never seen him close to any girl. How could he have such a beautiful girlfriend so soon after graduation? Reluctantly, he sent another message. Jiang Chen, you better not have rented a girlfriend, right? Just to show off in the group, is it worth? Jiang Chen read this message, sneering, and replied directly. Whether she's rented or not, you'll know at the next reunion. At that time, let you see what it means for a fairy to descend to earth. After saying this, he simply exited the group chat, too lazy to entangle with them further. Su Yuyao looked at his puffed up expression, unable to help but laugh. Why are you arguing with them? Jiang Chen was taken aback by her words, then the corners of his mouth curled up. Indeed, what was his current identity? A future tycoon. Thinking of this, he suddenly felt that the earlier dispute was simply childish and ridiculous. Why should a phoenix argue with a sparrow? How could a flood dragon care about the noise made by shallow fish and shrimp? Su Yueying stood under the camphor tree at the dormitory, watching Jiang Chen's figure grow more distant. You should head back now, she said. Just as Jiang Chen reached the intersection, he suddenly turned around, waving at her through the falling camphor leaves, saying, remember to eat on time. Su Yueying nodded vigorously, watching him turn the corner before slowly turning around, her eyes feeling a bit warm. Lin Wei had just been joking in the dormitory, saying she looked like a little cat abandoned at home. Now reflecting on it, she realized that the way she gazed at him was likely filled with uncontainable reluctance. Su Yueying had just started school, and surely had many things to keep her busy. Jiang Chen was in a similar situation, aside from completing system tasks, he had spent the remaining time accompanying his cousin and Su Yueying. However, the gains far outweighed the efforts. First, his uncle and aunt had continuously called to thank him. Qian also mentioned on the phone that her cousin was particularly nice to her, taking her out to have fun, treating her to delicious food, and even helping her report to school. Moreover, and most importantly, he had gained a school beauty as his girlfriend, who was also an academic achiever. After spending these few days together, Su Yuang was far superior to those girls on Douyin who promoted feminism. She was not materialistic, not gold-digging, and was very considerate of others' feelings, truly a kind person. Jiang Chen had always thought that such girls must have long since disappeared, but he had unexpectedly encountered one. Thank you, cousin. As Jiang Chen was nearing the parking lot, he heard a girl's voice from afar. Hey everyone, you are in for a treat today, see what I've discovered. As he got closer, he saw a beautiful girl dressed in hanfu holding her phone aimed at his car. The girl was Pei Jiner, a Douyin streamer who often wore hanfu and was enthusiastic about cosplay. Having just participated in an event, she happened to pass by and noticed the Bentley GT parked here. Unlike what one might see on Douyin, where it seemed everyone could afford a Ferrari. According to relevant statistics, the median salary in Magic City last year was 6,906 yuan. This means that the average person's monthly salary estimated at 700 totals 840 yuan a year and 840 yuan over 10 years. The price of this Bentley GT is around 4 million yuan, so even if an ordinary person didn't eat or drink, it would take them 47 years to afford it. Thus, in real life, even in a first-tier city like Magic City, the Bentley GT is definitely considered a luxury car. Everyone, this is a convertible version equipped with a 4.0 TV8 twin-turbo engine capable of reaching a maximum power of 550 horsepower and a peak torque of 770 Nm, with exceptionally strong performance. Pei Jiner enthusiastically introduced it to the camera. As Pei Jiner gestured towards the car's lines while speaking to the camera, she suddenly heard footsteps behind her. Turning around, she saw a boy in a white shirt standing nearby holding the car keys. Her heart skipped a beat, and her hand holding the phone paused slightly. Could this person be the car owner? Jiang Chen walked over, pointed to his car, and said, "Sorry, I need to take my car now." Pei Jiner quickly reacted, stepping aside 2 steps while putting on a professional smile. "I'm so sorry, I didn't mean. I'm a streamer, and when I saw your car, it was too beautiful to resist introducing it to my fans." As she spoke, the barrage of comments in the live stream exploded. "Wow, the owner is here. He looks so young. This looks great, much better than those greasy second-generation rich kids. Sister, hurry and ask the owner if he bought the car himself or if his family gave it to him." Pei Jiner caught a glimpse of the comments from the corner of her eye, and calculating her response, asked tentatively, "Handsome, would it be convenient for me to take a few more seconds of footage for my fans? Your car is such a rare find and many fans want to see more of it." Jiang Chen glanced at the scrolling comments on her phone screen, and then at her exquisite hanfu, finding it somewhat interesting, so he nodded, "Sure, just make it quick, I'm in a hurry." With permission granted, Pei Jiner immediately perked up and enthusiastically continued introducing, "Everyone, did you hear that? The owner is super nice. Let's take a closer look at the interior with leather seats, carbon fiber decorations, and the quality of the central control screen is phenomenal." As she spoke, she walked around the car, and as the camera swept over the Bentley logo on the steering wheel, Jiang Chen had already opened the car door and sat inside. The moment the engine started, the deep rumbling sound excited both Pei Jiner and the fans in the live stream. "Did you hear that roar? Everyone, this is the sound a luxury car should have." Pei Jiner exclaimed excitedly, "Handsome, could you drive a little to let us hear the sound?" Jiang Chen smiled, shifted gears, stepped on the accelerator, and the car slowly moved forward a few meters before coming to a steady stop. "All right, that's enough." He rolled down the window and said to Pei Jiner, "I really have to go now." Okay, thank you, handsome." Pei Jiner quickly thanked him, watching the Bentley leave the parking lot before addressing the camera. "Everyone, how was today's wave? We got to experience the charm of the Bentley GT up close, and even met the handsome owner. Was it worth it?" The barrage in the live stream continued to be lively. "Worth it. So worth it. The owner is so handsome. This is true understated luxury, wearing a white shirt while driving a Bentley. The contrast is phenomenal. Sister, hurry and check out the license plate. Let's see who the owner is." Pei Jiner looked at the comments and was equally curious about Jiang Chen. She turned off the live stream, packed her things, and quietly noted down the license plate number of that car, planning to investigate it thoroughly later. At that moment, Jiang Chen had already merged into the traffic of Magic City. He recalled the streamer in hanfu and the barrage in her live stream, unable to help but smile, finding this unexpected encounter quite amusing. Pei Jiner returned home, and as she opened the door, she saw her best friend Bai Chuwei sitting on the sofa, holding an apple, which took her by surprise. This was simply unbelievable. Bai Chuwei was famously known as a hard-working woman, fully focused on accumulating enough for a down payment to buy a house in Magic City. As an agent, she spent her days running around showing houses to clients and streamed at night, often wishing there were 48 hours in a day, so she rarely had time to sit idly at home during the daytime. Pei Jiner was well aware of the difficulties in her line of work. Although the income ceiling appeared high, the floor was equally frighteningly low. Every day she dealt with various eccentric clients, and the annoying incidents she encountered could fill a thick storybook. Especially for young and beautiful female agents like Bai Chuwei, they often encountered lewd men and greasy middle-aged uncles. Sometimes just handling those unwelcome advances was enough to give one a headache. "Why didn't you go to work today?" Pei Jiner asked as she changed her shoes, unable to help but inquire. Bai Chuwei took a bite of the apple, the crisp sound of the flesh resonating clearly in the quiet living room. She looked up at Pei Jiner, the dark circles under her eyes becoming quite noticeable in the light. I'm taking a day off today. A day off? Pei Jiner gathered the hem of her hanfu dress and tucked it into the laundry basket, walking over to sit beside the sofa. Didn't you say last month that you would use this quarter's vacation to take that difficult client to see villas? That client fell through. Bai Chuwei tossed the apple core into the trash, a hint of fatigue in her voice. I spent all night with him yesterday, and in the end he said he would think about it, only to turn around and sign a contract with another agent. Pei Jiner frowned. Another drop. This is the third time, isn't it? There's nothing I can do. This is how the industry is, Bai Chuwei said, tugging at her shirt collar, revealing faint red marks at her collarbone. Those were from yesterday, when the client pretended to help her, leaving scratches with his nails. In just half a year, she had gone from ambitious to seeing through the rules. A few experiences of losing clients finally made her understand that it wasn't her business skills that were lacking, but rather, she recalled what a client looking for a large flat once told her, in today's society, it's too easy for a beautiful girl like you to make money. It just depends on whether you're willing. In simple terms, it's the difference between having principles and not. Why do they spend tens of millions on a house and specifically look for you? Do they really think it's because of your business skills? That's all wrong. They are just interested in your youth and beauty. If you can't let go naturally, they will look for someone else. This industry is not short of beautiful women. If you stick to your principles and refuse to earn that money, there are plenty of others willing to go all out. The more she understood these rules, the heavier her heart felt. She merely wanted to earn a decent living through her own abilities. Oh, why was it so difficult? Bai Chuwei took a sip of the iced water on the coffee table, the cold liquid sliding down her throat, yet it couldn't suppress the bitterness surging in her heart. Pei Jiner looked at Bai Chuwei's tightly pressed lips, the stubbornness hidden behind them, causing her own heart to feel heavy. She reached out to grab a tissue and handed it over, her voice softening. Don't think too much about it. Those who rely on underhanded means to make money will eventually fall. Bai Chuwei took the tissue but did not wipe her face, as she only crumpled it in her hand. The sunlight outside slanted and casting alternating shadows on her face. She suddenly let out a low laugh tinged with self-mockery. But they are making a fortune now, while I can't even sign a proper deal. Last week, she showed that client 7 properties, her feet worn to blisters, yet in the end, he turned around and signed a contract with that agent in a super short skirt. Isn't that ironic? Pei Jiner remained silent. She understood this principle all too well. In her world of streaming, what Bai Chuwei said had long been an open secret. Those female streamers resorted to all kinds of means to retain the big spenders on the leaderboard. From one-time subsidies to role-playing, and even cosplay. According to the big spenders' requests, they would stop at nothing. However, Pei Jiner felt that she understood the situation more thoroughly than Bai Chuwei. Relying on a man to live the life you want doesn't seem like a big deal. But she still had her principles. At least the other person had to be someone she found pleasing. They could never be those balding, greasy, and lewd middle-aged men. Thinking of this, the image of that young Bentley owner unconsciously floated into her mind. If it were him, it wouldn't seem. Jiang Chen slowly drove his Bentley GT into the exclusive parking space of the Tianxi Fitness Club. This top-tier fitness center, located in the heart of the CBD, is renowned in the elite circles of Modu for its luxurious black and gold decor. Pushing open the glass doors framed in gold, a magnificent hall with an 8-meter-high ceiling came into view. On the left side was the strength training area, equipped with Italian imported machines with chromed dumbbells neatly arranged on racks gleaming under the spotlight. On the right was a 25-meter-long heated swimming pool, the azure surface reflecting the starry sky ceiling design. Behind the central circular service desk stood several receptionists in custom uniforms. Hello, sir. Welcome to Tianxi. The front desk manager slightly inclined his body, the platinum nameplate on his chest indicating that he was the 5-star personal trainer director here. We have national bodybuilding champions available for guidance, and all our trainers hold ACE international certification. Is this your first time here? Jiang Chen looked around, spotting the functional areas on the second floor through the floor-to-ceiling glass. The yoga room featured Myanmar teak flooring. The Pilates area was equipped with the latest reformer machines, and at the far end there was even a professional posture assessment room. Several muscular trainers were guiding the members in their workouts, their movements as standard as textbook demonstrations. Jiang Chen nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping over the nameplate on the front desk manager's chest. Luja. He subconsciously rubbed the Bentley logo on his car key with his fingertips, speaking in a calm tone. It's my first time here. I want to know about the personal training courses. Luja's eyes flickered with understanding. Most guests arriving in luxury cars were there for the customized services. He stepped aside, making a guiding gesture, the golden trim on the cuffs of his uniform glinting in the light. This way, sir. Let me show you around the facility and introduce you to our star trainer team. As they crossed the hall, Jiang Chen noticed that there were no fingerprints on the equipment in the strength area, and even the barbells were. A man in a black sports tank top was doing deadlifts, the muscles on his back defined like chiseled stone. The coach beside him was half squatting, ready to protect him, softly correcting his form. Engage your core, don't let your knees buckle inward. Sounds of splashing came from the heated swimming pool. Through the ripples on the surface, one could see the blue mosaics embedded at the bottom, intertwined with the light and shadows of the starry ceiling, as if the entire galaxy had been brought indoors. Our personal training courses are divided into 3 tiers. The basic tier focuses on posture correction, the advanced tier includes nutritional planning, and the supreme tier offers 24-hour exclusive access to the facility along with a personal nutritionist and rehabilitation therapist. Many entrepreneurs and celebrities choose the supreme tier, ensuring absolute privacy. Jiang Chen's gaze fell on the equipment at the entrance of the posture assessment room on the second floor. He had seen that German imported 3D scanner in a magazine. It could accurately analyze body composition and skeletal angles. He stroked his chin. The charm value included an additional item for improving posture, so it seemed he had indeed come to. His charm value was still 18, and to unlock assets at 30, he would need to slowly improve it himself. He didn't know how long it would take. Now that he had the money, he would start with improving his posture. He'll go with the supreme tier. He didn't hesitate much. Can I schedule an assessment today? Liu Zhe's eyes flashed with surprise, and he quickly resumed a professional smile. Of course, I will schedule the chief evaluator for you right away. She was a rehabilitation consultant for the national gymnastics team, with unique expertise in body posture adjustment. As she spoke, a lady in a gray sports outfit walked out of the evaluation room, her high ponytail revealing her elegantly toned arms. Upon seeing Jiang Chen, she politely nodded and greeting her gaze as professional, as if she were assessing a precision instrument awaiting calibration. Jiang Chen followed Liu Zhe into the evaluation room, passing by the yoga studio, where soothing music drifted out. Through the gaps in the blinds, a few members could be seen doing handstands, the Burmese teak floor glistening warmly under the... He suddenly felt that spending this money on a personal trainer might be far more efficient than aimlessly practicing on his own. After all, reaching the charm threshold sooner would unlock more system rewards. The door to the posture assessment room was made of frosted glass, emitting a soft magnetic sound as it opened. A faint scent of lavender essential oil filled the air, while an air purifier in the corner operated silently, maintaining APM2.5 index stable in single digits. Mr. Jiang, please take a seat. The chief evaluator handed over an electronic questionnaire, the tablet screen displaying the basic information section. First, please fill in your height, weight, and past sports history. My name is Su Wanting, and the evaluation will take about... As Jiang Chen took the tablet, his fingertips accidentally brushed against her finger pad. Her hand felt slightly cooler than usual, probably due to spending long hours in an air-conditioned room. He quickly filled in the information: 178 centimeters, 64.5 kilograms, and apart from running, he had no other sports experience. Su Wanting glanced at the data after taking the tablet and pressed the control panel on the wall. The 3D scanner, which had previously been against the wall, slowly slid out with a soft mechanical sound. Please stand within the blue line, remove your upper garment, and maintain a natural standing posture. Her voice was steady like a metronome. Let your arms hang naturally, feet shoulder-width apart. Lean your body slightly forward. Yes, do not lock your knees. Su Wanting stood in front of the display screen, her fingertips marking several red spots on the virtual model. From the three-dimensional reconstruction results, your pelvis is somewhat tilted forward, leading to an increased curvature of the lumbar spine, which is also why you occasionally feel soreness in your lower back. Jiang Chen was taken aback. Indeed, when he helped Su Yuyao with her luggage last time, he felt some discomfort from bending over for too long. Su Wanting brought up a side projection image overlaying the standard posture line. There is also a rounded shoulder issue, likely related to your habit of looking down at your phone frequently. However, your overall foundation is quite good. Your skeleton is symmetrical, with no obvious shoulder height differences, showcasing great potential for muscle growth and body shaping. She suddenly looked up at Jiang Chen, her gaze behind the lenses carrying a professional scrutiny. Is your goal to enhance your posture aesthetics? Or do you prefer to focus on strength training? Both, Jiang Chen replied without hesitation. The quicker the results, the better. He recalled the charm value on the system panel and added in his mind that he hoped to see a noticeable increase. Su Wanting's lips curled into a rare smile. It seems you have a clear goal. I will create a 3-stage plan for you. The first 2 weeks will focus on correcting posture using Pilates to activate your core. The midterm will emphasize muscle growth and shaping, particularly targeting the shoulders, back, and chest. The later stage will incorporate high-intensity intervals to enhance overall explosiveness. Coupled with the nutritionist's meal plan, you should see significant changes in 3 months. She brought up a detailed training schedule, clearly marking the duration of each session, the number of exercises, and even the rest intervals. As a Supreme member, you can enjoy the service of having a coach available on call. Would you be available to start your first lesson tomorrow at 9 a.m.? Jiang Chen thought for a moment, finding he had no other commitments, and looked up at Su Wanting. Let's schedule it for tomorrow at... As he exited the evaluation room, Liu Zhe was waiting at the door holding a membership manual with a gold embossed cover. Mr. Jiang, your exclusive locker is in the VIP area number 88. Here is your key. The nutritionist has already prepared the meal plan for the first week based on your physical data. Would you like it delivered to your car? Jiang Chen took the key and tucked it into his pocket, his fingertips brushing against the cool metal. No need, I'll pick it up when I come to train tomorrow. By the way, can you calculate the total cost? Liu Zhe was prepared, flipping open the manual and pointing to the price list. The annual fee for Supreme membership is $320, which includes all courses and venue usage rights, plus an additional $320 for the exclusive nutritionist service, totaling $3500. First-time signups receive a set of custom training attire and a fitness wristband as a gift. Jiang Chen nodded to indicate he understood and followed Lu Zhu through the lobby. The sound of clanging weights in the strength area filled the air, while the rippling water in the pool reflected the starry ceiling. Jiang Chen suddenly felt that the 3500 for personal training might not just be an expense, but more like an investment in the future. After all, only by becoming a better version of myself can I hold on to those people and things I want to cherish. Just charge it directly. Jiang Chen stopped at the front desk, pulling out his bank card. Lu Zhu quickly took the card, his smile growing more respectful. Certainly, Mr. Jiang, I will process your paperwork right away, ensuring it doesn't waste your time. Lu Zhu worked swiftly, completing all the paperwork in under 5 minutes. Jiang Chen took the printed membership agreement, his fingertip grazing the gold embossed seal, and as he returned the bank card to his wallet, he quietly activated the basic cashback card. Spending 3500 triggers a 5-fold cashback, earning 100 maximum 100. The system notification echoed in his mind. Jiang Chen nodded in satisfaction. Spending 3500 and receiving 100 back meant that this year's Supreme membership cost him nothing and even earned him 6500. This was indeed the correct way to use the basic cashback card, but unfortunately, he only had 2 left. He folded the membership agreement and held it in his hand, looking up at Lu Zhu. Is everything taken care of? Then I'll be on my way. Lu Zhu quickly responded, everything is ready, Mr. Jiang. Rest assured, I will have Coach Su wait for you in the training room at 9 a.m. tomorrow. Jiang Chen replied with a simple mm and turned towards the exit. Upon driving back home and entering the underground parking lot, he immediately spotted the Volkswagen Terramont in the corner. Jiang Chen turned off the engine, staring at the car for a few seconds. He had relied on it these past few days, helping him run errands at school and go shopping. It had been quite helpful, and now that things were settling down, it had fulfilled its purpose. It's time to return it to the rental company, he murmured, pushing the car door open and stepping out towards his own parking space. The Bentley GT's body gleamed with a steady sheen under the lights, and compared to the Terramont beside it, it was indeed a completely different style. He took out his phone and called the rental company to arrange for them to pick up the car. Just as Jiang Chen hung up his phone, suddenly, upon checking, it was a photo sent by Su Yuyao. 4 girls crowded around a desk making peace signs with neatly stacked bedding and cartoon stickers adorning the walls in the background, exuding a youthful vibrance of a new school year. The caption read, Brother Jiang Chen, there's a roommate dinner tonight, and you can bring your boyfriend. Are you free? Jiang Chen stared at the photo for 2 seconds, where Su Yuyao stood on the far left, her ponytail slightly askew, her eyes crescent-shaped, when she smiled, revealing 2 sharp little tiger teeth. The second from the left is Lin Wei, whom he met when helping Su Yuyao with her luggage. The 2 girls on the right looked unfamiliar, probably newcomers. The second girl on the right had delicate features with a hint of gentle beauty, and when she smiled, shallow dimples appeared on her cheeks. The girl on the far right, however, had a completely different style. Long legs, enchanting fox-like eyes with slightly upturned corners, a fitted t-shirt accentuating her stunning curves. Just her prominent bust, at least at cup, stood out considerably among the 4. Jiang Chen paused for a moment on the screen, realizing that these must be all her roommates. He replied, when you have time, can you send me the address? As soon as the message was sent, Su Yuyao's reply popped up along with a location. Great. It's at the Hot Pot restaurant at the west gate of the school. Dinner starts at 6:30. Well, go ahead to grab a table. Wang Defa stared blankly at the messages in the class group for a long time. Jiang Chen actually has a girlfriend now, and she's so beautiful. This was simply unbelievable. He and Jiang Chen were roommates. Among the 4 in the dorm, Li Xiao and another who went directly into a state-owned enterprise formed one faction, while he and Jiang Chen were in another. There was no other reason, simply because they looked too much alike. In school, both were the quiet types with average family backgrounds, average looks, and average grades. After graduation, Wang Defa joined a medical device company as a sales manager, which, to put it simply, meant he was a salesperson earning a meager base salary of 3,000 yuan plus commission. However, after 2 months of work, he hadn't made a single sale, barely scraping by on that base salary, living in a state of financial strain. Due to his lack of performance, his boss called him into the office one morning and went on for a long time, the core message being, if he didn't make any sales soon, he would be out. Previously, he had seen someone in the group mention that Jiang Chen was delivering takeout, and at that time, he felt a bit smug. His salary might be low, but at least it was better than delivering food, right? But in the afternoon, Jiang Chen actually said in the class group that he had a girlfriend, and the girl in the photo was so striking. Wang Defa didn't wish for Jiang Chen to have a bad life, but it couldn't be this good. He himself didn't even have a girlfriend. How did Jiang Chen suddenly become single no more? Moreover, the girl was this beautiful. Wang Defa's fingers hovered over the screen for a long time, ultimately unable to resist the urge to check if Jiang Chen was telling the truth. The girl in the photo was so beautiful, she shouldn't be hard to find in her school. He felt restless until he confirmed it, and he took the subway to Fudan University Medical College, looking at the golden characters Fudan University at the entrance, feeling a sudden twinge of cowardice. Watching the students walk out of the campus, each full of vigor, their temperament clearly superior to those of his own school. Indeed, prestigious schools are different. Just as he hesitated at the school gate, 4 girls walked out chatting and laughing. One of the girls looked almost identical to the one in Jiang Chen's photo. He quickly took a stealthy photo and repeatedly compared it with Jiang Chen's picture. After careful confirmation, he was certain it was the same person. Wang Defa took a deep breath, steeling himself to walk up to the 4 girls and gently asked the one, "Excuse me, are you Su Su Yuyao looked at the unfamiliar boy suddenly appearing in front of her. He had an unremarkable appearance dressed in a suit and tie on a hot day, his eyes showing a hint of awkwardness. She blinked in confusion. I am Su Yuyao. Is there something you need me for? Up close, Wang Defa realized Su Yuyao was even more beautiful than in the photo. With delicate features, fair skin, and a small dimple at the corner of her eye, when she smiled, she resembled an ethereal fairy. His throat tightened, and the words he had prepared suddenly caught in his throat. The three girls beside her also paused, curiously sizing up Wang Defa, their gazes carrying a hint of inquiry. This made Wang Defa even more nervous, his cheeks flushed, slightly unsure where to put his hands. He cleared his throat, trying to make his voice sound more natural. I am Jiang Chen's classmate. My name is Wang Defa. Upon mentioning Jiang Chen's name, the confusion in Su Yuyao's eyes diminished, replaced by a gentle smile. Oh, so you're Jiang Chen's classmate. What do you need me for? That smile was like a spring breeze brushing over the surface of a lake, creating ripples that made Wang Defa's heart skip. He steadied himself and bravely asked, I saw Jiang Chen say in the class group that you're his girlfriend, so I came to confirm. After saying this, he nervously looked at Su Yuyao, fearing he would hear a negative answer or see her show disdain. Upon hearing this, Su Yuyao's smile grew even brighter. She nodded, her tone casual, yet slightly sweet. Yes, is there a problem? Receiving a positive reply, Wang Defa felt a mix of emotions. On one hand, he had to accept the fact that Jiang Chen genuinely had such a beautiful girlfriend. On the other hand, an indescribable sense of loss surged within him, and he felt somewhat aggrieved, wondering why Jiang Chen was so lucky. He wasn't any worse than Jiang Chen. He opened his mouth wanting to say something, but he didn't know what to say. Should he wish them happiness or ask how they met? In the end, he merely smiled awkwardly. It's nothing, just a bit surprised, so I came to ask. Then, I won't disturb you any longer. After saying that, he turned to leave, feeling as if even one more second. Wait a moment. Su Yuyao called out to him. Wang Defa stopped, turned back, looking at her in confusion. Su Yuyao blinked and asked, you are Jiang Chen's classmate. You must know what he likes, right? I want to give him a gift, but I've been pondering for a long time and have no clue. The first half of the sentence was pleasant to hear, but the second half felt like a needle stabbing into Wang Defa's heart. He suddenly became furious. That Jiang Chen was truly infuriating. How could such a beautiful girl be made to worry about picking a gift? Without waiting for Su Yuyao to finish, he turned and walked away, his steps quick and heavy. If he stayed any longer, he feared his jealousy would show through and he might say something sour. Walking along the way, his anger burned even stronger. If she were my girlfriend, I wouldn't just let her pick gifts. I'd willingly break my ribs to make her soup. That Jiang Chen was truly oblivious to his fortune. Su Yuyao watched his suddenly tense back, seeing him walk away silently and angrily, and blinked her big eyes in confusion. Just a moment ago, he seemed fine. How did he suddenly act like a cat with its tail stepped on? She turned to her roommate and asked, did I say something wrong just now? At 6:30 in the afternoon, Jiang Chen parked his Bentley in a roadside spot and walked briskly into Jiugongzhu. According to the location sent by Su Yueying, this was indeed the right place. It was the peak time for dinner, and the restaurant was packed with people, especially being right next to the school, making it completely full. The air was filled with the rich aroma of bone broth mixed with the bubbling sounds of various ingredients being cooked, alongside the lively chatter and laughter of students, creating a bustling market-like atmosphere. Jiang Chen walked in with the crowd, his gaze quickly scanning the packed tables and chairs, effortlessly locking onto Su Yueying's table. It was simply too eye-catching. There was no need to mention Su Yueying sitting there in a light blue dress, her skin fair as snow, her bright eyes and eyebrows resembling a quietly blooming white lotus amidst the noisy environment, exuding an ethereal aura. Opposite her sat another girl who was even more captivating, clearly of college age, yet stunningly striking. Her curves were as luscious as a ripe peach, her eyes radiating a natural charm, yet her lips curled into a youthful playfulness. A term inexplicably popped into Jiang Chen's mind: innate mature woman saint body. This development was too outrageous. He secretly clicked his tongue, but did not stop his steps, heading directly towards that table. As he approached, he overheard four girls chatting together, occasionally bursting into clear laughter. Su Yueying was the first to notice him, her eyes lighting up instantly, as she quickly stood up, her voice filled with excitement. Darling, you're here. Jiang Chen paused at the endearing address, his footsteps faltering. Who taught you to call me that? Su Yueying's cheeks flushed red, and she shyly lowered her head, whispering, I learned it on Douyin. Do you not like it? I like it very much, Jiang Chen responded cheerfully, reaching out to ruffle her hair. You should learn more, your progress. He had always thought this top student had traditional views, but it seemed learning about new trends online was a good thing. Su Yueying's face turned even redder from his praise as she hurriedly pointed to the people beside her for introductions. This is Lin Wei, whom you've met before. The other two are Hinana and Zhang Nanyan. Upon hearing Su Yueying's introduction, Jiang Chen realized that the striking girl was named Zhang Nanyan, sharing the same surname as him. He smiled and nodded to the three girls as a greeting. Wei Nana Nanyan, this is my boyfriend Jiang Chen, Su Yueying added, her face still flushed. Lin Wei and Hinana were both quite shy, merely giving a soft mm and nodding with a smile, their eyes holding a hint. In contrast, Zhang Nanyan was much more straightforward, her gaze unabashedly sweeping over Jiang Chen. She wanted to see what kind of boy could attract someone like Su Yueying. It's known that the more beautiful a girl is, the more proud she tends to be, making it no easy feat to win her affection. Just like herself, she had many admirers. But whether it was showing off or giving extravagant gifts, each one exuded a sense of immaturity that failed to pique her. Jiang Chen, on the other hand, might not be conventionally handsome, but his features were clean and refined. His physique appeared slender, dressed in a plain, unbranded t-shirt radiating the aura of an ordinary boy. Jiang Nanyan felt a question arise in her mind. How could Su Yuing wearing an LV new dress be interested in such an unremarkable guy? Jiang Chen, oblivious to her thoughts, glanced around the table and noticed only 4 girls casually asking, "Didn't you say their boyfriends were coming too?" Su Yuing explained Wei Wei and Nana's boyfriends are having dinner with their roommates and couldn't make it. Nanyan, she doesn't have a boyfriend yet. Jiang Chen's eyes brightened involuntarily upon hearing this. No boyfriend was good news. He discreetly stole another glance at Jiang Nanyan, who seemed to sense his gaze, and looked up at him, her lips curling into a teasing smile. Jiang Nanyan's smile felt electrifying, stirring something inside Jiang Chen, but he quickly composed himself and pulled out a chair next to Su Yuing. Just as he settled down, he noticed the broth in the hot pot was already bubbling, with the red oil splattering, tiny droplets mingling with the fragrant mushrooms in the clear broth, adding a hint of spiciness. Have all the dishes been ordered? Jiang Chen casually picked up the menu and glanced through the familiar ingredients like beef rolls, shrimp paste, and fish tofu, smiling slightly, as they were all Su Yuing's favorites. Yes, I waited for you to arrive before putting them in, Su Yuing said as she picked up the serving chopsticks and placed a bunch of water spinach into the clear broth. You said you wanted to eat this last time, so I ordered an extra portion. Jiang Nanyan watched from across the table, noticing how Su Yuing looked almost radiant as she offered the food, resembling someone presenting a rare treasure. Taking a sip of her lemonade, Jiang Nanyan felt a slight sour taste on her tongue and suddenly spoke up. Su, beautiful lady, isn't this a bit biased? You only remember what Jiang Chen likes, but what about our tastes? Not true. Su Yuing's face flushed, and she hurriedly tossed some crispy lotus root, which Lin Wei loved, into the spicy pot. Wei Wei loves this, and doesn't Nana like fish balls? I ordered 2 plates of those too. Nana softly met her fingers, unconsciously swiping across her phone screen, while her peripheral vision kept darting towards Jiang Chen. She was curious about what made Jiang Chen so special that Su Yuing cared for him so much. Jiang Chen met Jiang Nanyan's probing gaze and calmly stated, "You are Jiang Nanyan, right? We share the same surname. Perhaps we were family 500 years ago." This made Lin Wei chuckle, and she whispered to Nana, "Jiang Chen is quite amusing when he talks." Jiang Nanyan raised an eyebrow, deliberately placing her water cup down with a hint of languidness. "Oh really? Then Jiang Xianxing should perform, well, perhaps I can recognize a cousin brother." She emphasized the word perform slightly, her eyes revealing an insatiable curiosity. Jiang Chen caught the implication in Jiang Nanyan's words, but merely smiled, not engaging further. Instead, he picked up the serving chopsticks and placed a piece of tender beef into Su Yuing's bowl. "Try this, the beef here looks..." Su Yuing understood and obediently opened her mouth, chewing with her cheeks puffed out, like a little hamster being fed. She knew Jiang Chen disliked unnecessary probing, and this tacit understanding warmed her heart. Jiang Nanyan observed this, seeing her fingers pausing as she lifted her cup. This boy was good at diverting the conversation, yet his composure and calmness were a step above those who hastily defended themselves when teased. She put down her cup, lightly tapping her fingers on the table. "Does Jiang Xianxing not want to acknowledge me as a cousin sister? Whether you acknowledge it or not depends on whether your sister chooses to grant the opportunity." Jiang Chen picked up the teapot on the table and refilled Su Yuyao's glass with lemon water, his movements effortless and natural. "For instance, try this braised duck blood. It's exquisite with spicy hot pot." As he spoke, he lifted a piece and placed it into Jiang Nanyan's small dish. His gaze was open and unguarded, as if he truly regarded her as his younger sister. Jiang Nanyan paused momentarily, taken aback by his subtle tactical retreat, then burst into laughter. "Very well, then I shall accept without further hesitation." And she picked up the duck blood and slipped it into her mouth. The bold, fiery umami exploded across her tongue, rich, vivid, unforgettable. Beside them, Lin Wei and Nana finally exhaled in quiet relief. The earlier tension had been so thick, they'd nearly wished for a crack in the floor to vanish into. Now that the atmosphere had softened, they dared relax a little. Nana plucked a fish ball from the pot and murmured, "These are delightfully springy. Do try some." At that moment, a man in a tailored suit approached their table. "Hello everyone. I'm a talent agent from Guangxi Culture Media. Here's my card." He withdrew 4 business cards and handed one to each of the 4 young women, excluding Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen rubbed his nose. This reeked of gender bias. The agent continued, "You all possess exceptional potential. Would you consider joining our company? Our compensation package is extremely generous." Ni's tone was uncannily reminiscent of a wolf in grandmother's clothing, coaxing innocence into compliance. Every university enrollment season marked peak activity for agencies like his. Nan roles such as his existed, frankly, to scout promising female livestream hosts. What defined promising? Put plainly, beauty and figure. And after all, most men were creatures of sight. Freshmen like these were precisely the most vulnerable, easily misled, easily bound. Not signed, they would be at the company's mercy. Su Yuyao didn't even glance at the card. Lin Wei and Nana showed no interest whatsoever. As top-tier students, their priorities lay firmly in academics. Jiang Nanyan, however, tilted her head, her expression flickering with curiosity. "We're still in school. We don't have much time." Seeing one of the two prospects he'd most coveted respond, the agent hurriedly leaned forward in. Our company operates with great flexibility. You design your own schedule. Just 36 live stream hours per month is required. Given your profile, signing with us guarantees an upfront signing bonus of 300 yuan. And the figure landed like a stone. Hinana quietly sucked in her breath. To freshmen just stepping onto campus, it was undeniably a formidable temptation. Jiang Nanyan held the card between her fingertips, her nail, tracing the characters, Guangxi Culture Media. N. Is the signing bonus paid in full up front? And what's the contract term? And the agent's eyes lit up. He sensed momentum. And he edged half a step closer, lowering his voice. In. Absolutely. Paid in full upon signing. A 3-year term is standard. Rest assured our resources are unparalleled. Every host we groom earns over 10,000 yuan monthly. Jiang Chen cleared his throat softly, lifting a piece of tripe from the bubbling pot with his chopsticks. He recalled a Douyin video he'd once scrolled past, exposing how many media agencies lured female college students with dazzling promises only to bury treacherous clauses deep within contracts, with exorbitant penalties for breach being the most common trap. Most young women couldn't afford such sums, and thus surrendered again and again, gradually eroding their boundaries. Sudden wealth meanwhile bred reckless spending habits. Once funds ran dry, desperation to sustain that lifestyle drove them to lower standards, again and again, until descent became irreversible. Sir, does your contract specify the exact amount of the penalty for breach? Jiang Chen asked, his voice calm, and the agent's smile stiffened. He glanced sideways at Jiang Chen. This is a matter between us and the young ladies. An unspoken dismissal. You're not part of this conversation. Jiang Chen noted the agent's flustered reaction, confirming his suspicion. Jiang Nanyan, seizing the opening, followed up. Yes. How much is the penalty? Well, Ni's eyes darted evasively. So long as obligations are fulfilled, why would there be a penalty? Then it remains deliberately unclear. Jiang Chen placed the perfectly blanched tripe into Su Yuyao's bowl, his tone unruffled. I've heard of agencies that dazzle recruits with grandiose promises, only to demand hundreds of thousands in penalties when hosts seek release. Is your company similarly structured? The agent's expression darkened. We're a legitimate enterprise, not some fly-by-night operation. A legitimate enterprise hands cards exclusively to women. Jiang Chen arched a brow. Or does your firm hire only women and dismiss men outright? The remark struck true. The agent had deliberately excluded him. Male presence here felt intrusive, inconvenient. Our current focus lies squarely in female host development. Ne replied, forcing composure, his gaze returning instantly to Jiang Nanyan. If you're interested, we could meet elsewhere. I'll show you success stories from our roster. Thank you, but we're still done. Jiang Nanyan lifted a strip of yellow throat with her chopsticks. Jiang Chen, tripe turns tough if overcooked. He shrugged, dropping freshly blanched duck intestines into her dish. The agent watched the table's warmth rekindle, realizing he'd overstayed. Clutching the untouched cards, he turned and retreated crestfallen. Lin Wei let out a quiet sigh. That was close. I've heard horror stories, contracts signed then relentless demands. Nothing like their glossy pitch. Hinana nodded. My cousin almost fell for it. Guaranteed base salary, they promised, then forced her into endless banquets and networking dinners. Su Yuyao added a handful of bok choy to the pot. There's no such thing as free fortune, especially when it appears too effortlessly sweet. Jiang Nanyan chewed thoughtfully, a wry smile playing on her lips. I was just teasing him. Do they think university students are so easily fooled? She turned to Jiang Chen. Still. Thank you, Jiang Chen. He raised an eyebrow. So now you'll call me classmate, not big brother Jiang Chen anymore. That depends on your conduct, Jiang Nanyan replied. In her initial hostility toward Jiang Chen, even she couldn't trace its origin. Perhaps it stemmed from his unremarkable appearance. Yet he'd somehow won over Su Yuyao, the most stunning girl in their dormitory, sparking quiet, unspoken resentment. Yet after tonight, she saw him differently. Not flashy, but fundamentally decent. Ni's incisive questions hadn't been mere skepticism. They'd been protection. At checkout, their hot pot dinner totaled over 200 yuan. Jiang Chen made no move to play the magnanimous benefactor, opting instead for strict equal sharing, 40-some yuan per person. Stepping outside the restaurant, an early autumn breeze swept through the treetops, cool and crisp. Jiang Nanyan bent her head to transfer payment via phone, when a low, resonant engine hum cut through the air. She looked up and saw Jiang Chen swing open the door of a Bentley Continental GT, stepping aside to let Su Yuyao enter first. The polished body gleamed coldly under the streetlights, its sleek silhouette radiating understated opulence. Jiang Nanyan's fingers stilled mid-swipe. Only then did it dawn on her. The quiet confidence, the effortless charm, was rooted in something far more tangible. She watched the Bentley's taillights recede, 2 dim crimson stars dissolving into the river of distant traffic. Her phone screen suddenly lit up. A classmate's private message blinked in. Nanyan, I bought you a Nessa sunscreen. Shall I leave it downstairs tomorrow? Another notification followed. Goddess, I saw your hot pot post. Are you back at the dorm yet? Those eager, flattering words, once charming, now struck her as painfully hollow. Jiang Nanyan stared at the screen for 3 seconds. Her finger hovered over the delete key. Then she simply powered down the display. The wind swirled fallen leaves around her ankles. In that quiet moment, she realized those dense, clamoring declarations of care paled beside the simple, steady act of Jiang Chen placing a single piece of tripe into her bowl. On the way back to the dormitory, Nana and Lin Wei were engrossed in their phones texting their boyfriends. Only Jiang Yin was still reminiscing about the moment when Jiang Chen drove a Bentley with one hand. I must admit Jiang Chen was truly handsome back then. Jiang Yin asked Lin Wei, were you in the dormitory when Jiang Chen took Yao Yao home? Lin Wei nodded, not understanding why she was asking this. Jiang Yin then inquired, is Jiang Chen from our school? Jiang Chen looked older than them, leading Jiang Yin to believe he was a senior. Lin Wei shook her head and said, I heard from Yao Yao that her boyfriend graduated this year and is already working. Jiang Yin did not ask further after hearing this. Being able to drive a Bentley right after starting work, his family must be quite wealthy. Recalling that when they were having hot pot, Jiang Chen was dressed ordinarily and didn't have the arrogant demeanor typical of the rich second generation. He got along well with them, a quality rare among the wealthy. Jiang Yin remembered a rich second-generation student from high school who flaunted his wealth every day, afraid that others wouldn't know he was wealthy. Compared to him, Jiang Chen was clearly much better. When they reached the dormitory entrance, Nana put away her phone and stretched, saying, finally, here, my legs are sore after walking. Lin Wei nodded and waved to them. I'm going up first, so I need to video call my boyfriend later. Jiang Yin responded with an and followed them upstairs. Just then a boy suddenly jumped out and blocked her path. Lin Wei and Nana exchanged glances, knowing he was there for Jiang Yin, and smiled, saying, Yin will head up first. With that, the two quickly walked upstairs. Jiang Yin looked at the boy before her, remaining silent. This was the senior she met during registration today, who had seemed quite handsome during the day, but at this moment, he lacked any charm. The boy held out a gift box to Jiang Yin, saying, Yin, this is some sunscreen I bought for you. We'll be having military training soon, and I thought you might need it. Jiang Yin looked at the shopping bag with the L'Oreal logo and did not take it. The boy's hand froze in midair, and his smile faded slightly. What's wrong? Don't like this brand. The sales assistant said it's very suitable for young people. Jiang Yin stepped back a little, creating some distance. Senior, I appreciate your kindness, but I don't need it. It's going to be sunny during military training. You'll definitely need it. The boy stepped forward a bit, his tone slightly ingratiating. Just consider it a welcome gift for making a new friend. Jiang Yin's gaze fell on the shopping bag in his hand. She remembered how Jiang Chen had dealt with the agent at the hot pot restaurant with ease, and looking at this boy, she suddenly felt a bit impatient. Really, I don't need it. Her voice turned cold. I've already bought some myself. The color drained from the boy's face, and he tightened his grip on the shopping bag then. All right. He hid the shopping bag behind him, as if afraid of being seen. I'll head back now. Oh, if you need anything during military training, you can find me in the building next door. Jiang Yin simply responded with an and said nothing more. The boy lingered for a moment, then turned back to look at her. Seeing her unresponsive, he lowered his head and quickly left. Jiang Yin watched him disappear around the corner of the stairs before turning back toward the dormitory. As she reached the second floor, she saw Nana peering over the stair railing. Did he leave? Nana asked in a low voice. Jiang Yin nodded and quickened her pace up the stairs. As soon as she entered the dormitory, Lin Wei and Su Yao both looked over. That senior didn't pester you, did he? Lin Wei set down the book she was holding. No, he just gave me a bottle of sunscreen, which I didn't. Jiang Yin tossed her bag onto a chair and slumped onto a stool. It feels a bit strange. We just met, and he's giving me something. Nana chuckled. Looks like our Yin has quite a charm. A senior is already chasing after you right at the start of the semester. Don't tease me. Jiang Yin grabbed the water cup on the table and took a sip. I just want to finish my shower, and sleep today was too tiring. Nana leaned closer. Seriously, you're not interested in that senior? I think he looks all right, and he's in the student council. He might be. Jiang Yin shook her head. I'm not feeling it. And she paused and didn't continue. In fact, she felt that compared to Jiang Chen, this senior seemed too forced. His gesture of giving sunscreen felt like fulfilling a task far less genuine than Jiang Chen's casual reminder. But she didn't voice this thought, feeling it was a bit odd to speak well of a roommate's boyfriend in the dormitory. Do you think Yao Yao will come back tonight? Nana suddenly said mysteriously. They had all seen Su Yao get into Jiang Chen's car, and although society is open now, they couldn't help but ask. Lin Wei thought for a moment and said she should come back. She wasn't sure either, mainly because Su Yao had a very obedient-looking face, making her seem like someone who wouldn't stay out all night. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yin felt inexplicably annoyed. Clearly, she wasn't inferior to Su Yao in appearance, and her figure was much better. Why was her boyfriend so outstanding, while everyone around her seemed lacking? Seeing Jiang Yin not responding, Nana turned to Lin Wei. Do you think they might go watch a movie? I heard there's a romantic film that's quite popular lately. Lin Wei adjusted her glasses and replied, I'm not sure, but Yao Yao isn't the type to stay out very late. Jiang Yin put her water cup down on the table, making a soft sound. What does it matter if she comes back or not? Let's hurry up and wash up. We have to get up early tomorrow for military training outfits. Despite saying this, she felt as if something was blocking her heart, making her uncomfortable. She knew that this comparison was meaningless, yet she couldn't help but recall Jiang Chen driving the Bentley and the awkwardness of that senior when handing over the sunscreen. Nana pouted and didn't pursue the question further, grabbing her nightgown and heading to the bathroom. All right, I'll go shower first. Whoever is last to shower turns off the lights. Lin Wei also stood up, rummaging through the cabinet for her change of clothes. Soon only Jiang Nanyan was left in the dormitory, sitting at the desk staring blankly at the textbooks. The streetlights outside shone through the gaps in the curtains, casting a slender beam of light across the pages. After an unknown amount of time, the sound of keys unlocking a door echoed in the hallway. Jiang Nanyan abruptly looked up and saw Su Yuyao push the door open, carrying a paper bag in her hand. "You all?" Su Yuyao smiled and lifted the bag in her hand. "Jiang Chen bought some fruit for you guys." Hinana had just finished showering and came over drying her hair. "Wow, it's cherries and strawberries. Yao Yao, your boyfriend really knows how to treat people well." Lin Wei also walked over to look at the fresh fruit in the bag. "This must have cost quite a bit. It's so nice of him." "It's fine," he said. "It's a little gesture for making new friends." Su Yuyao placed the fruit on the table. "You guys should hurry up and try some, they're quite sweet." Jiang Nanyan looked at the bright red strawberries and suddenly recalled the sunscreen the senior had offered earlier. Both were gestures of goodwill, yet Jiang Chen's manner felt much more natural, unlike that senior who seemed to have an obvious agenda. "Why are you back?" Hinana picked up a strawberry and stuffed it into her mouth, mumbling. "I thought you weren't coming back tonight." Su Yuyao was taken aback for a moment, then quickly understood what she meant. Her cheeks slightly flushed. "Jiang Chen took me downstairs and left. He said he has to work tomorrow." Jiang Nanyan inexplicably breathed a sigh of relief, but said nothing, just picked up a cherry and slowly peeled it. Su Yuyao suddenly remembered something. "Jiang Chen said it might rain during military training and asked me to remind you all to bring an umbrella. It can protect from both sun and rain." Hinana's eyes lit up. "Your boyfriend is so considerate. He even thought of this." Lin Wei nodded. "Indeed, he's much more thoughtful than my boyfriend, who only tells me to drink more hot water." Jiang Nanyan took a bite of the cherry, the sweet juice spreading in her mouth. She looked at the natural smile on Su Yuyao's face and suddenly felt that perhaps Su Yuyao deserved such treatment, not just because Jiang Chen was wealthy, but also because of the comfortable way they interacted. She spat the remaining cherry pit into a tissue and stood up. "I'm going to take a shower." As she stood up, she noticed another bag that Su Yuyao had just placed on the table and asked, "Yao Yao, does this bag also contain fruit?" Su Yuyao smiled sweetly, shaking her head. "No, this is skincare products and sunscreen that Jiang Chen bought for me." As she spoke, she took out the items inside. Lin Wei and Hinana leaned over to take a look, thinking the packaging was quite nice, not paying much attention. But Jiang Nanyan immediately spotted the logo on the packaging. The familiar La Mer emblem made her gasp uncontrollably. She knew this brand was very expensive, having seen it in the mall before. Even a random jar of cream would cost over $1,000. She had once lingered in front of the counter, gazing at the exquisite bottles of skincare products, the price tags displaying jaw-dropping numbers. Like that classic cream, a small jar priced enough for most of her living expenses for half a month. Now seeing that Jiang Chen had bought a whole set for Su Yuyao, she could only imagine the shock in her heart. This set must cost a fortune, right? Hinana picked up a bottle of essence, looking at it in the light. "The bottle is really beautiful." Su Yuyao was just putting the cream into her makeup box, smiling as she replied, "I don't know the exact price. He said the sun during military training could harm the skin and reminded me to apply it every day." Jiang Nanyan nearly dropped the bath towel she had just picked up. She secretly glanced at the set of skincare products. Just the bottles and jars on the table numbered 7 or 8. And that 100 milliliters essence she had seen on the duty-free shop's app was priced at $1,200. Lin Wei pushed her glasses up. "Boys understand these things. My boyfriend can't even tell the difference between toner and essence. He said he just bought it randomly." Su Yuyao smiled with her lips pressed together, her eyes curving into crescents. In fact, she herself couldn't distinguish these skincare products well, as she had never used them before. But because it was bought by Jiang Chen, she felt particularly happy. Jiang Nanyan turned and walked into the bathroom, adjusting the shower head to a high flow. Amid the sound of rushing water, she heard Hinana exclaiming outside, "Yao Yao, you are so lucky. This boyfriend is simply a divine configuration." "Exactly, he's rich, considerate, and handsome." Lin Wei's voice was filled with envy. Jiang Nanyan raised her hand to wipe away the water droplets on her face, lowering her head to examine her own curvaceous figure, and secretly competed with herself. In the future, her boyfriend must not be worse than Su Yuyao's. When she finished showering and came out, Hinana was examining the bottle of sunscreen. "Is this also La Mer? I only know their cream is famous. It seems to be a new release this year." Su Yuyao pointed at the label on the bottle. "It says SPF 50, and it also nourishes the skin." Jiang Nanyan paused while drying her hair. She recalled the L'Oreal gift from that senior, and suddenly found that logo on that shopping bag a bit glaring. "By the way, Yin Yan." Hinana suddenly turned her head. "Do you want to go pick up the military training uniforms together tomorrow? If we go early, we can choose a fitting one." "No." Jiang Nanyan hung up the towel. "I have plans." As soon as she said this, the dorm fell silent for 2 seconds. Lin Wei curiously asked, "Who are you meeting? Is it that senior from today?" Jiang Nanyan neither confirmed nor denied, just picked up the lotion on the table. "I'm going to do my skincare first. I have to get up early tomorrow." As she was applying toner in front of the mirror, she caught a glimpse of Su Yuyao opening the La Mer cream, gently dabbing a bit on her face with her fingertips. Moonlight slipped in through the curtain gap, falling softly on Su Yuyao's face, gentle, as if veiled in a layer of gauze. Jiang Nanyan suddenly remembered during the day when Su Yuyao helped a female classmate who couldn't carry her luggage move boxes, sweat soaking her back, without a complaint. At that time she thought Su Yuyao was foolish, but now she understood a bit. Some people's goodness is hidden deep within, not built upon brand names. By the way, Su Yuyao suddenly spoke. Jiang Chen said he would pass by the school tomorrow morning and asked if we wanted breakfast. He knows a place that has especially delicious soybean milk and fried dough sticks. Yes. Nana raised both hands in agreement. Then we don't have to get up early. Lin Wei also nodded. Wouldn't that be too much trouble for him? No worries, he said it was on the way. Su Yuyao took out her phone. What do you all want to eat? He'll send it to him. Jiang Nanyan took a deep breath looking at her reflection in the mirror and said, just give me a cup of soybean milk, thanks. As she climbed into bed, she heard Su Yuyao sending a voice message to Jiang Chen, her voice soft. 2 portions of fried dough sticks, 3 tea eggs, plus 3 cups of soybean milk. Jiang Nanyan just wants 1 cup. In the darkness, Jiang Nanyan fumbled for the phone under her pillow. The screen was still lit, lingering on the chat interface with her high school classmates. The other person had sent a message half an hour ago saying, good luck with military training tomorrow. She hesitated for a long time, but still turned off the screen. The cicadas outside gradually quieted down, and distant laughter from returning students reached her ears. Jiang Nanyan closed her eyes, the faint scent of la mer cream lingering at her nose mixed with the sweetness of cherries slowly spreading in the late summer night. The next day, Jiang Nanyan woke up very early. According to her usual habit, she should have gone out for a run at this time, but today she didn't go out. Instead, she practiced yoga in the dormitory. Her good figure was inseparable from her years of persistence. She had to control her diet and also keep exercising, all achieved through sweat and practice. At this moment, Su Yuyo's phone rang. She groggily answered, her voice hoarse from just waking up. Honey, you're so early. Okay, wait for me, you'll be right down to get it. After hanging up, as Su Yuyao sat up, she saw Jiang Nanyan practicing yoga. Her gaze skimmed over Jiang Nanyan's ample bosom and perky backside, and she couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. They'll go get it, Jiang Nanyan said, pausing her movements. You still need to freshen up. If Jiang Chen waits too long, it will delay his work. Su Yuyao thought for a moment and nodded. Then thank you, Yin Yin. Jiang Nanyan casually grabbed a comb to tidy her hair before heading downstairs. The dormitory building was particularly quiet in the early morning, with only a few students rushing by for their early classes. As she reached the bottom of the stairs, she spotted the familiar Bentley parked by the roadside with Jiang Chen leaning against the car door looking at his phone. Hearing footsteps, he looked up and noticed it was Jiang Nanyan. A hint of surprise crossed his face, quickly replaced by a polite smile. Good morning, Jiang Nanyan. Morning. Jiang Nanyan walked up to him, her gaze inadvertently sweeping over the breakfast bag in his hand. Yao Yao is still getting ready, so she asked me to come down and get it. It's fine, I just arrived too. Jiang Chen handed over the bag. It's still warm, hurry, and take it up, don't let the soy melt. Jiang Nanyan took the bag, her fingertips accidentally brushing against his hand. The warmth sent an inexplicable flutter through her heart, and she quickly pulled her hand back. Thank you. You're welcome. Jiang Chen smiled, his gaze lingering on her slightly flushed earlobe, without saying much more. Well, I'll be off. If there's anything during military training, you can have Yao Yao contact me. All right. Jiang Nanyan nodded, clutching the breakfast bag, as she turned to walk back to the dormitory. After taking a few steps, she heard Jiang Chen's voice behind her. By the way, Jiang Nanyan. She turned back to see Jiang Chen looking at her seriously. You have a great figure, but you don't need to wear this outfit out, otherwise it might give people the wrong idea. Jiang Nanyan was taken aback, not expecting him to notice that. Her cheeks instantly flushed, and she could only nod awkwardly before quickly running into the dormitory. It wasn't until she reached the second floor that she finally stopped, leaning against the wall and taking deep breaths. Her heart raced, replaying Jiang Chen's gaze from earlier and his compliment in her mind. She glanced down at the breakfast bag in her arms, still warm from Jiang Chen's hand. A thought suddenly popped into her mind. If she could receive such breakfast every day, it wouldn't be too bad. As soon as this thought emerged, she forcefully pushed it down. Shaking her head, she muttered to herself, Jiang Nanyan, what are you thinking? That's your roommate's boyfriend. Adjusting her emotions, she hugged the breakfast bag and walked towards her dorm, though her lips couldn't help but curve into a slight smile. Back in her room, Su Yuyuan, Hinana, and Lin Wei had already finished washing up and were sitting at the desk waiting for her. You're back. Let me see what delicious food you brought. Hinana eagerly leaned over. Jiang Nanyan placed the breakfast bag on the desk and opened it to reveal steaming soy milk, crispy deep-fried dough sticks, and fragrant tea eggs. Wow, it looks so delicious. Lin Wei picked up a dough stick and took a bite. It tastes really good. Hinana also grabbed a cup of soy milk, took a sip, and said contentedly, it's still warm. Jiang Chen is thoughtful. Watching them enjoy their meal, Jiang Nanyan also picked up a tea egg and began to peel it. After taking a bite, she found it to be just right in flavor. But just thinking about her earlier encounter with Jiang Chen made her heart race again. Hinana noticed her unusual demeanor and leaned in to ask quietly, Yin Yin, what's wrong? Why is your face so red? Are you feeling unwell? Jiang Nanyan quickly shook her head. I'm fine, maybe I just ran too fast. Hinana looked at her in confusion, but didn't press further, returning to her dough stick. Jiang Nanyan stole a glance at Su Yuyuan, seeing her focused on her breakfast, and breathed a secret sigh of relief. She decided that it would be better to keep her distance from Jiang Chen in the future to avoid any inappropriate thoughts. After delivering breakfast, Jiang Chen drove to the Tianchi Fitness Club. Pushing open the glass door, a cold blast of air conditioning mixed with a faint fragrance rushed at him, forming a stark contrast to the heat outside. The beautiful receptionist immediately stood up, wearing a perfectly timed smile. "Sir, how may I assist you?" Jiang Chen's gaze lingered on her for a moment. Her well-tailored work attire accentuated her fit figure, and her makeup was exquisite yet understated. He silently marveled at the strength of Tianxi, which could open a club in the CBD core area. Even the receptionist was exceptionally outstanding. "Is Coach Su here yet?" Jiang Chen asked, his tone neutral as he withdrew his gaze. The receptionist named Chu Xiaoxiao had just passed her interview yesterday and was starting her first day. She quickly ran through the list of VIP members that the manager had specifically mentioned in her mind. This gentleman was indeed one of them who had booked a personal training session with Coach Su today. "Hello, Mr. Jiang." Chu Xiaoxiao slightly bowed, her tone respectful yet friendly. "Coach Su is already waiting for you in the VIP training room. Shall I lead you there?" "No need, I know the way." Jiang Chen nodded. After speaking, he walked straight into the depths of the club, passing by the equipment area, where he caught sight of several members in professional sportswear training under the guidance of a coach. Outside, the floor-to-ceiling windows stood towering skyscrapers with sunlight streaming through the glass curtain wall onto the floor, casting vibrant shadows. As Jiang Chen pushed open the door to the VIP training room, Su Wanting was warming up with a resistance band. Upon seeing him enter, she smiled and said, "Mr. Jiang, you're here. Can we start now?" After changing into his workout gear, Jiang Chen replied, "Let's begin. Oh, just follow the plan we set yesterday." Su Wanting put away the resistance band and walked over to the training rack, bringing up the training schedule on the electronic screen. "Today we'll focus on shoulders, back, and core. Let's start with 3 sets of dynamic warm-up to activate the muscles." She picked up 2 1-kilogram dumbbells. "Side lateral raises for 30 steps. Feel the activation in your deltoids." Jiang Chen took the dumbbells, letting his arms hang naturally. Following Su Wanting's instructions, he stepped forward the dumbbells, tracing smooth arcs at his sides. "Don't lock your elbows, keep a slight bend of 30 degrees. Su Wanting followed closely beside him, her gaze fixed on his shoulders. "Very good, just like that to stabilize your scapulae." After completing 30 steps, Jiang Chen set down the dumbbells to stretch his wrists. Su Wanting had already adjusted the weights on the high pulley machine. For the first set, use light weights to find your feel, 15 repetitions. Jiang Chen sat on the training bench, his fingers turning slightly white as he gripped the barbell. As he pulled it to his chest, the muscles in his back immediately tensed, forming a smooth, inverted triangle silhouette. Su Wanting stood to the side, lightly tapping his trapezius. "Relax here, don't shrug your shoulders, I'll let your latissimus dorsi take the lead in exertion." As the barbell slowly returned to its original position, Jiang Chen's Adam's apple bobbed slightly. "My deltoids are a bit sore. Is there compensation in my form?" "Indeed, a little." Su Wanting pulled up the real-time monitored muscle electrophysiology map. "Look here, the activity level of your trapezius exceeds that of your latissimus dorsi. Today I specifically added 2 extra sets of bent-over flies to target and strengthen that area." After completing 3 sets of pull-downs, Jiang Chen felt a thin layer of sweat on his forehead. When Su Wanting handed him a towel, her gaze inadvertently swept over the open collar of his shirt, clearly revealing the well-defined line of his collarbone beneath his throat. She quickly averted her eyes and pointed at the nearby Roman chair. "Use this for core training. Start with 3 sets of 20. Go." Jiang Chen leaned on the equipment, his hips pressed against the soft pad. As his upper body slowly lifted, the muscles in his back and waist formed smooth lines beneath his dark sportswear. Su Wanting stood behind him, her palm hovering near his waist. "Lower, slowly control the eccentric phase. Yes, maintain this rhythm. Rest for 2 minutes." Su Wanting handed over a water cup. Jiang Chen took it, murmuring a thank you as he tilted his head back to drink. Su Wanting smiled. "You flatter me, Mr. Jiang, this is my job. Now let's grab a 10-kilogram medicine ball for the last 3 sets of medicine ball twists to finish today's training." Jiang Chen took the medicine ball and sat on the yoga mat, his legs slightly bent off the ground. As he twisted his torso, sweat dripped down his jawline onto the mat, forming small dark circles. Su Wanting squatted beside him, counting the repetitions, 15-16. "Keep your core tight, don't rely on momentum." Upon finishing the last twist, Jiang Chen placed the medicine ball beside him and wiped his face with his hand. "The intensity today is indeed greater than what I've trained before. Progress must be gradual to see results." Su Wanting tucked away the equipment record sheet. "I've sent the training plan for next week to your member app. Remember to check the precautions before training." Jiang Chen responded with an as he quickly glanced at his phone screen. It was a photo sent by Su Yuyao, dressed in military training attire, standing in the dormitory corridor, making a peace sign with a caption saying, "I feel like a little soldier." He tapped the screen with his fingertip, replying with a looking sharp emoji, the corners of his mouth unintentionally curving. Su Wanting was returning the equipment when she caught a glimpse of the smile at the corner of his mouth. Her heart stirred slightly, and she lowered her head to organize the training records. "If Mr. Jiang has no other matters, I will go prepare the training plan for the next member." "Go ahead." Jiang Chen stood up, picked up the towel to wipe the sweat from his neck. "Same time next week." "Okay, you'll note." Su Wanting nodded, carrying the record board as she walked out. As she passed by Jiang Chen, she caught a faint scent of wood mixed with sweat, surprisingly not unpleasant. Jiang Chen watched her figure disappear at the door before picking up his sports bag and heading towards the shower room. The hot water cascaded over him, washing away the fatigue of training and clearing his thoughts somewhat. He recalled how Jiang Nenyan blushed slightly when she went to get breakfast that morning and couldn't help shaking his head, wondering what was happening to him, thinking of Su Yuyao's roommate. After showering and changing clothes, Jiang Chen adjusted his shirt collar in front of the mirror and checked the time on his phone. It was already 10:30. He picked up his sports bag and quickly walked out of the VIP workout room. At the front desk, Chu Xiao saw him coming out and immediately stood up smiling to greet him. Mr. Jiang, are you done with your training? Jiang Chen nodded. Time flew by quickly, and before he knew it, it was September 25th. This day also marked the last day of the time task inner and outer cultivation. Jiang Chen left the Tianqi Fitness Club driving back home. He only needed to complete 2 more hours of intensive reading to wrap up this time task. In the living room, he picked up a book and began reading quietly. At this moment, he was waiting for the task to be completed while secretly looking forward to something. After an unknown amount of time, the familiar system notification sound echoed in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the time task inner and outer cultivation. Rewards facial enhancement money Halo LV2. Jiang Chen's spirits lifted upon seeing the rewards in the system warehouse. He first clicked on Money Halo LV2. Ding. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the active skill Money Halo LV2. As a future wealthy individual, how could one worry about money? The host will receive a cash reward of 300 yuan daily, which will be automatically distributed at 0 each day. 30,000 a day amounts to 900 a month, and over a year that adds up to over 10 million. Jiang Chen murmured to himself, still a bit incredulous. Is it really this easy to make money with a system? After his astonishment, he turned his gaze to facial enhancement. This was the reward he valued the most. It could rapidly increase his charm value, and he was filled with anticipation, unsure how much it would increase. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Chen gently tapped facial enhancement on the system panel with his fingertip. Almost instantly, a warm current spread from the top of his head throughout his body, finally converging on his face. He could distinctly feel a slight tingling sensation at the bridge of his nose, as if a feather had gently brushed past the corners of his eyes, and even his jawline felt a subtle numbness. This sensation lasted for about half a minute, and when the warm current completely dissipated, he quickly walked to the full-length mirror in the bathroom. The person in the mirror retained a familiar silhouette, but exuded a refined, transformative aura. The most striking feature was his eyes. People often say that the eyes are the windows to the soul. At this moment, this window seemed to have been meticulously polished, radiating an enchanting charm that made one unconsciously want to be mesmerized. The lines of his nose became more prominent and elegant. The curve at the bridge of his nose appeared natural, showing no signs of artificial alteration. The outer corners of his eyes were subtly lifted, adding a touch of heroism to his originally delicate features. The most stunning transformation was his jawline, once slightly round, it was now sharply defined, the lines flowing from the base of his ears to his chin, like a masterpiece crafted by an artist, with every angle perfectly balanced. Jiang Chen unconsciously raised his hand to touch his cheek. The sensation beneath his fingertips was delicate and smooth like high-quality mutton fat jade. He tilted his head slightly, and the profile of the person in the mirror cast a perfect silhouette under the light. The arc of his cheekbones, the prominence of his nose, the contour of his chin. Each feature seemed perfectly calculated according to the golden ratio. Is this really me? He murmured to himself, his voice trembling with disbelief. Eagerly, he pulled up the system interface, and personal data immediately appeared before his eyes. Host Jiang Chen, age 22 years, height 178 centimeters, weight 68 kilograms, physique 70, endurance 68, agility 70, charm 28, tint enterprise, none, property none, vehicle Bentley GT, warehouse basic, cashback card 228 points. Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow, his gaze fixed intently on the charm value section. He was just 2 points away from the threshold of 30 points, yet it felt like an insurmountable chasm. He anxiously raked his fingers through his hair. Not reaching 30 points in charm meant he couldn't unlock foundation assets. Without being able to unlock assets, he would forever remain an heir who could only receive a basic living allowance of 300 yuan a day, just waiting around to die. As Jiang Chen was racking his brain to find a way to enhance his charm, a sudden ringtone interrupted his thoughts. Looking at his phone, he saw it was his roommate Wang Defa calling. Speaking of which, Wang Defa was one of the few close friends he had in college. He still remembered that during their sophomore year, when he was short on living expenses, Wang Defa often dragged him to the cafeteria for meals. Though it was just a simple cafeteria meal to Jiang Chen at that time, the friendship that felt like a lifeline was worth its weight. Jiang Chen paused for a moment with his finger hovering over the screen, and when he pressed the answer button, a dull voice came through the receiver. Jiang Chen. I've broken up. Broken up. Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow absent-mindedly, sliding his finger along the edge of the table. From what he knew about Wang Defa, this guy had always been too timid to actively pursue girls. Could it be that a girl was pursuing him? Remembering Wang Defa's honest appearance and his tendency to blush when speaking, Jiang Chen really couldn't believe it. Not the kind of relationship you think. Wang Defa's voice suddenly dropped lower like an eggplant battered by frost. It's the girl I have a crush on. I saw her holding hands with another guy today, and they looked so sweet together. Jiang Chen held the phone in silence for a moment before slowly responding, you haven't even confessed, so this can at most be considered a crush gone wrong, not a breakup. I don't care. The voice on the other end was tinged with a childish whine, the end of his words trembling. My heart feels so heavy right now. Can't you come out and drink with me? Hearing the tearful tone in his voice, the teasing words Jiang Chen had on the tip of his tongue were instantly swallowed back. He glanced at the open book on social charm on the table, rubbed his fingers over the cover, and finally sighed, "Where are you?" "At Kimmy." Wang Defa's voice was noticeably brighter, and faint sounds of beer bottles clinking could be heard in the background. After hanging up, Jiang Chen drove to the Kimmy bar. Pushing open the heavy glass door, the deafening electronic music immediately enveloped him, mingling with the scents of alcohol and perfume. The hazy neon lights danced among the crowd, and the figures in the dance floor twisted recklessly, with the beats a stark contrast to the quiet cafe he usually frequented. He searched through the sea of heads for a moment, and finally spotted Wang Defa curled up in a corner of the bar. In front of him were 2 open bottles of ice beer, and beside them lay 3 or 4 empty fruit platters, with his fingers unconsciously peeling the label off one of the beer bottles. "You made it." Wang Defa looked up, his eyes red like cherries soaked in water, yet he forced a smile, and handed Jiang Chen a bottle of ice beer. "Here, drink with me." Jiang Chen took the bottle, and sat down beside him, the cold bottle pressed against his palm, even more effective at cooling him down than the bar's air conditioning. "Drinking so much." As he twisted off the cap, he heard his own voice mixing with the noisy music, sounding particular. Wang Defa didn't reply, staring intently at Jiang Chen for a while before suddenly exclaiming, "Jiang Chen, why do I feel like you've changed so much? You look so much more handsome. Did you get plastic surgery, or am I just seeing things because I've had too much to drink?" After finishing, he took a big gulp from the beer bottle, his Adam's apple bobbing with determination. The beer foam clung to the corner of his mouth, resembling a down-on-his-luck little beast, but he was completely oblivious. Jiang Chen felt a slight stir in his heart, but kept his expression neutral as he raised an eyebrow. "You've had too much to drink. I've always been this handsome, okay?" He was well aware of his transformation. A month of consistent exercise had made him more upright, extensive reading had made his speech more composed, and coupled with that mysterious facial feature optimization, his entire demeanor was indeed worlds apart from before. However, he couldn't elaborate on these to outsiders. "No wonder you could attract such a good girl." Wang Defa set down the beer bottle, his tone carrying a mixture of envy and, "If I had your face, I wouldn't have been single until now." Jiang Chen recalled the time he had posted photos in their group chat, and when someone questioned if they were stock photos, he casually asked, "Do you really believe that the pictures I posted in the group aren't stock photos?" Wang Defa thumped his chest, but his gaze flickered. "Of course I believe you." Although he had drunk quite a bit and felt a bit dizzy, he still intended to verify Jiang Chen's claim at Fudan University. He didn't plan to say it out loud. He didn't want Jiang Chen to feel he didn't trust him. Jiang Chen looked at him and smiled, not pressing further. He handed over a bunch of grapes. "Stop talking about me. Tell me about the girl you have a crush on. What kind of person is she that has you so invested?" Wang Defa took the grapes, peeled one, and stuffed it into his mouth, mumbling, "She's the kind of very gentle girl, speaks softly, and when she smiles she has 2 shallow dimples." He reminisced about the girl's appearance, his eyes filled with longing, but soon dimmed. "What a pity she already has a boyfriend." Jiang Chen patted his shoulder. "It's nothing to be sorry about. You're not lacking either. During this time you should tidy yourself up and go out more. You might just meet someone more suitable." Wang Defa sighed. It's not that easy. He was well aware of his own capabilities. Having a crush was one thing, but to boldly pursue a girl he really didn't have, it's all about effort. Jiang Chen lifted his beer bottle and clinked it with his. "Come on, stop thinking about the unhappy things. Drink this toast. Tomorrow is a new day." Wang Defa looked at the sincerity in Jiang Chen's eyes, and the knot in his heart seemed to ease a bit. He raised his beer bottle and clinked it forcefully with Jiang Chen's right. Tomorrow is a new day. The heavy bass in the bar continued to reverberate in their eardrums, while the rotating laser lights sliced through the figures, creating fragmented shadows. At that moment, a staggered figure suddenly burst out from the VIP room, her long hair sticking messily to her sweaty neck, her skirt stained with suspicious liquor, clearly intoxicated. A portly man followed closely behind, his tie askew, shouting something. As they reached Jiang Chen's table, the girl suddenly buckled at the knees and fell heavily to the ground. She struggled to get up, but her arms felt too weak to exert any strength. Her dazed gaze swept over the surroundings, and when it finally landed on Jiang Chen's face, a flicker of clarity burst forth, and she pleaded with a tearful voice, "Mr. Jiang, I am Bai Chuwei. Please take me away from here." Bai Chuwei felt both regret and fear. After more than half a month of no business, she ultimately agreed to the request of Boss Wang. Initially, they had only agreed to drink a few cups before signing the contract. To sell that Jiangjing penthouse, she gritted her teeth and went along with it. But after a few drinks, she suddenly felt as if her whole body was on fire. Seeing Boss Wang's eyes glued to her, as if he wanted to swallow her whole, she seized the opportunity when he went to the bathroom and stumbled her way out. "Xiaobai, why are you running?" Boss Wang panted as he chased after her. Upon seeing Bai Chuwei on the ground, his expression instantly shifted to one of servility as he turned to Jiang Chen and Wang Defa, clasping his hands in greeting. "I apologize, gentlemen. My girlfriend has had too much to drink and isn't acting sensibly. I will take her home now." Bai Chuwei, seeing his outstretched hand, recoiled as if she had seen a ghost, her voice cracking as she called out to Jiang Chen, "Mr. Jiang, save me. He's not my boyfriend." Wang Defa was already dumbstruck, the bottle of liquor in his hand clattering against the bar, splashing out half of its contents. Jiang Chen, however, moved forward half a step, perfectly blocking Boss Wang's reaching hand towards Bai Chuwei. The beer bottle he held lightly tapped the bar, the dull sound surprisingly drowning out the surrounding music. Boss Wang's hand froze in midair, and the smile on his face instantly cracked. He sized up Jiang Chen, noticing his simple white shirt with sleeves casually rolled up to his elbows not resembling a ruthless character from a nightlife scene. His tone immediately hardened. Young man, don't meddle. This is a matter between my girlfriend and me. There's no need for you to interfere. Jiang Chen did not look at him bending down to help Bai Chui, but as soon as his fingertips touched her arm, she gripped him tightly. The girl's palm was shockingly hot, yet her fingertips were icy, the veins beneath her skin pulsating, clearly indicating she had been drugged. Did you put something in her drink? Jiang Chen's voice was soft, yet it was laced with ice, each word carrying a chilling intent. Boss Wang's face turned pale, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. He had managed to trick Bai Chui into the private room tonight through these unspeakable means, and he could not withstand such a direct accusation. But being confronted by a mere kid in front of so many people was utterly humiliating. He stepped forward, his round beer belly almost bumping into Jiang Chen. Do you know who I am? In this city no one dares to slander me like this. Jiang Chen did not respond directly, pulling out his phone to dial. The moment the screen lit up, Boss Wang's expression suddenly panicked, and he lunged forward to knock the phone out of his hand. The metal body bounced twice on the floor, sliding into the shadow at the edge of the dance floor. You dare to call the police? Boss Wang's voice trembled, yet he glared at Jiang Chen with a fierce look. Seeing that several gazes had turned toward them, he ultimately dared not to persist, further cursing under his breath as he turned to flee, his plump figure quickly disappearing into the crowd. At this moment, Bai Chui in his arms was growing hotter, her gaze dazed as if shrouded in a layer of mist. She murmured incoherently, her forehead pressed against Jiang Chen's chest, causing his heart to race. Jiang Chen glanced down at the faintly conscious girl in his arms and said to the still stunned Wang Defa, I'll take my friend home first, that's all for today. Wang Defa, still buzzing in his head, nodded absent-mindedly, watching Jiang Chen half supporting, half carrying Bai Chui as they moved through the noisy crowd. As they exited the bar, the evening breeze rushed into the collar, and Jiang Chen realized that the person in his arms was burning hotter and hotter, her breath carrying a scorching heat. He gritted his teeth and rushed into the nearby hotel, where the front desk upon seeing this scene was about to inquire, but was cut off by his blunt command, get me the best suite. The moment the room card was inserted into the lock, Bai Chui suddenly wrapped herself around him like a vine, her fingertips randomly grasping at the buttons of his shirt, mumbling incoherently, I feel so bad. It's so hot. Jiang Chen's whole body stiffened, wanting to push her away, but her scorching cheek pressed against his neck, the heat tightening his heart. Jiang Chen abruptly stepped back, his back colliding heavily against the cold door, producing a dull thud. Bai Chui's fingertips, radiating intense heat, slid down the buttons of his shirt, the silk hem brushing against his wrist like a restless snake. Don't mess around. He grasped her wandering hand, and the moment their palms touched, he realized her skin was so hot it could almost leave a water imprint. The girl's eyelashes trembled wetly, her nose brushing against his Adam's apple, carrying a heavy scent of alcohol mixed with a faint trace of perfume, stirring his heart. Jiang Chen clenched his jaw, and using brute strength hoisted her up. Bai Chui squirmed restlessly in his arms, her mumbling gradually becoming clearer. Water. I want water. He placed her on the wide bed, and turned to head towards the bathroom, the cold tiles touching his soles, barely managing to suppress the heat rising within him. As he turned on the cold water tap, the mirror reflected the redness at his ears. He scooped a handful of cold water and splashed it on his face, yet images of Bai Chui's misty eyes kept flashing in his mind. By the time he returned with a cup of water, the person on the bed had rolled to the edge, half of her body hanging outside, her collar loosened and revealing her delicate collarbone. Jiang Chen hurriedly stepped forward to support her, but just as he was about to bring the cup to her lips, his wrist was tightly gripped. Bai Chui suddenly opened her eyes, but they lacked focus as she murmured, don't leave. I won't go, just drink some water first. Jiang Chen's voice was extremely gentle, like soothing a temperamental child. He carefully brought the cup to her lips, watching as she sipped slowly, the movement of her throat gradually easing. But before he could breathe a sigh of relief, the girl suddenly raised her hand to hook around his neck, her scorching breath fanning against his earlobe. Help me. Jiang Chen was already feeling a surge of heat, and her seductive whisper sent blood rushing to his head. His knuckles tightened around the cup, his voice hoarse. You initiated this. As soon as the words left his mouth, he leaned in. Moonlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling window, weaving silver frost on the carpet, only to be shattered by their hurried ding. Detected that the host has completed the first experience of his life, achieving the hidden achievement, first experience in life, taking a solid step on the road to becoming a wealthy man. Reward obtained, safety glasses. Ding. Detected that the host has completed the transformation into a man, receiving the reward, eternal drive. Ding. Detected that the host's charm value has surpassed 30 points, beginning to unlock the first asset of the Holy Light Foundation. The system alert rang continuously in his mind, but Jiang Chen had no time to listen. His senses were swept away by a more primal wave, all his attention focused on the heated body in his arms, until the last ounce of strength was exhausted, he collapsed onto her neck. He did not know how long it had been, but the room finally fell silent. Jiang Chen, drenched in sweat, propped himself up, his disheveled hair sticking to his skin, his chest still heaving heavily. He looked at Bai Chui, who had already fallen asleep beside him. Her cheeks glowed with a healthy flush, her breathing steady like a gentle breeze over a lake, contrasting sharply with her earlier disoriented appearance. He had to admit it was truly satisfying. He gently covered her with a blanket, his fingertips brushing over her damp temples. A rush of complex emotions suddenly surged within him. His first time had ended so abruptly. Yet seeing the crimson stain on the sheets, he felt it was worth it. Leaning against the headboard, Jiang Chen lit a cigarette, and amidst the swirling smoke, he finally recalled the system notifications in his mind. Jiang Chen opened the system interface, and a translucent blue panel appeared before him. In the inventory section, 3 rewards awaited collection. His gaze fell first on the safety glasses, which described a divine-level driving assistance tool that can scan potential risks and road conditions in real time, constructing a comprehensive safety barrier for the host. Upon first glance, Jiang Chen furrowed his brow, unable to comprehend why these seemingly ordinary glasses were labeled as divine level, until a thought crossed his mind to choose to use them. A chilling sensation spread from his fingertips to his eyes, and the lenses instantly transformed into a stream of light, merging seamlessly with his pupils as if it were a natural part of him. He instinctively turned to look at the sleeping Bai Chui, and a line of faint golden text suddenly floated above her shoulder. Bai Chui status safe, associated driver 1. Jiang Chen's heart was enlightened. So this was how the glasses worked. This truly was an excellent skill. With these fire-eyed golden pupils, he would never again worry about driving a faulty car. Shifting his gaze to Eternal Power, Jiang Chen gently tapped the panel with his fingertip. Eternal Power, the host only needs a brief rest to restore mental and physical peak conditions. With the bonus recovery mechanisms fully upgraded, efficiency doubled, and power lasting and abundant, subtly enhancing the foundation of his physique. Upon reading this introduction, Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. Wasn't this a powerful buff skill? He immediately clicked. Moments later, the stamina he had just exhausted was completely restored. A boundless energy surged through him, and that feeling of fullness made him feel absurdly strong, as if he could immediately dive into the next fierce battle. Shifting his gaze away from Eternal Power, Jiang Chen's eyes landed on the third reward, which was labeled as Asset. His heart raced. He was finally about to unlock the assets of the Holy Light Foundation. With determination, he clicked, and the system's notification sounded. Ding. Congratulations, the host has obtained 61 shares of Junsheng Law Firm, 70 shares of Jinping Yuxian China Company, and 8 shares of Siemens. Jiang Chen stared at the flickering text on the panel, his finger hovering in midair, momentarily forgetting to click. The name of Junsheng Law Firm was thunderous. As the absolute leader among domestic law firms, it had branches in over 30 major cities, handling almost every case from multinational mergers to criminal defense. Jinping Yuxian needed no introduction either. As a giant supermarket chain with over 10,000 stores globally, its business footprint in China covered nearly 100 cities. Having 70 controlling interests meant he could directly control this golden supply chain that spanned from production to consumption, with its inherent commercial value enough to allow an ordinary person to avoid working for 10 lifetimes. As for Siemens, it was a century-old German industrial empire spanning energy, healthcare, and intelligent transportation. 8. He gasped. This percentage not only secured a stable seat on the board, but could even have a substantial impact on major decisions. Suddenly, the system panel unfolded, a 3-dimensional hologram. In the equity structure of Junsheng, besides his 61 absolute control, the remaining shares were dispersed among over 20 investment institutions. Jinping Yuxian China Company had only 2 shareholders besides his 70 absolute control. The remaining 30 was held by a scion of a domestic aristocratic family. Such a shareholding structure is common in multinational companies. When investing in a country, local elites must be involved, or one risks facing various obstacles. And this aristocratic heir could monopolize so many shares it was likely he was not an ordinary person. The shareholding structure of Siemens was even more complex. As a company that holds a monopoly in multiple global sectors, its list of shareholders included several top international institutions along with numerous state-held shares. With Jiang Chen holding 8, he was already the largest single shareholder. This clearly demonstrated the terrifying strength of the Holy Light Foundation. Jiang Chen swallowed hard, and a scene from his campus recruitment flashed in his mind. An HR from a certain company glanced at his resume, the corner of his mouth curling into a contemptuous arc. Not a 985 graduate. Sorry, we don't hire. Who would have thought that with time passing, the person who was once criticized for his academic background, when even seeking an interview, would now be one of the helmsmen of these industry giants? Jiang Chen gently tapped the virtual panel, depositing the equity proofs of the 3 companies into the system's inventory. Ding. Detected that the host has completed equity confirmation. Oh, please continue to work hard to unlock more assets and permissions. The system notification sounded at the right moment. Jiang Chen got out of bed and went to the bathroom to shower. The cold water ran down his back, yet it couldn't wash away the heat in his heart. From now on, his identity had undergone a tremendous transformation. After showering and returning to bed, he looked at the still sleeping Bai Chui. Her sleeping face was just as beautiful as when they first met, still stirring his heart. Suppressing the heat in his heart, he lay down on the other side of the bed. The next morning, Bai Chui groggily opened her eyes, feeling sore all over. She moved her fingers, and fragments of last night's memories suddenly flooded into her mind, causing her cheeks to flush bright red as she instinctively shrank into the covers. Beside her came the sound of even breathing. She turned her head and saw Jiang Chen still fast asleep. Morning light streamed through the curtain's gap, illuminating his sharply defined profile. His long lashes cast a faint shadow under his eyelids, softening his usual cold demeanor. Bai Chuwei stared at him for a long time, her gaze unconsciously tracing his straight nose and well-defined lips, her heart inexplicably missing a beat. He was truly handsome, his features seemingly chiseled with care, each part perfectly balanced, so beautiful that it was hard. Yet she didn't recall ever thinking he was this attractive. Could it be that she had suddenly developed a crush? As soon as this thought emerged, she was startled by herself and her cheeks heated further. Suddenly recalling how she had lost control last night, her ears felt hot enough to fry an egg. She cautiously shifted her body, attempting to quietly get out of bed, but her waist was suddenly tightened. Jiang Chen had woken up at some point, his arm wrapped around her waist, his voice still hoarse from sleep. "You're awake." She jumped as if a cat had its tail stepped on, stammering, "I'm going to wash up." "No need to rush." Jiang Chen tightened his arm, preventing her from moving, his tone calm, yet carrying an undeniable authority. "Let's discuss our matters first. I broke my phone while saving you yesterday. Also, last night was my first time." This remark sank into Bai Chuwei's ears, stirring an inexplicable sense of grievance within her. Clearly it was her first time as well. Why did it sound from his mouth as if he had suffered a great loss? Yet upon second thought, she indeed owed him thanks for last night. If it weren't for Jiang Chen, she would have been in a disastrous situation at the hands of that bald fat Wang boss. At least with Jiang Chen's looks, even if something happened, she wouldn't feel she had lost out. Thinking this, she took a deep breath and looked up at him. "So what do you want?" "I want you to be my woman." Jiang Chen's voice was resolute without a hint of hesitation. The moment he spoke, he was taken aback himself, a flicker of surprise flashing in his eyes. Is this the confidence that comes with a change in status? Bai Chuwei was stunned, completely unprepared for him to say such words. In her life plan, there was only the matter of earning money desperately. Love. She had never truly considered it. As a beauty who had been admired since childhood, she was never short of suitors, yet their affections always felt lacking in some way. Now that Jiang Chen suddenly proposed, an inexplicable thought arose in her mind. Perhaps she could give it a try. First of all, Jiang Chen was genuinely good-looking. At this moment, the morning light fell on his face, and the more she looked, the more she found him pleasing to the eye, as if he had been molded to her aesthetic preferences. Secondly, whether she admitted it or not, he was the first man to step into her life. The memories of last night were etched in her heart like a brand, leaving an impression too deep to forget. However, she still felt a bit hesitant. She had seen his ID, he was only 22, while she was already 25. "I am 3 years older than you," Bai Chuwei said softly. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen smiled, his earlier certainty softening a bit. A woman 3 years older is a treasure to embrace. The words of the ancestors are always right. His calmness was like a reassuring pill, alleviating most of Bai Chuwei's doubts. She lifted her gaze to him then. "Shall we try it?" Her voice was light, yet clear enough. Jiang Chen's eyes instantly lit up like stars, ignited. The sense of strangeness born from the change in status was completely replaced by sincere laughter. "Good." He said just one word. He didn't tell her that he already had a girlfriend. The change in status made him feel it was nothing serious, even a very normal affair. Jiang Chen got out of bed and directly picked up the immobile Bai Chuwei, smiling as he said, "Let's take a shower together, it will save some water." Bai Chuwei gasped at Jiang Chen's boldness. Although they had been honest with each other last night, at that time her consciousness had been quite hazy, nothing like the clarity she felt now. Amidst her gasp, she was already lifted by Jiang Chen, securely falling into his embrace. Bai Chuwei's cheeks instantly burned, and as she instinctively tried to struggle, her hands were firmly pressed against his chest by Jiang Chen. His palms were warm, carrying the drowsiness of just waking up, yet his strength was not to be resisted. "Put me down." Her voice was as faint as a mosquito's buzz, tinged with a hint of flustered annoyance, and her earlobes were quickly turning crimson. Jiang Chen looked down at the corners of her reddened eyes, a wicked smile surfacing in his gaze. "Saving water is a virtue." As he spoke, his footsteps had already firmly stepped into the bathroom. The frosted glass door was gently closed, cutting off the morning light outside. The bathroom still retained the humidity from last night, and the mirror was shrouded in a thin layer of mist, reflecting two intertwined figures. Bai Chuwei tightly shut her eyes, her eyelashes trembling violently like the wings of a startled butterfly. It wasn't until the cold porcelain tiles touched her back that she realized she had been pressed against the edge of the sink. Jiang Chen's breath enveloped her, carrying the crisp scent of soap mixed with his unique fragrance, making her heart race like a bundle of tangled threads. "Open your eyes." His voice sounded in her ear, carrying a tone that brooked no refusal. Bai Chuwei bit her lip and slowly lifted her eyelashes, only to collide with his smiling gaze. "Are you scared?" His fingertips gently traced her flushed cheek. Who is scared?" she protested, but her body honestly shrank closer to him. The fragmented memories of last night suddenly became clear. His warmth, his breath, and those feelings that made her Jiang Chen chuckled softly and reached out to turn on the shower. Warm water cascaded down, splashing tiny droplets that soaked their clothes. Bai Chuwei's shirt, already oversized, clung tightly to her skin after being soaked, outlining her delicate curves. She gasped and hurriedly tried to shield herself, only to be grasped by Jiang Chen's hand on her wrist. His fingers intertwined with hers, pressing her against the cold tiles. "Chuwei." He suddenly called her name, and his voice sounded particularly clear amidst the sound of water. Bai Chuwei looked up, colliding with his deep gaze. Within those eyes were emotions she couldn't comprehend, like a hidden deep sea ready to swallow her whole. Moi. Her voice was laced with the mist of water soft, like cotton candy. Jiang Chen said nothing, only lowered his head and gently kissed her lips. Warm water slid down her hair, dripping onto their intertwined lips, mingling with their hurried breaths. Bai Chuwai's struggles gradually softened her fingers, unconsciously gripping the hem of his shirt. The last remnants of resistance in her heart had already melted away in the face of this sudden tenderness. The fog on the mirror became thicker, blurring the outside world and the boundaries between the two. Only the sound of the shower and the occasional soft moans escaping their lips gently echoed in the confined space. The kiss deepened, gradually moist with the warm water entwined like an unbreakable sugar. Bai Chuwai's breath quickened, her fingers transitioned from clutching the hem of his shirt to instinctively wrapping around Jiang Chen's neck, her fingertips sinking into his damp hair. Jiang Chen let out a low chuckle, effortlessly lifting her and seating her securely on the sink. The cool ceramic felt chilly through her damp clothes, yet couldn't compete with the warmth of his palm. He gently caressed her waist through the soaked shirt. Don't. Her voice spilled out with a slight quiver, carrying a hint of breathlessness, yet it seemed more like a silent invitation. Jiang Chen's kiss slid from the corner of her lips to her neck, gently biting her sensitive earlobe. Bai Chuwei shivered violently, her entire being curling tighter into his embrace like a small cat that had been burned. The water from the shower continued to make a splashing sound within the steamy heat. The buttons of her shirt were being undone one by one, falling onto the tiles with a crisp sound. Bai Chuwei kept her eyes closed, not daring to look at him until she felt his hand gently brush against her back, realizing that her shirt had already been shed onto the floor. What are you afraid of? Jiang Chen's voice carried a smile, his warm breath brushing against her collarbone. Haven't we seen it all last night? That's different. Her voice was as soft as a thread, even she felt lacking in confidence. Last night had been a descent into chaos, but now it was a clear and heart-pounding surrender. Every inch of skin's touch was clear enough to make her heart race. Jiang Chen said nothing more, only responded with his actions. Jiang Chen and Bai Chuwei spent the entire day. The two were intertwined like climbing vines around a tree. Even the slightest touch of their fingertips felt sweet, unwilling to part for a moment. The taste of forbidden fruit, like honey poison, made one knowingly indulge despite the danger. Jiang Chen looked down at the breathless person in his arms, marveling once again at the wonders of the eternal energy. From the first light of dawn to the gathering dusk, it was unknown how many times they had repeated, yet he remained sprightly. Even his breathing was steady, while Bai Chuwei had already collapsed onto the bed, lacking the strength to even lift a finger. He pressed a light kiss on her sweaty forehead, his voice carrying a hint of husky tenderness. I'm going to buy a phone, wait for me to... Bai Chuwei lacked the strength to lift her eyelids, only managing to let out a soft mem from her throat, her long hair disheveled over the pillow, her cheeks still flushed with lingering warmth. Bai Chuwei turned her head to watch Jiang Chen getting dressed, filled with confusion. Previously she had heard Pei Jiner say that men in such matters usually have a 3-minute enthusiasm. How did it completely reverse when it came to Jiang Chen? He seemed like an unwearied engine, while she felt like crushed cotton, even the bones ached. Jiang Chen paused while buttoning his shirt, as if sensing her gaze. He turned to her with a smile, his eyes still carrying lingering passion. Just lie there obediently, he'll bring you sausages and milk when I return. Bai Chuwei's cheeks flushed slightly as she responded with a soft feeling both a bit scared and an inexplicable anticipation. Watching him pick up his coat and step out, she finally couldn't help but curl up under the blanket as the door closed gently behind him. His scent lingered on the sheets, mixed with a faint aroma of body wash, causing her heart to skip a beat. It turned out Pei Jiner's words were all lies. Drowsily she thought, her eyelids growing heavier. Before Jiang Chen even exited the elevator, she hugged her pillow and fell into a deep sleep. By the time Jiang Chen left the hotel, dusk had already enveloped the sycamore leaves at the street corner. The evening breeze carried the coolness of early autumn, causing the hem of his shirt to flutter lightly, gradually dissipating the heat from earlier in the room. He walked straight to the parking lot of yesterday's Kimmy bar, where the white Bentley quietly sat in its spot, a layer of fine dust settling on its body, yet failing to conceal its sleek lines. Opening the car door and sitting inside, the engine emitted a steady roar, merging with the street's hustle and bustle. Half an hour later, the Bentley parked outside a cafe with windows facing the street. Jiang Chen pushed the door open and walked into the shop, ordering an unsweetened Americano. His fingertips unconsciously tapped the tabletop, his gaze drifting outside. The sycamore branches along the street crossed the glass at an angle, and in the distance the neon lights began to glow, creating a beautiful scene. Before long, a middle-aged man walked through the air, filled with the aroma of coffee. Dressed in a well-tailored dark gray suit, his tie meticulously knotted, he bore the typical appearance of a successful individual. As he reached Jiang Chen's table, he slightly bowed, holding a shopping bag in both hands. Director Jiang, here is the phone and the replacement SIM card you requested. The visitor was Director Zhong Zhun of Juncheng Law Firm. Although Jiang Chen had been unavailable during the day, he used Bai Chuwei's phone to call him, asking for help with these trivial matters. As for how he obtained Zhong Zhun's number, it was simply a convenience provided by the system. Jiang Chen raised his eyes, pausing for half a second as his gaze landed on the impeccably neat tie. Director Zhong, I appreciate your effort. Thank you for making this trip so late. He took the shopping bag and retrieved the phone and SIM card inside. Jiang Chen maintained a slightly bowed posture, his tone respectful. As per your instructions, all three are the latest Apple models, one black and two white. Jiang Chen nodded, unboxing the black phone and inserting the SIM card into its slot. Jiang Chen stood beside him, discreetly observing this remarkably young new boss. Having spent 18 years at Junsheng, he had seen many influential figures, but he had never encountered a top-tier boss like. At such a young age, there was an unexpected calmness in his demeanor. Even his movements while connecting devices were as composed as if he were perusing an ordinary document. They had privately investigated Director Jiang's background, but found nothing. However, the fact that the Holy Light Foundation transferred shares to him was sufficient to indicate that this new boss' origins were beyond their speculation. Just as the SIM card was inserted, a series of notifications popped up on the screen. Jiang Chen glanced over. There were messages from Su Yuyao, some from unknown numbers, and notifications from the bank. However, what surprised him most was that there were two incoming transactions. One was last year's dividend from Jinping Yoxuan, and the other was last year's dividend from Siemens. Trailing a long line of zeros followed. He didn't bother counting. The amounts were astonishingly high. Suppressing the shock and excitement in his heart, he looked up at Zhong Zhen, who was still standing beside him, and said, "Director, Zhong, let's sit down and talk." Zhong Zhen quickly nodded in agreement, pulling out the chair opposite him and calling the waiter to order a cup of Blue Mountain Cup. The porcelain cup clinked softly against the table, mingling with the caramel aroma in the air, adding a touch of relaxation to the late-night cafe. Jiang Chen picked up his Americano, took a sip, and the bitterness spread down his throat. He looked up at Zhong Zhen, his gaze calm and steady. "Director Zhong, as you know, I've just taken over the shares of your firm. Could you provide a detailed introduction to Junsheng Law Firm?" Although he had already obtained a general understanding from the system, he still needed to hear the specific details from the mouth of the concerned party to feel assured. Zhong Zhen straightened his back, his hands clasped on the table's edge, his tone perfectly confident. "Director Jiang, our Junsheng Law Firm has over 900 licensed lawyers with 28 branch offices across the country, essentially covering all economic core areas." He paused, took a sip of his coffee, and continued, "Domestically, we are undoubtedly the industry leader. In last year's national law firm rankings, we surpassed numerous established firms, firmly holding the first position, with annual revenue nearly 30 higher than the second place." Jiang Chen's fingertips lightly tapped the rim of the cup, his gaze fixed on the headlights of passing cars outside. "Continue." In its early years, Junsheng primarily handled civil disputes, but 10 years ago began to delve into commercial legal affairs, now focusing on corporate mergers, financial compliance, and intellectual property. Zhong Zhen counted off on his fingers. Cases such as the overseas merger of Hengtong Group and the patent litigation of Qiming Technology were all handled by our team directly. Currently, we have long-term partnerships with 56 listed companies, including several Fortune 500 enterprises. At this point, he suddenly recalled something and added, "We also have a special department dedicated to handling international commercial arbitration, with 7 lawyers in our team registered as arbitrators at the International Chamber of Commerce, a unique feature among domestic law firms." Jiang Chen raised his eyes, the neon lights outside reflecting in his gaze. "Besides me, are there other major shareholders?" Zhong Zhen's expression stiffened slightly, seemingly not expecting him to ask this suddenly. After pondering for a moment, he replied truthfully, "Director Jiang, you hold 61 of the shares, making you the absolute controlling shareholder. Among the remaining 39 of 15 is held by a few founding partners, while another 24 is distributed among over 30 senior partners. I personally hold 6. 2. As he spoke, he took out a neatly folded equity structure chart from his briefcase and gently pushed it in front of Jiang Chen. "This is the latest equity detail. You may take a look." Jiang Chen picked up the structure chart, glanced at it a few times, then set it down. He looked at Zhong Zhen, his tone flat. "I have something I need you to take care of." Zhong Zhen immediately straightened his back, his hands slightly tightening on his knees, adopting a posture of attentive listening. "Director Jiang, please feel free to command." He knew very well that the new boss mentioning personal matters must be of utmost importance. Jiang Chen lifted the coffee cup, the bottom clinking against the table, his gaze falling on the brown liquid inside, his voice turning colder as he said, "Last night a man with the surname Wang drugged my girlfriend's drink." He recounted the incident in the simplest of terms. "I hope you can put him away and make him pay the price he deserves." Jiang Chen looked up at Zhong Zhen, asking, "Are you confident about this?" If it were a stranger, he could ignore such a matter. But now that Bai Chu Wei was his woman, the man with the surname Wang had to pay the price. After hearing this, Zhong Zhen's expression instantly turned serious. He hesitated not at all and immediately assured him in a deep voice, "Rest assured, Director Jiang, regardless of the Wang's background or the forces behind him, just the act of drugging is enough to ensure he spends a few years behind bars. The first thing the big boss personally instructed upon taking over the shares must be executed flawlessly from any angle." Moreover, with the situation being so clear-cut and the chain of evidence easy to establish, if they couldn't handle even this, wouldn't it plainly indicate their incompetence? Jiang Chen nodded slightly. "You can dig deeper along this line to see if he has any other past violations or crimes." "Understood." Zhong Zhen nodded in agreement, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. As the director of Junsheng Law Firm, he knew exactly how to handle such matters. Not only must the immediate problem be resolved, but they must also ensure the other party is completely uprooted, leaving no chance for a comeback. He was already calculating in his mind, ready to mobilize the criminal team as soon as he returned. starting with the identity of this Wang, following the clues to ensure that the entire process is clean and efficient, compliant with legal procedures, and thoroughly satisfying to the boss. This was not just about completing a task, it was about demonstrating Jun Cheng's strength to this new boss. After Zhong Zheng left, Jiang Chen took out his phone to check messages. Apart from the 2 dividends, other information was temporarily unimportant to him. He first looked at the dividend from Jinping Yoshuan, which amounted to 136.5 million yuan. Next he checked the dividend from Siemens, which was 1.68 billion euros, converting to 4,132 billion yuan. Jiang Chen calculated the specific amount, and couldn't help but be stunned. Just like that, he had become a billionaire. It should be noted that this was only cash generated from unlocking a portion of his assets. Moreover, this was just cash, and did not include the value of the shares he held. Jiang Chen glanced outside at the deepening night, and decided not to linger. After settling the bill, and walking out of the cafe, the engine sound of the Bentley blended into the street traffic once more. By the time he returned to the hotel, it was already 11 at night. Pushing open the door to the suite's bedroom, the warm yellow light of the bedside lamp illuminated the curled-up figure on the bed, whereby Chu Wei was sound asleep. Her long eyelashes drooped like butterfly wings over her eyelids, her nose was straight, and her lips were soft. Even in her sleep, it was hard to conceal her exquisite and ethereal beauty. Jiang Chen walked lightly towards her. Just as he stood by the bed, Chu Wei's brows suddenly twitched. She slowly opened her eyes, still hazy from sleep, and looked at him, her voice a little hoarse. "Jiang Chen, you're back." Jiang Chen sat down by the bed, his fingertips brushing against her hair scattered on the pillow, a smirk suddenly appearing on his lips. "You are truly heartless. Earlier you called me dear, then husband even." He intentionally elongated his tone, watching her ears gradually turn red. "Calling me daddy, and now you directly call me by my full name." Chu Wei's pretty face flushed instantly, as if she had been scalded, turning her head away, her voice barely above a whisper. "What do you want me to call you?" Jiang Chen leaned in closer, his warm breath brushing against her ear, tinged with a hint of teasing. "Any of those you just, for example, daddy." "Huh?" Chu Wei playfully pushed him, yet her eyes sparkled with laughter. "You're not even older than me, calling you little brother would be more appropriate." "Oh." Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow, deliberately lowering his voice. "By your logic, wouldn't that make you my older sister?" He intentionally emphasized the older sister part, dragging out the last syllable with an ambiguous tone. Chu Wei instantly understood the underlying meaning in his words, her cheeks reddening to the point of almost bleeding. She reached out to cover his mouth, but he deftly grasped her wrist and gently pressed it onto the pillow. The air in the bedroom seemed to thicken suddenly, the soft glow of the bedside lamp casting a gentle light on their faces, subtly blending the unspoken feelings between them. As his warm palm enveloped her wrist, Chu Wei recoiled slightly, as if scalded, yet she did not pull away. Jiang Chen's fingertips, rough yet gentle, brushed over her delicate skin, sending a slight shiver through her. "Let go." She turned her face away, her voice carrying a barely perceptible softness. Jiang Chen, however, leaned in even lower, his nose almost touching her cheek. The warm yellow light delineated his sharp jawline, his breath carrying a faint scent of coffee. "What's the matter, sister? Are you shy?" Who is your sister?" Chu Wei turned her head, her eyelashes fluttering in a panic as her gaze fell into his unfathomable eyes. Reflected in them was her own shadow, along with some indescribable emotions surging beneath the surface, causing her heart to skip a beat. Jiang Chen looked at her flustered expression, a smile blooming in his eyes as he released her wrist and gently pinched her cheek. "I'm not teasing you anymore." He straightened up and walked to the table, pulling out a white phone box from the shopping bag Zhong Zheng had sent. The box glimmered softly under the warm yellow light, with the Apple logo clearly visible. "I noticed your phone's edges are chipped, so I got you a new one." He turned around and handed the phone box to Chu Wei. Chu Wei's gaze fell on the box, her fingertips instinctively curling up. She recognized the model. It was the latest version, just released by Apple, priced over 10,000 on their official website. She quickly recoiled her hand and shook her head. "It's too expensive, I can't accept it." Jiang Chen's hand paused in midair, his brow slightly raised. "It's just a phone, what's so precious about it? It might not be much to you, but to me." Chu Wei bit her lip. "And my phone is still usable. Oh, I really don't need a..." She had seen luxury goods before, but receiving such an expensive gift for no reason made her feel uneasy. Love should be reciprocal, equal, and never a one-sided demand. She didn't want to appear so passive in this budding relationship. However, Jiang Chen unceremoniously stuffed the box into her arms, his fingertips brushing against her soft fabric. "If you don't accept it, I'll be upset." "Then, how much is it? I'll transfer you the money." She still felt the need to pay him back. Jiang Chen lifted his eyelids to look at her. "Are you being so calculative with me?" His tone carried a hint of teasing. "Or should I say, were all those terms of endearment you called me earlier just fake?" Chu Wei's face flushed again, retorting, "You're talking nonsense." "Not nonsense." Jiang Chen's smile deepened. "Just consider it a gift from your boyfriend, okay?" The way he said boyfriend felt natural and straightforward, causing Chu Wei to tighten her grip on the phone box, her heart racing uncontrollably. She no longer argued, but muttered softly, "Who admitted it?" as she lowered her head to open the phone box. The metallic frame of the new device sparkled under the light as she carefully took it out, her fingers gliding over the smooth screen. Deep down she understood that she probably couldn't really transfer the money to him. Jiang Chen watched her fiddling with the phone, the smile in his eyes gradually fading, replaced by a subtle warmth. The next morning, Bai Chue, who had eaten sausage and milk, was sent home by Jiang Chen. The car slowly came to a stop at the entrance of the neighborhood. Bai Chue unfastened her seatbelt and was about to push open the car door when Jiang Chen suddenly spoke up. "How about you quit your job?" This unexpected suggestion made Bai Chue pause, turning to look at him. Jiang Chen's expression was serious. He had indeed thought this matter over last night. With his current financial capability, not only could he support one woman, but a whole group would be no burden at all. Bai Chue raised her eyebrows, her tone slightly teasing. "Quit my job? You would support me?" Jiang Chen nodded without hesitation. "I would support you." "You fool." Bai Chue couldn't help but laugh, gently patting his arm. "I know you have money, but that's your money, not mine. Work is not just about making money for me, it's a way to realize my self-worth." After saying this, she pushed open the car door and got out, turning to wave at him. "I'm heading up now." Jiang Chen watched her walk into the neighborhood, a slight smile playing at the corners of his mouth. This woman truly had care. If it were him, with such an opportunity to be well taken care of without having to work, he would have long been overjoyed without a second thought about self-worth. Bai Chue opened the door to her home, and inside Pei Jiner heard the sound of the door and hurried out from the living room in her slippers. Upon seeing Bai Chue, she quickly walked over, her tone filled with urgency. Wei, where have you been these past 2 days? If you hadn't sent a message yesterday to let me know you were safe, I would have thought you were missing. I was almost worried sick." Bai Chue felt a warmth in her heart as she listened to her best friend's barrage of words. Besides her family, this friend she had known since university was the one who cared about her the most. She set down her bag and smiled, patting Pei Jiner's hand. "What could possibly happen? Look, I'm back safe and sound." However, Pei Jiner wasn't so easily dismissed. She scrutinized Bai Chue from head to toe, frowning. "Something's off, Wei. You don't seem right." Her gaze landed on Bai Chue's legs, noticing that her walking posture was slightly unnatural, as if something was amiss. Yet when looking at her complexion, it was rosy and healthy, her cheeks radiating a glow that made her appear softer and more feminine than before, an allure emanating from her very essence that was previously absent. "Come clean, have you been fooling around with some wild man these past 2 days? Pei Jiner lowered her voice, her eyes brimming. Bai Chue's face instantly flushed, and she pinched her arm playfully. "What nonsense are you talking about? I'm not making—" Pei Jiner dodged her hand, grinning like a mischievous cat. "Look at how red your face is, and you still say there's nothing. Come on, be honest." Bai Chue found herself unable to escape her persistent questioning, and had no choice but to push her toward the living room. "Enough already, I'm exhausted from the past 2 days, let me rest for a bit." However, Pei Jiner wouldn't let up, following her, and chattering incessantly. The sunlight in the living room was just right, and the laughter of the two friends spilled out through the windows, filled with vitality, dispelling the last traces of the morning chill. Jiang Chen parked the car in the parking space at the entrance of Fudan University. He opened the car door and got out, holding a white shopping bag in his left hand, inside of which was the remaining white Apple phone. Sunlight filtered through the leaves of the parasol trees, casting mottled shadows on the red brick walls. Though it wasn't his first time entering this century-old prestigious school, each time he stepped onto the campus, he could sense a different atmosphere. He walked along the tree-lined path covered with fallen leaves, occasionally passing students carrying books who were discussing topics in small groups, their voices as crisp as wind chimes. When he reached the girls' dormitory, Jiang Chen stood beneath an old camphor tree, its shadow enveloping most of him. Though it was already autumn, the midday sun was still scorching, and the cicadas chirped from the treetops, bringing the last remnants of summer's noise. He raised his hand to loosen his shirt collar, his gaze fixed on the flow of people entering and exiting the dormitory. "Senior, are you waiting for Jiang Nanyan too?" Suddenly, a somewhat tentative male voice came from beside him. Jiang Chen turned to look. The speaker was a boy wearing an oversized, trendy sweatshirt, the sleeves casually rolled up to his forearms. He was holding a breakfast box printed with cartoon designs, tilting his head curiously to observe Jiang Chen, his eyes practically bursting with gossip. Seeing the curiosity in the boy's eyes, Jiang Chen smiled slightly and shook his head noncommittally. "Don't lie to me." The boy lowered his voice. "Of the guys who come here, 8 out of 10 are here for Jiang Nanyan." "Is Jiang Nanyan very famous?" Jiang Chen asked. The boy looked at him as if he were an alien. "The 2 most beautiful flowers in the medical school, you didn't know? Jiang Nanyan is one of them. And the other one." Jiang Chen recalled Jiang Nanyan's appearance and figure, nodding in agreement. "Su Yuan." The boy spoke with envy in his tone. "Unfortunately, I've heard she already has a boyfriend." Jiang Chen's fingers holding the shopping bag paused ever so slightly. He didn't respond, just gazing at the dormitory entrance. "But Jiang Nanyan is also hard to pursue." The boy, seeing Jiang Chen's lack of response, continued on his own, tapping his finger on the cartoon bear design on the breakfast box. "I heard that last month a computer science genius stood downstairs holding 999 roses for an entire afternoon, but she slipped out the side door." Finally, Jiang Chen diverted his gaze and glanced at the breakfast box in the boy's hand. "Are you also here to wait for her?" The boy scratched his head, a hint of bashfulness on his face. "I'm a classmate of hers, and since I had no classes this morning, I thought I'd stop by and bring her some breakfast." As he spoke, he couldn't help but study Jiang Chen. "Senior, you look unfamiliar. You're not from our medical school, right?" Jiang Chen replied with a simple and did not elaborate on his background. Just then, the door to the girls' dormitory swung open, and a girl in a white dress stepped out. She was holding several books, her long black hair cascading over her shoulders, and the sunlight enveloped her, creating a soft halo around her. "It's Jiang Chen," the boy exclaimed softly, instantly straightening his posture and nervously adjusting his sweat. Jiang Chen's gaze also fell on Jiang Chen. He had to admit the boy's earlier words were not exaggerated. Jiang Chen not only had outstanding beauty, but also a unique charm, a playful edge hidden within her cool demeanor, coupled with her stunning figure, making it difficult to look away. It seemed Jiang Chen had also noticed the commotion. Her gaze first landed on the boy, offering a polite smile, before turning to Jiang Chen. Upon recognizing him, she paused slightly, her eyes suddenly sparkling. Today Jiang Chen looked 100 times more dazzling than the last time they met. If he was merely handsome before, now he was strikingly attractive with perfect features that seemed meticulously crafted, locking her gaze. If the Bentley he drove last time was a bonus point, then this face was a highlight that could make one overlook everything else. Jiang Chen met her gaze, the corners of his lips curling up as he slowly spoke. "Jiang Chen, have you already forgotten me so soon?" The boy beside them looked between Jiang Chen and Jiang Chen, his expression one of confusion as he opened his mouth. She. Wasn't this senior supposed to not be here waiting for Jiang Chen? How did it seem like they clearly knew each other? The confusion in his eyes bubbled up like bubbles, nearly pushing away the little bit of gossip he had just had. Jiang Chen was pulled back to reality by Jiang Chen's words, her cheeks flushing faintly as she hurriedly waved her hand. "No, Jiang Chen, I was just a bit surprised to see you here." Her voice was gentle like a feather lightly brushing the heart. Jiang Chen looked at her slightly flustered appearance, and the smile in his eyes deepened. "I came to deliver something to Yao Yao." As he spoke, he raised the shopping bag in his hand. "Where's Yao Yao?" Jiang Chen caught sight of the Apple logo on the shopping bag and felt no envy in her heart. She could afford such a phone herself. What truly moved her was that Jiang Chen would personally make a trip to deliver a phone. Having known him for almost a month, she had long noticed that Jiang Chen was usually very busy. Even with such a beautiful girlfriend like Su Yao, he rarely came to school to visit him. Most of the time, it was Su Yao who took the initiative to find him. Driving a Bentley with a gentle personality and looking this handsome now, Jiang Chen thought to herself, finding a boyfriend like this would probably be more difficult than getting into medical school. In fact, when she first saw Jiang Chen driving the Bentley, she did have a moment of impulse. Women tend to admire strength, and she was no exception. But she had managed to suppress it. After all, he was her roommate's boyfriend. Yet at this moment, looking at Jiang Chen's strikingly handsome face, that little flutter of emotion quietly resurfaced. Compared to material things, she was actually more of a visual person. Jiang Chen's looks could easily be described as the pinnacle she had ever seen. Although his body wasn't particularly muscular, just that face was enough to make one overlook everything else. "I'm asking you a question, where is Yao Yao?" Jiang Chen waved his hand in front of her eyes. Jiang Chen jolted back to reality and hurriedly replied, "Yao Yao is in the library now, would you like me to take you there?" Jiang Chen shook his head, "No need." He handed her the shopping bag. "Please pass this phone to her, it'll treat you both to a meal." Jiang Chen took the bag, her fingertips inadvertently brushing against his hand, causing her heart to skip a beat. She steadied herself and looked up, saying, "How about we add each other on WeChat? If Yao Yao needs anything in the future, it would be easier for me to notify you." Jiang Chen was momentarily taken aback, but quickly understood and raised an eyebrow. He didn't think much of it, assuming Jiang Chen just wanted to avoid delays, and nodded readily, "Sure." He then took out his phone, unlocked it, and opened the WeChat QR code interface to hand it over. Jiang Chen quickly took out her phone to scan the code, her fingers tapping rapidly on the screen, as if afraid that if she hesitated for even a second, he would change his mind. When she saw the "added successfully" prompt, she let out a quiet sigh of relief, her lips involuntarily curving upward. She tucked her phone back into her pocket, her fingers tightening unconsciously around the shopping bag. "Then I'll go find Yao Yao now. I have something else to do, I'm leaving first." Jiang Chen nodded in acknowledgement, and as he turned, his steps were light, the hem of his white shirt being lifted slightly. Jiang Chen stood still, watching his back until that figure disappeared at the end of the tree-lined path, before suddenly snapping back to reality. She looked down at the shopping bag in her hand, then touched the phone in her pocket, her cheeks still warm. Jiang Chen, a girl from her dorm, passed by, playfully tapping her arm. "What are you doing standing here? What good stuff are you carrying?" "Nothing." Jiang Chen hurriedly hid the bag behind her. "I just helped Yao Yao pick up something. I'm going to find her in the library." After saying that, she hurriedly walked in the direction of the library, her steps quicker than usual. The sunlight filtered through the leaves, bathing her in warmth. Even though it was the season of the autumn tiger's wrath, she felt as if she had a small sun nestled in her heart, warm and cozy. Arriving at the entrance of the library, she took a deep breath to smooth out her skirt before pushing the door open. Su Yao was sitting by the window reading. The sunlight fell on her thick eyelashes, casting a small shadow. "Yao Yao." Jiang Chen tiptoed over and placed the shopping bag on the table. Su Yao looked up, saw her, and smiled, putting down her book. "What brings you here? Didn't you say you had class in the morning?" "I just ran into Jiang Chen downstairs in the dorm, and he asked me to give this to you." Jiang Chen pointed at the bag on the table. A hint of surprise flashed in Su Yao's eyes as she reached for the bag. Upon seeing the phone inside, she couldn't help but exclaim, "Is this the latest model from Apple?" She looked up at Jiang Chen. "Where's my husband? He said he had something else to do and left already." Jiang Nan sat down across from her casually saying, "By the way, Yao Yao, I just added Jiang Chen on WeChat, so it will be easier to contact him if you need anything in the future." Su Yao didn't think much of it, and nodded with a smile. That's good. She took out her new phone, changed the number, and immediately sent a message to Jiang Chen. "Thank you, husband, I've received the phone." She even added a kiss emoji at the end. Jiang Chen got into the car and opened the personal system interface. Host Jiang Chen, age 22 years, height 178 centimeters, weight 68 kilograms, physique 72, stamina 70, agility 71, charm 35.5, company Siemens 19. 8. Jinping, Yuxian, China 70, Jun Cheng Law Firm 61. Property none, vehicle Bentley GT, balance 27 billion yuan, warehouse basic cashback, card 2 skills, safety glasses, eternal power, list piano, inheritance, aura money, aura lucky, aura. Jiang Chen looked at his attribute panel, and this time the changes were quite significant. The first thing he noticed was the charm value, which had risen from 30 to 35. He couldn't help but think, no wonder people often say money nurtures people. Even the charm value can increase so much. Jiang Chen's gaze moved away from the charm value and scanned the other attributes. The changes in physique, stamina, and agility were negligible, showing only minor fluctuations in single digits compared to the last time he checked, likely due to having a relatively regular lifestyle recently. His attention fell on the company line, Siemens 19. 8. Equity Jinping, Yuxian, China 70. Equity, Jun Cheng Law Firm 61. Equity. These numbers represented a vast commercial landscape and were a crucial source of confidence for him now. Although most of these assets were inherited, managing to hold them firmly and continue generating value was no easy feat. Looking at the balance section, the figure of over 27 billion yuan was particularly eye-catching. Seeing this, a sense of security surged within Jiang Chen. Wealth brought not only material satisfaction, but also a sense of freedom in controlling one's life. The 2 basic cashback cards in the warehouse lay quietly, now of no use to Jiang Chen. With a maximum cashback of only 1 million, he had begun to look down on it. Just then his phone chimed, interrupting his Jiang Chen picked up his phone and saw a message from Su Yao. The screen displayed the words, "Thank you, husband, I've received the phone." The subsequent kiss emoji made the corners of his mouth involuntarily lift. To Jiang Chen, Su Yao could be considered the light of his heart. She was well-behaved and understanding, never clingy, especially the lucky aura she brought him, which made him cherish her even more. Knock knock. The car window was tapped. Jiang Chen looked up, his gaze falling upon the polished faces of several unfamiliar women pressed against the car window. They wore warm smiles, but their eyes betrayed their curiosity about the luxurious Bentley. He rolled down the window and casually asked, "Is there something you need? Handsome, can we exchange contact information?" The girl in front twirled her curly hair, her voice sweet to the point of being cloying. They had just seen Jiang Chen walk out of the school, his tall figure and handsome features reminiscent of a magazine cover model, before he got into this expensive Bentley. In this day and age, a man who is both handsome and wealthy is a rare find. The women exchanged glances and immediately chased after him in their high heels. Jiang Chen's gaze brushed past them, his eyes revealing no emotion. The numbers displayed on his safety glasses made him chuckle. Each of these girls had connections to multiple drivers, with the highest number nearing triple digits. While they might qualify as beauties in the eyes of ordinary boys, to Jiang Chen they were merely average. No matter how beautiful they were, could they surpass Su Yao? At least he had yet to see anyone who did. Moreover, these worn-out cars, having been through multiple owners, held no interest for him. Not interested. Before they could react, he raised his hand to roll up the window. The smiles on the faces of the girls outside instantly froze as they watched the sleek, white Bentley disappear around the corner. One of them stomped her foot in frustration, exclaiming, "What's so great about him? Isn't it just that he's a bit handsome and has a bit of money? I'm not impressed." Another girl tugged at her sleeve, her gaze complex as she looked in the direction where the car had vanished, falling silent. The center tower of Magic City pierced the clouds, and the headquarters of Jun Cheng Law Firm was located within. On the 16th floor, as the elevator doors opened slowly, Jiang Chen immediately spotted the metallic sign of Jun Cheng Law Firm, simple yet elegant, exuding professionalism and rigor. He approached the front desk, and the young girl immediately stood up, her face adorned with a perfectly timed smile, her voice warm and polite. "Good day, sir. Do you have an appointment?" The smile and demeanor stirred something within Jiang Chen, momentarily reminding him of his experiences. Back then he had worn a delivery uniform and stood at a company front desk, only to be met with disdainful glances and impatient shooing, as if his very presence would tarnish the polished marble floor. In contrast, Jiang Chen understood clearly. The high standard of front desk service at Junxing indicated a remarkable corporate culture. "I don't have an appointment." Jiang Chen pulled back his thoughts and said calmly, "My name is Jiang Chen. Just mention it to Zhong." The smile on the front desk girl's face froze for half a second, a flicker of surprise crossing her eyes. Director Zhong is one of the founders of Juncheng, a prominent figure in the industry. Ordinary clients often need to make appointments weeks in advance to meet him. Yet this young man boldly called him by name and claimed that merely mentioning it would suffice. But her professionalism prevented her from voicing any doubt. She merely inclined her body slightly, saying, "All right, Mr. Jiang, please wait a moment." She then picked up the intercom phone, hesitated for 2 seconds over the buttons, and ultimately dialed Zhong Zhen's office number. "Director Zhong, there is a Mr. Jiang Chen at the front desk without an appointment, who says you will know his name." Her voice was kept low, but her eyes remained attentive to Jiang Chen's reaction. There was silence on the other end for a few seconds, followed by a flurry of sounds, as if something had been knocked over. Soon after, Zhong Zhen's anxious voice came through the receiver. Quickly invite Mr. Jiang to my office. No, I will come down immediately. The front desk girl's hand holding the phone trembled, looking at Jiang Chen in disbelief. Such treatment. Ordinary clients wouldn't receive it, nor would even CEOs of billion-dollar companies, yet Director Zhong had never come down to greet them personally. Jiang Chen, however, seemed to have anticipated this scenario, his hands tucked into his pockets, his gaze resting on the greenery at the end of the corridor, his demeanor tranquil. In under a minute, the elevator chimed softly, and the door slid open. A slightly disheveled middle-aged man hurried out. It was Zhong Zhen. Behind him followed several impeccably dressed men, all exuding a composed demeanor, and upon closer inspection, they were all notable figures in the industry. Mr. Jiang, welcome to inspect our work. Zhong Zhen was the first to quicken his pace, closely followed by the lawyers behind him. The group promptly reached Jiang Chen, each face displaying just the right amount of warmth and respect, their tones nearly overflowing with deference. Jiang Chen nodded slightly and followed Zhong Zhen toward the elevator. As they passed the front desk, he glanced at the girl still frozen in place, who hurriedly lowered her head, her cheeks flushed. The elevator doors slowly closed, cutting off the outside view. Seeing Jiang Chen silent, Zhong Zhen wisely chose to maintain his silence. He was unsure of the young shareholder's thoughts. If he couldn't decipher them at this moment, it would be imprudent to speak rashly. The elevator was filled only with their faint breathing, creating a subtly tense atmosphere. The elevator chimed as it stopped on the 18th floor. As the doors opened, a faint scent of cedar wafted in. Unlike the hustle and bustle downstairs, the office area here felt more serene. The plants by the floor-to-ceiling windows were meticulously trimmed, and each workstation was neatly organized. Jiang Chen stepped out of the elevator, his gaze casually sweeping the surroundings as he spoke. Let's head to the conference room, get to know each other, and have a brief meeting. As the absolute major shareholder of Junsheng, he felt it necessary to come over. He would never feign knowledge to guide their business or question their professionalism. After all, every profession has its own expertise, and he understood his position. Yet making an appearance was essential to let them know who the real boss was here. Zhong Zhen promptly replied, yes, Mr. Jiang, the conference room is ready, and the core team members are already waiting. Saying this, he led Jiang Chen toward the nearby conference room. Upon opening the door, he found a considerable number of people already seated inside, around 20 individuals, all key figures from various fields within the headquarters of Junsheng law firm. As Jiang Chen entered, everyone stood up, their faces adorned with polite smiles. This is our largest shareholder, Mr. Jiang Chen. Zhong Zhen stood beside Jiang Chen, introducing him. Mr. Jiang has come today to meet everyone and to gain insights into the situations of each team. Hello, Mr. Jiang. Everyone greeted in unison, their voices tinged with curiosity and awe. Most had only seen his name on internal documents, never expecting such a young major shareholder. Jiang Chen walked to the main seat and slowly scanned the attendees. Among them were seasoned lawyers with graying hair yet sharp eyes and youthful talents in well-fitted suits. Each one graduated from prestigious universities, their impressive resumes enough to crush the confidence of the average person. He gently tapped his fingers on the smooth mahogany table, feeling a sense of emotion rise within him. He reminisced that back when he delivered takeout, he couldn't even brush against the hems of such elites, yet now he had become their helm. Success or failure never hinges on the process, only on the outcome. He pondered in silence. Now he was their boss. Raising his hand to signal everyone to take their seats, Jiang Chen spoke directly. I am here today mainly to greet everyone. I know that everyone present is an elite in the industry with high accomplishments in your respective fields. The success of Junsheng today is inseparable from everyone's efforts. He paused, his gaze sweeping across each person present, and continued, I will not interfere much with the specific business of the law firm. You only need to focus on your duties, demonstrating professionalism and competence to provide the best service for clients. As for the rest, with Director Zhong around, he will handle the arrangements. This statement not only clarified his stance, but also gave sufficient face to Zhong Zhen, allowing everyone present to breathe a sigh of relief. Originally, they were worried that this major shareholder would provide unqualified guidance, but it seemed they had overthought it. Zhong Zhen also relaxed, quickly adding, what Chairman Jiang said is correct. If anyone has work-related issues, you can report directly to me, and I will handle them promptly. Of course, if there are any good suggestions, you can also bring them to Chairman Jiang. Next, the heads of each team took turns to briefly introduce their team's business scope and recent key cases. Jiang Chen listened quietly, occasionally jotting down notes without interrupting too much. When it was the finance department head's turn to speak, the atmosphere in the conference room quietly became serious. The middle-aged man with black-framed glasses adjusted his glasses and reported the figures. Last year, Junsheng's annual revenue reached $1.368 billion, ranking first among Chinese law firms and 47th globally. As he finished speaking, many faces displayed pride. This achievement was the result of everyone's hard work, enough for them to hold their heads high in the industry. Jiang Chen raised his gaze towards the finance head, lightly tapping his fingers on the table. What is the profit margin? The finance head clearly had prepared beforehand and immediately replied, after deducting all costs, the net profit margin is 32.7, an increase of 4.2 percentage points compared to the previous year. This is mainly due to the increase in the proportion of major client business and the high premiums of emerging field cases. What specific emerging fields are you referring to? Jiang Chen pressed further. Mainly blockchain compliance and cross-border data privacy protection in these two areas. The finance head flipped through the report in his hand. The charging standards for these two types of cases are nearly 50% higher than traditional businesses, and the client renewal rate has reached 89. Jiang Chen nodded slightly, added a few notes in his notebook, then looked up at Zhongzhan. The team configuration in these two areas needs to be strengthened. Zhongzhan quickly nodded. Understood. I will arrange for the HR department to follow up, striving to recruit some relevant professionals from top universities. The finance head then added, additionally, last year's public welfare case expenditure accounted for 3.5, mainly used for legal aid and legal awareness promotion, meeting our law firm's social responsibility requirements. Jiang Chen responded with a simple not pursuing further inquiries. He has always supported the law firm's participation in public welfare, as it is not just a social responsibility, but also an important way to enhance brand image. The brief meeting lasted about an hour and concluded. This meeting gave Jiang Chen a clear understanding of Junsheng. In terms of industry influence, Junsheng is undoubtedly a leader among Chinese law firms, and its ranking within the top 50 globally speaks volumes about its strength. However, in terms of scale compared to the other two industries he inherited, the figures appear considerably less impressive. Yet he did not let that concern him. After all, this industry was inherited, and achieving the current scale is already remarkable. Furthermore, the core value of a law firm lies not in its size, but in its professional barriers and industry discourse power. From the reports of the various teams, just now it is evident that Junsheng's foundation in these two aspects is quite solid. Jiang Chen stood up and said, "That's all for today. Everyone can return to your tasks. Zhongzhan, please come with me." The crowd stood up to see them off, watching Jiang Chen and Zhongzhan's departing figures with contemplative expressions. Though this young major shareholder spoke little, his commanding presence and decisive actions left a deep impression on them. Stepping out of the conference room, Zhongzhan followed closely behind him, noticing Jiang Chen pause briefly as he exited the elevator. Junsheng has a solid foundation. Jiang Chen suddenly spoke, his voice elongated by the hallway's echo. You mentioned wanting to recruit talent in the blockchain field. Do not limit yourself to universities. Zhongzhan quickly took out his notepad. What does Chairman Jiang mean? Look at Lipin.com and pull up the resumes of the lawyers who have worked on digital currency compliance cases on Wall Street. Jiang Chen tapped out a message on his phone screen. The budget is not a problem. What matters is having real expertise. Zhongzhan felt a jolt in his heart. Those are famously known as high-priced lawyers in the industry, but upon reconsideration with Jiang Chen's capital, there is indeed no need to be overly frugal with talent costs. He promptly replied, I will arrange for someone to connect right away. Jiang Chen responded with an NM, and as he pushed open the revolving door, the evening breeze carried the fragrance of gardenias. Approaching his Bentley, he paused momentarily while opening the door and turned to Zhongzhan. The matter I entrusted to you last night, please put in extra effort and report any developments to me promptly. Rest assured, Chairman Jiang. Zhongzhan bent lower, his tone filled with utmost confidence. I will ensure this matter is handled flawlessly. Tasks assigned by the boss are always of utmost importance, and he naturally dared not be the slightest bit negligent. Jiang Chen glanced at the time. It's about time. I have other matters to attend to, so I will take my leave. I will see you off. Zhongzhan quickly stepped forward, wanting to open the car door for him. No need. Jiang Chen waved his hand. You can get back to your work. After saying this, he bent down and sat inside the car. The white Bentley smoothly glided out of the parking lot and quickly merged into the flow of traffic on the main road. Zhongzhan stood in place, watching the car's silhouette disappear with a contemplative expression, stroking his chin. The matter Jiang Chen specifically instructed last night seemed to require expediting. He took out his phone and called his assistant. The matter I discussed with you last night must progress faster. Inside the Bentley, Jiang Chen had just connected his phone to the car's Bluetooth when a steady middle-aged male voice clearly transmitted through. Hello, may I ask if you are Mr. Jiang Chen? I am Jiang Chen. He replied, his tone flat and unperturbed. Hello, Mr. Jiang, I am Zhou Qichuan, the president of China Merchants Bank. The voice on the other end carried the calmness of someone who had long been in a high position. Thank you for your trust in our bank. I would like to invite you to dinner. May I ask if you are available in the near future? A barely perceptible smile curved at the corners of Jiang Chen's lips. He certainly understood the other party's intentions. The more than 27 billion cash lying on that savings card was enough for any bank to treat him like a god of wealth. In this day and age, there are very few clients who can take out such a large sum of cash at once in the entire city. I have time tomorrow. Jiang Chen pondered for a moment before agreeing. He suddenly remembered that there were often discussions online about the exceptional beauty of the staff at China Merchants Bank, and he thought it was a good opportunity to see for himself. Zhou Qichuan on the other end clearly paused for half a second, as if he did not expect Jiang Chen to be so agreeable. That's wonderful, Mr. Jiang. Your presence truly brings glory to our bank. Should I send someone to pick you up tomorrow? No need, just send me the time and address, and I will go myself, Jiang Chen replied. Zhou Qichuan exchanged a few more pleasantries before hanging up. The moment the Bentley's Bluetooth cut off, the cabin returned to silence. Jiang Chen casually tossed his phone onto the passenger seat, his gaze sweeping across the colorful street scene outside the window. The night in the city was like a spilled palette of colors with neon lights shattering on the glass curtain walls into countless shimmering points reflecting a delicate glow in his eyes. A roadside stall flashed by outside the car window. Under the dim yellow light bulb, several men in work clothes gathered around a small table drinking beer, and the aroma of stir-fried crayfish wafted in through the car window. Jiang Chen's gaze lingered on the stall for 2 seconds, and his throat involuntarily moved. Back in college, the most extravagant meal he and Wang Defa had was to come to such places ordering 2 kilos of crayfish to share, which could make them happy for an entire night. Thinking of the hard life he used to live, the sudden wealth made him feel somewhat unaccustomed. With this thought, Jiang Chen couldn't help but smile self-deprecatingly. Though he was rich now, the transformation of living habits and mentality would still take time to adapt. Back home, after taking a shower, Jiang Chen saw his phone vibrating twice. It was a message from Zhou Qichuan confirming the address at Yunding Pavilion for 7 p.m. tomorrow. He had never heard of this place, but fortunately the other party had sent a location. Jiang Chen stopped thinking and began to appraise his apartment. This was a 1-bedroom apartment he rented for over 4,000, which he had been quite satisfied with at the time, but now given his current status it seemed rather shabby. Chinese people have a peculiar obsession with houses, and he was no exception. In his hometown, the greatest joy in life was building a new house, second only to getting married. He had always thought that the first thing he would do after making money was to buy a house, and now that wish could finally be realized. He picked up his phone to check luxury properties in the city, but he couldn't make up his mind. Thinking about having dinner with the president of China Merchants Bank tomorrow, he figured they should have related channels. It would be good to ask him then. The Holy Light Bank must also have connections, but he didn't want to bother them. After coming to this conclusion, Jiang Chen picked up a book to read, a good habit he had developed during his time on a limited task. Especially the insights he gained today at Junsheng Law Firm made him realize that there was still much for him to learn. The next day, Jiang Chen woke up to the sunlight. On his phone, besides the daily notification of 3:00 arriving, there were also good morning messages from Su Yuyao and photos sent by Bai Chuwei. In the photo, she looked radiant, already seated at her desk absorbed in work. Jiang Chen gazed at Bai Chuwei's focused expression in the photo, a smile unconsciously curling at the corners of his mouth. He typed out the words, "If you don't want to work, just say so," and sent it before getting up to change clothes. Opening the wardrobe, he found that most of the clothes were still inexpensive casual wear. He picked out a blue outfit to wear, which made his figure appear even more upright. After examining himself in the mirror for a moment, he suddenly felt that perhaps change wasn't so difficult after all. After a simple breakfast, Jiang Chen sat on the sofa flipping through materials on luxury properties in the city. The property information on the screen that easily exceeded hundreds of millions was something he wouldn't have dared to think about before, but now it had become a choice that required serious consideration. While he was engrossed, his phone rang. It was a call from Su Yuyao. "Honey, are you free tonight? Let's go out for skewers. I know of a new place that has amazing flavors." The sweet voice of her came through the phone. Jiang Chen chuckled. "I can't tonight. I have something to do. Let's postpone it to another day." "All right then." Jiang Chen didn't elaborate further, chatting for a few more moments before hanging up. Time passed quickly, and Jiang Chen glanced at the time. It was about time to head out. He grabbed his car keys and went downstairs, getting into the Bentley, following the navigation to the location Zhou Qichuan had sent. Yunding Pavilion was located in an old Western-style house. After the car stopped, Jiang Chen raised his eyes to take a look. The old house was hidden behind thick country sycamores, with its light gray brick walls covered in deep green ivy, the leaves glistening in the sunset. The pointed red tiles were neatly arranged, and although the decorative ironwork on the edges appeared somewhat aged, the craftsmanship remained evident. At the entrance stood 2 white marble stone lions, one on each side, their curves smooth, yet exuding an air of authority, the lotus patterns on the bases clearly discernible, likely due to frequent cleaning. At the door stood 2 waitresses in cheap how, their figures delicate and their appearances above average. This restaurant was clearly extraordinary. Zhou Qichuan was waiting at the door with a group of people. Upon seeing Jiang Chen approaching, he immediately came forward with outstretched hands. "Hello, Mr. Jiang, I am Zhou Qichuan." Jiang Chen looked at the overly enthusiastic bank president, something he would have never dared to imagine before. Indeed, the charm of money should not be underestimated. His gaze swept over the 3 girls standing behind Zhou Qichuan, all tall and strikingly beautiful. The online comments were truly not misleading. Jiang Chen extended his hand and gently shook hands with Zhou Qichuan. "You are too kind, President Zhou." His tone was flat, but his gaze lingered on the 3 girls for half a second longer. They wore matching light gray work dresses, the hems just above the knees revealing their slender calf lines, their faces adorned with sweet smiles, yet their eyes concealed a hint of barely contained excitement. This was their first close encounter with a billionaire. Spending their days dealing with money, they understood better than anyone before coming the president had specifically instructed them. Whoever could win the favor of Mr. Jiang would be guaranteed a promotion and a raise. As client managers at a private bank, they had seen predecessors achieve life leaps through this work. Driving luxury cars, living in grand houses, they only needed to serve their exclusive clients. Well, besides the bank's salary, they could also earn considerable extra income. To say they didn't envy such a life would be self-deceiving. There were those who achieved personal freedom through hard work, but they were self-aware and did not fall into that category. Now such an opportunity had finally come to them. Moreover, this Mr. Jiang was exceptionally handsome. Just as men liked beautiful women, they liked handsome men. If given a choice, they would certainly prefer to serve such a handsome man. Zhou Qichuan casually turned to lead the way, his tone warm, as if welcoming an old friend. Mr. Jiang, please come in. Passing through the porch adorned with climbing ivy, the stone path beneath their feet was meticulously clean. Jiang Chen noticed several pots of rare orchids placed in the corner, their leaves spread wide, clearly valuable. Upon entering the private room, the redwood round table gleamed, and outside the window was a neatly trimmed garden. Zhou Qichuan attentively helped Jiang Chen pull out a chair, and then addressed the girls behind him. Why aren't you introducing yourselves? Hello, Mr. Jiang. The girls greeted in unison, their voices melodious and clear. Jiang Chen nodded in acknowledgement, and sat down in the chair Zhou Qichuan had opened. The surface of the redwood chair was polished, smooth, and warm, perfectly conforming to the shape of his body, indicating it had been carefully selected. Zhou Qichuan sat down next to him, and the girls behind them each found a place to sit, maintaining a respectful distance. The girl closest to Jiang Chen took the initiative to pick up the purple clay teapot on the table, her wrist turning lightly as the amber-colored tea flowed from the fairness cup into a white porcelain teacup, her movements graceful and fluid, clearly trained professionally. Mr. Jiang, please try this tea. It's this year's Preaching Ming Longjing, sourced from Shifeng Mountain in linen by a friend. Zhou Qichuan gestured. Jiang Chen lifted the teacup and took a sip. The tea was lightly sweet, and indeed much richer than the bagged tea he usually drank. He set the cup down, saying, "Thank you for your trouble, President Zhou." His tone remained calm, yet he understood that this cup of tea concealed the significance of 27 billion in cash. As a first-tier city, Shanghai had many wealthy individuals, but those capable of presenting 27 billion in cash were exceedingly rare. No matter which bank, clients like Jiang Chen holding such vast sums were undoubtedly top-tier elite clients. Zhou Qichuan laughed heartily and waved his hand. "It's nothing. Mr. Jiang, you are young and accomplished. Seeing you today, you are even more impressive. It is a tremendous honor for our bank to earn your favor. These ladies are all elites from our bank. You can choose one to be your dedicated personal secretary. For every private banking client, they conduct prior investigations. However, for Mr. Jiang, his identity was marked as confidential. It is worth noting that their bank's authority was already quite high, and even they could not uncover the details showcasing just how distinguished Jiang Chen's identity was. However, they had clarified the source of his assets, which were shares transferred from the Holy Light Foundation. The specific transactions within remained unknown to them. Yet just with his past associations with the Holy Light Foundation and having glimpsed a mere fraction of its influence, it was enough for him to understand Jiang Chen's extraordinary nature. It was precisely these two factors combined that led the esteemed president of the bank to personally host Jiang Chen. Yes, he was indeed the president of the bank. Individuals of his stature generally do not care much about how wealthy the other party is. After all, no matter how rich one is, could they outdo the bank? What he truly valued was Jiang Chen's own capabilities, or rather the influences associated with Jiang Chen. Whether it was Jinping Yuxian or Siemens, which one was not an industry giant? Moreover, these were all companies controlled by the Holy Light Foundation. To his knowledge, up to this point, no country or organization has ever been able to make the Holy Light Foundation yield. Jiang Chen, of course, was unaware of Zhou Qichuan's calculations. His gaze fell upon the three girls in light gray. They had clearly prepared meticulously, their hair neatly styled, name tags glimmering at their collars, and their hands folded in front of their small waist, their posture textbook perfect, though the slightly tensed shoulders revealed their nervousness. "Since President Zhou has highly recommended you, why don't you each introduce yourselves?" His voice was not loud, but it clearly reached everyone's ears. Zhou Qichuan was momentarily taken aback, then turned to the girls, saying, "Quickly introduce yourselves to Mr. Jiang." The girl on the far left, Lin, she reacted the quickest, bending down to pick up a fallen pin, her light gray skirt accentuating her graceful waist. Her oval face framed by bright almond-shaped eyes, the corners of her distinctly shaped lips always habitually turned upwards. As she stood up straight, she took a deep breath, striving to make her voice sound steady. "Hello, Mr. Jiang, my name is Su Yun. I am 27 years old, 172 centimeters tall, a graduate of Yale University's finance department, and have worked at the bank for 5 years, specializing in cross-border asset allocation and tax planning, having managed family trusts for 3 clients on the Forbes list." At this point, she paused, seemingly choosing her words carefully. "I keep real-time tabs on major global market dynamics, and can provide you with the most timely investment advice." As soon as she finished speaking, the girl standing in the middle took a step forward. Small in stature, yet not frail, the collar of her skirt revealed collarbones as exquisite as art, her face adorned with 2 shallow dimples. However, at this moment her dimples were nearly invisible due to her tense demeanor, long curled eyelashes casting small shadows on her eyelids. "Hello, Mr. Jiang, I'm Xie Yul, 25 years old, 165 centimeters tall, graduated from Kyoto University with a major in economics, specializing in quantitative investment model development. The risk assessment system, I led the development of, won first prize in last year's industry evaluation, accurately calculating the potential risks of various investment portfolios." As she spoke, her voice gradually lowered, likely realizing that these achievements might not hold much weight in front of someone like Jiang Chen. The last girl wore a skirt with an extra layer of delicate lace on the cuffs compared to the other two, her shoulder and necklines soft and sculpted like finely carved white jade. Her long hair was neatly gathered into a bun behind her head, revealing a smooth forehead and elegantly shaped swan neck, always nodding slightly when looking at others, exuding a gentle demeanor. As she stepped forward, her steps were steadier than the previous two, but the unease in her gaze was undeniable. Mr. Jiang, my name is Zhao Yue. I am 26 years old, 168 centimeters tall, graduated from Columbia University School of Public Administration. Although my background is not purely financial, I have worked in a family office for 2 years, familiar with managing daily affairs for ultra-high net worth clients, from itinerary arrangements to coordinating personal matters. She paused, adding, I also speak 3 foreign languages, which may be of help when you have overseas matters. After the 3 introductions, the meeting room fell into a brief silence. Jiang Chen's gaze swept over their faces. Su Yun's confidence, Xie Yu's shyness, Zhao Yu's attentiveness, along with their striking appearances, were all clearly etched in his memory. He did not express his decision immediately, but activated the safety glasses to observe the 3. Su Yun status safe associated driver 3. Xie Yu status safe associated driver 0. Zhao Yu's status safe associated driver 1. All 3 girls awaited Jiang Chen's decision, palms sweating. They all understood that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If chosen by Jiang Chen, it would be an immense stroke of luck. Su Yun straightened her chest, slightly eyes alight with expectation. She believed her ample experience and assured bearing made her the obvious choice. Zhao Yu maintained a courteous smile, waiting for Jiang Chen's answer and silently hoping to be chosen. Only Xie Yu kept her head bowed, long lashes trembling, as if convinced she had little chance. Xie Yu, Jiang Chen spoke, his voice still even yet ringing clearly in everyone's ears. Xie Yu jerked her head up, disbelief written across her face as if she had not heard correctly, and stood frozen. Su Yun's confident expression momentarily froze as she forced a polite smile that could not hide her disappointment. Zhao Yu was surprised as well, but quickly masked it and cast Xie Yu a look tinged with complexity. Zhou Qichuan was taken aback at first, then recovered immediately, his face lighting into an enthusiastic smile as he turned to Xie Yu and said, Yo, what are you standing there for? Only then did Xie Yu come to her senses. Her cheeks flushed crimson, and she stammered nervously, Thank you, Miss. Jiang Chen inclined his head slightly. With business concluded, it was time to dine. Zhou Qichuan clapped to signal, and attendants rolled in the gilded serving carts in orderly procession. Xie Yu was seated beside Jiang Chen. The velvet of the chair made her feel even more awkward. She glanced up. Jiang Chen's brows met his temples like drawn blades, his eyes bright as stars, his nose aquiline, his whole presence radiating an extraordinary poise. Mr. Jiang, please try this appetizer. Zhou Qichuan lifted the silver lid. As the white mist dispersed, an ice-lined white plate was revealed. Hermesai caviar paired with Persian saffron crisps. These roes were selected from 20-year Beluga sturgeon and were airlifted from the Lehigh just this morning. Jiang Chen lifted the mother-of-pearl spoon. The black pearls burst on the tongue, the sea's brine and the saffron's perfume weaving together in the mouth. The second dish was a low-temperature, slow-cooked ISE lobster with black truffle sauce. The whole lobster curled in a blue and white porcelain dish, its shell gleaming with butter, the sauce a warm amber hue. This lobster was pulled this afternoon off Jinggang County in the island nation. It has been ashore for less than 6 hours, Zhou Qichuan said, as he used a silver knife to open the shell. The sauce was reduced with 8-year Igua black vinegar and finished with shavings of Zibelia truffle from Huaxiong country to heighten the flavor. No sooner had the servers cleared the lobster plate than Zhou Qichuan personally presented the third main course. A silver tray lined with dark patterned velvet bore a blue porcelain bowl in which lay slices of pink flesh, wafer thin and edged with a nacreous sheen. This is Hokkaido bluefin tuna belly sashimi, he explained, stirring gently with ivory chopsticks. We selected wild males over 3 years old. The belly beneath the pectoral fin is the choicest cut, worth nearly its weight in gold per kilogram. We had the Ginza head chef slice it on site. The wasabi was sourced this morning from farmers in Shaanxi County and must be ground with sharkskin to preserve its pristine sharpness. Jiang Chen lifted a slice to his mouth. The fat dissolved on his tongue, the fish's sweet umami, and the wasabi's bright sting striking straight to the crown of the head. Xie Yu stared at the sashimi as if it were a work of art, afraid even to move her chopsticks and mar its perfection. Then came the fourth dish, the fifth. When the final crystallized cup was presented, Xie Yu could not help but hold her breath. Within the cup, bird's nest looked like set cream paired with agate-like cherries. Zhou Qichuan introduced it. This is first harvest Malayugia cave, swiftlet nest double simmered with old hen and dried abalone for 12 hours, finished with 30-year aged huaiyao. The ice cup was formed with Kunlun snow water frozen for 3 days to bring out the nest's true flavor. Jiang Chen had his eyes open tonight. A leaving taste aside, the presentation alone demanded admiration. Only a well-connected noble like Zhou Qichuan could dine on such fare. Ordinary people would never see, nor perhaps ever hear of such things. Did you see the girls' astonished faces? It seems it was their first time. After the meal, Zhou Qichuan handed Jiang Chen a stack of cards. Cards of every kind. Zhaoying Black Card, Guijin Zhongxin VIP Card, Honglong, Guangchang VIP Diamond Card, 5-star, Hotel Black Cards. Every variety imaginable. Although such cards carried little meaning against Jiang Chen's present standing, he still accepted them. Then he said to Zhou manager Zhou, thank you for your hospitality. I have nothing more, I will take my leave. Zhou hastened to reply, very well, Mr. Jiang, travel safely, you'll see you out. He then looked at Xie Yu and added, you'll come along and make sure to serve Mr. Jiang well in the future. Jiang Chen gazed at the table piled with remaining dishes and asked, can these be packed? It would be a pity to waste them. Many of the later courses had only been nibbled. Zhou glanced at the young man who was not even as old as his own son, puzzled by Jiang Chen's intent, but still replied, of course, mister. Jiang, you're right. We must not waste. You'll Su Yin Zhao Yue come help pack. After they packed the food, Xie Yul took the insulated box and hurried to catch up with Jiang Chen, her heart a tangle of nerves and excitement, as if in a dream. In the car, Xie Yul held the wheel and asked softly, Mr. Jiang, where are we going? Fudan University. Jiang Chen watched the passing window. These exquisite dishes were meant naturally to be shared with Su Yuyao. Silence filled the cabin save for the faint hum of the air conditioning. Xie Yul stole furtive glances at Jiang Chen in the rearview mirror. He remained with his eyes closed, resting. After they arrived on campus, Jiang Chen suddenly asked, do you know why I chose you? Xie Yul shook her head honestly. By experience, ability, and appearance, she was inferior to the other two. His choice was indeed baffling. I don't know, she answered in a small voice. Jiang Chen gave no explanation. Instead, he asked, do you have a boyfriend? At once, Xie Yul's heart beat wildly. She thought of the boyfriend she had only recently begun seeing, yet for reasons she could not explain, she replied no. The moment the words left her lips, she was startled by them herself. Well, stop here for today. I want to buy a house. After you go back, help me look into it. With that, Jiang Chen lifted the insulated box and walked deeper into the campus, leaving Xie Yul standing there uncertain what to do. Xie Yul watched Jiang Chen's departing figure. The setting sun stretched his shadow long, and that slender silhouette slowly disappeared at the end of the Plane Tree Avenue. At that moment, her phone lit up. A message from her boyfriend read, what would you like for dinner tonight? I bought your favorite strawberry. Xie Yul stared at the message for a long time, her finger hovering over the keyboard, yet she could not bring herself to reply. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen walked into the Fudan campus with the insulated box. The tree-lined path at night was hushed. Only the streetlights cast mottled pools of light on the ground. He moved with practiced familiarity toward the women's dormitory, and upon reaching the entrance took out his phone and dialed. The phone rang a few times before it was picked up, and Su Yuyo's voice came through, tinged with excitement. Husband, why are you calling at this hour? I'm downstairs at your dorm, come down to grab something. Okay, I'll be right down. Su Yuyo's voice was filled with surprise, and the call was hurriedly disconnected. In less than 2 minutes, the dormitory door swung open. Su Yuyao, dressed in a pink pajamas, rushed out with a few rebellious strands of hair sticking up. Upon seeing Jiang Chen, her eyes lit up and her footsteps unconsciously quickened. Husband, why did you suddenly come? She panted slightly, her nose still flushed from running. Jiang Chen handed over a thermal box. I just finished a social gathering and brought you some food. He paused and added, it's all untouched, it would be a shame to throw it away. Su Yuyao took the heavy thermal box, her eyes sparkling like stars. Wow. Thank you, husband. I was just getting a bit hungry. Jiang Chen chuckled, reaching out to pinch her soft cheek. Hurry up and eat, or it'll get cold and won't taste good. Su Yuyao nodded vigorously, turned to leave, but suddenly spun back. The night breeze brushed past her hair, revealing her bright sparkling eyes. Husband, soon it'll be National Day and Mid-Autumn Festival, will you be going home? Jiang Chen realized that in just 2 days it would be National Day, and 8 days later it would be Mid-Autumn Festival. Time really flies. He looked at the girl before him, her eyes filled with anticipation. Do you want to go back together? Jiang Chen asked softly. Su Yuyo's eyes instantly brightened, filled with starlight. She pursed her lips and nodded, then quickly said, as if afraid Jiang Chen would change his mind, it's a deal. After saying that, she dashed back to the dormitory, turning back at the door to wave at him, her voice drifting from afar. Jiang Chen stood in place, watching the door close, a smile still lingering on his lips. The autumn night breeze carried a chill, yet he felt warm inside. He took out his phone to call home, informing his parents that he would return for National Day. On the other end, his mother was momentarily stunned, then immediately filled with joy. After hanging up, Jiang Chen turned and left the campus, his steps a little lighter in the night. Meanwhile, in the corridor, the motion sensor lights turned on as Xie Yul's footsteps approached. Under the dim yellow light, she saw a familiar figure squatting by her door. It was her boyfriend Chen Yu, holding a delicate cake box, his gaze fixed on the ground as he idly kicked at the pebbles. Hearing the noise, Chen Yu suddenly stood up, a broad smile spreading across his face, his eyes sparkling under the light. Lay your back. He then offered the cake forward, the ribbon on the box tied neatly. I knew you had to work late today, so I specifically went to buy that delicious Black Forest cake from the west side of the city you mentioned last time, and it's still fresh. Xie Yul stood still, her gaze fixed on his face. In the past, she always thought that someone as attentive and caring as Chen Yu was a rare find. He remembered her casual preferences, waited at the company building in the rain, and willingly handed over his salary card for her to keep. But looking at him now, her heart felt like a tangled mess in indescribable awkwardness. Noticing that she hadn't taken the cake, Chen Yu's smile faded slightly as he tentatively stepped forward. What's wrong, Lele? You don't look so good, are you tired? Or did something happen at work? He reached out, wanting to touch her forehead to see if she had a fever. Xie Yul instinctively took a half step back, avoiding his touch. The lingering coolness of the thermal box on her fingertips reminded her of Jiang Chen's last question. Do you have a boyfriend? It echoed in her ears like a gentle sting. Chen Yu. She took a deep breath, her voice slightly tense. Let's break up. Chen Yu's face drained of color in an instant, and the cake box in his hand thudded against the door handle, making a muffled sound. He blinked as if he hadn't heard clearly. What did you say? I said we should break up. Xiaoyul avoided his gaze. We're not suited for each other. Not suited. Chen Yu's voice suddenly rose, and the cake box in his hands began to tremble slightly. Last night we watched a movie together, and you leaned on my shoulder saying how great the plot was. Why didn't you say we weren't suited then? Last week was your birthday, and when I gave you that necklace you smiled, and said you liked it. Why didn't you say we weren't suited then? On the day you agreed to be my girlfriend you lay in my arms, saying you wanted to save up for a house together. Why didn't you say we weren't suited then? He stepped forward, pain filling his eyes. Lele, are you joking with me? Today isn't April Fool's Day. Xiaoyul's throat tightened as she knew this was sudden, and even she couldn't explain why. Perhaps it was the luxurious banquet that evening stirring up unrest within her heart. Perhaps it was seeing so much extravagance at the bank that made her feel the mundanity of her current life. Or perhaps it was just Jiang Chen's question, do you have a boyfriend, like a spark igniting the long-suppressed desires with. I'm not joking. She raised her head, meeting Chun Yes' reddened eyes. I'm sorry I have changed. But in some corner of her heart a small voice was rebelling against her. She knew from the moment Jiang Chen called her name that something had already shifted. Changed. Chen Yu gave a bitter smile, wiping his face with his hand. Is it because of your job? Or is it because you've met someone else? Xiaoyul didn't answer. Silence sometimes hurts more than an admission. She took out her keys from her bag, inserting them into the lock. You can take the cake back, thank you. Lele. Chen Yu grabbed her wrist with a grip that made her frown. Tell me why. What did I do wrong? I can change. His voice carried a plea, his usually straight back slightly hunched, as if all strength had been drained from him. Xiaoyul forcefully pulled away from his grasp the key, turning halfway in the lock, and the door clicked open. No need to change. She pushed the door open, turning her back to him. I'm the one who doesn't deserve you. This sentence pierced through Chun Yes' last glimmer of hope like a needle. He stood there dazed, watching Xiaoyul's silhouette disappear behind the door, the cake box in his hand falling to the ground with a thud. The exquisite black forest cake tumbled out, cream splattering on the cold cement, resembling a puddle of melting moonlight. The corridor lights dimmed, leaving only Chun Yes breathing echoing in the darkness. He crouched down, reaching for the broken piece of cake, but as his fingertips brushed against the cold cream, he suddenly covered his face, his shoulders trembling silently. Inside, Xiaoyul leaned against the door, hearing the muffled sobs from outside, her eyes becoming moist. She raised her hand to press her forehead, unsure if what she did was right. She only knew that the inexplicable impulse in her heart made it impossible for her to turn back. The neon lights outside shone through the gaps in the curtains, casting slender shadows on the floor like an insurmountable. On October 1st, the train station in the Magic City was adorned with red flags, creating a sea of crimson. A long winding line formed at the entrance, the sound of suitcase wheels rolling over the ground, the cries of children, and the repeated announcements of ticket checks mixed together, creating a unique festive atmosphere. Jiang Chen held Su Yuyo's hand as they navigated through the crowd, feeling the girl's slight perspiration on her palm. He carried no luggage, only a phone and a wallet, while Su Yuyao had only a small canvas bag. There are so many people. Su Yuyao looked up at him, the sunlight streaming through the glass dome illuminated Jiang Chen's face, defining each of his eyelashes. She noticed that Jiang Chen was particularly eye-catching today. Wearing the same simple white shirt and black pants, his features unchanged, but standing amidst the throng, he seemed to be enveloped in a gentle light, isolating him from the surrounding noise. Yeah, it's always like this during holidays. Jiang Chen looked down at her, amusement in his eyes. Are you tired? Should we find a place? Not tired. Su Yuyao shook her head, her fingers subtly tightening. She recalled what Nana had whispered in her ear the night before about couple strategies. Her cheeks flushed slightly, her heart felt like it was cradling a piece of candy, sweet and expectant. To be able to return home with Jiang Chen, she had deliberately lied to her friend Lu Qian yesterday, saying there was an emergency at home that required her to leave early. Suddenly the announcement for ticket checks rang out. The G7326 train to Yuzhong City is now boarding. Please ensure you have your personal belongings. It's our turn. Su Yuyo's eyes brightened as she pulled Jiang Chen towards the ticket check, her canvas bag bobbing behind her. The ticket inspector glanced at Jiang Chen's ticket, taking a second look at the handsome young man. Su Yuyao clutched her ticket tightly, as if it were a treasure, following Jiang Chen through the underground passage. As they stepped onto the platform, the sleek silver high-speed train lay quietly on the tracks, resembling a dragon poised to spring into action. Their seats were located in the middle of the carriage, two side-by-side spots by the window. As soon as Su Yuyao placed her small bag on the luggage rack, she eagerly sat down and patted the seat beside her. Hurry and sit. As Jiang Chen settled down, she naturally leaned her head on his shoulder, her hair brushing against his neck, carrying a faint scent of shampoo. This is nice, she whispered, her voice filled with uncontainable happiness. What's nice? Jiang Chen turned his head, able to see her trembling eyelashes. It's nice to go home together. Su Yuyao snuggled closer to him, finding a comfortable position. Yes. Jiang Chen raised his hand to ruffle her hair, his fingers running through her soft locks. This is really nice. Who would have thought of the tumultuous emotions surging within him at this moment? From being an invisible person with no future to suddenly becoming a capital holder who could control his own life, how could such days not be wonderful? A few days ago, the president of Jinping Yuxian Greater China and the CEO of Siemens both called, expressing their desire to visit him, but he had politely declined. He thought that after the holiday, he would take some time to visit the headquarters in person, as some matters were better discussed face to face. The high-speed train slowly departed from the platform, and the buildings outside receded into the distance. Su Yuyao leaned against Jiang Chen's shoulder, listening to the steady rhythm of his breathing, feeling secure and warm. She secretly took out her phone and snapped a photo of their intertwined hands, setting it as her wallpaper, then quietly tucked the phone back into her bag, unable to hide the smile at the corners of her mouth. At that moment, two men arrived at the opposite seats. Both were around 30 years old, their hair meticulously styled, but excessively gelled, giving them a stiff and deliberate appearance. They wore dark suits, the fabric looking somewhat cheap with stains on the buttons of their cuffs, yet they attempted to sit up straight, projecting an air of business elite. As soon as they sat down, they noticed Su Yuyao, their eyes lighting up as they unabashedly looked her up and down, a hint of lewdness curling at the corners of their mouths. When their gaze fell upon Jiang Chen, the smirk immediately vanished, replaced by a deliberate glare, as if to assert. Jiang Chen didn't even lift his eyelids. He simply gently patted Su Yuyao's hand, signaling her not to pay them any mind. Su Yuyao curled up closer to him, feeling a bit uncomfortable in her heart, yet she said nothing. Seeing Jiang Chen's lack of response, the two exchanged glances, and the man with a buzz cut cleared his throat deliberately, raising his voice. These young girls really know how to dress, looking so spirited. As he spoke, his eyes darted towards Su Yuyao, unable to conceal the lewd tone in his voice. Su Yuyao frowned, shrinking further into Jiang Chen's embrace, burying her face in the nook of his shoulder, wanting to ignore these two. Jiang Chen sensed her discomfort. His arm gently encircled her shoulder, his fingertips lightly patting her arm, as if to comfort her. The other man, adorned with a gold chain, snickered. Bro, your girlfriend looks quite young. Is she still a student? He directed this comment at Jiang Chen, but his gaze lingered on Su Yuyao. Only then did Jiang Chen raise his eyes, his cold gaze sweeping over the two, his tone calm, yet carrying an undeniable, intimidating presence. Is there something you need? The buzz-cut man felt a jolt in his heart under Jiang Chen's gaze, but relying on their numbers, he defiantly replied, "What? Can't we just chat? It's so boring on the train." As he spoke, he pulled a bottle of mineral water from his bag, twisting it open with excessive force, splashing a few drops too, of which landed on Jiang Chen's pant leg. "What's wrong with you?" Su Yuyao couldn't help but look up and scold, her eyes filled with anger. The buzz-cut man wore a shameless smile. "Oh, I'm sorry, my hand slipped." Jiang Chen ignored the water stains, simply pulling Su Yuyao behind him as he stood up. His tall frame towered over the two men, an invisible sense of pressure instantly enveloping the space. "Watch your hands," he stared at the buzz-cut man, "or don't blame me for being rude." The man with the gold chain also stood up defiantly, saying, "What do you want to do? Are you planning to start a fight? Do you know who we are? No one dares to speak to us like that here." As he spoke, he puffed out his chest, trying to project an intimidating demeanor. Nearby passengers were drawn to the commotion, glancing over. Some whispered while others showed worry. Jiang Chen's lips curled into a cold smile, remaining silent as he took out his phone and sent a message. The buzz-cut man thought he was calling someone, sneering. "What? Looking for someone? Let me tell you it's useless." Just then the train attendant approached, asking, "Gentlemen, may I ask what's going on?" The man with the gold chain immediately played the victim. "Attendant, this person wants to hit us. Look, he's also trying to intimidate." Jiang Chen looked up at the attendant, his tone calm. "They are harassing my girlfriend, and even splashed water on us." The conductor glanced at Su Yuyao, who was shrinking behind Jiang Chen with a pitiful expression, and then looked at the two arrogant men, understanding the situation. He frowned and said, "Gentlemen, please be mindful of your words and actions, and do not disturb other passengers. If this continues, I will have to notify the train police." The buzz-cut man and the man wearing a gold chain exchanged glances, clearly dismissing the train police. However, under the gaze of many, they could not overstep further and reluctantly returned to their seats, muttering impolite remarks. Jiang Chen chose to ignore them, merely speaking softly with Su Yuyao. After a short while, the high-speed train slowly arrived at a major station. As the train doors opened, four men in black suits entered quickly. They were tall and imposing, with sharp eyes, heading straight for the buzz-cut man and the man with the gold chain. "Gentlemen, please step off the train for a chat." The leader's voice was deep and devoid of any emotion. The buzz-cut man wanted to act tough. "Who are you?" Before he could finish, one of the men pressed down on his shoulder with startling force. The pain made him grimace, rendering him unable to utter any words of defiance. Seeing this, the man with the gold chain turned pale, and just as he was about to plead for mercy, another man seized his arm. They were forcibly taken away like chickens dragged towards the door. As they passed Jiang Chen, the buzz-cut man tried to struggle, but was firmly pressed down on the back of his neck by the man, forcing him to awkwardly stagger off the train. The train doors slowly closed, cutting off the sounds from outside. The carriage fell into silence, and the passengers who had been buzzing with chatter were now stunned, their eyes filled with curiosity and awe as they looked at Jiang Chen. Su Yuyao was also taken aback for a moment before she reacted and quietly asked, "Honey, were those people?" Jiang Chen held her hand and smiled, saying, "A group of people who do not understand the rules needs to be taught how to behave." He didn't say much more, just gently patted the back of her hand. "Don't think about it, we will be home soon." Su Yuyao looked at his calm demeanor and suddenly understood something. The high-speed train resumed its journey towards home. Su Yuyao leaned against Jiang Chen's shoulder, listening to the rhythmic sound of the wheels on the tracks. Her eyelids grew heavier, and she unknowingly fell asleep. Jiang Chen turned to look at her serene sleeping face, her long eyelashes resembling two small fans with the corners of her mouth slightly curled, as if she were dreaming sweetly. After an unknown amount of time, an announcement came over the intercom indicating that the train was about to arrive at the station. Su Yuyao rubbed her eyes awake and saw Jiang Chen gazing out the window. She asked softly, "Are we almost there?" "Yes, in about 5 minutes," Jiang Chen replied, turning his head and casually handing her the canvas bag. "Wake up, it's time to get off the train." After getting off the train and passing through the bustling exit, the afternoon sun felt warm on their bodies. Just as they exited the hall, a middle-aged man in a black suit approached, quickly standing in front of Jiang Chen, handing him a car key with a respectful tone. "Mr. Jiang, here is the car you requested, parked in the underground parking area B." "Thank you for your trouble," Jiang Chen replied as he took the key. The middle-aged man nodded, slightly glanced at Su Yuyao, and seeing that Jiang Chen had no further instructions, politely nodded and stepped back. This scene did not escape Su Yuyao's eyes, as she had anticipated something like this, but did not show much surprise on her face. Jiang Chen had mentioned that he worked at a bank, but she didn't believe it. Since he did not speak, she did not ask. Jiang Chen noticed her calm expression, feeling somewhat surprised, yet also thinking it was as it should be. He took her hand. "Let's go get the car." Upon reaching the underground parking area B, a black BMW X5 was quietly parked in a spot, its body gleaming with a steady light. Jiang Chen pressed the key, causing the car lights to flash twice with a soft click. He opened the passenger door for Su Yuyao, then walked around to the driver's seat, starting the car while asking her, "Shall I take you home first?" "Sure," she replied brightly. After Su Yuyao provided the address, Jiang Chen started the car. He was very familiar with this city, smoothly turning the steering wheel without needing navigation. Half an hour later, the car stopped in front of an old residential complex. Su Yuyao looked at the familiar gate, feeling a bit reluctant to get out, her fingers unconsciously fidgeting with the seatbelt buckle. Although they had just met not long ago, parting felt like a long time. Jiang Chen pinched her cheek gently, his fingertip warm. "I will come to see you tomorrow." Su Yuyao's eyes lit up, and she smiled while unbuckling her seatbelt. Just before getting out, she suddenly leaned over and quickly pecked him on the cheek, like a kitten sneaking a piece of candy, wanting to pull back as soon as she touched his warm skin. However, Jiang Chen did not let her go, wrapping his arm around the back of her neck and gently pulling her in for a deeper kiss. Their lips intertwined, carrying a faint scent of shampoo, tender and lingering. Only when Su Yuyao was gasping for air did he slightly loosen his grip, resting his forehead against hers, their breaths mingling. Su Yuyao straightened her slightly disheveled dress, her face flushed, giving him a reproachful glance before turning to get out of the car. As she reached the entrance of the complex, she turned back, standing on her tiptoes to wave at him. "You have to come tomorrow." Jiang Chen nodded at her through the car window, watching her figure disappear at the alley's corner before driving away. As they got closer to home, Jiang Chen felt increasingly nervous. He parked the car in a parking lot 2 streets away from the complex. If the neighbors saw this car, he would have a hard time explaining. He locked the car and walked home. The elevator slowly ascended to the 13th floor, and upon stopping, he stood at the door of apartment 1301. Just as he was about to knock, he heard voices arguing from inside. Jiang Chen quickly knocked on the door. The sound of slippers sliding on the floor came from inside, and soon after the door opened a crack, revealing his mother, Lu Hu's face. Upon seeing Jiang Chen, she first froze, then her eyes widened in surprise as she pulled the door open wide. "Son, you're back." "Mom, I could hear your voice from outside," Jiang Chen said. In the living room, his father Jiang Jiangwo was sitting on the sofa, rubbing his waist, a rare smile on his face. "You are back. Was the journey smooth?" Jiang Chen glanced at the coffee table as he changed his shoes, noticing a glass tipped over next to the fruit plate, the water stains spreading onto the sofa armrest. As he bent down to pick up the glass, his mother hurried over in her slippers. "Did you eat on the way?" "I had a little something outside," he replied, placing the glass in the sterilizer. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw his father starting to stand up and quickly went over to help, saying, "Dad, sit down, your back isn't fully healed yet." Jiang Jiangwo waved his hand and sat back on the sofa, tapping his knuckles on his knee. "Your mother went to the market this morning and had an argument with the fish seller." Lu Hui came out of the kitchen with a fruit platter, shoving an apple into Jiang Chen's hand. "That unscrupulous seller didn't weigh it properly. When I asked to use a fair scale, he threw a fit." "What's the big deal, eh?" Jiang Jiangwo interrupted her, the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes knitting together. "Your son just got back. Why are you saying all this?" Jiang Chen bit into the apple without replying. He remembered that his mother used to never take such matters to heart, but ever since the family went bankrupt, she had become very frugal, meticulously counting every penny. His gaze fell on his father's hands, which were repeatedly rubbing his waist. Years of hard labor had already left his father with lasting back problems. He leaned closer to his mother and pulled out his phone from his pocket. "I received my salary this month. I will transfer some to you." Lu Hui wiped her hands on her apron and repeatedly waved her hands. No need, keep it for yourself." Jiang Chen did not respond. His fingertips quickly tapped on the screen, and 20,000 yuan was instantly transferred. He put down his phone, raised his eyes to look at his father, his tone resolute. "Dad, you shouldn't go to the construction site anymore. You need to take good care of your back. I can earn money now, and from now on, I will shoulder the responsibilities of this family." As Jiang Chen finished speaking, the living room fell silent. Lu Hui nearly dropped the apple in her hand, and it rolled onto the shiny floor with a soft thud. As she bent down to pick it up, a strand of white hair slipped down from behind her ears, shimmering with a dazzling silver under the light. "Silly child, what nonsense are you talking about?" Lu Hui placed the apple onto the coffee table, her hands rubbing more vigorously against her apron. Your father's back is an old issue, it will be fine after a couple of days of rest. Furthermore about the construction site. Mom. Jiang Chen reached out and pressed down on his mother's arm, feeling the frayed edge of her sleeve. Last month, I earned 2,000 yuan, which is enough for our household expenses. Suddenly Jiang Jiangwo straightened up from the sofa, his back stiff, and his brows knitted together. How long have you been working? Can your salary really be that much? Dad, I'm not exaggerating. As Jiang Chen spoke, he took out his phone, opened the salary information, and handed it over. This is the salary information, take a look. Jiang Jiangwo took the phone, squinting as he leaned closer to the screen, slowly swiping his finger across it. Lu Hui also leaned in, their heads close together as they held their breath to look. Is this really what you earned? Lu Hui was the first to react, her voice trembling with disbelief. Jiang Jiangwo set the phone down with a heavy sigh, his eyes filled with both surprise and satisfaction, along with a trace of unnoticeable guilt. He patted Jiang Chen's shoulder, the force not light. Good boy, you've made something of yourself. Dad was always worried about you. Halfway through his words, he choked up and couldn't continue, instead just rubbing his waist. Jiang Chen knew what his father wanted to say. Ever since the family went bankrupt, his father had always felt he owed him, constantly wanting to do more to support the family. He smiled and put away his phone. Dad, Mom, you don't need to worry anymore. I will transfer money to the family on time every month from now on. Dad, just rest at home to take care of your back. And Mom, please stop arguing with others at the market over a few cents. Lu Hui wiped the corner of her eye, suddenly recalling something. She grabbed Jiang Chen's hand and said, Son, why do I feel like you've changed so much? Jiang Jiangwo then took a closer look. His son still had the same features as before. But upon closer inspection, he was clearly taller than before, his shoulders broader, and the timid aura between his brows had dissipated, replaced with a solid confidence. It was as if he had been propped up by something, and the more one looked at him, the more reassuring he felt. Jiang Chen held his mother's hand, feeling the familiar warmth in his palm, and his nose suddenly felt a bit sour. He grasped his mother's hand in return, feeling the thick calluses formed at her thumb. Mom, people must grow up eventually. Lu Hui's eyes turned red in an instant, nodding repeatedly, her mouth continuously saying, good, good. In her youth, her husband was the pride she held high in front of others. Now this calm and reliable son before her had become the warmest light in her heart. Jiang Chen looked at his mother's reddened eyes, his tone growing more earnest. Tomorrow, I will take you both for a checkup at the hospital. This way, I can also rest assured. He knew that his mother had high blood pressure, relying on medication over the years. His father's lumbar disc herniation was also an old ailment caused by years of hard work to support the family. Now that he finally had the ability, he naturally wanted to prioritize his parents' health. A family that is safe and sound is the most genuine happiness. Lu Hui gently patted Jiang Chen's hand, a low sigh escaping her throat. What hospital are we going to? That's just my blood pressure is stable, and your father's back is just an old problem. A bit of plaster will do. Jiang Jiangwo leaned forward from the sofa, a dull pain in his lower back, making him furrow his brow, but he echoed. Your mother is right. We are both still healthy. It's you who has just started working and must be busy. Don't let yourself be distracted by these little matters at home. Jiang Chen understood his parents' mindset, having lived a life of frugality, always dividing their money into smaller amounts to spend. He looked at his parents, his tone carrying an unyielding insistence. If you don't go, I won't be able to focus on my job either. Lu Hui looked at the determination in her son's eyes, suddenly laughing as she pinched his arm. So now you've grown wings and learned to give orders to your mother. Though her words were teasing, the smile at the corners of her eyes was undeniable as she turned to walk towards the bedroom. I'll go find the health insurance card so we won't be scrambling tomorrow. Jiang Jiangwo watched his wife's back and then glanced at his son sitting upright beside him, suddenly recalling how he used to run home with awards in his small hands. Back then, the little guy wasn't even as tall as the stove, yet insisted on tiptoeing to help his mother pick vegetables, claiming that when he grew up he would earn a lot of money to buy a big house for his parents. Now those childhood words had truly begun to take root and sprout right before his eyes. Dad, Jiang Chen suddenly spoke, his voice very gentle. I used to feel like I had no ability, making you both suffer. Jiang Jiangwo abruptly turned his head, his eyes feeling a bit warm. He raised his hand and patted his son's shoulder, this time with a light touch, as if he were afraid of breaking something precious. Silly child, which family doesn't face some hardships in their lives? The fact that you grew up safe and sound and are living earnestly is our greatest blessing. That evening, the family gathered around the dining table for a lively reunion dinner. Jiang Chen looked at the long-lost relaxed smiles on his parents' faces, feeling as if something had filled his heart. He suddenly recalled a saying in his childhood: his parents were his pride. Now he had finally become his parents' pride. Jiang Chen accompanied his parents to watch television for a while before taking a shower and returning to his room. Their house had been purchased at the peak of housing prices. At a price of 21,000 per square meter for 113 square meters with 3 bedrooms, 2 living rooms, and 2 bathrooms, they had bought it outright when the family's financial situation was decent. Now the price has dropped to 9,000. Fortunately, they did not take a loan back, then otherwise it would have been a genuine disaster for the family. Jiang Chen lay on the bed, fiddling with his phone. He had no desire to go out after a long train ride. He was quite tired. Xiaoyul sent greetings every day, without fail, resembling a diligent little secretary. Last time he had asked her to keep an eye out for suitable properties. She had been very efficient, sending several high-quality listings from bank insiders with attractive locations and prices, which were indeed hard to come by on external platforms. He lightly tapped the screen and replied, "Thank you for your hard work, I'll check it out after the holidays." His fingers unconsciously scrolled and refreshed the moment's icon. Suddenly a familiar name popped up, by Chu Wei. She had posted a 9-square grid with a simple caption, "Rare resource waiting for the fated person." The images showcased several spacious Riverview apartments and standalone villas surrounded by greenery, appearing luxurious and tranquil through the carefully captured wide-angle lens. Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow and clicked on her moments. As he quickly scrolled down, he was met with a plethora of property listings: luxury homes, commercial spaces, top-tier school district properties. Professional terminology and exquisite real-life images constituted her entire social circle. Occasionally mixed in were 1 or 2 landscape photos seemingly intended to showcase a lifestyle for work. Rarely could one catch a glimpse of her personal life, as if her world was composed solely of concrete and fluctuating property rights. Looking at the cold images of Riverview luxury homes by Chu Wei's slightly lazy yet alluring smile inexplicably surfaced in his mind. Jiang Chen's lips curled into a barely perceptible arc, and without hesitation, he pressed the green call button. Beep. Beep. In less than 2 beeps the call was answered. By Chu Wei's voice came through the receiver, carrying a sense of relaxation, as if she had just finished work or a light drink. The tone rose slightly at the end, naturally infused with a hint of seduction. "Oh, little brother. Calling your sister so late, what instructions do you have?" The background was quite quiet, and faint soft music could be heard. Jiang Chen leaned against the headboard, adjusting to a more comfortable position, his voice, laced with evident teasing. "After a few days, without contact, little Bai seems to be getting more eloquent." Daring to ask for instructions. A low chuckle came from the other, and she not only did not retreat, but rather responded playfully, even with a hint of deliberate provocation. "Oh, I'm just humbly seeking guidance." "Exactly, I'm asking Zhang Laosher to give me some good advice on what I might have said incorrectly." The word education was deliberately pronounced slowly and lightly, filled with temptation and playfulness. Jiang Chen silently chuckled. He remembered very clearly that she was not so sharp-tongued when she begged for mercy last. He got straight to the point and asked, "I want to buy a house. Do you have any recommendations?" After all, Bai Chu Wei was his woman, and it was only right to give her this business. Bai Chu Wei seemed to pause for a moment before responding, "The one you're currently living in isn't bad. Given the current market, buying a house is likely to result in loss. The economic environment is not great." She analytically elaborated a lot, with the core message being clear. She advised him to rent first and not buy for now, fearing he would waste money. Listening to her lengthy analysis on the phone, Jiang Chen suddenly chuckled. "You, a real estate agent telling people not to buy. Aren't you afraid your boss will cut your bonus? Your situation is different from others. If you foolishly spend money to buy a depreciating property and later come to me with a long face to settle the score, I wouldn't be able to handle it. Seriously, the money you have now is safer in a bank than investing in the housing market. Unless it's for self-use, there's really no need to wade into these muddy waters." Jiang Chen understood the reasoning by Chu. The instability in the housing market generally refers to ordinary properties. For core areas and irreplaceable quality assets, their value remains strong, even rising against the trend. It's for self-use. Jiang Chen provided a definite answer. "Oh, really?" Bai Chu Wei's voice instantly softened with a hint of concern. "What price range are you looking for?" "The most expensive one you have." Suddenly, there was no sound from the other end of the phone. Even the sound of breathing seemed to have been cut off. After a full 3 seconds, Bai Chu Wei's elevated voice came through. "Jiang Chen, you're not feverish, are you? The most expensive one is standalone by the river, costs over 100 million. Jiang Chen couldn't help but laugh at her anxious tone. "I know. You know yet." Bai Chu Wei's words got stuck in her throat, and she suddenly lowered her voice. "Are you crazy? Buying such a house for self-use? There isn't even a vegetable market nearby. Your parents would probably feel stifled living there." "Who said it's for my parents? I'm just going to live there myself," Jiang Chen replied casually. "You?" Bai Chu Wei laughed as if she had heard a joke. "Living alone in that house is simply a waste." "Then how about you move in with me? We can have 10 or 8 kids together, and that wouldn't be a waste." The breathing on the other end suddenly grew heavy, as if she had been scalded by his words. After quite a while, Bai Chu Wei finally responded with a flustered voice, yet her tone was slightly airy. "Jiang Chen, when did you become so thick-skinned? 10 or 8? Do you think I'm a sow?" Jiang Chen imagined her ears turning red. "Then let's start with 1. "Shut up." Bai Chu Wei's voice was filled with a humorous annoyance. "Stop joking with me. Seriously, are you serious about that house? Over 100 million is not a small amount." "Of course I'm serious." Jiang Chen restrained his joking tone. "I'm back home now, and you help me check it out. If everything is fine, I'll transfer the money directly to you." Bai Chu Wei fell silent for a moment, her voice filled with a hint of emotion. "You really trust me that much?" Jiang Chen's tone was firm and natural. "You are my woman. Do I trust you won't deceive me?" This sentence felt like warm sugar, slowly melting in Bai Chu Wei's heart. No amount of flowery sweet words or touching vows could compare to Jiang Chen's straightforward sincerity. She tightened her grip on the phone slightly. Something caught in her throat, and it took her a while to regain her voice. "Got it. Just make sure to accompany your parents well at home. I leave the house matters to me." The next morning, Jiang Chen stepped out of his bedroom and saw his parents already sitting on the sofa in the living room. "Why aren't you sleeping a bit more?" Jiang Chen walked over and gently massaged his father's shoulders. "It's fine if we leave a little later." "I can't sleep. Lu Hui replied, turning to stuff her thermos into her bag. The hospital is crowded. The earlier we go, the quicker. ITLLB. By the way, breakfast. It's more accurate to have tests on an empty stomach. Jiang Chen took the bag from his mother's hand, saying, after the checkup, it'll take you to eat at that old brand's clay pot soup in the south of the city. By the time they reached the first hospital, the outpatient hall was already lined with a long queue. The line at the registration window snaked like a winding serpent, while the electronic screen at the payment area constantly refreshed the numbers, and the air was thick with the mixed scent of disinfectant and traditional Chinese medicine. Jiang Chen supported his parents toward the elevator and caught sight of an elderly lady sitting on a corridor bench holding a medical record book, tears streaming down her face as she looked at her payment slip. This hospital is always so crowded, Lu Hui sighed. A while ago, Aunt Wang from upstairs had her husband admitted, and I heard they spent nearly 10,000 just on examination fees. Jiang Chen did not respond, but tightened his grip on his mother's arm. He knew all too well that amongst the bustling crowd were countless families burdened with worries, their savings drained with every payment slip. He was no savior. All he could do was protect these two people beside him. The elevator stopped on the 7th floor, and the orthopedic consultation room was unusually quiet. Dr. Li, wearing a white coat, was already waiting at the door and smiled as he approached them. You must be Jiang Chen. Li Tao, the uncle of your colleague Xiao Zhang. Hello, Dr. Li. Thank you for your help, Jiang Chen said politely as they shook hands, introducing his parents. This is the relative of my colleague I mentioned to you. Lu Hui quickly expressed her gratitude, though her eyes were filled with doubt. Jiang Jiangwo discreetly tugged at his son's sleeve, saying, your colleague must have quite a reputation to have the director waiting personally. He has a wide network, Jiang Chen interjected with a smile. Dad, please sit down, Dr. Li will check your back. Dr. Li led them directly into the consultation room, where the blood pressure monitor and x-ray machine were already prepared. He accompanied them throughout the examination, occasionally chatting with Jiang Chen about work, showing no airs. Lu Hui felt a bit nervous as her blood pressure was taken. The cuff tightened around her arm, and she grasped Jiang Chen's hand, saying, should we just queue outside? This feels like such a hassle for them. Don't worry, sister. Dr. Li adjusted the equipment. Xiao Zhang mentioned several times how Jiang Chen has looked out for him at work. This is no trouble at all. Jiang Chen understood that this was merely a tacit excuse. It was not simply a relative of a colleague, it was he who had called in a favor with someone at Siemens. Siemens' medical equipment was of great significance in the hospital, and facilitating some small matters for the hospital was. He knew all too well that without using this connection, getting both parents through a full set of examinations might take an entire day, leaving them utterly exhausted. Although the state promoted equality for all, he had long since seen through the harsh realities of society. From the moment a person is born, they are categorized into different classes. The so-called equality is merely a consolation for the weak. In the past, he lacked the ability and could only struggle at the bottom. Now he had the capital to finally stand at a higher place and provide for himself and his family. These thoughts flashed through his mind, yet his face still bore a gentle smile. He did not break this unspoken understanding, but reached out to smooth his mother's hair, which had been blown out of place by the wind, softly reassuring her, Mom, relax, and take a deep breath. An hour later, all the examination results were out. Dr. Li pointed at the x-rays and explained, sister, your blood pressure is indeed a bit high. You need to take your anti-hypertensive medication on time and reduce your salt intake. Brother, your lumbar disc herniation is an old issue. You can't do heavy work anymore. He'll prescribe some ointment and oral medication. Combining them with physical therapy will yield better results. Jiang Jiangwo stared at the protruding lumbar vertebra on the x-ray, his brow furrowed deeply. Do I need surgery? Not for now. Dr. Li closed the medical record book. The key is to take care. Don't bend or lift heavy objects. Use a firm mattress to sleep and stand against the wall for 10 minutes every day. He handed the prescription to Jiang Chen, saying, I've already asked the nurse to prepare the medication. You just need to pick it up. As Jiang Chen took the prescription, his fingertips brushed against a note with Dr. Li's personal phone number written on it. If you feel unwell at any time, just call me. There's no need to queue for registration again. As they exited the consultation room, Lu Hui was still saying, you really need to thank your colleague properly. Treat him to a meal. Another. Jiang Chen smiled and responded, reaching out to support his father's arm. Dad, let's go pick up the medication first. Then, well, the nurse at the medication window had already prepared the neatly packed medicine boxes and had even printed a medication schedule highlighting the 3 daily doses in red ink. Jiang Jiangwo looked at the few exquisitely packaged ointments and couldn't help but ask, are these expensive? Should we stick to the ones I used before? They're cheaper and effective. The expensive ones work better, Jiang Chen replied, holding the medicine back. The doctor said this is an imported slow-release agent, which is less irritating to the stomach. Just use it properly, and don't worry about the cost. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the hidden task, filial piety. Filial piety is the foremost of virtues. As a future affluent individual, one must develop in all aspects: morality, intelligence, physical fitness, aesthetics, and labor, especially in character. It detected that the host harbors a strong sense of filial piety and has taken action. Rewarding host with Health Card 2. Health Card: the user will receive a comprehensive health checkup, curing all internal diseases. Achieving optimal health status. Recovery period is 30 days. Upon seeing the reward, Jiang Chen couldn't help but gasp in surprise. This reward would be considered priceless for those with wealth and power. Who can guarantee they will never fall ill? Especially for those who have already achieved freedom in life, health is far more important than anything else. If the health card were to be auctioned, it would surely fetch astronomical sums. But he would never do that. He wasn't lacking. Moreover, in his heart, his parents' health was more precious than anything else. He directly used it for them. On the way home, Lu Hui leaned on the passenger seat, dozing off, her white hair gently swaying with the motion of the car. Jiang Jiangguo sat in the back seat, repeatedly glancing at the medication schedule in the fleeting light outside, the wrinkles at the corners of his mouth betraying unspoken emotion. Upon arriving home, Jiang Chen read the instruction manual in the medicine box carefully, twice set reminders in his phone's notes, and then placed the properly dosed pills in the medicine box beside his parents' bed. Mom, take the anti-hypertensive medication on an empty stomach in the morning, and Dad, remember to apply your ointment twice a day. They'll help you change it again before bed. Lu Hui replied, handing him an apple. You must be tired after all this fuss this morning. Just go rest for a bit. Jiang Chen took a bite of the apple, mumbling. Yeah, I plan to hang out with some classmates. I won't be back. Then hurry up, don't keep your classmates waiting too long, Zhao Hui advised. Jiang Chen smiled and nodded, saying no more. He changed his clothes and stepped out. He took out his phone and sent a message to Su Yuyao. Yao Yao, I'm on my way to pick you up. Are you free? Just a few seconds after sending the message, a reply came, a bouncing little rabbit emoji followed by the words, yes, I'm at home. At that moment, Su Yuyao was sitting on a small stool in her living room, helping her mother pick shepherd's purse. The vibrant green vegetable filling was piled in a blue and white porcelain basin, exuding a refreshing fragrance. Her phone on the coffee table vibrated, and she quickly wiped her hands on her apron and grabbed the phone. Upon seeing the message, her eyes instantly lit up. Mom, I'm going out with my classmates later. I won't be back for dinner. She clenched her phone and stood up. Go ahead, Su's mother waved her hand. Come back early, don't stay out too late. Su Yuyao chirped an, okay, picked up her small bag and ran towards the door. Running to the entrance, she turned back to remind her, Mom, don't tire yourself out. If you can't finish making dumplings, wait for me to help you when I get back. Got it, silly girl. Su's mother watched her daughter's lively figure, shaking her head with a smile. This obedient, understanding, and beautiful daughter was her greatest pride. Su Yuyao ran down the stairs, and outside the community parking lot, she spotted Jiang Chen. He was leaning against the car, smiling at her, the sunlight casting a warm glow on his shoulders. She didn't let Jiang Chen drive into the community. She was somewhat of a celebrity in the area. Every parent would mention, look at Su Yuyao. Have you been waiting long? She asked, tilting her face with a bit of flour still on her nose. Jiang Chen reached out to gently wipe it away, his fingertips brushing against her delicate skin, sending a feather-like thrill through his heart. Just arrived. Where do you want to go? Su Yuyao tilted her head and thought for a moment, her eyes sparkling. Let's go watch a movie, shall we? Jiang Chen smiled and nodded in agreement, starting the car. Soft music flowed in the car as Su Yuyao buckled her seatbelt, glancing at the swiftly passing scenery outside the window, her lips unconsciously curving into a smile. She had deliberately changed into a newly bought floral dress today, and sitting next to him, her heart felt like it was carrying a little rabbit, thumping a bit too fast. What kind of movie do you want to watch? Jiang Chen kept his gaze forward, his voice carrying a hint of laughter. Something lighthearted. Or an animated film would be fine too. Su Yuyao turned her head, her eyes sparkling. There seems to be a well-reviewed domestic animation out recently. Alright, I'll follow your lead. Jiang Chen skillfully turned on the blinker, merging into the slightly congested traffic of the weekend. The movie theater was on the top floor of the largest mall in the city center. After parking, the two walked side by side toward the elevator. The mall was bustling with crowds during the National Day holiday, and Su Yuyao instinctively leaned closer to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen noticed her small gestures, slowing his pace a bit, naturally creating some space for her amidst the crowd. Buying tickets, popcorn, and drinks went smoothly. Holding a large bucket of warm popcorn, they entered the screening room, and the lights suddenly dimmed. Su Yuyao carefully followed Jiang Chen to find their seats. As they settled into the soft seats, the huge screen lit up, and the familiar opening music played. A strange mix of tension and expectation spread between them. The movie was entertaining, often eliciting bursts of laughter from the audience. Su Yuyao was engrossed, occasionally giggling uncontrollably. However, Jiang Chen hardly laughed. In his view, the movie was a bit childish, and he couldn't understand why so many people were laughing so hard. The bucket of popcorn was placed on the armrest between them, and when Su Yuyao opened her mouth, Jiang Chen instinctively picked up a piece and handed it to her. Back and forth, their movements seemed as natural as if they had practiced it 1,000 times. In the darkness, Su Yuyao felt something in her mouth that was salty and warm to the touch, but it wasn't popcorn. She stealthily glanced at Jiang Chen, using the flickering light from the screen to see that it was actually his fingertip. Su Yuyao's cheeks flushed slightly, and without thinking, she gently extended her little tongue and licked it quickly. Hinana had once whispered in the dormitory that boys liked this. Every time her boyfriend was treated this way, he would become exceptionally gentle. Jiang Chen paused for a moment, the soft warmth of her tongue lingering on his fingertip, sending electric currents through his body. He didn't withdraw immediately. Instead, he gently and tentatively hooked her little tongue with his pinky. That small wet lick felt like a spark landing on a pile of dry grass. After Su Yuyao completed this bold yet embarrassing action, she was startled herself, her heart thumping wildly. She quickly retracted her tongue, instinctively shutting her mouth tight, even holding her breath, freezing in her seat. The sound of the movie seemed to fade away, leaving only the deafening sound of her heartbeat. Jiang Chen slowly turned his head, his gaze settling on her tense profile, softly calling out, "Yao Yao." A barely audible response escaped her throat, trembling slightly at the end. In the next moment, a kiss infused with the salty scent of popcorn descended upon her. Su Yiu's mind buzzed, blanking out, yet her body seemed to have a mind of its own, her slender arms instinctively wrapping around his neck. Fortunately, the cinema was pitch black and the shadows on the screen danced violently, keeping no one aware of the intimate scene in the corner. However, the hand that quietly slipped under her clothing, radiating a scorching warmth, instantly startled her awake. The unfamiliar touch triggered a strong shiver. Su Yiu's whole body stiffened, and almost instinctively, she tightly gripped the wrist of that probing hand. "Don't, darling. Stop." She turned her head, avoiding his kiss, her voice trembling with panic. This rejection felt like a bucket of cold water poured over him. Jiang Chen's actions abruptly halted, his heavy breathing resting against her forehead. In the darkness, the desire swirling in his eyes quickly cooled, replaced by frustration. Damn, he had lost control earlier. Ever since that time with Bai Chuwei. After tasting the sweetness, it felt as if a secret switch had been flipped in his body. After suppressing it for so long, now facing the beautiful and alluring Su Yuyao, so close, his rationality crumbled easily. Just then the screen suddenly brightened, the ending theme melodiously playing as the lights in the screening room turned on instantly, pulling them back to reality from the intimate darkness. The glaring light made Su Yuyao instinctively close her eyes, quickly retracting her arms from around his neck, hurriedly fixing her slightly disheveled clothes and hair. The two stood up silently, with the flow of people dispersing, walking out together. She slid into the car, the engine roared to life, and the enclosed space magnified the silence until it felt suffocating. Su Yuyao nervously twisted her fingers, her peripheral vision catching Jiang Chen's taut jawline and his white-knuckled grip on the steering wheel. The low pressure in the cabin tightened her chest. "Husband." She summoned her courage, yet her voice still trembled with hesitation. Just now, it truly wasn't possible. What if Mother finds out something? It would be disastrous. She lowered her head, her voice fading to a whisper as a blush bloomed across her cheeks. Seeing that Jiang Chen remained silent, she guessed he must be displeased, and hastily added, I can make it up to you in other ways. After all, in the 21st century, intimacy between men and women was no longer a guarded secret online. And with her roommates Lin Wei and Hinana constantly recounting their experiences with animated enthusiasm, she vaguely understood that leaving Jiang Chen unsatisfied was truly unwise. Upon hearing her words, Jiang Chen's Adam's apple shifted almost imperceptibly. He said nothing, only slammed the gear shift into drive and stomped on the accelerator, sending the car hurtling toward the nearest hotel. At the front desk, Su Yuyao handed over her ID card, her neck flushed crimson. Meanwhile, Bai Chuwei was driving Pei Jiner toward the riverside villa. Since Jiang Chen had entrusted her with this responsibility, she could not afford to let him down. Maoyun Yiting, the legendary luxury residential enclave, had long transcended its mere function as housing. In a sense, it had become a glittering urban emblem of Mo City. Perched along the Pujiang River, it occupied the very heart of the metropolis. 3 high-rise residences stood at the fore, while behind them sprawled an exclusive enclave of detached villas. As Bai Chuwei's car approached the entrance, she completed registration at the grand security gate. Though her firm handled sales, unauthorized visitors were strictly prohibited from entering without official escort. Once registered, 2 impeccably uniformed guards snapped sharp salutes, in perfect unison granting passage. Truly, the reputation of this elite enclave was well earned. Even its security personnel bore the imposing stature and disciplined bearing of seasoned military professionals. Ornate iron gates glided open smoothly as the black sedan advanced along a pebble-strewn driveway. The tires whispered over smooth, rounded stones, their delicate rustle harmonizing with classical music emanating from hidden speakers nestled within the landscaped greenery. Pei Jiner lowered her window. A breeze lifted her wavy hair, carrying the fresh mingled scent of foliage and river water. Good heavens, this place is utterly extravagant. Look at those boxwood hedges by the roadside. They must have taken 10 or more years of meticulous pruning to achieve such geometric precision. Maoyun Yiting's property management fees are 20 times those of an ordinary residential complex. Such opulence is merely par for the course, Bai Chuwei replied calmly, her gaze sweeping over the surveillance cameras mounted every 10 meters along the roadside. She had only studied architectural documentation during her prior involvement in sales. This was her first time stepping foot inside. Gazing at the 3 glass-clad high-rises shimmering coldly in the sunset, she suddenly grasped why this enclave was hailed as Mo City's calling card. The car turned a bend, and the vista opened. Wide expanses of lawn stretched like emerald velvet. Centuries-old camphor trees towered overhead, their lush canopies shading whimsically sculpted stone figures scattered beneath. Pei Jiner suddenly pointed toward a nearby artificial lake. Are those black swans? Bai Chuwei followed her gaze. And indeed, 2 jet-black waterfowl drifted serenely across the rippling surface, their crimson beaks strikingly vivid against the deepening twilight. The developer diverted live water from the Pujiang River specifically to create this aquatic system, she explained, her tone edged with professional admiration. Annual maintenance alone costs 7 figures. 7 figures. Pei Jiner whistled in disbelief. That's enough to buy me a house back home. She pulled out her phone and began snapping photos of the lake nonstop. Bai Chuwei didn't respond. Her attention had shifted to a roadside sign. We're approaching the detached villa zone. She steered smoothly onto a quieter side road. Here the driveway widened, the perimeter walls rose higher, thickly draped in dense ivy. Beyond them slender plane tree branches occasionally breached the crest. She braked abruptly, checking the address on her navigation app. We've arrived. The villa ahead is the one. Following her gaze, Pei Jiner saw a residence even more imposing than those they'd passed en route. 3 stories tall with front and rear courtyards, its facade gleamed in warm beige stonework crowned by a rich brown roof. A fountain danced before the entrance, its water arcs shifting rhythmically to an unseen melody. 2 stern-faced bodyguards in black suits stood sentinel at either side of the gate. As the car halted, one strode forward. Miss Baye. His voice was low and resonant, his eyes scanning both women before giving a curt nod and stepping aside. No sooner had the car stopped at the garage entrance than a middle-aged man in formal butler's livery stepped forward, holding out 2 pristine shoe covers. Miss Pei, this floor was just polished. Kindly slip these on before entering. Pei Jiner eyed the embroidered family crest on the shoe covers and leaned in to whisper to Bai Chuwei. Even the shoe covers are this refined. Would they assign someone to retrieve a single fallen hair? Bai Chuwei shot her a sharp glance and accepted the covers, carefully slipping them on. Don't speak carelessly, she murmured, then turned to the butler. Kindly show us around, focusing on structural integrity and signs of aging in the facilities. The butler bowed respectfully and led them toward the living room. Passing beneath the soaring portico, Pei Jiner tilted her head upward, gazing at the crystal chandelier suspended overhead. That thing must weigh hundreds of pounds. It could crush someone if it fell. A playful exaggeration, Miss Pei, the butler replied with polite composure. Each fixture undergoes specialized reinforcement. Safety margins are exceptionally high. Moreover, they undergo professional inspection and maintenance weekly. Stepping into the living room, Bai Chuwei's eyes immediately settled on the marble fireplace. Is this functional or purely decorative? She reached out, tracing the cool, flawless surface of the hearth. It's fully operational. During winter, a fire here warms the entire room. However, most current owners rely on central heating, so the fireplace serves mainly aesthetic purposes. Pei Jiner, meanwhile, was drawn to a grand piano tucked into a corner. She walked over and pressed a single key. The clear, resonant tone echoed through the cavernous space. A Steinway. Must cost several $100,000. Indeed, the butler nodded. Custom ordered from Germany by the previous owner. Bai Chuwei paid little mind to such ornaments. Opening her phone's notes app, she began recording as she walked. Are all windows and doors double-glazed vacuum units? How effective is the sound insulation? You're welcome to test it yourself. The butler spoke as he opened a floor-to-ceiling window facing the river. Instantly, the river breeze rushed in, carrying the sounds of foghorns and traffic. When he closed the window again, the noise vanished without a trace. The soundproofing is indeed impressive, Bai Chuwei nodded in satisfaction, pointing to the ceiling. Are there any signs of water leakage on the ceiling? The butler quickly shook his head, saying, a comprehensive waterproofing treatment was completed last year, you can rest assured. Moreover, the community has a dedicated property management team that will address any issues promptly. Pei Jiner, listening nearby, felt drowsy. She walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the river view, and suddenly said to Bai Chuwei, Chuwei, look at that cruise ship all lit up. It must be so much fun. Bai Chuwei, measuring the room's dimensions with a tape measure, replied without looking up, if you want to see it, buy a ticket yourself later. We're here to work, not to sightsee. Pei Jiner pouted but continued to watch with them. When they reached the terrace on the 2nd floor, she suddenly shouted excitedly, Chuwei, come and look. You can see the entire Bun nightscape from here. Bai Chuwei put down what she was holding and walked over. Indeed, the skyscrapers across the Huangpu River sparkled brightly, with the Oriental Pearl's lights particularly striking in the night sky. The evening breeze tousled her hair, and she suddenly understood why this villa dared to price itself at $200 million. Such a view truly befits a top-tier luxury residence. How is it? Isn't it particularly breathtaking? Pei Jiner asked with a smile. Bai Chuwei nodded, taking out her phone to snap a picture of the night view. It really is nice. She turned to the butler, asking, can we access the rooftop terrace? Yes, the butler replied, opening the door leading to the rooftop. There's a small garden up there with some flowers and plants. Upon reaching the rooftop, Pei Jiner was immediately captivated by the meticulously tended garden, filled with roses, lavender, and some exotic flowers she couldn't name. Having afternoon tea here is simply one of life's greatest pleasures. She took a deep breath, the scent of flowers mingling with the river breeze, making her feel refreshed. Pei Jiner couldn't help but exclaim, I really wonder what kind of heavenly life it would be to live here. Bai Chuwei glanced at her, half joking and half probing. If you were to live here and the condition was to bear 10 or 8 children for the owner, would you agree? Pei Jiner nodded without a second thought, saying, of course. Don't say 10 or 8. I'd be willing to keep having kids until I'm menopausal. She burst into laughter immediately after saying this. But seriously, if I could live in a place like this, not only would I be willing to have children, I'd also learn to cook, arrange flowers, and study tea art. I could get certified in those too. Bai Chuwei recalled Jiang Chen's words from last night, and couldn't help but comment, you're quite open-minded. What's the use of not being open-minded? Pei Jiner shrugged, her tone tinged with a hint of self-deprecating resignation. In the 3 years since graduation, I've changed jobs 4 times with the longest being 10 months. The happiest days are when salaries are paid after paying rent, and buying cosmetics my wallet is emptier than my face. The last time I liked an LV bag, it took me 3 months of frugality to save half the price, but then a rich second generation casually bought the same bag in different colors for his girlfriend. She smiled and cast her gaze toward the darkening evening outside. I used to think being self-reliant was great, gender equality, right? But reality taught me a vivid lesson. While I squeezed into the subway eating bread, others were sipping 1982 Lafite in private restaurants. While I stayed up late editing videos, others were sunbathing in the Maldives. So you just want to be a canary? Bai Chue lightly pressed her lips together. What's wrong with being a canary? Pei Jiner raised an eyebrow, a hint of defiance in her tone. At least I wouldn't have to worry about next month's rent, nor would I have to screenshot the things I like just to save them in my album. I've come to realize that the notion of marrying someone from the same background is a shackle for ordinary people like us. Instead of marrying a poor guy like me and arguing over daily necessities, it's better to find someone who can provide for me without worries. She stood up and walked to the balcony, the evening breeze lifting her skirt and revealing her slender ankles. She leaned casually against the cool marble railing, looking at the boats passing on the river, saying, "Look at this river. No matter how well or poorly the people on the shore live, it keeps flowing regardless. I'm not as capable as you, Chue. Oh, I just want to live a little easier." Bai Chue also walked to the balcony, the river breeze tousling her long hair, revealing her well-defined jawline. She gazed at the dazzling lights across the river, saying, "The cost of ease may be the loss of freedom. Can freedom?" Pei Jiner turned her head, her eyes sparkling in the night. "Do you think those women fighting in the workplace are truly free? They still have to watch their bosses' moods, entertain clients, and come home too exhausted to even take a shower. I'd rather sit here enjoying the river view with afternoon tea than return to that cramped rental apartment where even turning around feels tight." The two stood side by side on the balcony, the river breeze brushing their cheeks, and neither spoke further. In the distance, the cross-river bridge lit up with twinkling lights resembling a necklace adorned with diamonds, softly outlining the city beneath the night sky. Pei Jiner took out a small mirror from her bag to touch up her lipstick, the reflection showing the yearning in her eyes. Bai Chue glanced at the time and said to Pei Jiner, "It's about time we should leave." Pei Jiner reluctantly looked at the rooftop garden, saying, "Can't we stay a little longer? I haven't seen enough yet." Back in the living room, the butler handed them a detailed property report. "Miss Bai, here is the detailed information about the house, including ownership proof, renovation contracts, and maintenance records. You can take it back to show Mr. Jiang." Bai Chue accepted the report and carefully flipped through a few pages. "Thank you, we will look it over carefully." By the time they left the villa, the night was already deep. The streetlights of Mayun Yuting lit up one after another, resembling a golden ribbon flowing quietly. Pei Jiner looked back at the receding lights, her gaze filled with reluctance. "Sigh, I really don't know when I can see such a villa." Bai Chue, hands on the steering wheel, looked ahead, her tone plain yet pointed. "With your conditions, finding an easy way out shouldn't." Pei Jiner indeed had that capital. She was tall and well-proportioned with long legs, an A4 waist, and a curve. Her appearance was sweet and charming, embodying a youthful and vibrant cuteness, starkly contrasting with Bai Chue's urban elite demeanor. This was also a crucial reason why she could establish herself and support herself in the fiercely competitive streaming industry. Hearing her friend's words, Pei Jiner shook her head with a hint of helplessness in her smile. "You're in the streaming industry too, you understand. Who knows the truth behind those big brothers online? Didn't we just have a heated discussion about something in the group? It caused a female streamer got involved with a big brother, and only after getting pregnant did she realize that the huge gifts he had given her were all company money." After Pei Jiner shared the story of the deceived female streamer, silence fell in the car. Outside the car window, the city's neon lights rushed by, casting shifting shadows on her face. As Jiang Chen and Su Yuyao emerged from the hotel, the streetlights had already lit up one by one, casting a warm golden glow that wove a cozy net upon the ground. Jiang Chen stretched lazily, feeling refreshed as the evening breeze brushed against his cheek, bringing with it a sense of contentment. He turned to look at Su Yuyao beside him. The girl lowered her head, her cheeks flushed like ripe persimmons, a delicate pink hue even gracing her ears. Her long eyelashes hung down, avoiding his gaze. "Yao, let's go eat first, then we can go shopping," Jiang Chen said with a light-hearted tone, clearly pleased with Su Yuyao's earlier efforts to make amends. Upon hearing his voice, Su Yuyao lifted her head, her eyes still slightly evasive, and softly replied, "Okay, I will follow your lead, my dear." Seeing Jiang Chen's noticeably improved mood, she discreetly sighed in relief, realizing that her efforts had not been in vain. The two walked side by side on the sidewalk, with Jiang Chen naturally taking her hand. Su Yuyao's hand was still a bit cold, but it gradually warmed as it was enveloped in his warm palm. She stole a glance at Jiang Chen, who was gazing ahead with a faint smile, the streetlight casting clear contours on his face. "What do you want to eat?" Jiang Chen asked as he looked down at her. Su Yuyao thought for a moment and shook her head. "I don't know, dear. You decide. I know a nearby restaurant called Yuzhang Xiaoqiao, which serves very authentic food, but it might be a bit crowded. Do you mind?" "I don't mind." Su Yuyao quickly shook her head. As long as she could be with him, she was willing to eat wherever. They arrived at the small restaurant shortly after getting into the car. Before they even stepped inside, the rich aroma of the dishes wafted through the air, mingling with the scents of chili and soy sauce, buzzing with the vibrancy of life. The restaurant was indeed packed with a long queue stretching outside. There are so many people, Su Yuyao commented quietly as she looked at the line. This restaurant has great flavors, and it's always this busy, Jiang Chen replied, pulling her to the back of the line. Let's wait, it won't be long until it's our turn. While waiting in line, Su Yuyao felt a bit bored and began to look around. The diners inside were eating heartily, talking loudly, and the sounds of clinking glasses and laughter filled the air, creating a lively atmosphere. As she observed, a smile unconsciously crept to her lips. This kind of bustling life made her feel grounded. Suddenly, a sharp female voice pierced through the surrounding noise. Wang Hao, you said you would take me out to eat, and you brought me to a place like this. Su Yuyao turned her gaze in the direction of the voice and saw a girl in a dress frowning, scanning the queue with a face full of disdain. Her meticulously done makeup could not mask the impatience in her eyes. The boy beside her was wearing a faded t-shirt and held a canvas bag. Upon hearing this, he quickly explained with a tone of flattery. Ching, let me explain, this restaurant's food is really good, affordable, and not worse than those fancy hotels. He spoke with a hint of nervousness, his fingers anxiously twisting the strap of his bag. I don't want to. The girl's voice rose even higher, and she stepped back with a click of her high heels as if afraid to be associated with this commonplace. Look at this place, it's filthy. I'm a girl, and you're bringing me here to eat. What will people think of me? The boy's face instantly turned crimson, as if burned by her words. His lips moved as if to say something, but ultimately fell silent, releasing a low sigh as the light in his eyes dimmed. Su Yuyao felt a pang of discomfort and quietly inched closer to Jiang Chen. He had clearly noticed the scene as well, gazing at the boy's desolate figure with a trace of sympathy in his eyes. This boy probably represented a significant portion of men in relationships. From his faded t-shirt and slightly worn canvas bag, it was evident he wasn't wealthy. Yet from the cautious tone of his voice, it was clear he had invested a lot in this relationship, but it might not guarantee appreciation in return. What's wrong with this kind of place? I think it's quite good, Su Yuyao whispered to Jiang Chen, her tone filled with slight confusion. To her, being able to eat delicious food and spend time with someone she liked made the setting irrelevant. Jiang Chen reached out and ruffled her hair softly, saying, everyone has different thoughts, don't take it to heart. At that moment, the girl named Ching began to complain again. Wang Hao, I don't care, I don't want to wait in line here anymore. Let's go to that Western restaurant up front. My classmate said their steak is really delicious. Wang Hao's face turned even redder as he hesitantly replied, Ching, that Western restaurant is quite expensive. Let's eat here instead, it's really good. So what if it's expensive? Are you reluctant to spend money on me? Ching's voice rose a few pitches, drawing the attention of those waiting around. Wang Hao's expression darkened, and after a few seconds of silence, as if making a significant decision, he gritted his teeth and said, all right, let's go to the Western restaurant. Only then did Ching smile with satisfaction, pulling Wang Hao away, as if even a second longer was unbearable. Watching their retreating figures, Su Yuyao sighed lightly. That boy is so pitiful. Don't pity him, this is his own choice. Jiang Chen tightened his grip on her hand. After about half an hour, the waiter led them to a small table by the window and handed them the menu. Jiang Chen took the menu and asked Su Yuyao, what do you want to eat? Let's see if there's something you like. Su Yuyao took the menu and began to browse carefully. Most of the dishes were familiar home-cooked meals, and the prices were very reasonable. She ordered a plate of braised pork ribs, a stir-fried vegetable dish, and a tomato and egg soup. Is that enough? Should we order another one? Jiang Chen asked. That's enough. 3 dishes is too much for the 2 of us, Su Yuyao quickly replied. The dishes arrived promptly, and they chatted and ate, the atmosphere very harmonious. Su Yuyao chattered away about amusing incidents from school, while Jiang Chen patiently listened, occasionally responding with a few words, his eyes filled with affection. Halfway through the meal, Su Yuyao suddenly recalled something and asked Jiang Chen, dear, what do you think will happen between Wang Hao and Ching in the end? Jiang Chen pondered for a moment and replied, matters of the heart are hard to predict, but if one party always demands and the other continuously gives, such a relationship is unlikely to last long. Su Yuyao nodded, somewhat understanding. She picked up a spoon, scooped a spoonful of soup, and offered it to Jiang Chen, saying, dear, drink some soup. Jiang Chen opened his mouth and drank it down, feeling sweet inside. He felt that girls like Su Yuyao had the right values. After finishing their meal, Su Yuyao settled the bill, and they walked out of the small restaurant hand in hand. Outside, the night had deepened, the streets were brightly lit, filled with people coming and going, vibrant with the essence of life. Husband, where are we going next? Su Yuyao asked. I'll take you shopping and buy you a gift, Jiang Chen replied with a smile. No need, I lack nothing, Su Yuyao hurriedly said, feeling that being together with Jiang Chen was already a great happiness. Be obedient, consider it a reward for being so good today. Jiang Chen took her hand and walked towards the nearby mall. Su Yuyao looked at Jiang Chen's back, a smile unconsciously gracing her lips, her heart filled with sweetness and happiness. She felt that this kind of vibrant life and companionship was the life she desired. The lights in the mall were bright as day, with a faint fragrance in the air mingling with the music playing from various shops, lively yet tasteful. Jiang Chen held Su Yuyao's hand, leisurely weaving through the array of shops. They first entered a women's clothing store, and the staff warmly welcomed them. What would you like to see? Our new dresses just arrived, perfect for this young lady, said the attendant, picking up a pink and white long dress and holding it against Su Yuyao. Su Yuyao looked at herself in the mirror. The lace trim on the skirt was exquisite and beautiful. She gently touched the fabric and smiled at the attendant, saying, "Thank you, I'll take a look first." Then she tugged Jiang Chen further inside her eyes, scanning the clothes, occasionally stopping to check the labels, but showing no. Jiang Chen patiently accompanied her, noticing she lingered on a light blue knitted cardigan. He said to the attendant, "Let's take this down for her to try." Su Yuyao quickly waved her hands. No, I'm just looking." She put down the cardigan and was attracted by some accessories on a nearby shelf, picking up a pair of delicate pearl earrings, admiring them under the light. After finishing in the women's clothing store, the two went to a jewelry store and a shoe shop. Su Yuyao was curious about everything, holding a jeweled hairpin up to the mirror, smiling faintly. It was then that Jiang Chen noticed that Su Yuyao wore no accessories at all. Her long straight black hair fell naturally, unpermed and undyed in its purest form. Her fair neck and delicate collarbone were completely bare. Even her fingers were unadorned, neatly trimmed without any. This simplicity and naturalness, combined with her gentle smile at that moment, made her the ideal woman in every man's heart. Passing by a jewelry store, he took her inside. "Let's see if there's anything you like, I'll buy it for you." Inside the store, the jewelry sparkled brilliantly. The attendant handed over a platinum necklace adorned with a small diamond. "Sir, this style suits this young lady very well, simple yet elegant." Su Yuyao took the necklace and held it up to her neck. It looked beautiful, but she put it back. "It's too expensive, and I don't wear the." Jiang Chen was somewhat puzzled. "If you like it, just buy it. Money is not an issue." Su Yuyao shook her head and pulled him out of the jewelry store. "Let's go look around some more." And so they wandered through the mall for nearly 2 hours. Su Yuyao looked at many things, from clothes and shoes to snacks and toys, yet bought nothing. Jiang Chen, with empty hands, finally couldn't help but ask her, "Yuyao, after looking for so long, why haven't you bought anything? Don't you like anything?" Su Yuyao paused, looking up at him with bright eyes. "No, I like many things." "Then why not buy them?" Jiang Chen was even more confused. "Because the fun of shopping is in the browsing, not in buying." Su Yuyao smiled and said, "You see, we're enjoying looking at these beautiful things together, chatting and laughing. It's so joyful. It doesn't have to be meaningful only if you buy something." She paused and added, "Moreover, many things look nice, but you might not use them much if you actually buy them. It would be such a waste. Right now this is just perfect." Jiang Chen looked at the pure smile on her face and suddenly understood. For Su Yuyao, what mattered was not how many things she owned, but the process of being together with him. He reached out and ruffled her hair, his eyes filled with affection. "You're right, I was overthinking it." After wondering a bit longer, they reached a stand selling cotton candy. Su Yuyao stopped, her eyes fixed on the pink cotton candy, looking like a child. Jiang Chen smiled and bought one, handing it to her. "This is something you can definitely buy, right?" Su Yuyao took the cotton candy happily, taking a bite, the sweet flavor melting in her mouth. She held the cotton candy up to Jiang Chen's mouth. "Husband, you should try some too." Jiang Chen lowered his head and took a small bite, watching her satisfied expression, feeling sweet in his heart. At that moment, Su Yuyao's phone rang. She took it out to glance at it and said to Jiang Chen, "It's my mom." She answered the call, her voice obedient. "Mama, I know, I'll head back soon." After hanging up, she looked up at Jiang Chen, her tone tinged with reluctance. "My mom wants me to go back." Jiang Chen checked the time. It was already past 10. He squeezed her palm. "Then I'll take you back." Su Yuyao nodded, bringing the remaining cotton candy to her mouth, taking small bites, but her steps unconsciously slowed, as if she wanted to prolong this last little moment of sweetness. Jiang Chen held Su Yuyao's hand as they walked towards the parking lot. The night breeze carried a slight chill, gently stirring the wispy hair on her forehead. Su Yuyao raised the cotton candy to her mouth again, taking another small bite, the pink sugar sticking to the corners of her lips like a little kitten caught sneaking a treat. Noticing Jiang Chen's gaze, she felt a bit shy and smiled instinctively, trying to hide the cotton candy behind her. "It's sweet is what makes it tasty." Jiang Chen continued to hold her hand as they walked forward. "If you like it, I'll buy you another next time." "Okay." Su Yuyao nodded vigorously, her eyes crescent-shaped. Once in the car, Jiang Chen fastened her seatbelt before starting the engine. Soothing melodies flowed through the car as Su Yuyao leaned back against the seat, gazing at the fleeting neon lights outside, her heart lingering with reluctance at the thought of parting. "Did you have fun today?" Jiang Chen asked, turning his head to look at her. "I had fun," Su Yuyao answered without hesitation. "Being with my husband, I enjoy everything." Jiang Chen was amused by her straightforward words, tightening his grip on the steering wheel. "Me too." The car drove steadily down the road, with the two occasionally exchanging a few words, but more often enjoying the quiet of their. Su Yuyao occasionally stole glances at Jiang Chen. His serious driving posture and profile, illuminated by the lights, appeared exceptionally handsome, making her heart feel sweet. Soon the car arrived at the entrance of Su Yuyao's neighborhood. Jiang Chen parked by the roadside, turning to look at her. "We're here." Su Yuyao responded with an ahu, yet did not immediately unbuckle her seatbelt. Instead, she gazed at Jiang Chen, her eyes filled with reluctance. "Husband, I'm going in. Let me take you to the door." Jiang Chen said. "No need, the streetlights in the neighborhood are on." Su Yuyao shook her head. "You should head back and rest early." Jiang Chen understood her concerns and didn't insist, just reminding her, "Take your time going up and message me when you get home." "All right." Su Yuyao unbuckled her seatbelt, leaned over, and quickly kissed his cheek. "I'm leaving now." "Go ahead." Jiang Chen smiled at her. Su Yuyao opened the car door and got out, then turned back, leaning on the car window, saying goodbye. Jiang Chen watched her hurry inside. Su Yuyao nodded, glancing back 3 times as she walked into the neighbor. Jiang Chen sat in the car, watching her figure disappear at the entrance of the building before starting the engine and leaving. In the following days, Jiang Chen either stayed at home with his parents or spent time with Su Yuyao. It may be the effect of the health card, as his mother's hypertension has stabilized considerably and his father's back pain has also lessened significantly. His interactions with Su Yuyao have become increasingly harmonious. From initially being attracted by her appearance to now genuinely caring for each other. He does not deny that during his confession apart from the system's task, he was more captivated by Su Yuyao's beauty. As a normal man, he yearns to possess her to have her. Now when he is with her, he truly experiences the essence of pure love. This relationship is unrelated to material possessions. When they go out to have fun, they never care about who pays more. Sometimes it is her paying, sometimes it is him. Jiang Chen knows her family's situation and is always reluctant to let her spend too much money. Once when she was about to pay, he reached out to stop her. Let me handle it. Su Yuyao seemed to sense his thoughts, looking up at him with a smile. Husband, I have money. She told him that due to her excellent performance in the college entrance examination, both the school and the government had given her a scholarship. Her university tuition is fully covered, and she can receive scholarships regularly, so she actually doesn't need to spend much of her own money. Jiang Chen looked at the smile on the girl's face. I know you have money, but it seems proper for the man to pay. Su Yuyao tilted her head to interrupt him, reaching out to take his fingers off his wallet. She skillfully scanned the payment code, and as she turned around, nudged the shopping bag into his arms. See, I carry the light stuff, and you carry the heavy stuff. That's fair. Days slipped away in such subtle harmony, and before long, it was October 5th, the day before the Mid-Autumn Festival. Jiang Chen got up early carrying the prepared gift box to his uncle's house. He always felt an indescribable gratitude towards his uncle's family. Whether for his education or for helping the family, they have been incredibly supportive. In his sophomore year, his father borrowed money to take on a big project, but just as it was nearing completion, the client ran off with the funds. During that time, the family's years of savings were lost, and they also incurred some debt. All the relatives avoided their family, fearing they would be asked to lend money, except for his uncle, who without hesitation sent 100 yuan to alleviate their urgent situation. It was only when the taxi driver said we're here that Jiang Chen was pulled back from his memories. After scanning to pay, he carried the gift box into the community. This is an old community, and the gatekeepers are all uncles in their 50s and 60s, never stopping outsiders. After climbing to the 6th floor, he took a deep breath at the door and knocked. Knock knock. The one who opened the door was his cousin, Lu Qian, her eyes brightening when she saw him. Brother, how come you're getting more handsome? Come in. Saying this, she took the gift box from his hands and pulled him inside. Upon entering, he saw his Aunt Zhou Jing holding a little boy. That was Lu Qian's 2-year-old brother, who was stuffing a piece of mooncake into his mouth. When he saw Jiang Chen, he giggled and shrank back into his aunt's arms. Aunt, Jiang Chen sweetly called out. Then he said to Lu Qian, Qian, your mouth is getting sweeter. Jiang Chen smiled as he ruffled Lu Qian's ponytail. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of the little one in his aunt's arms staring at him with round bright eyes, his eyelashes resembling tiny fans. Let brother hold you. He reached out to take him, but the little boy shrank back into his aunt's embrace, his small hands clutching her clothing, revealing chubby arms that looked like lotus roots. This child is shy. Even your mother can't take him away. His aunt patted the child's back soothingly and called towards the kitchen. Lao Lu Xiaochen is here. Uncle Lu Huayuan, wearing a gray apron, poked his head out from the kitchen, holding a spatula. Dinner will be ready soon. The pork rib soup just finished simmering. He wiped his hands and walked over. When his gaze fell on Jiang Chen, he paused. You look spirited, much more upright than the last time we met. Qian, take your brother to the living room to watch some TV. His aunt instructed. Lu Qian pulled Jiang Chen to sit on the sofa in the living room and leaned over to ask, brother, how are things going with Yao Yao? Speaking of which, if it weren't for Lu Qian, he might not have met Su Yuyao. In this sense, his cousin could be considered the Jiang Chen did not dare to admit it. Otherwise, this matter would likely spread throughout the relative circle. With the system, his life has infinite possibilities. Marriage is simply not on the table. He would never give up an entire sea of flowers for just one bloom, no matter how stunning that flower might be. It's still the same. Oh, what's wrong? That's right, he said lightly. Seeing his indifferent attitude, Lu Qian felt exasperated. Brother, you'll definitely regret it. Jiang Chen changed the subject. Enough about her. What about you? How's school? What else can it be? Just the same. Lu Qian pouted. You don't even come to see me. Jiang Chen didn't respond and took out his phone to transfer 50 yuan to Lu Qian. When Lu Qian saw the transfer on WeChat, she exclaimed in delight. Her parents only gave her 30 yuan a month for living expenses, and in Shanghai, she dared not spend freely. Now that Jiang Chen transferred so much at once, she was overjoyed. But once the excitement wore off, she suddenly remembered something and told Jiang Chen, I can't accept it. Just take it. Jiang Chen smiled. Now that I have money, it's better for girls to have a little more flexibility. After Jiang Chen's persistent persuasion, Lu Qian finally agreed to accept the funds. Jiang Chen looked around the house. It hadn't changed much since he lived there during high school. The layout is the same as his own home, just older, with the walls faintly showing the wear of time. Before long, with his uncle calling dinner is ready, he and Lu Qian approached the dining table. After sitting down, his uncle asked, Xiao Chen, I heard from your mother that you are working at Xinguang Bank now. As Jiang Chen was serving the little one a piece of boneless rib, he looked up and smiled. That was just good luck. His aunt added a spoonful of pork rib soup to his bowl, the soup a milky white, with glistening oil. Xinguang Bank is a globally recognized financial giant. It can't just be based on luck to get in. Or perhaps you truly learned something in university. She poked Lu Qian, who was busy eating rice with her chopsticks. Did you hear that? Learn more from your brother, don't just spend your days chasing idle dramas. Brother is brother. I am Lu Qian mumbled, stuffing a piece of sweet and sour fish into Jiang Chen's bowl. But you are indeed impressive, brother. Jiang Chen took a mouthful of rice and mumbled, impressive. I started from the bottom when I got in as well. Uncle set down his chopsticks and leisurely took a sip of wine. Even starting from the bottom, you need to be in a place like this. Your uncle Zhang's son is at a local bank complaining every day about having no future. He poured Jiang Chen a glass of wine. It's good for young people to start at a high point, but you also need to be grounded and not emulate those who are overly ambitious but lack capability. Understood, uncle. Jiang Chen raised his glass and took a sip, the spiciness sliding down his throat. After dinner, while his uncle and aunt were tidying up in the kitchen, Jiang Chen slipped out to the balcony to make a call. After hanging up, he returned to the living room, bending down to tease the little one who was chewing on a toy car. Brother and sister have gone out to play. You stay at home and be good. Where are you going to play, brother? Lu Qian's eyes lit up immediately, putting down the rag in her hand. Definitely a place, Jiang Chen said. He then turned to his uncle who was wiping the table. Uncle, aunt, we are going to take a stroll, and we'll be back. His aunt poked her head out from the kitchen. Come back early for dinner. The Jinping Yuxian Impression City flagship store, as the largest outlet of this brand in Yuzhong, covers an area of over 20,000 square meters, exuding an extraordinary grandeur. Upon entering the sales area, the 9-meter-high ceiling and nearly 3-meter-wide aisles create a spacious and transparent shopping environment. The mall also offers approximately 1,500 parking spaces, alleviating customers' concerns. Here, a selection of products from over 30 countries and regions worldwide is gathered, covering major categories such as fresh fruits, grains, and oils, household items, and electronics, with more than 4,000 items on display, resembling a comprehensive global lifestyle pavilion. Jiang Chen led Lu Qian into this bright shopping space where the cool air and the dazzling array of shelves immediately captured Lu Qian's attention. Jiang Chen turned to her, a smile playing on his lips. Look to make up for not visiting you at school, whatever you fancy here today. Upon hearing this, Lu Qian's eyes lit up like searchlights, and she exclaimed, wow, brother, is this for real? You're so awesome. She excitedly jumped in place, the immense joy temporarily making her forget her restraint as she grabbed Jiang Chen's arm. You better keep your word. Jiang Chen watched her, amused by her eagerness to empty the supermarket, shaking his head helplessly. The store was well air-conditioned with soothing background music, bright lights illuminating the polished floor, and the neatly arranged colorful products creating a delightful shopping atmosphere. Promotional messages played on the loudspeaker at opportune moments while shoppers wheeled their carts through the spacious aisles, forming a lively and orderly urban consumption scene. Jiang Chen pushed the shopping cart, leisurely following Lu Qian. The environment was spacious, the layout reasonable, the shelves tidy, and the shopping cart large and convenient. Although the prices were slightly higher than those of ordinary supermarkets, the quality of the products was guaranteed, which was exactly what attracted many middle-class customers. They have transcended mere survival, pursuing the true value of quality living. Jinping Yuxian has enhanced its bargaining power with suppliers through large-scale procurement, making product prices highly competitive. For instance, certain internationally renowned brand down jackets are priced here at only about half of what they cost in brand-exclusive stores, and the prices of imported goods are even lower than those from purchasing agents, offering better value for money. Jiang Chen watched her wandering around the snack section, and with only a few small items in the cart, he couldn't help but chuckle. Is that all? Didn't you just say you wanted to empty the supermarket? Be a little frugal. Lu Qian placed the last box of face masks in the cart, her cheeks slightly flushed. You earn your money with difficulty. At the checkout, after the cashier scanned the last item, the screen displayed the number, 328 yuan. Lu Qian stuck out her tongue. Good thing it didn't exceed by too much. While Jiang Chen was paying with his card, the cashier handed him a pink coupon. During the National Day and Mid-Autumn Festival event, if you spend over 300, you can try your luck at the lottery area. The grand prize is a house. A house? Lu Qian's eyes widened in disbelief as she clutched the coupon and dashed towards the lottery area. Let's go check it out. The lottery area was set up in the mall's atrium, with a long winding queue beneath a red arch. At the end of the line, an elderly man was chatting with someone. I heard someone really want a gold bar, but I wonder if this house is just a gimmick. After waiting for over half an hour, it was finally their turn. A staff member in work attire smiled as he handed over the lottery box filled with neatly stacked coupons. Little girl, you must have good luck, give it a try. At that moment, a middle-aged man wearing a manager's badge spotted Jiang Chen and hurriedly told the staff, you take a break, he'll take over for you. He took the lottery box, gently shook it, and said warmly to Lu Qian, little girl, it's your turn to draw. Lu Qian instinctively turned to look at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen smiled and nodded. We made a deal, whatever you draw is yours. She took a deep breath, reached into the lottery box, and carefully pulled out a coupon. With her head down, she held her breath as she slowly unwrapped it. Initially, a shy smile lingered on her face, but the next second, she suddenly gasped, and the coupon slipped from her hand. Jiang Chen bent down to pick it up, only to see the coupon clearly printed with a line of bold letters, Grand Prize 1220 residence at Lakeside Garden, with the mall's striking red official seal below. The air seemed to freeze for a moment. The surrounding crowd in line, the chatting elderly people, and even the staff responsible for maintaining order all focused their gazes on that floating paper which Jiang Chen had just picked up, and on Lu Qian's face that was filled with disbelief and near tears of excitement. Wah! What? Lu Qian's voice trembled as she grasped Jiang Chen's arm tightly. Brother, is it a house? 220 square meters. Lakeside garden. She was incoherent, the immense joy crashing over her like a tsunami. Jiang Chen could distinctly feel her body trembling violently. He steadied her, a perfectly measured surprise on his face, but deep in his eyes there was a calm understanding. Yes, Qian, it is a house. The grand prize. Jiang Chen's voice, though not loud, was exceptionally clear, cutting through the sudden, buzzing murmur around them. My God, did we really win a house? Lakeside garden. That's a high-end community. 220 square meters. What luck this little girl has. Could it be a setup? Can this prize actually be won? Envy, jealousy, shock, and skepticism. Various emotions intertwined in the gazes and whispers of the onlookers. The manager in front of the lottery box stepped forward. Congratulations, little girl. It is indeed the grand prize. May I ask if you have your ID with you? We need to verify your identity quickly and initiate the follow-up prize claim and transfer process. He was not surprised by this outcome at all. He only needed to complete the task assigned to him as required. Lu Qian came back to her senses and said, I didn't bring it with me. Jiang Chen said, call uncle and have him bring your ID right away. This is important, he needs to be here. Right. He'll call my dad. Lu Qian, coming back to reality, hurriedly fumbled in her pocket for her phone and dialed. The call connected and Lu Huayuan's voice came through. Qian. What's wrong? Did you buy everything? When will you be back? Dad. Lu Qian's voice rose again, filled with uncontrollable excitement. I won a prize. It's not a small one. It's a house. A 220 square meter big house at Lakeside Garden. Oh, hurry up and come. We're at the Jinping Yushin Impression City flagship store. Right now? Immediately. Don't forget to bring your ID. You must bring it. Hurry, Dad. She spoke rapidly, delivering a tremendous amount of information, barely giving the other party time to react. A brief silence fell on the other end of the phone. After a few seconds, Lu Huayuan's voice echoed again, filled with disbelief and confusion. Qian, what did you say? A house. Winning the lottery. Lakeside Garden. 220 square meters. You're not joking with Dad, are you? Did something happen? Don't scare me. It was evident that this news was too fantastical for any ordinary person. Oh, it's true. Brother is right next to me. He can testify. Hurry and come. You'll know when you arrive. The address is the flagship store of Premium Selection Impression City. Hurry. Lu Qian was anxious, stamping her feet as she shouted into the phone, fearing her father wouldn't believe her. Okay. I'm heading out right now. You and Xiao Chen stay put. Wait there. Lu Huan's voice finally took on a hint of seriousness and urgency before the call was hurriedly ended. Hanging up the phone, she looked at the manager. Manager, my dad will be here soon with his ID. All right, no problem, young lady. This is a necessary procedure, I hope you understand. The manager smiled warmly, his attitude impeccable. Please follow me to the VIP lounge for a brief wait. The environment there is comfortable and there will be dedicated service. It's quite crowded here and not very convenient. He gestured again, politely maintaining a respectful demeanor. Under the manager's guidance, Jiang Chen supported the still slightly shaky Lu Qian, navigating through the crowd, surrounded by shock and curiosity, heading towards the quieter and more private VIP area of the mall. The security guards diligently maintained order. The door to the VIP room gently closed behind them, isolating them from the external clamor. The interior was elegantly arranged with soft lighting and a faint aroma of tea wafting through the air. The leather sofa was soft and comfortable. A well-dressed staff member promptly brought warm water and exquisite snacks. About half an hour later, there was a gentle knock on the door of the VIP room, and it was pushed open. Lu Huayuan's figure appeared at the doorstep. He was evidently running with beads of sweat on his forehead, and his breathing. As soon as he entered, his gaze urgently locked onto Lu Qian and Jiang Chen on the sofa. Qian, Xiao Chen, what's going on? What did you say about a house on the phone? Winning the lottery. What happened? Is everything okay? Dad. Lu Qian rushed to her father, shoving the lottery ticket into his hand, her voice becoming excited again. Look at this. It's real. I won. First prize. Lakeside Garden. 220 square meters. The manager confirmed it. Mr. Lu, it's absolutely true. The manager stepped forward, his smile still appropriate. We have repeatedly verified the authenticity of the lottery ticket and the validity of the official seal. Congratulations, Miss Lu, this is her incredible luck. And congratulations to you. He appropriately handed over a well-crafted business card. I am the customer service manager of the mall. My surname is Wang. I will follow up on the subsequent prize redemption and property transfer procedures for you. Transfer. Lu Huan was still somewhat bewildered. This term felt too distant and unfamiliar to him. Yes, Mr. Lu. Manager Wang patiently explained, as long as Miss Lu's identity information is verified correctly and you as her guardian sign the necessary documents, since Lu Qian is a minor, we can quickly arrange for the property registration of the 220 square meter residence at Lakeside Garden. The keys and relevant documents will be handed over upon completion of the procedures. Do you have your ID with you? Lu Huayuan then seemed to come back to his senses, pulling his ID from his pocket and hurriedly asked his daughter, Qian, what about yours? Didn't bring it. Then the household registration book. He appeared even more flustered than Lu Qian. Mr. Lu, don't worry. Wang manager kept smiling. We can supplement Miss Liu's ID information later today, is mainly for verifying the guardian's identity and initiating the process. Please give me your ID for registration and sign here to confirm that you are aware and agree for Miss Liu Qian to collect the prize. He gestured for the nearby staff to hand over the already prepared documents and pen. Liu Huayuan looked at the document. The densely packed clauses made him dizzy. He looked towards Jiang Chen for help. Jiang Chen nodded slightly and whispered, "Uncle, it's a formal procedure, just sign it." This is Qianqian's luck. Liu Huayuan took a deep breath and signed his name in the designated spot on the document. Manager Wang carefully checked the signature and ID information, satisfied as he put away the documents. The first step of the procedure is complete. Miss Liu, Jiang, please rest assured we will proceed with the follow-up matters with the utmost efficiency. The specific location of the property floor plan and the exact handover time will be organized within 3 working days, and we will schedule a time with you to deliver the detailed information personally, or you can come to the mall for further discussions, if that's more convenient. If you have any questions during this period, feel free to call me. He handed over his business card again. So the house. Liu Huayuan still felt like he was walking on cotton now. It's Qianqian's. From a legal standpoint, once the final property registration is completed, it will fully belong to Miss Liu Qian. Manager Wang answered affirmatively. Our prize is genuinely substantial. You can take your family to Lakeside Garden to check out the environment anytime. Although you can't enter the house for now, it's always good to familiarize yourselves with the location of your future home. Future home. These 4 words struck Liu Huayuan's heart like a heavy hammer. He had worked diligently all his life with the greatest wish to save for a down payment for his children. Unexpectedly, his daughter's casual lottery ticket drew a luxurious home that he might never be able to afford. This world, has it really gone crazy? Or is it that Lady Luck is particularly favoring his daughter today? Okay, sorry for the trouble, Manager Wang. Liu Huayuan could only nod mechanically, feeling lighter on his feet than he had when he first arrived. Manager Wang smiled and gestured. The procedures have been initiated. The 3 of you can go home and rest while waiting for our news. Do you need me to arrange a car to take you back? No need, thank you, we'll go back ourselves. Liu Huayuan quickly waved his hand. With the manager personally accompanying them, the 3 left the VIP room and walked through the mall. Jiang Chen quietly followed beside, watching his uncle's dazed yet forcefully calm figure, a slight, barely noticeable smile curling at the corners of his mouth. On the way home, the car was unusually quiet. Liu Qian was still excitedly browsing through the information and pictures of Lakeside Garden she had found on her phone. Liu Huayuan leaned against the back seat of the taxi, gazing out at the rapidly passing city lights, his eyes vacant. The words of Manager Wang echoed repeatedly in his mind. 220 square meters. Lakeside Garden. Property rights. Future home. Everything felt too unreal. He needed time, a lot of time, to accept this reality that had completely overturned his understanding. Jiang Chen returned home to find his parents watching television. The local news channel was scrolling the headline on the Mid-Autumn Festival: Lady Luck has descended. The eye-catching title announced a woman from Yuzhong wins a luxurious 220 square meter apartment at Lakeside Garden. He didn't expect the news to spread so quickly, but it was a good thing nonetheless. Not only did it serve as an advertisement for Jinping Yoshuan, but it also benefited his uncle's family. He didn't tell his parents that it was Liu Qian who won the prize, and amidst their astonished and envious chatter, he returned to his room. The next day was the Mid-Autumn Festival, and Jiang Chen's family set off early. His grandfather's house was in the countryside, dozens of kilometers from the city. The taxi ride took nearly 2 hours, and the scenery outside transformed from high-rise buildings to golden rice fields and lush trees, with the crispness of autumn and a hint of earthy scent in the air. When the taxi stopped at the village entrance, it was nearly noon. From a distance, he saw a familiar green brick courtyard with a relatively new SUV parked out front. Uncle and the others are here, Jiang Chen said, carrying the cigarettes, alcohol, and mooncake gift box he brought for his grandfather. Just as he got out of the car, the courtyard door creaked open, and his uncle Jiang Jianjun's loud voice came out. Jiangua. Xiaohui. Xiao Chen. You finally arrived. We were just waiting for you to start the feast. His uncle was tall and robust with the hearty smile typical of farmers. Elder brother. Uncle. Jiang Jiangua and Lu Hui quickly greeted him with smiles. His family had always been close to his uncle's family. Since his parents lived in the city, the responsibility of taking care of his grandparents fell on his uncle's family, but his family would contribute support every year. His grandparents had spent their lives farming, and now being old, they only received a little over 100 yuan in subsidies each month. In the past, when his family was better off, they would send monthly support to his grandparents. Later, when his family went bankrupt, the support was solely shouldered by his uncle's family. Jiang Chen placed his things down. Jiang Jianjun noticed Jiang Chen and smiled. Xiao Chen, it's been half a year since we last met. You've changed so much. It's no wonder he was surprised. Jiang Chen's features were the same, but he gave off a polished aura. Especially the vitality he exuded was drastically different from before. The gloom in his eyes had faded, replaced by confidence and composure. At that moment, his cousin Jiang Xing also strolled out of the house, his white shirt sleeves rolled up to his elbows, holding an unpeeled orange in his hand, teasingly raising his eyebrows at him. Wow, Jiang Chen, did you secretly get plastic surgery? Do I need that? Jiang Chen leaned against the doorframe, intentionally straightening his back. I was born this handsome. Jiang Xing laughed at his teasing, shoving the peeled orange into Jiang Chen's hand. If I had your thick skin, I'd already be chased by the village matchmaker for my birthday. Quit it. Jiang Chen bit into a slice of orange. Suddenly Jiang Xing asked, are you free tonight? What for? To go on a blind date. My mom had someone introduce me, said she's a high school teacher from the city. Jiang Chen's orange slice paused in midair. What? Have you given up on your past love? The question was like a needle, causing Jiang Xing's smile to falter. This cousin of his was 29 this year, and would soon turn 30, approaching the realm of older single men. His family wasn't doing poorly. His uncle rented over 100 acres of rice paddies, and earned over 100,000 each. Jiang Xing himself was a graduate of a prestigious university, working as a civil servant in the city's finance bureau. With various subsidies and year-end bonuses, he brought home over 200,000 a year. Yet he had stumbled in matters of the heart. In the past, Jiang Xing would often mention that his girlfriend was the belle of the department, beautiful and intelligent, and was recommended for graduate studies right after graduating from university. At that time, he said he would get married as soon as she graduated, but what came was a simple were not compatible. Later, he learned that the girl had turned around and hooked up with a rich second generation who drove a sports car. Because of this incident, Jiang Xing had been brooding for years. He stopped dating, and his uncle was worried. He had called him several times before to encourage him. Unexpectedly at this moment, he seemed to have come to terms with it himself. Oh, it's an old story now. Jiang Xing kicked a stone at his feet. I used to be too naive, always thinking that love could substitute for food. Now I realize without money, I can't even afford high-end dreams. The sweet and sour taste of the orange still lingered on Jiang Chen's tongue as he looked at his cousin's lowered eyelashes. Suddenly, he felt that Jiang Xing's annual salary of over 200,000 seemed thin and powerless in the face of the words rich second generation, like rice stalks withered under the scorching sun. Being a high school teacher is pretty good, at least stable. Jiang Chen spat the orange seed into his palm and tossed it into a bamboo basket in the corner, much better than chasing after a sports car while drinking the wind. Jiang Xing scoffed with a laugh, bending down to pick up a small stone and toss it over the courtyard wall. The stone hit the old locust tree with a thud. You think I'm looking for stability? My mom said she's a physics teacher with a clearer problem-solving approach than me, so she definitely won't be tricked by sweet words. Is this a blind date or recruiting a partner for solving problems? So are you going or not? Jiang Xing looked up, the corners of his eyes crinkling into shallow smile lines. We'll set off right after dinner. You help me keep an eye on things. I don't know about these things. Just as Jiang Chen was about to wave his hand, he was interrupted by his grandmother's voice. What are you two boys doing standing at the door? His grandmother came out with a blue porcelain bowl filled with sliced mooncakes. Come in and try the 5-nut filling that your aunt made this year. She added newly dried osmanthus. Jiang Xing quickly took the bowl and handed Jiang Chen a piece. Just consider it a walk with me. All right. He swallowed the mooncake and patted Jiang Xing's arm. But I should warn you in advance, I'll accompany you, but nothing else. Okay. Dinner was laid out on the large round table with Jiang Chen's family and his uncle's family, along with his grandparents, making a total of 8 people sitting around. This mid-autumn festival warmed Jiang Chen's heart. During the meal, he saw the long-lost smile on his parents' faces, especially when his mother proudly boasted about his job at the Holy Light Bank. All the relatives at the table were happy for Jiang Chen. In their understanding, getting into a bank meant holding a stable. Only Jiang Xing understood the weight of it. He knew how high the threshold was for the Holy Light Bank. He had heard during university that even the PhD candidates from their school often couldn't even pass the first round of interviews. Inside, there were PhDs and masters everywhere, all elite graduates from top universities with impressive achievements. As for undergraduates, he had never heard of anyone getting in. Thus, although he had doubts about Jiang Chen's entry into the Holy Light Bank, he was more happy for him. After dinner, as the bowls and chopsticks were just cleared away, Jiang Xing shot Jiang Chen a glance. The moonlight was bright, casting silver rays all over the small courtyard, elongating the shadow of the old locust tree. Let's go. Jiang Xing brushed off the dust on his pants and walked toward the courtyard door. Jiang Chen greeted his parents and got into his cousin's relatively new SUV. The village was especially quiet on this mid-autumn night, with occasional distant barks of dogs accentuating the clear chirping of insects all around. The car drove out of the village, leaving behind the warm yellow lights filled with the fragrance of osmanthus and the laughter of reunions, heading along the country road toward the brightly lit city. Soothing music played in the car, but it couldn't drown out the sound of the engine. Jiang Chen glanced at his silent cousin driving beside him and broke the silence. Nervous? Nervous? Not at all. Jiang Xing scoffed, unconsciously tapping his fingers on the steering wheel. It's not like it's the first time I've gone on a blind date. Just treat it like making a new friend. He paused, his tone flat, with little emotional fluctuation. You know how my mom is, she can't wait for me to get married tomorrow and have her grandchild in 2 years. The scenery outside the car window changed rapidly, the contours of the fields gradually replaced by increasingly dense lights. The neon lights of the city began to spread on the distant horizon like a huge, colorful canvas. This physics teacher, Jiang Chen, recalled the conversation before dinner and asked casually, her problem-solving approach sounds clear. She seems to be quite perceptive. Is Anne afraid you might be dazzled by sweet talk again? Jiang Xing tightened his grip on the steering wheel, his gaze fixed straight ahead at the dark road illuminated by car lights. After a moment he replied, perhaps. But my mom does have a point, he said, a cold smile forming at the corner of his mouth. A brain that can untangle complex physics problems should be more insightful in understanding people and things. At least, he lowered his voice as if talking to himself. Wouldn't just focus on the four wheels. The lingering bitterness that he couldn't fully express seeped through the cracks of his words. Jiang Chen didn't respond, only giving a faint The car fell silent again with only the sound of tires rolling over the road and the faint music remaining. The blind date was set at a stylish cafe in the city. Jiang Chen found a parking spot and turned off the engine. He adjusted his hair in the rearview mirror, took a deep breath, and then opened the door to get out. Let's go, the overseer. He called to Jiang Chen, his tone returning to its usual casualness, but the subtle tension in his eyes was still caught by Jiang Chen under the warm yellow light of the cafe. As Jiang Chen pushed open the heavy glass door of the cafe, a warm breeze mixed with the aroma of coffee and pastries greeted him. The environment inside was elegant, with guests quietly conversing under the soft lighting. Jiang Chen quickly scanned the room and soon locked onto a table by the window. That should be her, he murmured, as if sensing someone approaching. The girl lifted her head. Her eyes first landed on Jiang Chen, holding a hint of polite curiosity. Then naturally her gaze shifted to Jiang Chen behind him, her expression calm, exuding a unique, unhurried focus typical of a science student. A perfectly timed smile appeared on her lips as she stood up. Hello, you must be Jiang Chen. I'm Lin Jixia. Her voice was not loud, but it was clear and articulate. Her gaze then turned to Jiang Chen, filled with inquiry. This is my cousin Jiang Chen, Jiang Chen introduced, adding with a hint of humor. He's the supervisor sent by my mom, worried I might not perform well. Hello. Lin Jixia nodded at Jiang Chen, then turned back to Jiang Chen, raising her hand to gesture, please have a seat. When the waiter arrived with the menu, Lin Jixia was the first to speak. A cup of Perover lightly roasted Yirgachev, thank you. She looked up at Jiang Chen, her eyes carrying the right amount of inquiry. The Kenyan beans here are also quite good, with a clean. Jiang Chen was taken aback for a moment. He could usually only distinguish between sweet and bitter in coffee, so he replied vaguely, probably like you. Turning his head, he noticed Jiang Chen had found a corner seat by the window and was focused on his phone, which relieved him. I teach physics at Sanzhong, Lin Jixia said, stirring the sugar in her cup, the metallic spoon clinking against the glass producing a crisp sound. Aunt Zhang said, you're at the construction bureau. It's the finance bureau budget review department, Jiang Chen corrected, suddenly feeling his ears heat up. I just finished reviewing your school's laboratory renovation application last month. The circuit modification diagrams attached to the report were quite standard. When Lin Jixia looked up, her lashes created soft shadows under the light. I drew those. She suddenly smiled, her eyes curving into a gentle arc. I was often told by the head of the department that my lab reports were even more meticulous than the engineering team's blueprints. Jiang Chen's fingers shifted on the handle of his cup, noticing a light brown mark on her right hand, as if it were left from long-term pen holding. He remembered his ex-girlfriend spending an entire afternoon at the nail salon, her nails adorned with rhinestones, always complaining about the discomfort while typing. Teaching physics must be mentally taxing. Not too bad, Lin Jixia replied, taking a sip of coffee. It's pretty much like solving application problems. I just treat the students as different types of variables. Last week, a boy wrote a love letter to a girl using the law of inertia, saying your presence always hinders the changes in my heartbeat. Jiang Chen chuckled, the tense string in his chest suddenly relaxing. Kids nowadays know how to have fun more than we did. Jiang Chen sat in the corner, his head bowed, scrolling through his phone. He had promised to accompany them, and that was all he was doing. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen and Lin Jixia chatted away while he immersed himself in his own phone. A message from Su Yuyao popped up on the screen. Tomorrow Qian is going to school with me. Honey, do you want to join? Jiang Chen thought for a moment and politely declined. It would be inappropriate for him to tag along with her and her best friend. He tapped lightly, responding, only be safe on the road. Just as he finished replying to Su Yuyao, a message from the high school class group suddenly popped up, tagging everyone. Bored, he clicked into it. Shen Nianji Chuanqiu Huafu, 270 Riverview, flat, a new benchmark for luxury housing in Yuzhong. Now accepting reservations with a 5% discount. Old classmates, support my performance. Following were the location and contact information. Even her signature dimpled smile had turned into an emoji used for selling houses in her friend circle. Her profile picture was still the ID photo taken during the sports meet years ago, with straight bangs framing her almond-shaped eyes, once hidden in the photo albums of all the boys in her class. Someone quickly responded in the group. It was the former sports committee member. Did the class flower go into real estate? How much is this property per square meter? Shen Yanji replied immediately with a standardized smiling emoji. Starting price is 10 million. The penthouse with the sky garden just got listed. If you need it, I can calculate the insider price for you. What are you looking at? Jiang Xing approached without him noticing, ready to go. Jiang Chen turned off the screen and looked up, realizing Lin Jixia was no longer at her seat. How did your conversation go? Not bad, I suppose. Jiang Xing replied, a hint of hesitation in his tone. It's just, she has a younger brother. Is she a younger brother, demon? Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow, asking directly. Difficult to say. Jiang Xing shook his head, a complex expression appearing on his face. In the evening, Jiang Chen was home alone while his parents stayed at his grandfather's place. He had asked Bai Chuwei to keep an eye on the house last time, but several days had passed without a single word. She was supposed to take care of her business, yet she seemed completely indifferent. Jiang Chen made a direct call, getting straight to the point. What's going on? Didn't we agree you would help me look at the house? It's been so many days, and there hasn't been any news. Bai Chuwei replied. Jiang Chen, the owner of that villa, is asking for 1.98 billion. I think that price is not very reasonable. The cost effectiveness is low, so I didn't tell you. Tell me the specific information about that villa. Alright. Bai Chuwei's tone carried a hint of helplessness. The villa is located in Maiyun, with a construction area of 980 square meters and an actual usable area exceeding 1,200 square meters. 3 floors above ground and 2 underground, with a garden area of about 5 acres. Maiyun. Jiang Chen was very familiar with this community, or rather it was too famous throughout Modu. When it opened 10 years ago, the average price was as high as 3.0 per square meter, and it was instantly sold out. Now this 980 square meter villa is priced at 1.98 billion. Converted, the unit price is just over 2,000 per square meter. As Jiang Chen listened to the data Bai Chuwei reported, he quickly calculated in his mind. Over 2,000 per square meter compared to the opening price back, then has it even dropped? In today's market environment, especially in a top-notch neighborhood like Maiyun, it felt like a steal. Not cost-effective. Jiang Chen interrupted her. Bai Chuwei, are you sure? Maiyun 30,000 10 years ago, now over 200,000, and you say it's not worth it? There was a brief silence on the other end of the line. Bai Chuwei seemed to ponder for a moment before finally expressing a deeper concern. The owner requires full payment. In this day and age, those who can take out nearly 200 million in cash usually don't lack for houses. And those who genuinely want to buy such a house often find it hard to produce that much cash at once. This was a reality she had summed up from her professional experience. In her mind, Jiang Chen was clearly the latter. Perhaps a down payment was possible, but full payment? It was simply impossible. Have you seen the house itself? Any major issues? Jiang Chen didn't engage with her comment about money and turned his attention to the house. Money. He currently lacked nothing in that regard. Just from dividends, he had 27 billion coming in each year. What about the second year? The third year? The wealth he could possess in the future was simply unimaginable. But because of this, he needed to remain low-key. He understood the principle of not sticking out too much. Before becoming powerful enough to be fearless, maintaining a low profile was the best strategy, otherwise trouble would soon come knocking. The system was indeed powerful, but Jiang Chen dared not gamble on whether it could resolve all potential issues. Having finally attained such immense wealth, he could never afford to lose it. As for that 1.98 billion villa, to him it hardly counted as a significant amount. I've carefully checked it several times. Bai Chuwei replied with certainty. There's nothing wrong. The owner didn't live there long after the renovation, and it's maintained as good as new, with all furniture and appliances included, truly move-in ready. The location is absolutely perfect. The only issues are the price and the requirement for full payment. After hearing this, Jiang Chen understood. Bai Chuwei was circling around, but her core concern was still whether he could come up with the money. Indeed, as said online, only by truly proving one's strength could one alleviate such concerns. He suddenly shifted the conversation and casually asked, so, do you like that villa? Oh. Bai Chuwei clearly didn't expect him to ask that, and after a moment of surprise her voice revealed an unmistakable longing. Of course I like it. Such a villa with such a garden. To be honest, no woman can really refuse that. She remembered Pei Jiner excitedly rambling about the villa, and that sentiment indeed represented the dreams of the vast majority of women. Alright. Jiang Chen's voice was calm and assured. When I return to Modu, let's go take a look together. After hanging up, he went. The next day, he drove to the sales office of Chuanxiu Huafu. He could not continue living with his parents. As time passed, he needed a completely private space of his own. Chuanxiu Huafu, located in Hongjiaozhou, is renowned as one of the top luxury residences in Yuzhong. After parking, he walked into the spacious and bright sales hall and immediately spotted Shen Yinji. As expected of the white moonlight of all the boys in his class back then years later, her beauty remained radiant. His heart stirred, activating the safety glasses, revealing information in his view. Shen Yinji status: safe, associated drivers too. After reading the information, Jiang Chen silently retracted his earlier comment about her not changing at all. Changes, after all, did exist. But upon reflection, it was quite natural. With her looks, she must have had many admirers. Only 2 associated drivers. That number was probably low. Sir, would you like some water? A timid voice interrupted. Jiang Chen took the cup of water, and in the view of the safety glasses, another line of text quietly appeared. Su Qingyuan status: safe, associated drivers 0. This information instantly caught his attention. In this day and age, beautiful women are easy to find, but if this was paired with a 0, that would be a scarce resource. He raised his eyes and called out to the girl who was about to turn and leave. Are you also a sales agent here? Su Qingyuan clearly froze for a moment. This was the first time a client had actively asked her this question. Yes, I am, but what? Jiang Chen interrupted her. Is it okay if I buy a house from you? He had always been this way. Since it was all about buying a house, why not choose an agent that he found pleasing to the eye? I'm a part-time agent and I just started not long ago, so I might. Su Qingyuan's voice grew softer, filled with uncertainty. Jiang Chen had no intention to say much, directly stating, call your manager over. I have something to ask him. Su Qingyuan turned pale, her eyes instantly turning red, thinking Jiang Chen was going to complain about her. She just wanted to earn a bit of pocket money during her spare time. Why was it so difficult? At this moment, a well-dressed manager hurried over wearing a professional smile. "Hello, sir, how can I assist you?" Jiang Chen raised his hand and pointed at the anxious Su Qingyuan, his tone leaving no room for discussion. "I'm looking for her to buy a house. The commission after the deal, does it count for her?" The manager's gaze fell on Su Qingyuan. With a pointed face against her fair skin, her almond-shaped eyes glistened, carrying a timid air that made one want to tease her. The fitted uniform accentuated her graceful figure, making even him glance at her a couple more times. What a pity such a beauty was ultimately not someone he could covet. "Of course, sir." The manager nodded, immediately revealing a knowing smile. "The commission will naturally belong to your sir. As long as the house sells, it doesn't matter to me who gets the commission." Su Qingyuan's heart was in her throat. She could hardly believe that Jiang Chen had called the manager not to complain about her, but to specifically request her service. After the immense shock, a surge of indescribable joy and tension instantly seized her. This was Chunxiu, the top luxury residence in Yuzhong. The commission here was far beyond what ordinary residential properties could offer. She took this part-time job for the high salary, but could she really sell a unit? She had never dared to dream of it before. She knew that her hiring as a front desk and sales assistant largely relied on her. In this industry, serving the wealthy appearance and physique were the most basic requirements. However, upon truly entering this world, she realized how brutal the reality was. Looking around, every official sales consultant was a stunning beauty with fair skin, exceptional looks, and outstanding temperament. Her perceived advantages instantly faded into insignificance before them. Just as her thoughts were in turmoil, the manager's voice pulled her back to reality. "Little Sue, what are you still dawdling for?" His tone was laced with impatience. "Quickly treat this gentleman well. He specifically requested you. This opportunity is rare, so make sure to seize it for me." The last few words were emphasized with a certain unspoken hint in his gaze. Jiang Chen watched the scene unfold. Life truly was the best teacher, revealing the operational rules of the world through every small event. Su Qingyuan was startled awake by the manager's reprimand. She suppressed the panic within her, took a deep breath, and forced a professional smile as she turned to Jiang Chen. "Hello, sir. I am Su Qingyuan, your property consultant today. May I ask your surname?" "Jiang." Jiang Chen's response was brief and concise. The single word hung in the air, causing the manager's smile to freeze for half a second as he tactfully took a step back. "All right, Mr. Jiang." Su Qingyuan tried to make her voice sound steady and clear. "Our Chunxiu Huafu is located in the prime area of the city center at the intersection of 3 subway lines. It's a 3-minute walk to Bai Square. Oh, and 800 meters south is the city hospital, which is also linked to a key provincial elementary school." She spoke eloquently, her introduction flowing as if rehearsed 1,000 times, but her fingertips turned pale as she pointed out the 460 square meter building on the model. Currently, there are only 2 types of large apartments available. The 460 square meter unit has 4 bedrooms and 3 living rooms along with a separate housekeeper's room. The 588 square meter unit is a top-floor duplex with a sky garden and swimming pool. As she mentioned swimming pool, her voice trailed off. The price list for that unit was buried at the bottom of the folder, and the zeros behind the numbers could dazzle a person. "Take me to see the 588 square meter unit." Jiang Chen's voice was devoid of any emotion. Su Qingyuan felt her breath catch in her throat. "Mr. Jiang, the total price for the 588 square meter unit." Her tongue stumbled. "After tax, it would be around 27 million, and what? And the key to the top floor duplex is with the general manager's office." Su Qingyuan's voice dwindled. Since she started, she had not dared to approach the general manager's office, as the secretary there was said to have a sharper gaze than the manager. The manager hurriedly interjected, "The key. He'll go get the key. Little Sue, quickly take Mr. Jiang to the VIP room to sit for a bit and have some tea. He'll be back in 5 minutes, no 3 minutes." As he turned, the sound of his leather shoes echoed on the floor, his back radiating an excitement that could not be concealed. Su Qingyuan took a deep breath and led Jiang Chen to the quiet and elegant VIP room. She awkwardly prepared tea for him, the fragrant aroma wafting through the silence. Jiang Chen lifted the teacup and suddenly spoke in a flat tone. "If I buy this apartment, how much commission will you earn?" This question struck Su Qingyuan's chaotic mind like a bolt of lightning. Commission? Why was he asking this specifically, at a time like this? In a VIP room with just the 2 of them. She had naturally heard of the unspoken rules of real estate sales. Remembering classmates from school who were kept by wealthy patrons rumored to earn around 10,000 a month. Did she have to walk down that path too? She had fantasized while lying in her dormitory bed about encountering a generous client. But she had never imagined it would be so soon. She instinctively glanced at Jiang Chen. With his sword-like brows and star-like eyes, outstanding temperament, and tall stature. Thinking this way, it didn't seem too bad. She lowered her eyelids, her voice husky and trembling. "Mr. Jiang, I understand." She took a deep breath as if expending all her energy. As long as you buy this apartment, I will ensure your satisfaction." Jiang Chen's hand holding the teacup froze. He frowned slightly. It seemed she had misunderstood his meaning. He was simply curious about how much commission a part-time worker could earn, which would be a reference for him deciding whether to take care of this business. What she was thinking was clearly something else. Click. The VIP room door was suddenly pushed open, and the manager rushed in, panting, yet beaming, holding a shiny set of keys. "Hi, Mr. Jiang. I got the keys. You can view the property anytime." Su Qingyuan sprang up from the sofa. Jiang Chen's gaze lingered momentarily on Su Qingyuan's flustered and embarrassed face. Then he simply put down the nearly untouched teacup, stood up, and said in a tone that revealed no waves, "Lead the way." Su Qingyuan felt as if she had been pardoned, quickly lowering her head and walking ahead to lead the way. The manager followed closely beside Jiang Chen, eagerly introducing all the nobility and scarcity of the top-floor duplex. This apartment is located in the best view position of the building. The elevator goes straight to the top floor, and the heavy double-opening carved copper doors slid open silently, revealing a scene that made Jiang Chen think of two words: luxury. This word seemed tailor-made for this place. The nearly 600 square meters of expansive space was designed to be transparent and layered. The 270-degree floor-to-ceiling glass curtain wall captured the skyline of the bustling city and the meandering river view, with sunlight pouring in unobstructed, flowing over the mirror-like Italian marble floor. The nearly 7-meter-high living room was adorned with a chandelier that sparkled like the Milky Way. In the open kitchen, tapothaline built-in appliances gleamed with a cold metallic luster. The furniture was in a low-key, luxurious Italian minimalist style, with every detail showcasing expensive taste. The most stunning feature was the massive sky garden and infinity pool extending outward. The azure water of the pool seemed to merge with the distant river surface, shimmering under the sunlight. Carefully tended tropical plants surrounded the area, creating an oasis suspended above the city. The manager was enthusiastically introducing the top-grade materials, smart home systems, privacy, and unbeatable views, his saliva flying. Su Qingyuan resembled a Cinderella who had mistakenly wandered into a fairyland, cautiously following behind. Even her breathing became lighter. The soft carpet beneath her feet felt like clouds, and the expensive furniture made her hesitant to touch it. She struggled to recall the phrases she had memorized during training, hoping to respond when Jiang Chen asked a question, but her mind was a blank slate, overwhelmed by immense shock and a profound sense of inferiority. This house itself was the most silent, yet most resounding mockery of her earlier promise. What right did she have to stand here, and what could satisfy Mr. Jiang, who could effortlessly purchase such a luxury residence? Jiang Chen paid no heed to the manager's incessant sales pitches. His gaze was more focused on the space itself and the view outside, occasionally reaching out to feel the materials. He strolled to the massive floor-to-ceiling window, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, silently gazing down at the city skyline that sprawled like a chessboard beneath him. His gaze traversed the towering buildings, directing his attention to the winding river in the distance. The river's surface was illuminated by the setting sun, with solitary wild geese skimming across the autumn waters, clear and merging seamlessly with the vast sky. It was a perfect depiction of the setting sun and solitary wild geese flying together, the autumn waters merging with the long sky. The manager had the sense to hold his tongue. An unusual silence enveloped the room, punctuated only by the faint pulse of the city outside. Suddenly Jiang Chen spoke, his voice resonating clearly in the spacious and luxurious room, not directed at the manager, but rather turning towards Su Qingyuan, who was almost hidden in the corner. Consultant Su. Su Qingyuan shuddered all over like a primary school student called out by the teacher, instantly straightening her posture, her voice tense. Jiang. Mr. Jiang. Without turning around, Jiang Chen continued to gaze outside, his tone bland. Let's sign the contract. I'll take this one. The overwhelming surprise left Su Qingyuan questioning whether she was hearing things. Sign the contract. He wants it. How is that possible? She had heard seasoned salespeople discussing privately that for a top-tier mansion like Chunqiu Huafu, which client wouldn't weigh their options, comparing various factors, taking 10 days, half a month, or even longer to decide. Moreover, this was amidst a downturn in the real estate market. Yet this Mr. Jiang, from arrival to decision, it hadn't even taken an hour. For a house priced over 27 million. In his mouth, it was as casual as buying a bottle of water at a... After the immense joy, a more troubling question suddenly surfaced. How would she make this Mr. Jiang satisfied? The manager, momentarily stunned by this abrupt decision, quickly recovered from his shock. He reacted swiftly, almost leaping up, shouting at the still-dazed Su Qingyuan. Xiao Su, what are you standing there for? Hurry, go get the contract. Do you still want your commission, eh? He shoved Su Qingyuan forward, eager to rush and get it himself. The manager's mention of commission was like a red-hot iron, instantly waking Su Qingyuan from her stunned amazement. Yes, I'll go right away. She almost stumbled while turning around, her heart racing as if it would explode, half filled with unbelievable joy and half with a heavy, panicked sense of responsibility. Over 27 million. Her commission. That would be an amount she had never dared to dream of. She dashed toward the executive office, an area that usually felt distant and oppressive, but at that moment she couldn't afford. She nearly burst through the door, explaining her purpose in a flurry amidst the astonished and slightly disdainful gaze of the secretary, and received the thick, gold-embossed purchase contract. Returning to the VIP room with the heavy contract in her arms, Su Qingyuan felt as if her soul were floating. The manager had already invited Jiang Chen back to the sofa, personally brewing the finest Jinjun métis. A flattering smile spread across his face, and his voice was sweet enough to be sickening. Mr. Jiang is truly a straightforward person. Your discerning eye. This duplex is definitely the treasure of our project. You surely got a great deal. Jiang Chen merely responded with a casual his gaze sweeping over Su Qingyuan's nervous face, and the contract clutched tightly to her chest. Mr. Jiang, the contract. I've brought the contract. The manager immediately and attentively opened the contract, skillfully flipping to the crucial page, pointing to the blank spaces. Mr. Jiang, look here, sign here, and fill in the payment method here. He nearly wished he could sign it for Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen picked up a pen. The seemingly expensive signature pen appeared casual in his long fingers. He didn't even read through the densely packed terms carefully. In the face of absolute financial power, those restrictive clauses seemed so pale and powerless. The pen tip glided across the paper, producing a soft rustling sound. Su Qingyuan held her breath, intently watching that moving tip, as if witnessing a miracle. He signed. He really signed. Over 27 million. Now it belongs to me. No, it's the commission. And then, payment. Jiang Chen set the pen down, his words concise. The manager immediately produced the POS machine that had been prepared in advance, presenting it with both hands, his voice trembling with excitement. Mr. Jiang, please swipe your card. Jiang Chen pulled out a black card. The manager's pupils constricted. He recognized at a glance that this was the top-tier private bank black card from China Merchants Bank, symbolizing unimaginable wealth and status. Jiang Chen casually swiped the card and entered the password. His movements were smooth and natural, without a hint of hesitation, as if he were not swiping away 26 million, but merely 260. In Shanghai, 26 million might only buy an ordinary apartment, but in a second-tier city like Yuzhong, it was undoubtedly an amount capable of changing many lives. The POS machine emitted a soft beep, then began to print the receipt. The sizzling sound of printing was particularly jarring in the dead silence of the VIP room. The manager's eyes were glued to the receipt being spat out, and when he saw the string of numbers confirming the transaction's success, his smile instantly bloomed, nearly reaching his ears as he excitedly rubbed his hands together. It's done. Congratulations, Mr. Jiang. You are now one of the most distinguished owners of Chuanqiu Huafu. Jiang Chen turned his gaze to Su Qingyuan, asking how much is consultant Su's commission. Su Qingyuan's heart skipped a beat as she looked at the manager. What she had longed for was precisely this, wasn't it? The manager's mind raced, immediately filling his face with smiles, his tone carrying a hint of eager generosity. Rest assured, Mr. Jiang, I'll make sure to give Xiao Su the highest standard, 3%. That's a full 780000. He calculated quickly. Jiang Chen's prompt full payment and personal inquiry about the commission clearly indicated he was interested in Xiao Su. Offering this 7800 would not only please this golden client, but also stabilize Xiao Su. With such a top-tier client, if a bit of resource slipped through his fingers and he introduced a few friends to buy houses, that would be, this deal is worth it. 780000. Upon hearing this figure, a tremendous warmth instantly dissolved the last bit of resistance in Su Qingyuan's heart. With that amount, she could easily buy a 3-bedroom living-room house in the suburbs of Yuzhong. She stole a glance at Jiang Chen. His sharply defined profile looked exceptionally handsome under the luxurious lighting. It seemed it wasn't that hard to bear after all. In the night of Yuzhong, the bright lights began to shine, flowing with a unique tenderness. Jiang Chen's fingertips brushed over the warmth in his embrace, the texture delicate and just right. The screen of the safety glasses lit up in the darkness. Su Qingyuan, status safe, associated driver 1. He lowered his gaze at the words, a faint smile spreading across his lips. A strange sense of satisfaction swelled within his chest. Perhaps this was what people often referred to as a man's sense of achievement. Although Su Qingyuan's features were not as striking as Su Yuyo's, she shared a refined bone structure like Bai Chui, emanating a gentle glow in the dim light. Her figure was impeccably flawless, with curves from her waist to the hem of her dress seemingly polished to perfection. Curled in his arm, her warm breath caressed his neck, reminding him of the breathtaking softness from earlier in the day. Especially her unique grace as a dancer. Those unintentional flowing arcs always reminded him of the awe he felt upon their first touch. Ding. You have triggered the side quest beauty collection. Please go to Mission Center to check. Beauty collection? Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow, pondering whether it meant he should collect beautiful women. Without further guessing, he directly entered the Mission Center. The screen instantly unfolded with the mission information clearly listed. Mission goal: collect 10 beauties that meet the requirements, 210. Mission deadline: none. Mission requirements: the collected beauties must have both body and appearance scores above 90. The associated driver's status of the collected beauties must be 0. Note: beauty is one of the important standards for measuring a successful man. The host should take note. Mission rewards: perfect physique can elevate the host's physique to the optimal state of human physiological limits. Loyalty card: the host's loyalty towards the new car will be locked at 100, completely eliminating the worry of. After browsing through, Jiang Chen couldn't help but smile faintly. Both rewards were highly practical for him. Eternal power, perfect features, perfect physique. These three stacked together were the ultimate template for male physiological form. Compared to money, he preferred rewards like these. How to determine if a bow-tie's body and appearance meet the standards? He wondered in his mind. Ding. Safety glasses have been upgraded to safety glasses 2. 0 for free. Jiang Chen looked at Su Qingyuan in his arms, the screen refreshing to display detailed data. Name: Su Qingyuan. Age: 18. Appearance: 91. Figure: 94. Affection: 90. Associated driver 1. Jiang Chen. Su Qingyuan snuggled closer to him, her nose brushing against his collarbone. The cashmere blend material carried a faint scent of cedar, making her feel as if the distance from the sales office to this bed was a dream walked on cotton candy. Mr. Jiang. She looked up, her voice wrapped in the lingering shyness. Are you satisfied with my performance? Her eyelashes still held the remnants of moisture trembling softly in the dim light. She was now captivated by Jiang Chen's charm, her heart filled with his image. Especially the satisfaction brought by his unparalleled abilities coupled with his flawless features made her feel both fear and an irresistible longing. Jiang Chen felt the softness in his hands, his voice low and filled with amusement. What do you think? Su Qingyuan was taken aback by the question, her cheeks flushing bright. Then, she bit her lower lip, burrowing deeper into his neck, her breath grazing his Adam's apple, causing a slight tremor. Jiang Chen thought of the side mission, raising his hand to press on her shoulder, signaling her to stop moving. In school, where do you rank in terms of appearance and figure? Su Qingyuan was momentarily stunned, unsure why he suddenly asked this, but still answered honestly, they all say, I am the school beauty. Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow. Although he had anticipated it, a trace of disappointment still crossed his mind. It seemed such beauties were not common, and the standards set by the system were indeed not low. He gazed out at the neon lights, secretly pondering where to find beauties that met the criteria. Su Qingyuan noticed his grip had loosened slightly, and the atmosphere grew heavy, so she wisely fell silent. In the room, only their breathing could be heard, wrapped in the night of Yuzhong, quiet enough to hear the distant whistles of riverboats. After a long time, Jiang Chen's voice broke the silence. I give you two choices. One is that we separate now, and today's transaction ends here. The second is. Before he finished, Su Qingyuan hurriedly interjected, I choose the second. Jiang Chen chuckled softly, pinching her cheek. You are so certain before I even say the second option. Su Qingyuan burrowed deeper into his embrace, her nose pressed against his chest, her voice muffled within the fabric, but exceptionally clear. No matter what it is, as long as you don't mind, I am yours at your beck and call. Upon hearing this response, Jiang Chen was uncertain whether it was the allure of money or his own charm. Regardless, the outcome was what he desired, and that was enough. I will return to Magic City tomorrow. You can stay in the house I bought today. Su Qingyuan abruptly raised her head. Mr. Jiang, this is too precious. Such a luxurious house was something she had never dreamed of. I like obedient and understanding people. Jiang Chen interrupted her. It's better to have the house occupied than left empty. He spoke so casually, as if it were not a top-notch mansion worth 26 million, but just an ordinary empty room. Su Qingyuan stared blankly at his handsome face, so close, feeling that today was simply her lucky day. Yes, Mr. Jiang. Her voice was soft, slightly nasal. I will take good care of the house. Jiang Chen raised his hand, gently stroking her smooth jawline, feeling the delicate youth. The keys and access card will be prepared by the manager tomorrow. If you need anything, just find him, or... He paused, taking out his phone. Add me on WeChat. Su Qingyuan's heart skipped a beat. WeChat. This meant there was now a direct channel of communication between her. She took out her phone, carefully scanning the QR code Jiang Chen handed her. Watching the simple yet extraordinary profile picture appear in her friend list, she felt like she had grasped the key to another. Let's end it here for today. Jiang Chen's voice carried a hint of post-event laziness as he pretended to rise. Su Qingyuan, ignoring her current state of undress, hurriedly stood up, like the most obedient maid, gently and meticulously helping him put on his shirt and button each button. Only after confirming he was neatly dressed did she hurriedly pick up the scattered clothes, turning her back to him to quickly get dressed. The two walked out of the hotel room, the soft corridor light illuminating Su Qingyuan's still flushed cheeks. Jiang Chen drove silently, bringing her to a relatively secluded corner at the back gate of the school. We're here. He gazed forward, his tone flat. Goodbye, Mr. Jiang. Su Qingyuan said softly, opening the car door and quickly merging into the campus. It was only after that black BMW's taillights disappeared at the corner that she let out a long breath, her body feeling somewhat weak, as if all her strength had been drained. The next day, Jiang Chen briefly bid farewell to his parents before boarding the flight to Magic City. To efficiently complete the side quest of collecting beauties, he specifically chose first class. Unfortunately, the flight attendant in first class did not meet the system standards. Leaning back in the spacious and comfortable seat, he closed his eyes to rest, and the only and a half hour journey passed swiftly amidst the engine's hum. The plane landed smoothly at the vast runway of Pudong International Airport in Magic City. Jiang Chen followed the crowd out of the arrival hall, scanning the somewhat noisy crowd until he precisely locked onto a figure. Bai Chu stood there, graceful and poised. She resembled a carefully painted canvas, instantly isolating the surroundings. Dressed in a well-tailored cream-colored trench coat, her figure appeared even more slender and tall. Her slightly curled long hair hung lazily over her shoulders, and her exquisite features seemed to possess a soft glow under the bright airport lights. She stood quietly, her cold and somewhat aloof aura magnetically attracting the gazes of passing men, causing onlookers to turn their heads or slow their steps. A barely perceptible smile tugged at the corners of Jiang Chen's lips. The safety glasses activated, displaying a line of data: name Bai Chu, age 25, attractiveness 92, figure 93, favorability 85, associated driver 1. Jiang Chen. Favorability 85. He raised an eyebrow slightly. This value was indeed higher than he had anticipated. At this moment, Bai Chu also spotted Jiang Chen in the crowd. The coldness on her face quickly melted away, revealing a bright smile. The sparkle that ignited in her eyes dimmed the gazes of those who had been stealing glances. Rather than rushing towards him like a girl in love, she maintained her elegant demeanor and approached gracefully in her high heels. You're back. MHM. Jiang Chen nodded, asking, have you been waiting long? Not long. Bai Chu shook her head slightly, a strand of hair falling beside her cheek, adding to her charm. Let's go now. Jiang Chen naturally took her hand. Her palm was slightly cool and her delicate skin felt exquisite. Bai Chu's body trembled slightly, but she did not pull away, allowing him to hold her. Okay. The two walked hand in hand toward the parking lot, stopping in front of a new energy car adorned with cartoon stickers and filled with a girl-like interior. This is my car. Bai Chu shook their joined hands a little shyly. In my line of work, one must have a mode of transportation, but I wonder if Boss Jiang can get used to this little temple. Jiang Chen opened the car door and glanced at the pastel decorations and the plush charm hanging from the rearview mirror, chuckling softly. Very nice, quite unique. He bent down to sit in the passenger seat. The space was indeed much more cramped than in a Bentley, but the sweet, pleasant scent that belonged to her lingered in the air. The car started merging into the bustling traffic of Magic City. Bai Chu drove skillfully, focusing intently ahead. Jiang Chen relaxed against his seat, occasionally glancing at her slender fingers gripping the steering wheel and her concentrated profile. The car eventually stopped in front of a high-end boutique hotel. The doorman approached to open the car door. Jiang Chen looked at Bai Chu in the driver's seat, raising an eyebrow. What are we doing here? Bai Chu slightly turned her body, a mischievous and seductive smile blooming on her exquisite face. With her lips slightly parted, her voice was soft and alluring, laced with an inviting tone. Teacher Jiang, of course, I came to learn a foreign language. She deliberately emphasized the words foreign language, her gaze flowing with charm. Jiang Chen understood her sudden shift in demeanor and the unabashed invitation. It appeared that he was not the only one who craved and longed for this. The favorability score of 85 clearly granted this relationship a more proactive and passionate hue. He leaned closer, his warm breath brushing against her sensitive ear, his voice deep and magnetic, tinged with an undeniable possessiveness and a hint of danger. By Tongxue, the upcoming lesson will be quite intimate. I hope your foreign language is good enough and that you won't beg for mercy halfway through. Bai Chu's body quivered at his heated breath and words, her cheeks flushing instantly. She shot him a glance, but her voice had turned softer. Who might be begging for mercy? It's still uncertain. The two got out of the car under the respectful gaze of the doorman and entered the hotel. The elevator went straight to the upper suite. The heavy door closed behind them, isolating them from the outside world. Inside the suite, the lighting was soft and the atmosphere was enchanting. You go wash up first. Bai Chu turned her back to him, her voice carrying a subtle hint of nervousness as she began to unbutton her trench coat. Jiang Chen wrapped his arms around her slender waist from behind, resting his chin on her shoulder, inhaling the fragrant scent of her hair, his voice laced with temptation. Together. Bai Chu's body stiffened slightly, her ears turning bright red, her voice shy. You go first. She gently pushed him toward the bathroom. Jiang Chen watched her flushed cheeks and flickering eyes, knowing she still held a trace of shyness, and so he did not press further. After all, there would be many days to come. He chuckled softly and obediently walked into the bathroom. Jiang Chen's mind flashed back to Bai Chu's shy demeanor earlier and that proactive and passionate invitation, igniting the flames within him. He emerged from the bathroom wrapped in a towel, droplets of water dripping from his damp hair. Then he halted in his tracks. The sight before him made his breath catch and his blood seemed to race. Bai Chu had already changed into her gear. No longer in her elegant and intellectual trench coat, she donned an extremely fitted JK uniform. The classic plaid pleated skirt was short enough to perfectly showcase her long and straight legs. Wrapped in sheer black stockings under the suite's soft lighting, they glimmered with an alluring and mysterious sheen. The most deadly aspect was her slightly curled long hair, now meticulously styled into two playful pigtails secured with hair ties adorned with bows. Purity and seduction, two entirely different auras, perfectly merged and collided within her. She stood barefoot on the carpet, tilting her head slightly, a shy yet bold smile on her face, her gaze like a little hook staring directly at him. Teacher Jiang. Her voice was sweet and soft, carrying a deliberately coy tone. Is Bai Tongxue like this? Qualified. Jiang Chen's throat rolled as his deep-set eyes brimmed with unabashed desire and aggression. He took measured steps toward her, the muscular lines under the towel conveying a sense of power. Qualified. His voice was hoarse, imbued with burning heat. Bai Tongxue, you are playing with fire. And it's of the highest level. He stepped before her, his long fingers lifting her delicate chin, forcing her to meet his gaze. The distance between them was so close that they could feel each other's heated breaths. Today's foreign language class, his thumb gently stroked her tender lip, his gaze dangerous, yet captivating, seems to begin with the most strict pronunciation correction. After a long separation, it all began with the drive. The remnants of the earlier intensity lingered in the room. The plaid pleated skirt was crumpled and tossed aside at the edge of the carpet, while the black knee-high stockings had already been ripped into strips. The air was infused with a blend of shower gel and another ambiguous scent, fermenting into a sticky heat under the warm yellow light. Jiang Chen, bring me a bottle of water. Bai Chu's voice emerged from beneath the blankets, hoarse from recent tears. Jiang Chen looked down at her. She was completely entangled in the disheveled sheets, her damp hair sticking to her sweaty neck, and the neatly arranged twin ponytails had long since come undone. Her long black hair sprawled over half the pillow. The bare shoulder exposed a faint blush, and when she raised her hand, her fingertips trembled slightly, clearly exhausted. Jiang Chen's earlier performance had left her both terrified and fascinated. Jiang Chen noticed her favorability rating had surprisingly increased to 95. It seemed the online commenters weren't wrong. When dealing with women, indeed, there was nothing that a little injection couldn't resolve, and if that didn't work, another shot would do. Hearing Bai Chuai's words, he reached out and patted her shoulder. You were calling me husband, daddy, so smoothly just now, and now you're back to calling me by my name. You. Bai Chuai's face flushed crimson. Just a moment ago, he had made her tongue-tied responding to whatever he said. Now recalling those embarrassing moments, they replayed vividly in her mind. She abruptly pulled the blanket over her head, a muffled voice leaking from the edge. No more talking. Jiang Chen saw her like a startled ostrich, and the amusement in his eyes deepened. He got up and walked to the minibar, poured a glass of warm water to test the temperature, and then returned to the bed, lifting a corner of the blanket. Drink some water. He held the glass to her lips, his fingertips inadvertently brushing against her burning cheek. Bai Chuai peeked out from under the blanket, half of her face exposed, her eyelashes still glistening with droplets, sipping delicately. The water flowed down her parched throat, eliciting a comfortable hum from her, but as soon as she set the glass down, Jiang Chen pulled her into his embrace. Are you tired? He leaned down to kiss her damp hair, his palm gently rubbing her lower back. She nestled closer into his arms, her nose brushing against his firm chest, her voice as soft as cotton candy. You different from before. Different how? Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow. More. Bai Chuai bit her lip, pondering for a long while before finding the right word. Worse. He chuckled softly, the vibrations from his chest resonating through their touching skin, sending a wave of tingling warmth to her heart. Do you like it, Bai Chuai didn't answer, merely burying her face deeper, her ears betraying her with a deep flush. Jiang Chen tightened his arms, holding her even closer, the fragrance of her hair enveloping him as he whispered, let's take a nap. When you wake up, I'll take you out for something delicious. Bai Chuai's eyelids had long begun to battle, and as she listened to his deep voice, she felt as if she were under a spell, gradually drifting into slumber. Just before her consciousness faded completely, she seemed to hear him say something in her ear, filled with laughter, yet tinged with an indescribable seriousness. Jiang Chen, possessing the eternal energy at this moment, felt no fatigue. Instead, he appeared invigorated. He withdrew his arm, tucking the blanket around Bai Chuai before walking barefoot to the living room couch. The suite was quiet, with only Bai Chuai's even shallow breaths faintly audible. Jiang Chen leaned back on the sofa, contemplating how to efficiently complete the side quest of beauty collection. As the phone screen lit up, reflecting the contemplation in his eyes, he suddenly caught sight of the Douyin app icon, and a bold idea surged forth. As the most popular live streaming platform in the country, the number of beauties on Douyin certainly far exceeded those he could encounter in real life. He just wondered if the safety glasses could still be useful in the virtual world. Practice is the only criterion for testing truth. Jiang Chen immediately unlocked his phone and tapped on the familiar icon. His fingertips swiftly typed beauty livestream in the search box, then he gently pressed enter. Buzz. The phone screen was instantly filled with countless live stream covers of various styles. Fair skin, striking beauty, long legs, perky behinds, captivating eyes, and red lips. The visual impact hit him hard. He casually clicked into the most eye-catching live stream, where the female host was dressed in a sequin tank top, writhing to the music. The camera zoomed in so close that her cleavage and slender waist were clearly visible. The barrage of comments flew by, rapidly filling the screen with phrases like "wife is so beautiful" and "goddess," with the online viewer count, shockingly, showing 2,347. Just from this live stream image, her looks and figure easily scored above 90. Just as Jiang Chen felt a surge of agreement in his heart that there are indeed more online beauties, the suddenly appearing data from the safety glasses doused him with a chilling wave of disbelief. Name: Dai Li, age 45, beauty score 47, figure score 50, favorability. Associated driver. Jiang Chen nearly choked on his own saliva. He rubbed his eyes in disbelief, staring intently at the glaring data, then suddenly looked up at the screen where the goddess was still striking poses adored by countless people. 45 years old. Beauty score 47. Figure score 50. Associated drivers, 32. With such a beauty filter, even her own mother might not recognize her. A profound sense of absurdity and intense sarcasm instantly washed over him. He felt like an audience member who had wandered into a grand magical realism theater. The 2,000 enthusiastic goddesses and wives in the live stream appeared ridiculously pitiful in his eyes. Damn. In this day and age, even photo deception is outdated now. It's directly upgraded to broadcast deception. Jiang Chen couldn't help but mutter under his breath, feeling as though his worldview had been subjected to an unprecedented shock and cleansing. This beauty filter and makeup sorcery are simply the skin disguise of the online world. The host was still blowing kisses at the camera, her voice pinched like a clip. Family, send a rocket, and I'll give you a sexy dance. He forced down the churn in his stomach and swiftly swiped away from the live stream. Undeterred, he clicked into 4 or 5 more streams, only to find that they were strikingly similar. What kind of beauty pool was this? It was clearly a Chow Billuo breeding base. No searching like trying to find a needle in a haystack was too inefficient and risky, referring to the risk of emotional trauma. A change in approach was needed. Jiang Chen exited the live broadcast square, hesitated for a moment in the search box, and entered beauty host ranking. Soon a list compiled from official platform votes and user feedback popped up. The names and avatars at the top of the list appeared indeed more pleasing to the eye and authentic than those he had randomly encountered before. Clinging to the last shred of hope and a strong desire for verification, he clicked into the room of the host ranked third, who went by the ID Little Deer, in a fluster. This live stream had even more viewers, nearing 5,000. The host was a girl who looked incredibly pure, dressed in a collegiate-style sweater, cradling a guitar and singing a soothing love song. Her voice was sweet, her smile clean, without heavy makeup. The live stream background was a cozy bedroom, and the overall atmosphere was fresh and natural. The barrage of comments mostly read, "Little Deer is so good, first love, feel this, is the real goddess. This. It must be real, right?" Jiang Chen muttered to himself as the safety glasses initiated scanning. Jiang Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although the numbers 85 and 83 were still a bit short of the system's standards, at least the data was genuine and reliable. The age, appearance, and figure all matched without a terrifying contrast from a demon-exposing mirror. It seems that this list holds some value. He regained a bit of trust in the internet. Just then, a dazzling barrage with a golden dragon effect suddenly dominated the top of the screen. The Supreme Emperor Dragon Ao Tian has entered the live broadcast room. Immediately after, a continuous wave of carnival effects worth 3,000 yuan began to flood the screen instantly, pushing the atmosphere of the live broadcast to a climax. The girl singing clearly froze for a moment, then her face blossomed with immense surprise and a sweet smile, her voice trembling with excitement. "Huh? Thank you, brother Ao Tian. Thank you for the carnival. It's so extravagant." Jiang Chen watched the girl on the screen, whose sweet smile was directed at the golden patron, and glanced at the name Li Xiaoming and her score of 85 in the safety glasses. A plan quickly formed in his mind. The list: real beauties, golden patrons. A more precise and efficient online selection of brides plan rapidly took shape in his mind. Just giving to others. Why not give to someone close? He remembered that Bai Chuwei also had a live broadcast. Just as he was thinking, a faint and delicate fragrance wafted over. Bai Chuwei had unknowingly walked to the sofa wrapped in a loose silk robe, her laziness exuding charm. She glanced at Jiang Chen's phone screen, still inundated with the carnival effects, and at the overly sweet-smiling Li Xiaoming, her red lips slightly pouting, her tone tinged with a barely perceptible sourness of, "Are all you men like this?" Eating from one bowl while eyeing what's in the pot. Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow, casually wrapping his arm around her slender waist and pulling her closer, turning the phone screen towards her board, just casually looking to relieve boredom. Bai Chuwei leaned against his shoulder and lightly huffed. 99 out of 10 live broadcasts are photo cheats with beauty filters so full that even a middle-aged woman can be polished into a celestial being. It's just to fool you guys. She didn't finish her sentence, but the meaning was obvious. Oh. Jiang Chen lowered his head, rubbing his nose against her delicate collarbone. Then how many family members support you when you live stream? A hint of embarrassment crossed Bai Chuwei's face. She had not signed with an agency and did not employ the tactics of acting cute to charm the older brothers, so her live stream room was always pitifully quiet. Not many. Her voice dropped, carrying a hint of reluctance and grievance. The power of beauty filters blurred her advantages, making it difficult for her to stand out among the countless internet celebrity faces. Then, do you want to gain followers? Jiang Chen's fingers lightly traced her waist, carrying a hint of temptation, the kind that becomes famous overnight. Bai Chuwei's heart raced, looking up at him, her eyes shining with expectation. Yes. Of course I want to. What live streamer doesn't crave popularity? Jiang Chen's fingertips slid to her delicate cheek, gently pinching it. Then, call me daddy and let me hear it. You. Bai Chuwei's cheeks flushed from shyness, quickly turning to deep embarrassment. Jiang Chen, what are you talking about? This request was too excessive. It carried an almost domineering desire for control that made her ears burn. What's wrong? Unwilling. Jiang Chen suddenly picked her up horizontally and strode towards the bed. Since you are unwilling, then I can only sleep with you. Bai Chuwei thought of his unparalleled impact, and at this moment a certain part of her body still felt sore. Scared, she quickly slapped his arm. Put me down. Isn't calling me enough? Jiang Chen paused in his steps, looking down at her flushed face. Oh, then call me and let me. Bai Chuwei bit her lip, her eyelashes drooping low, her voice so soft it was almost drowned out by her heartbeat. Dad. As soon as her voice fell, she buried her face into his neck. Jiang Chen chuckled softly, holding her as he walked to the bed, but did not set her down. Instead, he sat on the edge of the bed, letting her straddle his lap. Now you are behaving. He raised his hand and ruffled her hair, his fingertips running through her soft strands. Now you start to. Bai Chuwei suddenly looked up, her nose almost bumping against his chin. Her instinct made her gather her slightly open collar, her cheeks still flushed with lingering embarrassment, her eyes filled with disbelief. How can I broadcast like this? My hair is messy, and there are faint red marks on my neck. How can I face people? Jiang Chen's gaze lingered on her neck for a moment, as if realizing the issue. He checked the time and found that it was already evening. Then let's go eat something first. Bai Chuwei let out a couple of hums from her nose as a form of agreement, her tense body slightly relaxed. After dinner, seeing her performance was good, Jiang Chen took her to the mall on the way. A few sets of the latest clothes, 2 designer bags. The credit card swipe was crisp and decisive. Of course, the clothes and bags were all designer. With his current status, there was no way he could buy counterfeit for his woman. Don't ask why. The answer is that women always like this. Bai Chuwei initially resisted, but was blocked by Jiang Chen's words. If you don't want it, then you will be punished at home. She knew very well what Jiang Chen meant by punished at home. Though it was intoxicating, it was detrimental to her health, so she could only purse her lips and accept it. Returning to that rented one-bedroom apartment, Jiang Chen stood at the door, momentarily dazed. Having seen the luxury of the Chuanxiu Huafu, the once decent little home now appeared so rough. No wonder people often say it's easy to go from frugality to luxury, but hard to go from luxury to frugality. Jiang Chen's gaze swept over by Chu Wei's neck. The ambiguous marks under the combined effects of foundation and time had faded to almost invisible. Go change into the new clothes you bought and start the live broadcast. Jiang Chen retracted his gaze. I will help you gain popularity. Bai Chuwei did not refute any further and picked up the bag, walking into the bathroom. Moments later, the bathroom door opened. Jiang Chen was leaning by the window looking at his phone, and he looked up at the sound, his gaze instantly locking on her. The champagne-colored silk softly hugged by Chu Wei's exquisite curves, accentuating the graceful lines of her bare shoulders and neck like a swan. The skirt was neither too long nor too short, perfectly showcasing her straight, fair, long legs. She still bore a hint of discomfort from just changing her clothes, her eyes slightly downcast under the warm yellow light. The blend of innocence and delicate allure created a breathtaking beauty. TSK. Jiang Chen swallowed hard, not hiding his astonishment. Indeed, people rely on their attire. No, it's your figure that makes the clothes look even more valuable. Bai Chuwei was flustered by his compliment, her ears turning red, but she couldn't hide the smile in her eyes, asking softly, can we start now? Yes, sit there. Jiang Chen pointed to the sofa. It was backed by a warm yellow floor lamp, and a pot of green potted plant was placed in the corner, indeed looking better on camera. Bai Chuwei took a deep breath, trying to suppress her thoughts, and logged into her live broadcast account. As the camera turned on, and she adjusted the angle, she faced the screen and squeezed out a sweet smile. Hello, everyone, I am Weiwei, good evening. The broadcast prompt was sent out, and fans gradually began to pour in, quickly reaching over 30. Is that a new dress you bought? Wife, you're late today. You must dance a punishment dance. Wow, has the background changed? Did Weiwei move? I feel like Weiwei looks a bit tired today. You need to rest well. Seeing the familiar IDs and caring words by Chu Wei's tense nerves relaxed a little. She ignored the question about the background and softly replied, yes, it's a new dress. Thank you all for your concern. I want dance today. How about I sing a song for everyone? Amid the fan song requests, she chose a gentle love song. As the prelude began to play, she closed her eyes, and when she opened them again, the fatigue in her eyes seemed to be temporarily dispelled. She began to sing, her clear voice flowing out with a touch of ethereal quality. When the winter night grows warm, when the sea is no longer so blue, when the pure white of the moonlight darkens, that only signifies that happiness is no longer so simple. As her song began, the barrage in the live stream quieted for a few seconds before rolling with even more fervor. Holy cow. My ears are pregnant. Weiwei sings so beautifully. How did I not notice before? Heavenly sound. This tone. No way, the anchor I follow is actually a hidden songstress. Sing another one. It's too good. Bai Chuwei was immersed in her own singing, temporarily forgetting Jiang Chen beside her, the expensive gifts and the soaring. Music was one of her few hobbies. Standing next to her, Jiang Chen never expected Bai Chuwei to sing so beautifully. He took out his phone, registered a new account, and directly entered Bai Chuwei's live stream. On the screen, Bai Chuwei was singing the most emotional part of the chorus, her eyelashes gently lowered, and the light cast a soft shadow on her face. Just then, boom. A huge golden carnival effect suddenly exploded across the entire phone screen. Accompanied by a prominent notification broadcast across the platform, October sent a carnival, one in Anchor Weiwei's live stream. Come and watch. The live stream exploded instantly. Holy cow, carnival. Boss is generous. October. I've never heard of this name. The boss is confused. But I love watching. Bai Chuwei's singing was interrupted, and she stared blankly at the expensive effect gift on the screen, momentarily forgetting the lyrics. She instinctively turned to Jiang Chen, only to see a determined smile at the corner of his mouth, his fingers lightly tapping on the screen. Boom, boom, boom. The second one, the third one, the fourth one. The carnival effects exploded like they were free, one after another, almost without pause. The entire phone screen was completely submerged in a continuous stream of golden light and animations. The number of people in the live stream began to grow exponentially. 100, 200, 500. The boss is going crazy. God, how many have been sent? The server is going to crash. Platform-wide announcement. Platform-wide announcement. Come see the godly rich. Who is the anchor? The one singing. It's too good. So good. October is awesome. Weiwei goddess is awesome. The barrage completely went crazy, and the sound of gift notifications became a jarring hum. The number of people in the live stream skyrocketed from dozens to thousands in an instant, and it continued to rise wildly. Various exclamations, guesses, and screen-licking comments rolled in like a tsunami, almost obscuring the content. Bai Chuwei was completely stunned, staring blankly at the phone screen, watching the ID, October, and the dizzying numbers of gifts jumping continuously. Her mind was blank, and the overwhelming sound and visual impact left her at a loss. She even forgot that she was still live streaming, forgot to sing, and just sat there stiffly watching the carnival directed solely by Jiang Chen, built with money. Jiang Chen looked at his ever-increasing fan count, the friend requests appearing continuously in the background, and smiled with satisfaction. This was the effect he wanted, both helping Bai Chu-wei gain popularity and establishing his own godly rich persona, making those beauties voluntarily approach him. Suddenly, Bai Chu-wei directly turned off the live stream. The phone screen suddenly darkened, cutting off the still wildly scrolling barrage and the jarring gift sound effects. The room instantly fell silent, leaving only the slightly hurried breaths of the two and the faint sounds of the city outside. She suddenly turned her head, her chest slightly heaving, and her clear eyes were now filled with disbelief and unmasked heartbreak, piercing straight at Jiang Chen. Is this how you help me gain popularity? Do you know how much money you just wasted? Her voice carried a barely perceptible tremor, not from excitement, but pure. Jiang Chen's smile froze slightly. He had anticipated her surprise, her excitement, even her shyness, but he never expected her to feel heartache. Heartache for his money. Jiang Chen put down his phone, leaning slightly forward. Wei, how can this be called waste? He extended his finger and gently tapped the already black screen of the phone. Did you see the spectacle just now? Platform-wide announcement. The godly rich has arrived. Your name and live stream instantly shot to the top. A small room of dozens of people transformed into thousands within minutes, and it's still growing. This effect, you can't buy it with any amount of money. Jiang Chen didn't care about this small sum. Looking at the endless stream of beautiful private videos and friend requests in the background, he felt his goal had been achieved. Although the platform took half, it was worth it. He was just disappointed with the results. Most were fake, and those that weren't didn't meet the system's requirements. But how much did that cost? Bai Chu-wei pressed on. A carnival costs 3,000. How many did you send? 500. 600. God. She covered her mouth, not daring to think about that astronomical figure. To her, it was an unimaginable fortune. Jiang Chen didn't pay much attention to her psychological burden, his gaze intense, as he directly asked, did you like it? I liked it. She instinctively admitted, then frowned and added, but it's too wasteful. Wasteful? Wei, your mindset is still too small. He chuckled lightly with a hint of condescension. That amount of money is nothing to me, not even a fraction of a cow's hair. The effect it bought you have seen is unparalleled. In this world, the best thing you can buy with money is efficiency. It's about being in the spotlight. It's about letting you stand at the peak in an instant. But, no buts. Jiang Chen interrupted her directly, his tone firm. If I say it's worth it, then it's worth it. My woman deserves the best, deserves everyone's admiration. Today is just the beginning, Wei. The domineering CEO falls in love with the house selling me. This thought suddenly popped into Bai Chu-wei's mind. The next day, a convoy led by a Rolls-Royce Phantom accompanied by two Mercedes-Benz S600s came to a steady stop at the entrance of the Mo-Yun-Yating community. Bai Chu-wei completed the registration at the security desk, bending slightly to enter the Phantom as the security personnel regarded her with respectful admiration. The convoy slowly drove into this top-tier residential area in the Magic City. Mr. Jiang, just turn around this bend, and the building ahead is it, she softly hinted. Privately, she could call him husband, but in this professional setting, she could only refer to him as Mr. Jiang. Jiang Chen's gaze scrutinized the exquisite landscape and highly designed architecture of the community through the car window, and he nodded slightly, indicating his satisfaction. In the passenger seat, Xia Yule looked elegant with her meticulously done makeup. She recalled how she had worked late last night after receiving a call from Jiang Chen, selecting several luxury properties as options. She hadn't expected to rush over early in the morning just to accompany a real estate agent for a property viewing. She knew that Mo-Yun-Yating was a renowned top community in the Magic City, but she was confident that the hidden luxury properties she had filtered out from the bank's internal resources were equally unmatched in terms of location, quality, and rarity. She glanced at Bai Chu-wei in the rearview mirror. What was so special about this, Miss Bai? The convoy soon arrived as the vehicle came to a stop. Jiang Chen opened the door and stepped out. Just as he steadied himself, the doors of the two Mercedes-Benz S600s behind him simultaneously emitted a deep synchronized unlocking sound. 8 figures dressed in impeccably tailored suits swiftly and neatly exited their vehicles. The dark suits perfectly outlined their well-proportioned figures, and their ties were meticulously knotted. Each of them carried a uniform black leather briefcase, walking with a steady gait, instantly creating a silent yet imposing professional aura. Chen Lu, thank you all for your hard work, Jiang Chen said, nodding slightly with an unperturbed tone. He had initially just casually instructed Zheng Zhen to arrange for a lawyer proficient in real estate to assist, but unexpectedly the other party directly sent over a top-notch team of 8. This level of consideration reflected both strength and attitude. The middle-aged man known as Chen Lu stepped forward, pushing up his gold-rimmed glasses, and respectfully responded, Mr. Zhang, you are too polite. It is our duty to serve you. As one of the top lawyers in the domestic real estate field, he had his own pride. However, in front of Jiang Chen, the largest shareholder of Junsheng, that pride naturally transformed into a professional yet humble service demeanor. Bai Chu-wei had already rushed ahead, promptly introducing a middle-aged man who had been waiting at the villa's entrance to Jiang Chen. Mr. Jiang, this is the owner of this villa, Mr. Li. The middle-aged man, wearing glasses and slightly plump, had a rosy complexion and a vibrant spirit. He eagerly extended his hand to Jiang Chen with a warm smile, saying, Hello, Mr. Jiang, I am Li Diji. I have long admired your name. Jiang Chen grasped the outstretched right hand, wearing a perfectly timed business smile that was neither disrespectful nor overly enthusiastic. Mr. Li, it's a pleasure to meet you. I entrusted Miss Bai to take a look, and she had high praise for this place. Li Detzi's smile widened, and he quickly added, Manager Bai has a good eye and is responsible. If Mr. Jiang can entrust her, that truly shows your discernment. Please come in, please come in. All of you lawyer friends are welcome as well. It's sunny outside and cool inside. He enthusiastically welcomed them while gesturing for the servant to open the villa's grand door. As the deputy director of a top 3 hospital in the Magic City, he had a keen eye. The sight before him with the Rolls-Royce Phantom leading the Mercedes-Benz S600S as escorts, followed by this top-notch team of 8 formidable lawyers along with Jiang Chen's naturally imposing demeanor, all indicated the buyer's unfathomable strength. His confidence in the success of this transaction soared instantly, and his attitude became even more courteous. Jiang Chen nodded slightly, and guided by Bai Chuwei and Li Daji, stepped into the spacious and bright foyer of the villa. Xie Yul followed closely behind, maintaining a step's distance, her gaze sweeping over the interior space layout and decoration details. The 8 lawyers did not immediately enter. Chen Lu at the front quickly assigned tasks. Xiaozhang Xiaowang, you are responsible for the exterior inspection, including garden boundaries, ancillary facilities, and road ownership, taking photos to document the details. Xiao Li Xiao Zhao, check for any obvious defects or illegal modifications to the main building structure. Lao, will you come with me to verify the original property documents, historical transaction, records, mortgage status, and property management regulations. Xiao Qian Xiao Sun, prepare electronic scanning devices and recorders to ensure that the entire document verification process is clear and traceable. The instructions were clear and precise, and the 8 immediately sprang into action. 4 of them stayed outside, 2 took out professional equipment to start measuring and photographing, while the other 2 meticulously examined the exterior walls and foundation. The other 3 followed Chen Lu closely, carrying briefcases and walking steadily into the villa. The interior of the villa had an excellent sense of space, with huge floor-to-ceiling windows bringing the outdoor landscape view indoors, providing exceptional lighting. As Li Daji led the way, he enthusiastically introduced the clever design and highlights of the space, but his gaze occasionally darted towards Jiang Chen, observing his reaction. Bai Chuwei timely supplemented some professional explanations, such as the year of construction, the core material brands used, and the unique service offerings of the community. Her introduction was clear and logical, with accurate data demonstrating her solid professional foundation. Xie Yul quietly followed behind, half of her attention on the house, while the other half was on the subtle interactions between Bai Chuwei and Jiang Chen. In the reception area, the lawyer team, led by Chen Lu, had already spread out their equipment on the marble table. Li Detzi's butler also brought in thick stacks of documents. Mr. Li, could you please provide the original property certificate, the latest land proof, the house structure diagram, and all relevant payment receipts and property confirmation letters? Chen Lu said. All right, everything is ready. Please check, lawyers. Li Daji gestured for the butler to hand over. The lawyers immediately got to work, pairing up, with one quickly flipping through documents while the other operated the scanner and computer for record verification. Their movements were practiced and well coordinated, leaving only the sounds of paper rustling, keyboard tapping, and the low hum of the scanner in the room. Jiang Chen casually strolled in the spacious living room, his fingers gliding over the smooth natural marble bar, his gaze casting towards the meticulously maintained private garden outside. He was very satisfied with the lawyer's efficient work and was even more intrigued by the villa itself. Compared to his own large flat in Chuanxiu Huafu, this place exuded an entirely different charm. The spaciousness and transparency of the large flat made him appreciate the unique layout of the villa even more. He suddenly stopped, turned to Li Daji, and asked, Mr. Li, could you take me for a tour around? Half an hour later, Jiang Chen and Li Daji returned to the reception room. The lawyer team had already packed away most of their. Chen Lu stepped forward, his voice restored to its usual calmness. Director Jiang, all the documents have been verified, the property rights are clear, and there are no other significant flaws or legal risks. Jiang Chen had just taken a tour around the villa and was quite satisfied with its space, design, landscape, and privacy. He turned to the owner beside him and said, Mr. Li, let's discuss the price. Li Daji was taken aback for a moment, his eyes bursting with surprise. In today's sluggish market, especially for such top-tier luxury homes worth over 100 million, buyers were indeed rare. Jiang Chen's willingness to negotiate the price meant he was truly interested in this villa. His greatest fear before had been that the other party would simply turn away due to price issues. Mr. Jiang is indeed straightforward. Li Daji said, you have seen the location, quality, and decoration of this house with your own eyes. It is undoubtedly top-notch. My previous offer was 198 million. This price is absolutely worth it. He paused as if having made a significant determination and said, seeing that Mr. Jiang is so sincere, I will also show my utmost sincerity. So Mr. Jiang, I will drop a zero for you, 190 million. How does that sound? This is definitely a sincere price. In his view, dropping 8 million was already a significant concession. Jiang Chen did not respond immediately, simply listening quietly, his gaze calm as water. Chen Lu timely spoke up, Mr. Li, the market fair value assessment for this villa, assuming no flaws, is indeed between 190 million and 200 million. However, he shifted his tone, referring to recent actual transaction cases of similar high-end properties in Magic City. Their final transaction prices are generally 10-20 lower than the market assessment price. Moreover, your requirement for full payment itself will exert significant downward pressure on the price. His words were reasonable and pointed to the crux of the matter. Li Dezi's expression became somewhat grim. Chen Lu then turned to Jiang Chen and provided professional advice. Director Jiang, based on the current risk assessment and market references, I believe a more reasonable price range should be between 150 million and 170 million. He did not directly state that Li Dezi's 190 million was unreasonable, but provided a lower anchor point using data and professional advice. After hearing this, a hint of appreciation crossed Jiang Chen's face. What is professionalism? This is professionalism. Although he was wealthy, he was far from being a fool. He would save wherever possible, even if his money seemed to come from the wind. Mr. Li Chen Lu's analysis is very professional and objective. I cannot see the sincerity in 190 million. Jiang Chen's voice was not loud, yet it solidified the smile on Li Dezi's face. Li Daji opened his mouth to argue how unique this house was and how exquisite the materials were, but what Chen Lu said was the reality. The gap between the estimated value and the transaction price, along with the current severe downward trend in the real estate market. He also understood that it was currently a buyer's market. This villa had been on the market for a long time, and Jiang Chen was the first and only potential buyer who had truly sat down to discuss the price. Li Daji gritted his teeth as if making an incredibly difficult decision. Mr. Jiang, I truly have the utmost sincerity to make this deal. So the price. I really can't lower it any further. His speech quickened as he proposed a new plan. However, I am willing to add 15 commercial apartments. They are located on the outskirts of the city and are all ready for occupancy. Each one is over 100 square meters. The total price will still be calculated at 190 million. Oh, what do you think? Jiang Chen did not look at Li Daji, but instead turned his gaze towards Chen Lu. Chen Lu understood immediately and quickly accessed the information on his tablet. A few seconds later, he analyzed the average transaction price of commercial apartments in the suburban new district mentioned by Mr. Li is around 300 per square meter. 415 units, estimating an average of 100 square meters each. The market value is approximately 45. However, he shifted his tone to highlight the key point. There is currently a certain liquidation pressure in that area, and bundling sales involves property rights transfer taxes, potential vacancy costs, and possible unified management issues, which would significantly reduce actual value and liquidity. Considering the additional risks and holding costs, the net value contribution may be far lower than the book value. This analysis was akin to throwing a bucket of cold water on Li Dezi's big gift. However, what stunned both Li Daji and Chen Lu was Jiang Chen's next words. If there are no issues with the property rights. Jiang Chen's gaze swept over Chen Lu, confirming the core premise. Let's proceed as Mr. Li suggested. Li Daji suppressed the excitement in his heart and said, Mr. Jiang is truly straightforward. The property rights are absolutely reliable, no problem. Although he was throwing in 15 commercial apartments, he still felt he had made a profit. Standing next to Jiang Chen Lu, despite his professional demeanor, could not hide his astonishment and confusion behind his glasses. He had just analyzed in detail the risks of the bundling plan and the significant depreciation of actual value. According to common sense, one would use this analysis to further pressure the price down, or simply refuse the bundling and focus on the villa itself. Accepting this obviously more favorable proposal for the seller, and doing so decisively completely exceeded his expectations. He quickly glanced at Jiang Chen, trying to find a hint of insight from his boss-com profile, but found nothing. He could only quickly adjust his mindset, temporarily suppressing this enormous doubt, and his professionalism pushed him to immediately enter execution mode. Director Jiang. Chen Lu said, since you have made a decision, I will immediately prepare a supplementary agreement, including the detailed addresses, property certificate numbers, areas, etc. of the 15 commercial apartments in the contract annex, and clarify the property rights, transfer time, and method. At the same time, the core terms of the original villa transaction contract remain unchanged, with the total price confirmed at 190 million renminbi, full payment, and taxes to be borne by each party in accordance with the law. Do you think there are any other details that need to be added? Jiang Chen nodded, slightly indicating his approval. Please handle it as soon as possible. You and Mr. Li finalized the contract details to ensure clear property rights without any lingering issues. Understood, Director Jiang. Chen Lu immediately responded, then turned to Li Daji. Mr. Li, please provide the specific list and property proof documents for the 15 commercial apartments. We need to verify them immediately and draft the supplementary agreement. Time is of the essence, so please cooperate as soon as possible. All right, no problem. Li Daji repeatedly responded and hurriedly instructed the housekeeper. Chen Lu then made a phone call. Shortly after, the head of the Real Estate Registration Authority came in person to supervise the transfer procedures on site. The processing of the property certificate was completed in a seamless manner, with all procedures finalized on the spot. The entire transaction took over 2 hours from verification to completion, and Jiang Chen said to Xieyul, let's proceed with the transfer. Li Dezi's phone chimed, and the notification of the transaction completion brought him a long sigh of relief. All of this fell into Bai Chuwai's eyes. She looked at the profile of Jiang Chen, and the enormous transaction of 190 million revealed not a hint of ripple on his face. What identity does this man who shares her bed truly possess? What exactly is his identity? Once the property transfer procedures were completed, only Jiang Chen and Xie Yul remained in the vast manor villa. Jiang Chen leaned back on the main sofa, taking in all the data of Xie Yul standing beside him. Name Xie Yul, age 25, appearance 89, figure 89, affection 85, associated drivers 0. Although it fell short of the system's task requirements, the affection score of 85 indicated a high potential for development and a foundation of trust. With a pure record of 0 associated drivers, she had immense potential to be molded into a true confidant and personal secretary. This result was sufficient. Lele, sit. Jiang Chen casually gestured to the sofa beside him. Yes, Mr. Jiang, Xie Yul replied, carefully taking a seat, waiting for Jiang Chen's instructions. Ever since being chosen by Jiang Chen, her life trajectory had begun to ascend dramatically. She had jumped directly from P6 to P14. This was not merely a surge in salary and rank, it was a complete turnaround of her entire world. Colleagues who once regarded her with indifference at the bank now looked at her with cautious flattery and undisguised envy. This made her realize for the first time in the jungle of the workplace at the top of the pyramid diploma's education, abilities, and experience. These once revered standards seemed so pale and powerless in the face of absolute connections and resource. The bank president personally assured her that as long as Jiang Chen was satisfied with the bank, P14 was not the end but a new beginning. The words lingered in her ears, representing both a tremendous opportunity and a heavy burden. Jiang Chen spoke, tomorrow go with me to Pengcheng. Also, everything in this villa, including bedding and sofa furnishings, must be replaced. You know the specific standards, it must be the best. Moreover, arrange for someone to come and clean every 3 days. Pengcheng, as the headquarters of the premium optimization company in China, needed to be visited while there was time. Xie Yul quickly took out her notebook to jot it down. She did not ask, why not hire a live-in maid or servant directly, nor did she question the cost of frequently changing top-tier furnishings. In her reformed professional understanding, Jiang Chen's orders were the highest standard, whether understood or not, they had to be executed. Her duty was to complete tasks efficiently and accurately, not to question. After bidding farewell to Jiang Chen, Bai Chuwei returned to her rented apartment alone. The events of the past 2 days left her with a strong sense of unreality. The transaction of the villa valued at 190 million had been finalized. As the intermediary, a commission exceeding 2 million quietly lay in her bank account. Additionally, after last night's extravagant spending by Jiang Chen in her live stream, she had received over 900 after platform deductions and taxes. Overnight, her long-desired goal of buying a house was achieved so nonchalantly. The sudden increase in numbers in her bank account felt like a surreal halo, making her somewhat dizzy. Pushing open the living room door, Pei Jiner was enthusiastically live streaming to her phone stand. Seeing Bai Chuwei return, Pei Jiner's eyes, adorned with exquisite makeup, instantly lit up. She quickly said to the camera, "Family, I have something urgent to deal with, so I'm signing off now. Love you all," and abruptly ended the stream, her movements almost frantic. Not even putting her phone down, Pei Jiner rushed up to Bai Chuwei, grabbing her arm, her voice filled with urgency, curiosity, and uncontainable excitement. Wei, where did you go last night? You didn't answer my calls or messages. I was dying of anxiety. She scrutinized Bai Chuwei, as if trying to find some clue about her whereabouts. Last night, the October tycoon showered you with hundreds of gifts in your live stream. Oh my. The entire platform exploded. You must have hit it big, right? Pei Jiner's tone was a mix of envy and jealousy. While envy was her immediate reaction, it was quickly followed by a strong desire for herself to encounter such a tycoon. This desire was so intense that under the stimulation of the flood of gifts last night, she inexplicably sent her private video to that October. Although a moment of shyness flashed through her mind when she sent it, thinking of the carnival that symbolized real money, that embarrassment was instantly shattered by the immense temptation of what if. Bai Chuwei felt a bit of pain in her arm from Pei Jiner's grip. She struggled slightly and sat down on the sofa, tiredly rubbing her temples. I didn't go anywhere. Just handling some matters. Her voice carried a sense of exhaustion after surviving a disaster, still immersed in the shock of sudden wealth. Handling matters. What kind of matters could be worth millions in gifts? Pei Jiner was utterly unconvinced, sitting closely beside her, her eyes shining brightly. In a hushed tone filled with excitement at eavesdropping on a secret, she pressed, "Quickly tell me. Did you meet the real October? What does he look like? How old is he? Is he super rich? Did he do it?" Questions bombarded her like a rapid-fire barrage, each pointing towards that mysterious benefactor. Bai Chuwei looked at Pei Jiner, whose face was filled with gossip and ambition, feeling inexplicably annoyed. She had not yet figured out how to explain all of this, especially regarding Jiang Chen. She instinctively avoided Pei Jiner's piercing gaze, muttering, didn't do anything. Just got lucky and encountered a big client. Big client? Wei, are you kidding me? Pei Jiner pouted discontentedly. What big client would directly shower you with millions in gifts? And it just happened to be during your live stream. That's clearly aimed at you. She shook Bai Chuwei's arm, half coaxing and half forcing. Come on, Wei, just tell me. We are best friends. If you hit the jackpot, you can't forget to help your sister out. Did that October? Did he mention any, or did he say what kind of person he likes? Pei Jiner's intentions were transparently clear. She didn't care what Bai Chuwei had gone through. She was solely focused on the shortcut leading to the tycoon. She even began to fantasize that if Bai Chuwei could connect with him, perhaps she could also get a share of the fortune. She stared intently at Bai Chuwei, not missing any subtle changes in her expression. Bai Chuwei felt an overwhelming fatigue wash over her. Her friend's concern felt so utilitarian and jarring. Looking at Pei Jiner's meticulously groomed face filled with desire, she felt a sense of strangeness towards this once inseparable friend for the first time. Jiner, Bai Chuwei said, things are not as simple as you think. I'm a bit tired and want to rest first. Pei Jiner's smile froze for a moment, and a flash of reluctance and disappointment quickly crossed her eyes, but it was soon masked by an even sweeter smile. Oh, look at me, too excited. You must be exhausted. Go rest, and when you're refreshed we can chat again. She watched Bai Chuwei's retreating figure towards the bedroom, her fingers unconsciously twisting the hem of her clothes, her gaze flickering, clearly not giving up. That October, along with Bai Chuwei's overnight fortune, felt like a thorn deeply embedded in her heart. The next day the skies over Pengcheng were clear and blue. This super metropolis dominating the southern part of Guangdong province is a frontier window, an economic engine of the reform, and opening up its vibrant energy and dazzling prosperity, attracting global attention. At this moment the VIP parking area of Bayan International Airport in Pengcheng was vast and silent. A convoy consisting of dozens of top-tier black sedans silently parked on the polished concrete, awaiting the arrival of its distant master. Lu Qingyu, the CEO of Jinping Yuxian Huaxia Company, the helmsman of a massive retail empire, was slightly turned to report quietly to a young man of remarkable temperament beside him. Young Master Yi, Director Jiang's flight will arrive in 5 minutes. The person who could command such respect from Lu Qingyu was in the domestic scene truly rare. However, the young man beside him, known as Young Master Yi, held an identity far beyond that of merely being a shareholder of Jinping Yuxian Huaxia Company. Lu Qingyu recalled that when he first took office the company's equity structure was complex. Aside from the 70 controlled by the foundation, the remaining 30 was distributed among several well-established institutions and old families. However, in just 2 short years Young Master Yi managed to consolidate all the shares from these powerful factions. The energy and means behind this made Lu Qingyu deeply wary. In the subsequent cooperation, the extraordinary connections this young Master Yi demonstrated in both political and business circles left Lu Qingyu with a profound understanding of the depth of his background. Yi Shubai merely nodded slightly in response. He stood tall like a pine tree, dressed in casual attire, exuding an air of low-key restraint. If one didn't know his background, it would be hard to associate him with a capital tycoon. The roar of engines approached, shattering the tranquility of the tarmac. A sleek Gulfstream private jet resembling an elegant silver bird smoothly glided into its designated parking spot and came to a steady stop. The stair truck quickly connected. The cabin door slowly opened. The first to appear at the door was Xie Yule. She swiftly scanned the tarmac, confirmed the location of the pickup convoy, and then stepped aside to clear the passage. Following closely, Jiang Chen's figure appeared at the top of the stairs. Dressed in casual attire, he walked with a leisurely pace, a hint of languor from the long flight on his face. However, when he surveyed the scene below, even from a distance, it instinctively made Lu Qingyu straighten his back. Lu Qingyu stepped forward a few paces, wearing a warm and respectful smile. Director Jiang, thank you for your hard work. Welcome to Pengcheng. Jiang Chen descended the stairs, his feet landing on the soil of Pengcheng. He nodded slightly to Lu Qingyu as a form of acknowledgement. His gaze, however, passed directly over Lu Qingyu and landed on Yi Shubai just a few steps away. Their eyes met. Lu Qingyu took a step forward at the right moment to introduce the two. Director Jiang, this is Yi Shubai, Young Master Yi, and an important shareholder of our company. And this is our chairman, Mr. Jiang Chen. The foundation's formal appointment had long been issued, and Lu Qingyu had always hoped to visit this mysterious new boss in Modu, but had been repeatedly declined. At this moment, he finally saw the true face. Jiang Chen had already known about the existence of this young Master Yi from the information provided by the system. Since obtaining the system, he had encountered many aspects and individuals he could never have imagined before. The energy of the person before him undoubtedly required his serious attention. Yi Shubai finally revealed a hint of a faint smile, taking 2 steps forward to extend his hand. Young Master Jiang, welcome to Pengcheng. He avoided using formal titles, opting for the more familiar and equal Young Master. Jiang Chen looked at the hand extended toward him and firmly shook it. Jiang Chen's voice was equally calm. Young Master Yi, thank you for coming to pick me up personally. The handshake was brief, yet Yi Shubai then issued an invitation. Young Master Jiang, I have prepared a modest banquet this evening to welcome you. I hope you will grace us with your presence. Jiang Chen nodded, understanding that certain social niceties and necessary interactions could not be avoided at his position. Yi Shubai personally coming to pick him up made this meal a matter of course. All right. Seeing Jiang Chen's agreement, Yi Shubai, having achieved his objective, did not linger any longer and suggested taking his leave. Then Young Master Jiang, see you tonight. Mr. Lu, take good care of Young Master Jiang. Rest assured, Young Master Yi. Lu Qingyu quickly replied. Yi Shubai nodded again to Jiang Chen before turning to leave, surrounded by his entourage, and quickly drove away from the Watching Yi Zubai's convoy disappear, Jiang Chen withdrew his gaze and succinctly instructed Lu Qingyu beside him return to the company. Yes, Director Jiang. The car was ready, please this way. Lu Qingyu quickly led the way. The convoy smoothly departed the airport, merging into the busy traffic of Pengcheng. Jiang Chen sat in the spacious back seat, his gaze sweeping past the rapidly receding modern urban landscape outside the window. This Yishu Bai, he broke the silence in the car. What's his background? Lu Qingyu, sitting in the passenger seat, immediately turned, slightly pondering his words. Director Jiang, young master, yes, background is very profound. The specifics are known to very few. He is extremely low profile and mysterious in the circle, but his power is immense, and it's widely recognized that he has connections everywhere. I only know that people outside respectfully refer to him as Young Lord Yi. Young Lord Yi. Jiang Chen repeated this title, rich with historical significance, yet heavy with weight, and his eyebrows slightly. This title itself contained too much information. It was not something that an ordinary merchant or typical aristocratic. It pointed to a deep-rooted legacy and symbol of privilege rooted in a special soil intertwined with complexity. Lu Qingyu carefully observed Jiang Chen's reaction in the rearview mirror, noting that he appeared thoughtful and not displeased before continuing. Yes. This title has a long history with various speculations about its origin, but no one dares to probe too deeply. What is known is that he can accomplish many things in Pengcheng and even in the entire southern region. His tone was filled with awe and caution. Jiang Chen did not pursue the matter further. It seemed that tonight's banquet would be more interesting than he had anticipated. The convoy steadily drove toward the headquarters of Jinping, Yushinhuaxia. The headquarters was located in the most central CBD area of Pengcheng. The towering glass curtain walls glittered in the sunlight, showcasing its status as a retail giant. When Jiang Chen's convoy arrived, Lu Qingyu had already made arrangements for the president's exclusive passage directly to the top floor. The elevator doors slid open silently, and upon entering the exclusive executive area on the top floor, an invisible sense of pressure hit them. The enormous floor-to-ceiling windows offered a breathtaking view of the entire city with an interior design that epitomized minimalist luxury, yet exuding an air of efficient coldness. Several core executives had long been waiting at the elevator entrance. Director Jiang. They greeted in unison, their demeanor respectful. Jiang Chen slightly nodded, his calm gaze sweeping over the crowd, an invisible pressure causing every executive present to unconsciously tense their nerves. This mysterious new chairman stepping foot in the headquarters of Huaxia Company for the first time would have his attitude and decisions directly impact the future of each one of them. Guided by Lu Qingyu, Jiang Chen entered the spacious and bright chairman's office. Behind the enormous mahogany desk was a position symbolizing the core of power. Jiang Chen sat down in the large chair, his demeanor composed. Lu Qingyu stood at the desk, taking a deep breath before beginning the formal report. Chairman Jiang, I will now report on the core operational situation of Jinping, Yushinhuaxia Company. He picked up the prepared tablet, pulled up the data charts, and projected them onto the large screen on one side of the office. 1. Scale and layout. Store network. As of the end of last quarter, we operated 436 stores across 98 cities in 23 provinces of China. Business composition mainly includes large selected supermarkets, 376 stores, and high-end membership warehouse stores. Jinping Sam's Club, 60 stores. Sam's stores are primarily concentrated in first and second-tier cities and core economic circles. Number of employees, there are approximately 127,000 full-time and part-time employees nationwide. 2. Sales and performance. Annual revenue. Last year's revenue was 147.3 billion yuan, with a year-on-year increase of 27.7. Net profit 487 billion yuan, a year-on-year decrease of 12.09. Growth trend. Overall business remains stable, but traditional hypermarkets, selected supermarkets face growth pressure, with comparable store sales growth comps slightly increasing or remaining flat. The main growth drivers come from membership stores with double-digit comparable sales growth and e-commerce. E-commerce proportion. Online sales, including proprietary apps, mini programs, and flagship stores on third-party platforms, continue to increase as a proportion of total sales, currently reaching about 40%. Same-day delivery, Jinping home delivery, and citywide delivery membership express delivery are the main driving forces. 3. Core strategy and challenges. Membership stores. This is currently the most competitive and growth potential business format. We plan to accelerate expansion, aiming to double the number of Sam's stores in the next 35 years. The challenge lies in the scarcity of quality locations, long construction periods, membership fee growth potential, and pressure from local competitors, such as Costco and Hema X membership stores. Hypermarket transformation. Traditional selected supermarkets are actively undergoing renovation and upgrading, focusing on fresh produce, private labels, such as Huai MarketSide, etc. And improving efficiency. They are addressing the decline in customer flow by optimizing SKUs, introducing more digital tools, such as smart shopping carts and self-checkouts, and enhancing the shopping experience. Some underperforming stores are being evaluated and optimized, either closed or subleased. Supply chain and logistics. We have over 20 large fresh food distribution centers and dry goods distribution centers, building an efficient nationwide cold chain and logistics network. Continued investment in automated warehouses and last-mile delivery capabilities is a priority. Digitalization. Ongoing investment in omnichannel integration. Enhancing app user experience. Precision marketing using membership data and digitalizing the supply chain. Localization and competition. We face intense competition from local giants such as Yonghui, RT-Mart, Hema, and Pupu Supermarket, as well as online platforms JD Daojia, Meituan Instant Delivery, Pinduoduo. Flexibility and localized product strategies are key. Cost pressure, rising rental and labor costs along with investments needed to maintain a low price advantage exert pressure on profit margins. 4. Membership system. Membership stores have millions of paying members, and membership fees are an important source of income and customer retention. Ordinary selected supermarkets have also established a large free membership system for data analysis and precision. Lu Qingyu finished the report, set down the tablet, and looked at Jiang Chen with a hint of tension. Chairman Jiang, the above is the basic overview of Jinping Yuxinhuaxia Company. We have a solid scale and a strong supply chain foundation, especially with clear advantages in the membership store format. However, the challenges are equally significant. The transformation of traditional formats, deepening omnichannel integration, cost control, and responding to fierce local competition are all urgent issues that need to be addressed. We urgently need your strategic guidance and resource support. The office fell into silence. The executives held their breath, waiting for the reaction of this new master. The data charts displayed on the screen depicted a massive retail empire currently undergoing painful transformation. Jiang Chen's gaze passed over the Sam's bar graphs representing growth and the cost curves representing pressure, revealing no visible signs of emotion. This billion-level business, along with the livelihoods of over 1,000 people behind it, now hinged on his upcoming judgments and decisions. Jiang Chen lightly tapped his fingers on the smooth mahogany surface twice, breaking the silence. He did not immediately comment on the data, but instead posed the first question, striking at the core of the plan to double the membership stores. What is the biggest bottleneck? Is it funding, site approval, or people? Lu Qingji's heart tightened knowing this question hit the nail on. He quickly organized his thoughts and replied solemnly, Chairman Jiang, in terms of funding, relying on the strong backing of the head office is not the primary bottleneck. The real core bottleneck lies in site selection. He pointed to the map of membership store expansion displayed on the screen. Quality locations are extremely scarce. The core business districts or potential areas with convenient transportation in first and second-tier cities are few. This is not merely a commercial competition. He paused, lowering his voice with a hint of barely perceptible helplessness. It also involves complex land planning, policy coordination, and considerations of certain non-commercial factors. The certainty and timeliness of the approval process are the biggest obstacles to our rapid expansion. He added, as for people, it is indeed a key challenge. Especially senior management talent and core store operations personnel, with international vision, familiarity with the membership warehouse format, and the ability to effectively manage large complex projects are extremely scarce in the market. Our internal training system is keeping up, but the pace cannot match the demand for expansion. After listening, Jiang Chen's face still showed little expression. Traditional hypermarkets, he spoke again, his voice steady, yet carrying an undeniable scrutiny. 40 online share, but among those, how much is incremental? How much is the transfer of offline existing customers? What is the actual profit contribution rate of the online business? Are the customer acquisition costs and fulfillment costs clearly accounted for on every order? Is your so-called omnichannel integration genuinely bridging experience and efficiency, or merely moving offline products online? These questions precisely cut to the core pain points beneath the surface of the booming online business. The profit model, cost structure, and whether new value has truly been created. The vice president in charge of online business felt beads of sweat suddenly appear on his forehead. Jiang Chen did not wait for a response, his gaze sweeping over the senior executive in charge of the supply chain, more than 20 distribution centers covering the entire country. What is the average inventory turnover days? What is the control rate for fresh produce loss? In terms of cost and service efficiency, has the last mile of the cold chain reached optimality? Has the return on investment ROI for the automated warehouse met expectations? His questions came one after another, fast, precise, and incisive, each targeting the most critical operational efficiency and cost control aspects of the business chain. The executives who were called upon felt immense pressure, needing to muster all their focus to respond cautiously. After a brief questioning session, Jiang Chen leaned back against the chair, his gaze sweeping across the room again, finally landing on Lu Qingyu. His voice was not loud, but it carried a decisive power. I've reviewed the data and understand the issues. The market is large, the foundation is solid, but the efficiency is too low and there are too many pain points. He paused for a moment and issued a directive. First, the expansion plan for membership stores location selection is key. Within a week, I want to see a detailed list of priority sites for target cities over the next 3 years, along with assessments of the difficulty of acquiring each site, potential partners, including possible solutions for non-commercial factors, and a timeline. Do not tell me the difficulties, tell me the solutions and what support is needed. Second, the transformation of traditional business formats. Our online presence is not a cover-up. Within 2 weeks, the online business department must submit a detailed profitability model analysis report clarifying the real cost, profits, and user sources incremental or transferred for each order. Additionally, submit a plan for optimizing offline stores, clearly defining the standards and lists for closures and transitions, as well as specific measures for enhancing the experience and efficiency of remaining stores. I want to see proposals for stopping losses and fostering rebirth. Third, supply chain efficiency is a lifeline. Similarly, within 2 weeks, the supply chain and logistics departments should submit plans for inventory optimization, targets for controlling fresh produce loss and the paths to achieve them, as well as a cost-effectiveness analysis report for last-mile cold chain delivery. The ROI report for the automated warehouse should be submitted simultaneously. Fourth, Jiang Chen's gaze became particularly sharp, the talent bottleneck. Led by the HR department within a week present a core talent acquisition and internal training acceleration plan targeting membership store formats and digital transformation. I want to see specific list profiles of target candidates, attraction strategies, and training pathways. If necessary, recruit globally and the budget can be applied for separately. The directives were clear, specific, time-bound, and directly addressed the pain points. Each sentence weighed heavily, nearly suffocating the core executives, yet they also clearly perceived the new boss' decisive and pragmatic approach. Lu Yu, coordinate and ensure that everything is completed on time and with quality. What I want to see are executable, quantifiable, and trackable plans and results, not vague reports. Understood. Lu Qingyu immediately straightened his back and replied solemnly, understood. Director Jiang, rest assured we will deploy immediately and do our utmost to complete the tasks you assigned. Jiang Chen replied lightly, waving his hand, get to work. The executives felt as if they had been pardoned, bowing respectfully before quickly and quietly exiting the office, each step heavier than when they entered, but their eyes carried a newfound urgency from the clear direction. In the vast office, only Jiang Chen, Lu Qingyu, and Xie Yu remained. Lu Qingyu dared to relax slightly, but his back was already soaked with cold sweat. The new boss' insight, decisiveness, and method of applying pressure far exceeded his expectations. He knew that the comfortable days for Huaxia Company had come to an end. Jiang Chen's gaze turned towards the skyline of Pengcheng as the golden glow of the setting sun began to paint the glass curtain walls of the tall buildings. It seemed as though he was speaking to himself, or perhaps to Lu Qingyu, the site selection for membership stores. Non-commercial factors. A faint smile curved at the corner of his mouth. It seems that tonight's dinner with that prince could lead to some more practical discussions. Lu Qingji's heart stirred as he instantly understood Jiang Chen's deeper meaning. That Prince Yi with influence in Pengcheng, and even the entire South, was precisely the key to solving the most troublesome site selection bottleneck. The boss chess game is profound and far-reaching. Xie Yu quietly took notes, her heart in turmoil. She did not know why Jiang Chen had brought her to participate in such an important meeting. But deep down she understood that from the moment she entered the headquarters building and witnessed others bowing to Jiang Chen, her life trajectory had become tightly intertwined with his. As night fell, the lights of Pengcheng began to glow, outlining the splendid contours of this sleepless city. A low-key yet unmistakably high-quality black sedan under Lu Qingji's personal escort drove towards the Guanyun Pavilion, located in the city's core area, yet quiet amidst the hustle and bustle. As Lu Qingyu said, the facade of Guanyun Pavilion was extremely understated, lacking any prominent signs, with only a heavy, seemingly ordinary wooden door. However, the two attendants standing at the entrance, dressed in exquisite uniforms, and with eyes as sharp as eagles, along with the quietly present well-trained security personnel, silently proclaimed the extraordinary nature of this place. Lu Qingyu presented a black invitation letter with a special dark pattern sent by Yi Shubai in advance. The attendant carefully verified it before bowing and opening the heavy door. Inside the door was a different world. Passing through a dimly lit corridor with natural stone walls adorned with trickling water, the view suddenly opened up. A gigantic, impressively high traditional Chinese courtyard appeared before them, with pavilions and towers, small bridges, and flowing water, and ancient stones and trees, all exuding craftsmanship and immeasurable value. The air was filled with a faint sandalwood aroma, and the fresh scent of top-grade tea leaves completely isolating them from the outside world's clamor. Attendants dressed in elegant kipeos moved silently like figures from an ancient painting. Guided by the attendants Jiang Chen and Lu Qingyu, while Xie Yu was arranged to wait in the outer lounge, walked through a winding corridor and finally arrived at the entrance of a private room called Wangfu, independent from the waterside pavilion. Two bodyguards dressed in black Zhongshan suits radiating a profound aura stood on either side. Their gazes swept over Lu Qingyu before finally settling on Jiang Chen. With an examining and confirming look, they slightly bowed and silently pushed open the heavy door to the private room. Inside was another world. The private room was vast, yet did not feel empty at all. The overall style was a minimalist new Chinese design with refined lines, and every inch of wood and stone seemed to tell a story. Outside the massive floor-to-ceiling windows was a meticulously crafted garden night scene, creating a marvelous echo with the distant city lights. The most striking feature was a large tea table made from a solid piece of golden silk nanmu, wood, located in the center of the room. Beside the tea table, Yi Shubai was leisurely seated in a Ming-style round chair, playing with a translucent white jade teacup in his hand. Yi Shubai changed into a soft, comfortable, dark-colored, improved Chinese-style attire, losing some of the sharpness from the day and gaining a touch of restrained elegance. Upon seeing Jiang Chen enter, he did not rise, merely curling the corner of his mouth into a signature faint smile, raising his hand to gesture towards the seat across from him. "Young Master Jiang, please take a seat. Try this freshly brewed old oolong tea. The mountain aroma is quite authentic." Lu Qingyu consciously stepped out of the private room. Jiang Chen calmly walked to the opposite tea table and sat down, his gaze meeting Yi Zubai's with tranquility. "Thank you for your thoughtfulness, young Master Yi." He picked up the jade-like teacup in front of him. The tea was a bright orange yellow, its fragrance rich and steady. He took a gentle sip, the flavor lingering in his throat, confirming it was indeed top-quality tea. "Good tea. In truth, he did not understand tea much, but saying it was good could never be a bad thing. Yi Shubai also took a sip, setting down the tea cup, his gaze piercing through the mist of tea steam as he looked at Jiang Chen, getting straight to the point, yet his tone remained casual. How do you find Pingqing on your first visit, young Master Jiang? This place has many opportunities, and the waters run deep. Indeed, only in deep waters can one find big fish. Jiang Chen set down his teacup, his tone nonchalant. Yi Shubai chuckled softly, a hint of appreciation in his voice. Young Master Jiang speaks directly and straightforwardly, refreshing. By the way, he shifted the topic, seemingly casually bringing it up. I heard you visited the company today. The brand Jinping Yuxian has a solid foundation in the country, and Mr. Liu and his team manage it quite diligently. However, he lightly tapped the table with his fingers. The larger the ship, the more likely it is to get stuck in some places, and turning it around is not easy. While it seems he is commenting on the company, the phrase is stuck and not easy to turn around precisely reflect the pain points reported by Lu Qingyu, especially the tricky bottleneck of site selection. Any large ship needs to find the right channel and clear the obstructions to navigate steadily and far. Jiang Chen followed his words, his gaze profound. The key is to find that key to clear the obstructions. Key. Yi Shubai raised an eyebrow, his smile deepening. Sometimes the key is right in front of you, but just depends on how to use it, and if one dares to use it. He spoke with intent, allowing his gaze to linger on Jiang Chen's face for a moment before raising his hand to signal the nearby tea artist to continue pouring tea. The tea artist was a young woman with a calm demeanor and flowing techniques, clearly well-versed in this art. Every movement she made was precise and rhythmic, warming the cup, adding tea, pouring water, serving the tea. As if she were performing a silent art piece. Boiling water poured into the purple clay teapot, releasing a deeper fragrance from the tea leaves that filled the entire. Yi Shubai seemed immersed in the aroma of tea, no longer continuing the previous topic. Instead, he casually chatted about the local customs of Pingqing, the latest economic trends, and some amusing anecdotes from various circles. His eloquence was witty and his insights profound. He easily referenced many insider stories demonstrating his extensive connections and information network. Jiang Chen listened attentively, not interrupting. After 3 rounds of tea, the atmosphere seemed to grow more harmonious. Yi Shubai set down his teacup, leaning slightly forward, looking at Jiang Chen, the smile on his face becoming somewhat more serious, carrying a formal tone. Young Master Jiang, let's speak plainly. Jinping Yuxian is a good ship, but to ride the winds and waves in Pingqing, and even the entire southern sea area, it requires more than just a sturdy ship and powerful cannons. One must also understand the water conditions and know how to leverage forces. There are certain water charts that cannot simply be bought with money. Some forces cannot solely rely on capital to leverage. Jiang Chen met his gaze, his expression calm and unruffled. So, young master, you means to say, cooperate. Yi Shubai clearly enunciated the 2 words. I have some water charts and know some friends who can help leverage forces. Young Master Jiang possesses a ship, goods, and a global network. Together we can achieve much greater and faster results than we currently can. He did not specify what matters he referred to, but the implication was very clear: to resolve the core bottlenecks in the expansion of Jinping Yuxian, especially the membership stores, and thereby leverage a larger commercial landscape. He did not set conditions, but proposing cooperation itself was already a gesture and an invitation. The private room fell silent again, with only the gentle sound of the tea artist pouring water. You are right, young Master Yi. Jiang Chen's voice broke the silence, steady and clear. Going alone is fast, but going together is far. Especially in unfamiliar waters, having a guide who understands the water conditions can yield double the results with half the effort. He did not directly say I agree to cooperate, but the 3 words guide already clearly responded to Yi Zubai's olive branch of water charts and leverage forces. He acknowledged the value of the regional power represented by Yi Shubai, while subtly indicating that he himself was the one controlling the direction and the ultimate destination far. A glimmer flashed in Yi Zubai's eyes, and the smile at the corner of his mouth deepened, carrying a hint of pleasure in meeting a worthy opponent. Jiang Chen's response demonstrated an open attitude towards cooperation while maintaining a sense of control, striking a perfect balance. Young Master Jiang is indeed insightful. Yi Shubai lifted his teacup, using tea to replace wine. Then let us toast to this, working together in the same boat, with a drink. Please. Jiang Chen also raised his teacup. The 2 white jade cups lightly clinked in the air, producing a crisp and pleasant sound. As the clear tea slid down their throats, a preliminary alliance based on mutual interests and unspoken understanding was silently formed in the aroma of tea and the night. The ensuing conversation was noticeably more relaxed and pragmatic. Yi Shubai no longer beat around the bush and began discussing some specific water condition details regarding the site selection for membership stores. That young Master Jiang is concerned about the newly planned International Business Leisure Zone in the western district of Pingqing. Core plots C17 and C19 are in excellent locations, a transportation hub radiating to high-end demographics precisely. His tone was calm, as if discussing the weather. There are some small entanglements in the planning, but next week's joint meeting should produce a clear optimization plan that will better match the positioning of large high-end commercial complexes. His seemingly casual remark hinted that the coveted land which countless giants coveted was about to clear its biggest policy obstacles. Jiang Chen's expression remained unchanged. He merely nodded slightly. Young Master Yi is well informed. We have indeed been keeping an eye on that land for a long time. He stopped there, not showing excessive surprise. Yi Shubai smiled and continued, additionally, there are several good plots in key cities such as Modu Jingqing Linen Jinling and Eastern Guangdong, which have some historical legacy issues in their planning. If young Master Jiang is interested, I can arrange for someone to compile the information and clear the path for you, allowing Mr. Liu to see which ones are suitable for Jinping Yuxian. Thank you for your trouble, young Master Yi. Jiang Chen expressed his gratitude and then shifted the topic, dropping his own cards. Jinping Yuxian's global supply chain and membership system have been deeply cultivated in overseas markets, especially in North America and Europe, for many years. If young Master Yi is interested in expanding some specialty products in the domestic market, or if you need to connect with certain specific international resources, we can provide convenience on our side. What he referred to as specialty products and specific international resources was clearly something Yi Shubai and his kind of person would need beyond the usual business scope. Yi Zubai's eyes sparkled, clearly pleased with Jiang Chen's gift. Young Master Jiang is indeed very sincere. Then shall we share resources and meet each other's needs? Mutually beneficial and win-win. Jiang Chen provided a summary term that better aligned with business rules. The two exchanged smiles with everything unspoken. At this moment, Yi Shubai seemed to remember something and gently clapped his hands. The secret door on the side of the private room slid open silently, as if a curtain had been drawn back. A middle-aged man, sharp and cold as a blade, entered while dragging a bulky figure with one hand. The man stumbled in, almost being hauled inside. His expensive yet wrinkled suit could not conceal his body, which was bloated with fear and trembling. Jiang Chen's gaze swept over, and a trace of surprise flickered in his eyes. Wasn't this the boss Wang who had instructed Zhong Zhen to investigate and had drugged by Chu Wei's drink? How could he be here? Yi Zuba's voice rang out. I heard he previously offended you, young Master Jiang. Now that he's here, young Master Jiang, you decide what to do with him. Young Master Jiang, please spare my life. Upon seeing Jiang Chen, boss Wang's knees buckled, and with a heavy thud, he knelt on the ground. The impact seemingly tears and snot flowed down his face, his meticulously styled hair sticking to his forehead, drenched in oil and sweat, looking utterly disheveled. He prostrated himself repeatedly, his voice trembling with despair. Young Master Jiang, it was my fault for not recognizing the greatness. My mind was clouded. You have a magnanimous heart. Please spare my dog's life. Money. I will give you any amount you want. I will give my entire fortune. Please. I beg you to show mercy. He had long since cast aside the events that occurred, but Yi Zuba's flippant remark about his past offense with Jiang Chen alongside the impending doom that struck him made him instantly realize the terror of the being he had provoked. He clearly remembered the so-called backing he relied on for survival. In the face of Yi Zuba's phone call, it felt as fragile as a paper lantern. Then came the tax bureau, the fire department, and other various agencies in quick succession. His company, which could barely withstand scrutiny, disintegrated in an instant. As for himself, he was directly invited to this Wangfu Hall. Jiang Chen, looking at the fat man beneath him for the first time, understood the meaning of power. Zhong Zhen had reported that boss Wang had a strong backing. It would take time to gather solid evidence to bring him down through normal legal channels. Urgency was not an option. Yet before Yi Shubai, all this so-called background support and evidence became laughable jokes. If he says you have a problem, then you have a problem. If he wants to clear you out, you will be swept away as easily as dust. Rules. In the face of absolute power, rules are merely tools serving strength. At that moment, Jiang Chen intuitively felt a form of power that transcended commercial rules and superseded secular laws. A power that was more primitive, more direct, and even more chilling. The surprise that had once been on Jiang Chen's face had long since vanished, replaced by a profound calmness. He felt no anger, no satisfaction, only a cold indifference that pierced through to the essence. He looked down at the still kowtowing and wailing boss Wang, his gaze akin to that of an observer examining an inanimate object. Yi shall you decide what to do with him. This kind of character isn't worth the effort. This statement completely sealed boss Wang's fate. Yi Zuba's handling. The outcome would be even more thorough and silent than legal punishment. Young Master Jiang is decisive. Yi Shubai smiled slightly, as if he had merely disposed of an inconsequential piece of trash. He casually waved his hand. The sharp and cold middle-aged man immediately understood, grasping boss Wang by the back of his collar as easily as lifting a chick, effortlessly raising his limp and heavy body. Boss Wang seemed to want to struggle and cry out, but a fierce glance from the other party along with increased pressure from his grip instantly choked all sounds from him. All that remained was a desperate gasping sound from his throat, his face a gray mask of despair. The secret door slid open silently, then closed again without a sound. Boss Wang and the last remnants of his murky presence were instantly erased from this Wangfu Hall, which represented the pinnacle of power, as if they had never existed. The private room returned to its previous tranquility, filled with the fragrance of tea. Yi Shubai acted as if nothing had happened, elegantly picking up the teapot again to refill Jiang Chen's cup with just the right temperature of aged shui. Seeing his smile still warm, just a minor inconvenience that disrupted young Master Jiang's enjoyment. Here, drink tea. Jiang Chen lifted the cup of clear tea, gazing at the gently swaying reflection within. The tea remained clear, yet Jiang Chen's mindset had already changed. He gently sipped the tea, its aroma still present, but now tinged with a slightly perceptible taste of rust. Thank you. The black sedan smoothly drove away from Guanyun Pavilion, merging into the brilliant night traffic of Pengcheng. Outside the window was a dazzling metropolis, yet a heavy silence pervaded the car. Jiang Chen closed his eyes, yet his mind replayed the events of the Wangfu Hall with acute clarity. So merely having money is still not safe enough. A chilling thought emerged clearly. In certain aspects of this world, there were beings who seemed to easily stand above secular laws and rules, turning clouds into rain at will. What Yi Shuba displayed was this kind of overriding power. What if the one invited in today was not Boss Wang, but Jiang Chen himself? What if Yi Zuba's goal was not to show goodwill, but hostility? For the first time, he genuinely felt the threat from a higher system. Jiang Chen silently thought, if someone like Yi Shuba wanted to deal with me, would it be as simple as a word, just like tonight's handling of Boss Wang? This question stemmed from his most immediate fear based on what he had witnessed tonight. In the face of the kind of power Yi Shuba had exhibited, his proud wealth seemed so flimsy. After a brief silence, the system's voice echoed in Jiang Chen's mind. The host is overthinking. The foundation and strength of the Holy Light Foundation far exceed the host's current understanding. The regional power represented by Yi Shuba is not unshakable before the Foundation's complete global network and deep permissions. Please focus on unlocking more core permissions and hidden assets of the Foundation. When the host touches the true holy light of the Foundation, they will understand that what they saw today is merely a firefly compared to the bright moon. The system's voice lacked emotion as always, yet the message it conveyed felt like an anchor, instantly dispelling Jiang far beyond current understanding. Global network, deep permissions, the true holy light. These phrases combined painted a picture of a force far larger, older, and more unfathomable than the little prince power represented by Yi Shuba. Without a doubt, the system was telling him the power behind you is of a higher level than the royalty he witnessed tonight. Jiang Chen's taut nerves suddenly relaxed, and fear was suppressed. What replaced it was an unprecedented desire and curiosity for the deeper power of the Holy Light Foundation. In the Pengcheng Cultural Hotel on the 72nd floor in the presidential suite, the magnificent view of the nightscape of Pengcheng, with lights spreading across the sky like a river of stars, was visible through the enormous floor-to-ceiling windows. Jiang Chen sat on the spacious sofa in the living room, opening his personal center. Host Jiang Chen, age 22, height 178 centimeters, weight 71 kilograms. Physique 75, stamina 73, agility 75. Charm 37.2. Enterprises Siemens 19. 8. Premium Selection Huaxia Company 70, a Jun Chung Law Firm 61. Properties Mo Yun Elegant Courtyard 980 square meters, Chuanqiu Huafu 588 square meters, 15 commercial apartments in the Magic City. Vehicle Bentley GT. Balance over 27 billion. Warehouse Junior Cashback Card 2. Skills Safety Glasses Eternal Energy List Piano Heritage. Halo Money Halo Luck Halo. Raising charm points was indeed too difficult from inheriting assets. Until now he had only increased it by 2 points. To raise the charm points to 40 and inherit a second asset, it seemed that he still needed to complete the side quest beauty. The task reward of perfect physique would definitely elevate his charm to a new level, but the system's requirements were exceeded. Finding girls with a physique and looks above 90 points was still manageable. In this society, beauties were abundantly available. With his current status, getting such beauties was just a matter of a simple request. However, the second requirement, that the associated person's status must be 0, posed a significant challenge. Most girls nowadays had several experiences during their school years. Those who had only 1 or 2 were considered rare good girls, let alone having a status of 0. Through interactions with Yi Shubai, he was eager to unlock more permissions and assets from the Holy Light Foundation. Otherwise, no matter how wealthy he was, he would merely be sewing clothes for others. With just a word from the other party, his assets might no longer belong to him. With this in mind, Jiang Chen's gaze fell upon Xie Yul, who stood before him. She was dressed in a proper business suit, accentuating her slender waist and graceful curves. Under the lights, her posture was upright and elegant. Strange. Jiang Chen muttered to himself. On the surface, Xie Yul was not much inferior to Su Qingyuan, yet why did Su Qingyuan have a physique score of 94, while Xie Yul only had 89? Could it be that the system also has discrepancies? Or perhaps a nonsense thought emerged. Was it doctored? Xie Yul felt uncomfortable under Jiang Chen's scrutinizing gaze. She could clearly sense the judgment in his eyes. She knew her identity and the possible outcome and was mentally prepared. But as the moment drew nearer, her heart still raced with anxiety. At that moment, Jiang Chen spoke. Lele, how old are you? Xie Yul was taken aback, thinking her boss was confirming basic information, and quickly replied, Mr. Jiang, I am 25 years old. Jiang Chen shook his head, his gaze more directly falling on her chest. I'm not asking about your age. He paused. I want you to be honest. Xie Yul's face instantly flushed red. I being asked such a private question face made her feel embarrassed. She lowered her head, her voice barely a whisper. B. It's a B. B. Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow, his face openly displaying a look of disappointment. From her appearance, he had thought she was at least a C, or even a D. This was clearly a deception. It left him somewhat displeased. Xie Yul caught the unmistakable disappointment on Jiang Chen's face, and an overwhelming panic eclipsed her shame. She had worked hard to climb this towering tree, gaining unprecedented status and opportunities. She absolutely could not be rejected or abandoned over such a hardware issue. In a moment of desperation, she disregarded many things and suddenly lifted her head. Mr. Jiang, that can grow. Jiang Chen was taken aback by this sudden statement, momentarily at a loss for words. It's just, Xiaoyul's face turned even redder. I saw it online. I heard that. If you often massage, help, rub, it can get bigger. She had no idea whether this remedy had any scientific basis, but at that moment it was the only way she could think of to salvage her boss' interest. She looked at Jiang Chen, nervous, yet hopeful, her eyes filled with pleading. Jiang Chen looked at the young woman before him, her face flushed, her eyes a mix of immense shame, tension, panic, and a hint of desperate hope, and he couldn't help but feel amused. He hadn't expected his momentary expression of disappointment would lead to such a scientific discussion. He suddenly found it. Jiang Chen took a step forward, closing the distance between them. Oh. His voice dropped, his gaze sweeping over her face and the rising curves of her chest. Massage, helping to rub. Xiaoyul dared not nod or shake her head. She knew what she was saying and what it implied. Jiang Chen extended his hand. Xiaoyul suddenly closed her eyes. However, the anticipated touch did not land on her body. Jiang Chen's hand merely rested gently on the top of her head with a casual, even somewhat indifferent force, ruffling her meticulously arranged hair. This gesture completely took Xiaoyul by surprise. She opened her eyes in astonishment, looking at Jiang Chen. She saw that his smile had deepened with a hint of mischief. Saw it online. He asked slowly, so your theoretical knowledge is quite rich. Xiaoyul was utterly confused, not knowing what her boss' reaction meant. Was it sarcasm? Or? Jiang Chen withdrew his hand and asked Xiaoyul, I intend to have you as my personal secretary. What do you think? Her looks and physique, scoring 89, were not the issue. What he valued was that 0, which was also the reason he had chosen her in the first place. Even if she couldn't meet the system's requirements, having her by his side would still be beneficial, for she was a top student from Beijing University. Hearing the words personal secretary, Xiaoyul's surprise instantly overshadowed her nervousness. Those 4 words were no mere title change. It was a passport into Jiang Chen's core power circle. It meant unparalleled trust, unimaginable permissions, and access to top-tier resources. The significance of this was far beyond her current role as a client manager. Mr. Jiang, Xiaoyul replied joyfully, I would be more than happy to accept. This is my honor. It is also my opportunity. I vow to you that I will do my utmost with absolute loyalty, the highest professional standards, and 200 efficiency to complete every task you assign to me. I will never betray your trust and cultivation. Her promise was firm and resonant. Jiang Chen said, then Secretary Xia, come over and put your theoretical knowledge into practice. Xiaoyul slowly walked towards Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, seeing her movements, nodded in satisfaction. Though she was small, she could do other things. He liked obedient and sensible ones. With just a word, a gesture, or a glance, within a hidden special community in Pengcheng, a starkly different scene unfolds. Here there are no dazzling lights, only a tranquil solemnity. The exterior of the community appears ordinary, even somewhat outdated. However, inside it is heavily guarded with sentinels stationed every few steps. Security personnel dressed in plain clothes, but with sharp eyes and erect postures, silently patrol the area. The fierce aura they emanate and the rugged outlines at their waists silently declare the extraordinary nature of this place. Inside one inconspicuous building, the lighting is soft. Yi Shubai leans back in a spacious single sofa, holding a soft cloth, methodically cleaning a meticulously structured silver handgun component. Across from him sit 3 men of varying temperaments, clearly figures from the core circle. A burly young man with a hint of arrogance in his brow speaks first, his voice filled with confusion and a trace of suppressed hostility. Brother Yi, why do you need to be so polite with that person named Jiang? According to what you taught us before, those whose abilities don't match their wealth shouldn't have so much money. Why not just take it directly? Why bother going through the effort to cooperate with him? Yi Shubai continues to wipe the firearm without pausing, even his eyelids remain unlifted as if he didn't hear. Another man wearing gold-rimmed glasses and possessing a more composed demeanor immediately interjects his tone, showing absolute support for Yi Zubai's decision and cautioning his reckless companion, Lao Lu, stay calm. Since Brother Yi has chosen to cooperate with him, there must be deep meaning and reasoning behind it. You can't just look at the surface. Jiang Chen's ability to suddenly lead the Jinping Yuxian Huaxiao company isn't simple, is it? Brother Yi always acts after careful consideration. The burly man named Lao Lu pouts, seemingly wanting to, but upon catching sight of Yi Zubai's calm and focused demeanor as he fiddles with the cold metal, he swallows his words, although his eyes still betray defiance. At this moment, a third person, a middle-aged man who has been silent, but whose gaze is sharp as an eagle's, slowly speaks in a low, hoarse voice. Lao Lu, you are thinking too simply. That person named Jiang isn't anything special, but the holy light foundation behind him is far deeper than you think. He trails off without elaborating further, yet his gaze carries a meaningful weight as he looks at Yi Zubai's hand cleaning the firearm. Yi Shubai finally halts his cleaning motion. He precisely reassembles the last brilliantly polished component into the gun with a satisfying click, his movements smooth and powerful. Only then does he lift his eyelids, his calm gaze sweeping over the 3 present, finally resting on the questioning. His gaze isn't sharp, but it carries an invisible chilling pressure that instinctively causes Lao Lu to shrink his neck. Just take it. Yi Zubai's voice is not loud, even carrying a hint of playful amusement clear, yet I see Lao Lu, you are still so impulsive. Money is the easiest thing to take, but also the hottest potato. He casually places the assembled handgun on the coffee table in front of him, the silver metal glinting with a cold sheen under the light. Jiang Chen's money is a hot potato. The connections behind him engage the nerves of the international capital market. Disturbing him would create a huge commotion with endless repercussions. At their level, they can only be more wary of the Holy Light Foundation. He doesn't fear Jiang Chen, rather he fears the Holy Light Foundation behind Jiang Chen. Nobody knows when this foundation was established, but its shadow can be seen across countries worldwide. He pauses, his gaze becoming profound. Instead of expending effort to snatch a box that may contain unknown explosives, it is better to have him willingly open the box and share its contents with us. Cooperation minimizes risk and maximizes profit. We provide him with an unobstructed pass in this land, while he brings us the funding, technology, and global network we need. This is the way to generate wealth, and it is also the long-term strategy. Moreover, Yi Zubai's lips curl into a faint yet chilling arc as his gaze sweeps over the handgun. Robbing directly is so uninteresting. Watching a dragon cross the river, swimming through our path, ultimately becoming our tool. Now that game is interesting. He picks up the gun, weighing it casually in his hand, the cold metal seeming to extend his will. Lao Lu is awakened by Yi Zubai's words, and seeing the gun, cold sweat beads on his forehead as he lowers his head. Brother, Yi, I was reckless. Yi Zubai no longer looks at him, putting away the gun, his tone returning to flatness. Remember, for problems that can be solved with brains, do not use your hands. For goals that can be achieved through cooperation, do not resort to robbery. Times have changed, and the methods must change. Jiang Chen. He gazes out at the heavy night outside, seemingly penetrating space. To see Jiang Chen in the hotel is a good partner for cooperation, and also a piece that is worth guiding carefully. Keep a close watch on him, and help him while making him feel that cooperating with us is his wisest choice. There is a deeper wariness that Yi Zubai does not express to the three before him. He has used nearly all his resources to investigate Jiang Chen's background, but the feedback returned is simply top secret. In the country, there are very few people whose core backgrounds are beyond Yi Zubai's reach. Each one represents unimaginably deep and unfathomable terrifying power or vast systems behind them. He knows very well what lies behind this. This also adds a layer of caution and restraint to his strategy of cooperation with Jiang Chen. Naturally, Jiang Chen is unaware that someone is currently keeping an eye on him. He is now testing whether Xie Yule's theoretical knowledge is indeed practical. Surprisingly, it is quite intriguing. After swallowing the Trelunchu, Xie Yule asks Director Jiang, do I need to resign from my position at the Bank of China? Since she has been appointed as Jiang Chen's personal secretary, it means she needs to be fully committed, ready to serve 24 hours a day. The job at the Bank of China is clearly no longer important and may even become a burden. Jiang Chen leans against the wide headboard of the bed, relaxed, turning his head to look at her, his eyes carrying a hint of post-event satisfaction. He counters, what are your main responsibilities at the Bank of China? Xie Yule is taken aback, but quickly reacts. The blush that had just faded from her face creeps back, and her voice is soft as a mosquito's buzz. It's to serve you. Her position as P14 exists solely because of Jiang Chen, this top-tier client. Without Jiang Chen, she is nothing at the Bank of China. Then that's settled. Since your main job is to serve me, and you are still doing that job, even more intimately and closely, then why resign from the position that pays you? He extends his hand, his fingertips gently brushing her flushed cheek. Keep it. This way you can earn an extra salary. My secretary Xie must learn to be economical. Yes. Director Jiang. The winds of October have already brought a chill from the north. Yet the southern city of Pingcheng remains enveloped in a warm and humid atmosphere, with the sun shining brightly and greenery flourishing. In the following days, Jiang Chen, surrounded by Lu Qingyu and other senior executives, conducted an in-depth inspection of several premium member stores in Pingcheng and surrounding cities. As the undisputed growth engine of the company, the robust momentum demonstrated by the premium member stores is indeed impressive. The spacious and bright warehouse-style markets are stacked high with selected products. Member customers flow in endlessly, and the long lines at the cash registers silently narrate its strong money-earning capability. The pride in Lu Qingyu and others' introductions is evident. What astonished Jiang Chen even more was the speed and intensity of the promises made by Yi Zubai. During the inspection, he mentioned several key plots of land previously brought up in the Wangfu Hall. This includes the core plots C17 and C19 in the international business and leisure area of Pingcheng's western district, which had been regarded as hard nuts to crack, as well as premium plots in key cities like Modolin and Jinling and East Guangdong. Surprisingly, within a very short time, these plots were successfully acquired by the Jinping Yuxian Zhonghua Company at prices far below market valuations and competitors' expectations. Each of these plots is a prime commercial treasure with an excellent location and enormous potential. Under normal market bidding procedures, each would have sparked fierce competition and remarkable premiums. Yet at this moment, they were effortlessly secured by Jinping Yuxian. The entire process was so smooth that it felt almost eerie. The anticipated competitors seemed to have vanished into thin air, and the obstacles in the approval process dissipated without a trace. When Lu Qingyu reported these achievements to Jiang Chen, his tone was filled with unbelievable excitement, mixed with a deep. He understood better than anyone that this was far from a mere commercial operation. The power and depth of the hand behind this were beyond his previous imagination. What Yi Shubai represents is a colossal entity capable of easily distorting market rules and leveraging local resources. Listening to the report, Jiang Chen's expression remained calm and unperturbed. This is a transaction clear, efficient, and mutually beneficial. As for the subsequent matters, the planning, design, construction, operation of the plots, and the coordination with Yi Zubai's influence on specific affairs, he believed that Lu Qingyu and his team had the capability to handle it well. This is their area of expertise and the value of their existence. Sometimes Jiang Chen wondered if these executives would engage in double dealing. Would they form a cumbersome barrier of interests? Yet the system's reassuring prompt instantaneously soothed this doubt. The host need not worry about the loyalty of the management team. The core management team selected and cultivated by the Foundation has a fundamental logic and core loyalty directed towards a single goal: efficiently executing the Foundation's will and maximizing the value of its assets. Their obedience to the host stems from an inherent compliance with the Foundation's highest authority, akin to an instruction imprinted in their genes. This is undoubtedly a source of reassurance. The management team's loyalty endorsed by the system allows him to enjoy life peacefully rather than spending energy on the company. Well done. Jiang Chen finally spoke. General Manager Chen, you are fully responsible for coordinating with Yi Xiao on make sure to grasp the nuances of what we need to do. We will do our best. What he needs to coordinate, communicate promptly. Remember, we are in a business partnership. Mutual benefit is the foundation, but the core interests and initiative must be firmly in our own hands. Rest assured, Director Jiang. I understand. Lu Qingyu nodded, emphatically, fully aware of the subtlety involved. After the inspection in the car returning to the hotel, Jiang Chen leaned back in the rear seat, closing his eyes to rest. Outside the window was the ever-changing prosperity of Pengcheng, with skyscrapers rising and traffic flowing like a river. Secretary Xie, he asked calmly, without opening his eyes, which place has more beautiful women? Xie Yul's fingers, organizing the screen, suddenly froze. She glanced at Jiang Chen, who was still resting with his eyes closed, her heart racing uncontrollably. The boss' leap in thought is too great. Just a moment ago, he was deploying billion-level real estate plans and logistics hubs, and the next moment, he was asking about beautiful women. Her mind raced, trying to interpret the intent behind the boss' abrupt question, a test, assessing her adaptability or sensitivity to personal needs. Relaxation. Casual chatting after high-intensity work. Is there a real need? Reflecting on her own shortcomings and the test in the hotel, this thought made her cheeks slightly flush. As a newly appointed personal secretary, her responsibilities vaguely encompass all of the boss' needs. Xie Yul quickly suppressed her astonishment and a hint of inexplicable bitterness, though she was reluctant to admit it, forcing herself to switch to a professional assessment mode. She cleared her throat, striving to maintain a steady and professional tone, as if analyzing a market report. Director Jiang, from a general perspective and demographic structure, cities recognized for having a higher proportion of beautiful women are usually concentrated in the Sichuan-Chongqing region and Jiangnan, such as Rongqing, Shanxing, Suzhou, Hangzhou, etc., where the climate and local characteristics are quite prominent. She provided the safest, most objective answer that aligned with common perception. However, Jiang Chen seemed dissatisfied with this standard response. He kept his eyes closed, his voice carrying a hint of lazy inquiry. Oh, what about Pengcheng? This place gathers people from all over. Doesn't it have its own specialty? Xie Yul's mind raced, immediately grasping the subtext in the boss' question. He wasn't asking about geographical distribution, but rather where in this city could he access the top-tier resources. As a personal secretary, what she needed to provide was actionable information, not geographical knowledge. She quickly adjusted her thinking, combining her understanding of some high-end social circles in Pengcheng, and cautiously replied, as an immigrant city and international metropolis, Pengcheng gathers elite individuals from across the country and even the globe. If Director Jiang is referring to top-notch social occasions or private clubs with high standards and sophistication, then places like Guanyun Pavilion, Jinghu Club, and high-end member salons in some top hotels are typically where quality resources converge. Additionally, some small private gatherings or art appreciation events organized by seasoned individuals have higher thresholds and are even more refined. She carefully chose her words to avoid being too blunt, but the meaning was already very clear. After listening, Jiang Chen finally slowly opened his eyes. His gaze calmly focused on the dazzling nightscape outside the window, his expression revealing no joy or anger. This reaction left Xie Yul somewhat uncertain. She cautiously added, if Director Jiang is interested, I can keep an eye on any suitable event invitations in the near future, or should I make some arrangements in advance? She lowered her stance, ready to execute any instructions from the boss, whether they were work-related or of a personal. Jiang Chen felt that Xie Yul's analysis was quite good, but even though those places were filled with beautiful women, the chances of finding what he required might still be few. Secretary Xie. Jiang Chen's voice regained its usual calmness, carrying a hint of barely detectable teasing. You are very professional. Your analysis is quite thorough. He shifted the topic, however. I was just curious, and asked casually. Xie Yul. The next day, Jiang Chen set out alone. He had long harbored a dream. Once he gained the means, he would travel far and wide. Elegantly termed sightseeing, yet plainly put, to behold landscapes he had never laid eyes upon. He changed into a comfortable short-sleeved t-shirt and merged into the bustling human current of Pengcheng, a city renowned for its vibrant energy and spirit of migration. Inside the subway carriage, young people hurried past in restless haste. He disembarked at OCT Harbor Station, then followed his phone's navigation on foot to a tree-shaded, distinctly bohemian plaza nearby. At the plaza's center stood a fountain ringed by cafes and boutique shops. For several days since arriving in Pengcheng, he had either been confined to his hotel reviewing documents or escorted by senior executives on site inspections, evaluating storefronts, and surveying land parcels. Now he wished to experience the city differently, to play deeply authentically with the insider's delight known only to locals. Naturally, that required a guide intimately familiar with the terrain. Thus, he booked a deep city companion experience through a well-regarded local lifestyle service app. In the special instructions, he added a note, preferably a guide well-versed in local culture and distinctive cuisine with fluent communication. A faint novelistic anticipation stirred within him. What if by chance his guide turned out to be a beautiful woman who met the system's criteria? Within 5 minutes his phone rang. A local number flashed on the screen. His companion had arrived. A subtle smile lifted the corners of Jiang Chen's lips as he answered hello. A young woman's voice came through, crisp, melodious, softened by the gentle lilt of southern dialect, quick-paced, and brimming with vitality. Hello. Are you Mr. Jiang? I'm Luo Shi, your guide booked via the Pengcheng Companion Tour app. I've already arrived at OCT Plaza. Can you see the fountain? I think I spot a gentleman in a white short-sleeved t-shirt. Jiang Chen glanced up and saw across the fountain a petite figure holding a phone rising slightly on her toes as she scanned the crowd. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, dappling her form in shifting gold. She appeared early 20s, slender, graceful, no taller than 1.6 meters. The moment her gaze locked onto Jiang Chen and confirmed his identity, her face bloomed into a radiant smile, warm as spring sunlight. She trotted briskly along the path beside the fountain and stopped before him, breathing lightly. Fine beads of sweat glistened at her temples, her eyes sparkled, bright with enthusiasm and a touch of bashful newness. Hello, Mr. Jiang. I'm Luo Shi. So sorry to have kept you waiting. She extended her hand, her smile sincere and infectious. Jiang Chen studied the girl before him. Her beauty was not the kind that struck like lightning, yet it possessed an unadorned freshness, fair skin, delicate features perfectly proportioned. Especially her almond-shaped eyes, clear, lively, untouched by makeup, radiating the pure, unjaded innocence of youth. His safety glasses activated silently. Though he knew it was trivial, old habits die hard. Name Luo Shi, age 20, appearance 85, physique 82, affinity 60, link driver 1. The data read ordinary. An appearance score of 85 and physique score of 82 placed her firmly in the category of a charming, approachable neighbor girl, distinct from Xie Yule's sharp professional elegance or Bai Chui's refined, alluring grace. An initial affinity of 60 reflected standard professional courtesy toward a client. That conspicuous one beside link driver, however, caught him off guard. Hello, Luo Shi. Jiang Chen extended his hand and lightly clasped hers. Her palm was faintly damp, still warm from her run, her fingers slender and fine. Not long at all. I just arrived. His tone remained calm and even. Luo Shi's smile relaxed further. She withdrew her hand and retrieved a compact tablet from her canvas bag, deftly opening an app. Mr. Jiang, I grew up right here in Pengcheng. I know every alleyway, every hidden corner of this city. How would you like to spend today? Prefer trending landmarks, historic old streets, or perhaps hunting down local hidden gems, those beloved neighborhood eateries? Or is there something particularly intriguing to you? Her speech was rapid yet articulate, her eyes alight with eager anticipation, clearly confident in her domain, a truly capable young guide. Watching her vibrant energy, Jiang Chen's earlier storybook-like fantasy of encountering an extraordinary beauty gently faded, replaced instead by a quiet sense of ease. This kind of companionship, unburdened by ulterior motives, wholly infused with the warmth and texture of everyday life, seemed rather fine indeed. Today, Jiang Chen said, meeting her bright, expectant eyes with a faint, genuine smile, I leave it entirely to you. Show me the Pengcheng you truly see, the most authentic, most fascinating version of it. No tourist throngs, just places cherished by locals. Food experiences, anything. Absolutely. Luo Shi's eyes lit up like stars. She nodded vigorously, her ponytail bouncing cheerfully. Consider it done. I'll guarantee you an utterly different Pengcheng. So, shall we begin at a narrow, map-resistant old street nearby, famed for its exceptional claypot rice and sweet soups? She proposed it with childlike eagerness, brimming with the thrill of sharing a treasured secret. Lead the way, Jiang Chen replied, nodding. The sun shone warmly. The breeze carried just the right gentle breath. Luo Shi bounded ahead like a joyful fawn, her ponytail dancing animatedly behind her. This way, mister. Let's cut through this small park. It's a shortcut. As she guided him, she turned back, frequently introducing enthusiastically, this old street is called Fuanli, but locals affectionately call it Wakaroma Street. For decades, generations of family-run eateries have lined this street, stir-frying, stewing, congee making. The rich aroma and intense wokiai scent drift half a block away. Tourists rarely find it, and even digital maps often misdirect at the alley entrance. They pass through a verdant community park where elders practice Tai Chi in the morning light. Sunlight pierced the towering banyan trees, scattering shimmering motes across the path. The air held the clean fragrance of foliage mingled with the savory, earthy tang of breakfast stalls, utterly unlike the cool, relentless efficiency of the CBD. Jiang Chen absorbed this long-missed, deeply textured serenity, and his spirit softened. After winding through several narrow yet immaculate old lanes, the scene suddenly opened before them. A modest yet time-worn street stretched into view, its bluestone pavement worn smooth by centuries of footsteps, flanked by low-rise arcade buildings whose weathered facades whispered stories of bygone eras. Though still early, the air already wove together intoxicating scents, the deep herbal richness of slow-simmered tonics, the caramelized sizzle of soy-marinated stir-fries, and the delicate honeyed whisper of sweet soups. Here we are. Luo, she stood triumphantly at the street's entrance, arms spread wide, as if unveiling a personal treasure. Fuanli, one of the sacred grounds in every food lover's heart in Pengcheng. Luo, she skillfully led Jiang Chen to a seemingly unremarkable little shop, which didn't even have a sign at the entrance. Inside, the stove blazed with a roaring fire, and an old man with gray hair wearing an apron was skillfully stirring a clay pot. Chenbo, 2 servings of golden lap, chung rice. 1 with a poached egg. Luo, she called out crisply, clearly irregular. All right. Chenbo looked up, his wrinkled face breaking into a kind smile as he replied with a hearty voice. The little shop wasn't large, or it had only a few tables, but it was kept very clean. Old faded photographs and yellowing certificates adorned the walls. Luo, she found a spot deeper inside, took out a tissue to carefully wipe the table and stool, and invited Jiang Chen to sit down. Mr. Jiang, don't be fooled by the simplicity here. Chun Boss clay pot rice is the golden signboard of this street, having been made for almost 40 years. The rice is carefully selected silk rice, and the lap chung and lap meat are all homemade, perfectly controlled in heat. The crispy rice crust is golden and crunchy, and the rice grains are distinct, soaking up the fragrant oil. Add a poached egg and mix it. It's absolutely divine. Her eyes sparkled as she described it, as if she were speaking of some earthly delight. Soon 2 steaming, sizzling clay pot rice dishes were served. As the lid was lifted, a rich aroma instantly filled the air. The glistening rice was topped with shiny lap, chung lap meat and vibrant greens, with a poached egg nestled in the center. Luo, she skillfully used a spoon to break the poached egg, letting the golden yolk envelop the rice. She then scraped up the golden crispy rice crust from the bottom, mixing it with the savory lap flavors. Unable to contain herself, she took a bite, letting out a satisfied sigh. This is the taste. You have to try it. Jiang Chen was also stirred by the simple, yet impactful aroma. He mimicked Luo, she mixing the egg rice lap flavors and crispy rice together before taking a bite. Instantly, the sweetness of the rice, the rich saltiness of the lap flavors, the crispness of the rice crust, and the smoothness of the egg created a rich layer and a wonderful symphony in his mouth. This pure, hearty, and down-to-earth flavor was something he had never experienced in those high-end restaurants. How is it? Didn't I tell you, eh? Luo, she looked at him expectantly, like a child waiting for praise. It truly is. Very special, very delicious. Jiang Chen nodded, sincerely scooping up another generous spoonful. This down-to-earth delicacy brought a soul-satisfying sense of fulfillment. After finishing the clay pot rice, Luo, she pulled Jiang Chen across half the street to another equally unremarkable dessert shop, with several large clay jars at the entrance. Fu Bas mung bean soup. Cool and detoxifying, sweet, but not cloying, a taste that has remained unchanged for decades. In summer, it's served cold, refreshing to the core. In autumn and winter, it's served hot, warming the heart and stomach. She skillfully ordered 2 bowls of chilled mung bean soup. The soup was cooked to a grainy texture, displaying an enticing green color. It contained shredded dried tangerine peel and stinky grass, a local herbal specialty. The first sip was cool and sweet, with a unique herbal fragrance that instantly eased the slight greasiness left from the clay pot rice. Sitting on an old plastic stool, sipping the chilled dessert, while watching the local folks stroll by leisurely and listening to their conversations in Cantonese, Jiang Chen felt an unprecedented sense of relaxation. There were no billion-dollar businesses here, no complex schemes, only the most authentic flavors of life. Luo, she backed to support Fu Bo again. An elderly woman carrying a vegetable basket passed by, smiling as she greeted Luo. She, "Yes, Aunt Zhang. I brought a friend to try it." Luo, she sweetly replied. "What a handsome young man," Aunt Zhang commented as she looked Jiang Chen up and down. Luo, she glanced at Jiang Chen, feeling a bit shy, and explained softly, "Aunt Zhang lives at the end of the street. She watched me grow up." Jiang Chen smiled, not minding. Just then, a surprised and melodious female voice interjected, "Luo, she." Everyone turned to look. A tall woman in a well-tailored cream-colored suit stood a few steps away. She appeared to be around 30 years old, with exquisite makeup and wavy hair cascading down her shoulders, making her fair skin look even whiter than snow. What was most striking was her exaggeratedly alluring figure, accentuated by the suit showcasing the curves of a mature woman. She was holding a tablet and car keys, evidently having rushed over from work. Upon seeing the newcomer, Luo Zai's face blossomed with surprise as she joyfully approached Auntie. She affectionately linked her arm with the woman. The beauty referred to as Auntie by Luo, she initially looked at her with a doting expression. But when her gaze crossed over Luo Zai's shoulder and fell upon the man sitting on the plastic stool wearing a short sleeve and holding a bowl of dessert, she seemed to hit the pause button. Her beautiful, charming almond-shaped eyes widened in shock. She abruptly pulled back her arm from Luo Shi's and, stepping in her high heels, quickly approached Jiang Chen, standing in front of him. Bowing slightly, her voice carried a clear tone of respect and nervousness. "Jiang. Director Jiang, what are you doing here?" Jiang Chen observed the alluring woman before him as his safety glasses quietly activated. Name Qin Xiang, age 30, appearance 94, figure 97, affinity 70, associated driver 0. How could he not remember such a beautiful woman? He asked, "Who are you?" Qin Xiang hurriedly replied, "Hello, Director Jiang. I am Qin Xiang, the reserve supervisor at the service desk of Jinping Qianhai membership store. I saw you from a distance when you inspected the membership store yesterday." Qin Xiang bowed slightly, her demeanor respectful, but her heart was already in turmoil. She could never have imagined that the chairman, who was surrounded by high-level executives and exuded a powerful aura that made others reluctant to look directly at him yesterday, at the membership store, was now dressed in a simple short-sleeve shirt, sitting on a makeshift plastic stool by the street, holding a bowl of cheap dessert. The contrast was so stark that she almost thought she was seeing things at first glance. But that deep, handsome, and highly recognizable profile left no room for mistakes. Next to her Luo, she was completely dumbfounded. Her beautiful big eyes darted between Jiang Chen and her aunt, her mouth slightly agape, her expression full of disbelief. "Supervisor Qin, there's no need to be so formal. It's after work hours, this is private time." Jiang Chen set down his bowl of dessert, his tone casual. "Would you like a bowl? It tastes quite good." He never expected such an unexpected surprise today. Just when he was troubled about where to find a beauty that met the system's requirements, a nearly perfect target appeared before his eyes. Qin Xiang dared not accept her mind a mess, and could only wave her hands to refuse. "Director Jiang, I have to hurry to work later. Let Shishi accompany you to continue exploring." She didn't know why Luo she was with Jiang Chen. But clearly this wasn't the time to ask. She could only suppress her curiosity and plan to interrogate her at home later. Luo she watched her aunt's hurried departure and turned back to stare at Jiang Chen, her eyes wide open. "Are you really my aunt?" Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow. "What? Don't I look like one?" Luo she looked him up and down. Aside from that extraordinarily handsome face, his short-sleeved shirt and jeans were actually quite ordinary, making him hardly look like the chairman of such a large corporation. She still found it hard to believe, her mouth slightly agape, unable to close for quite a while. Jiang Chen, seeing her expression, smirked and waved her over. "Come here, and let's talk about your aunt's matters." When returning to the top-floor office of Jinping Yuxuan's headquarters in China, Lu Qingyu was already waiting by the desk, presenting a gold-embossed invitation. "Mr. Jiang, this is sent by young Master Yi." Jiang Chen took it and opened it, realizing it was an invitation to a charity gala tomorrow night. Such events were mostly common social occasions for networking, and he naturally couldn't refuse. "I understand. I will attend." He closed the invitation and looked up at Lu Qingyu, instructing retrieve the complete personnel file of Qin Xiang, the reserve supervisor at the Qianhai member store, and bring it to me. A hint of surprise flickered in Lu Qingji's heart. The reserve supervisor of the service desk at the Qianhai store. In the vast structure of the group, this was nearly one of the most basic management positions. Why would the boss suddenly focus on an employee at this level and this specific position? Moreover, he specifically requested the file. Despite his myriad of questions, Lu Qingyu did not hesitate and immediately replied, "Yes, Mr. Jiang. I will take care of it right away." He knew well that the boss orders did not require explanation, only efficient execution. Soon a personnel file was placed on Jiang Chen's desk. Lu Qingyu wisely stepped out, leaving Jiang Chen alone in the vast office. The room quieted down, the only sound being the low hum of the central air conditioning system. Jiang Chen did not immediately open the file. Instead, he replayed in his mind the intelligence that Luoshi had revealed about her aunt. Of course, he had paid a price for this intelligence. In summary, she was beautiful, had a great figure, strong capabilities, held high standards, and had strict requirements, preferring quality over quantity. After hearing this, Jiang Chen thought that this situation was not a problem, but rather the easiest breakthrough to approach. Why do so-called high standards older elite women tend to remain single? The core issue often lies not in their lack of desire for relationships, but rather in their exceedingly high and almost harsh expectations regarding the quality of life, social status, material security, and compatibility on a spiritual level that their partners can provide. They themselves are sufficiently outstanding, accustomed to controlling the rhythm and quality of their lives, and thus are unwilling to lower themselves or compromise to accept a partner who might lower their quality of life or fail to meet their spiritual needs. In other words, they seek material benefits, and they must be good, enduring ones. Jiang Chen thought. The more a woman has clear and high standards for material life and social status, the more predictable her behavior becomes, and her points of demand become clearer. As long as you can precisely provide value far exceeding her expectations, fulfilling, or even surpassing the criteria she has set, then the so-called aloofness and difficulty will crumble in the face of immense realistic temptation. Qin Xiang was not pursuing an illusory romantic fairy tale, but rather a strong partnership that matched her own value and could ensure and enhance her quality of life. In Jiang Chen's view, this demand, based on realistic considerations, is far easier to handle and control than that of women pursuing pure emotions. Because the resources he held, wealth, status, influence, were precisely the most direct and effective keys to unlock the hearts of such women. Jiang Chen tore open the seal of the file bag and pulled out a thick stack of materials. He read quickly, his eyes scanning over the key information. Qin Xiang, 30 years old. The woman in the photo had exquisite makeup and a confident gaze, a stark contrast to her astonished appearance in front of the dessert shop. Educational background: bachelor's degree in management from a well-known domestic university, master's degree from a prestigious overseas institution. Her academic qualifications were solid. Work history: after graduating, she entered Jinping Yuxian through a management trainee program, starting from the grassroots store operations and steadily promoted over 5 years due to her outstanding performance and execution. She is currently the reserve supervisor of the service desk at the Shanghai member store, equivalent to the deputy manager level, and is one of the key cultivated middle management talents in the South China region. Her evaluations mostly included strong capabilities, clear goals, strong drive, and strict requirements for her salary level. With a yearly salary plus bonuses, she was in the upper middle range in Pengcheng, enough to support her decent white-collar lifestyle, but still far from true financial freedom or the top consumption tier. Other information: unmarried, registered in Pengcheng, owns a small apartment funded by her parents for the down payment, currently paying off the mortgage herself. Holds a Jinping Yuxian gold card and several platinum credit cards from banks. Her spending records indicate a preference for high-end skincare products, light luxury brand clothing, and fine dining, aligning with her income level, but slightly showing a refined poverty tendency. Her social circle mainly consists of company colleagues and some local classmates. The content of the file highly matched Luox's description, sketching out a typical image of a highly educated, highly capable, and highly demanding urban, independent woman. She pursued career success and a matching quality of life, naturally raising her expectations for her partner. She was stuck at the position of reserve supervisor, just one step away from the actual management level store manager area manager. This leap often requires not only capability, but also opportunity and the support of a benefactor. Jiang Chen closed the file, leaning back against the wide chair, and had a rough idea of the situation. As night fell and the lights came on, Qin Xiang returned home to a delicate 48 square meter apartment. She unlocked the door with her fingerprint, and the familiar scent of aromatherapy wafted toward her. In the living room, Luoxi was curled up on the small double sofa in a completely unrefined manner, holding a bag of chips, her eyes glued to the television screen. On the screen was a melodramatic drama with exaggerated expressions from the actors. Luoxi. Qin Xiang furrowed her elegantly drawn eyebrows. How many times have I told you? Stop watching these unnutritious things. It's a waste of time. Luoxi was startled, nearly dropping the chips from her hands. She hit the pause button, freezing the male lead's exaggerated, tear-streaked face on the screen. Turning her head, she saw her aunt's tense expression and sensed something was off. "And what's wrong? Why do you look so pale? Did something go wrong at work today?" Luoxi put down the chips and asked with concern. In her impression, her aunt, no matter how tired she was, would always touch up her makeup before coming home, always appearing elegant and capable. This state today was quite rare. Qin Xiang did not respond immediately. She took off her high heels, changed into comfortable slippers, and walked to the open kitchen to pour herself a glass of water. Qin Xiang asked Luoxi, "How were you with Mr. Jiang during the day?" Upon hearing Jiang Chen's name, Luoxi immediately perked up. "And is he really your boss?" "Of course. How could I mistake my own boss? Quickly tell me how you ended up with him." "I just took a job on the Pengcheng companion app. He placed an order for a local guide, and that's how it happened," Luoxi explained. "So that's how it is." There was a hint of barely perceptible disappointment in Qin Xiang's tone. Luoxi leaned in a bit closer, speaking in a mysterious tone. "After you left, he even inquired about you." "Inquired about me for what? What else could it be? He must be interested in you." Luoxi teased with a smile. "Look at you, aunt, so beautiful, and with such a great figure. What man wouldn't be moved after seeing..." After saying this, she playfully gave Qin Xiang's chest a light squeeze. "I really don't know which man could have such good..." Luo's eyes, palm carrying the faint salty scent of potato chips, unexpectedly pressed against her soft chest. Qin Xiang's body stiffened suddenly, as if struck by an electric current. "Oh, Luoxi, you little rascal." Qin Xiang's face instantly flushed red, a mix of embarrassment and anger. Instinctively, she crossed her arms over her chest and took a step back, nearly bumping into the countertop behind her. The carefully maintained image of competence was utterly shattered by that one grab, leaving only the feelings of offense and a barely noticeable hint of panic. It feels really good." Luoxi not only didn't retract her hand, but instead grinned and pulled her hand back. "Annie, there's no need to put on airs. Jiang Dong, handsome and wealthy, even took the initiative to inquire about you. Isn't it obvious he has feelings for you? What a great opportunity." Qin Xiang took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the heat on her face, and tried to regain her elder's authority. "What nonsense are you spouting? He is the esteemed chairman of a top-tier company. Do you think he's just some random person? This isn't about any opportunity, it's a work relationship. Do you understand?" She gulped down several sips of water, the icy liquid sliding down her throat, calming the tumult stirred by Luoxi. Yet deep down, the ripples caused by Jiang Chen's inquiry had not completely settled. What's wrong with a work relationship? A domineering CEO falling for a female subordinate is such a classic trope. Luoxi scoffed dismissively, grabbing the remote and unpausing the television. The exaggerated wails of the male lead instantly filled the small space. "Besides, Annie, with your capital, what man wouldn't like you? I saw the look in his eyes when he looked at you today. Tisk, definitely not innocent. You should watch fewer of those unnutritious dramas." Qin Xiang shot her a glare. "What do you know about looks, you little girl? A man like him has many women around him. How could he possibly be interested in an older woman like me?" She walked to the edge of the sofa, trying to snatch the bag of potato chips from Luoxi's arm. "Stop eating. Look at the crumbs on the floor. Luo Shi was quick to protect the bag of chips, deftly rolling to the side to avoid Qin Xiang's hand. Oh, I know a lot. Auntie, you're not old at all. Last time my classmates saw you, they thought you were my sister. She blinked and deliberately elongated her tone. Do you want me to help you test the waters? He's my client. You know client satisfaction is very important. For your lifelong happiness, I can sacrifice my 5-star rating. Luo Shi. Qin Xiang was almost amused to the point of anger by her niece. Her brows furrowed again, but this time with less severity and more helplessness. If you keep talking nonsense, do you believe I'll have your mother take you back tomorrow? Also, what escort app? Those platforms are filled with all sorts of people. Oh, it's not safe for a girl like you. Hurry up. No, auntie. That's my source of pocket money. Luo Shi wailed, looking pitifully at Qin Xiang. I promise I will be very careful in selecting clients from now on, only taking on quality clients like Jiang Dong, who appear to be decent. Oh no, I mean well-mannered and safe. See, I just met your boss. How lucky. Lucky. Qin Xiang snorted, sitting down on the single sofa, rubbing her slightly swollen temples. I see it as trouble. She leaned against the back of the sofa, closing her eyes briefly. Jiang Chen's handsome, yet aloof face flashed in her mind. He inquired about me. Inquired about what? My work capabilities. Or something else. Luo's eyes comment, he definitely has feelings for you, buzzed in her ear like a little devil. Absurd. She immediately denied it. Yet the subtle fluctuations deep within her heart, which she was reluctant to delve into, were undeniably real. The next morning, Qin Xiang woke up on time as usual. The reflection in the mirror, meticulously enhanced, concealed the traces of last night's restlessness, restoring her image as a workplace elite. Familiar commuting route, familiar clock and time. She walked into the Qianhai membership store. Colleagues greeted her as she passed by. As the star figure of the store, it wasn't just her looks, but her dedication to work that made her stand out. Just as she placed her bag down in the staff area, the store manager hurried over, an unusual seriousness etched on their face. Qin Xiang, the manager, lowered their voice a bit. I just received a call from Assistant Lu at headquarters, asking you to go to headquarters. Qin Xiang froze mid-motion, her hand pausing in the air as a look of disbelief flickered across her eyes. Now, go to headquarters. She instinctively repeated the question. For 5 years, she had diligently worked her way up from the grassroots to become the reserve supervisor at the store, with her performance being evident. She had never attended a high-level meeting at headquarters, let alone being personally summoned by Lu. This was unprecedented. Her heart raced uncontrollably. Countless thoughts surged through her mind. Is there a problem with work? Or is it something else? Yes, the car is waiting down. The manager nodded. Assistant Lu sounded urgent. They want you to drop everything and head over. Go quickly, don't keep Lu waiting. Okay. Thank you, manager. Qin Xiang quickly gathered her thoughts, suppressing the swirling emotions. No matter the reason, panic wouldn't solve anything. Stepping out of the store, a black business car was indeed quietly parked at the roadside. The driver opened the door for her. Sitting in the back seat, the cool touch of the leather seat helped her calm down slightly. The car smoothly drove towards the headquarters building. Qin Xiang gazed at the rapidly retreating cityscape outside the window, her fingers unconsciously tightening around her bag strap. Lu, a high-ranking executive known for his iron fist and critical eye, personally summoned a store's reserve supervisor. That in itself was extraordinary. The business car entered the grand underground parking lot of the headquarters. Qin Xiang took a deep breath, adjusting her appearance in the reflection of the car window, ensuring every strand of hair and every inch of makeup was perfect. No matter what lay ahead, she had to face it in her best condition. The elevator went straight to the top floor. The polished marble floor reflected her poised silhouette. Assistant Lu was already waiting at the elevator entrance, their expression serious. Supervisor Qin, this way, please. Jiang Dong is waiting for you in the office. Jiang Dong. Wasn't Lu looking for her? Qin Xiang suppressed her questions, simply nodding slightly. Okay, please lead the way. The assistant stopped in front of a heavy dark wood door, gently knocking. From inside came a voice, come in. The door was pushed open. The first thing that caught her eye in the vast office was the floor-to-ceiling windows that displayed the bustling skyline of the city. Sunlight streamed through the glass, casting bright patches of light on the carpet. The office decor was the epitome of modern minimalism. The hard lines and the predominant black, white, and gray tones exuded an undeniable aura of authority and detachment. And there, behind the excessively large desk, sat Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's attire today was the same as yesterday. A blue-printed short-sleeved t-shirt, denim jeans, paired with canvas shoes. With that excessively handsome face, anyone unaware of his identity would take him for a university student. He leaned slightly back in the wide leather chair, appearing relaxed, yet his gaze was fixed on Qin Xiang, who had just entered the room. There was no one else in the office. Mr. Lu is not here. Director Jiang. Qin Xiang stopped a few steps in front of the desk and slightly bowed in greeting. Supervisor Qin, please take a seat. Jiang Chen gestured to the chair opposite the desk. Thank you, Director Jiang. Qin Xiang seated herself as instructed, her back straight, hands neatly folded on her lap, displaying a standard professional posture. Jiang Chen's gaze lingered on her face for a moment before he spoke. Will you accompany me to a party tonight? Qin Xiang was taken aback, doubting her ears. Shouldn't this be the duty of a secretary or a female companion? Now he wanted her to attend the party. In what capacity? As the store reserve supervisor? Or something else? Luo's eyes, carefree teasing from last night, echoed in her mind. He definitely has some interest in you. Like a spell, it exploded in her thoughts, causing her cheeks to uncontrollably flush. She opened her mouth, her throat feeling like it was blocked by something, unable to produce sound for a moment. Shock, absurdity, a hint of secret joy, and an indescribable panic swirled within her. Various emotions intertwined rapidly in her eyes, creating a chaotic tangle. Director Jiang. She finally regained her voice. Are you saying? The party. I'm afraid. I don't quite understand your meaning. She cautiously phrased her question, throwing it back at him. Was it a work-related social obligation that required her presence? Or was it of a private nature? She needed a clear definition. Jiang Chen looked directly at her. There is a charity gala tonight. Would you like to be my female companion? After hearing this, Qin Xiang's heart first leaped with joy, only to be subdued by reason. Her first reaction was to refuse. Director Jiang, I greatly appreciate your invitation. However, in such a setting, colleagues from the public relations department might be more suitable than I, as they are more familiar with the procedures. She was declining, while also probing, testing his true intentions, while also expressing her own stance. Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow, a hint of amusement flickering in his eyes. Was this a case of desire to capture while letting go? In that case, he wanted to see just how steadfast she could be. I actually think you are more appealing than those from the public relations department. Your image and temperament are far more outstanding. His tone was calm, devoid of emotion. Of course, if you truly do not wish to, I will not force you. You can leave now. Jiang Chen's lightly spoken words, "You can leave now," felt like a cold stone smashing against Qin Xiang's heart. He no longer looked at her, his gaze casually drifting to the bustling street outside the window, as if the invitation had never taken place and she had lost her value to linger any longer. The office fell into silence. Qin Xiang remained frozen in place. The warmth rising in her cheeks from Luo's eyes teasing was now replaced by a stronger sense of embarrassment and panic. Surprise. Yes, when she heard the words, female companion. That secret joy which even she was reluctant to acknowledge sparked briefly like a firework. It was a form of vanity inherent to women, a natural reaction to the invitation from this dazzling man. But the subsequent refusal left her puzzled. Was it instinct? Or was it a subconscious desire to capture while letting go? Director Jiang. She swallowed hard, a voice inside her drumming. If she missed this chance, she might never have the opportunity to be this close again. What is it? Jiang Chen finally turned back, his gaze landing on her face as if asking, why haven't you left yet? Director Jiang, I do not mean to reject your or the company's arrangements. Qin Xiang took a deep breath, her fingertips curling slightly at her side. It's just, with my position and identity, attending such an important charity gala as your female companion, wouldn't it be too inappropriate? I'm afraid it would lead to unnecessary misunderstandings and discussions which might damage your reputation and detract from the formality of the gala. Misunderstandings. Discussions. He repeated those two words, a faint smile curving his lips. Supervisor Qin, after working for so long, do you still not understand one principle? In this circle, how others perceive and talk about it has never mattered. What matters is who you are and who stands behind you. He paused before continuing. As for appropriateness, the fact that I, Jiang Chen, have brought a female companion is the greatest appropriateness. No extra identity labels are needed. His tone was calm, but carried an undeniable dominance and the sense of entitlement. She looked at his serene brows and eyes, and the lingering concerns suddenly dissipated. Perhaps at times following the stirrings of one's heart is more important than weighing the pros and cons. In the end, she gently nodded, her voice soft yet clear. Director Jiang, I will go. As soon as Qin Xiang's words fell, the tense air in the office suddenly relaxed. The faint arc at the corner of Jiang Chen's lips deepened slightly. It was as if he had anticipated her agreement, pleased with the outcome. Very well. He stood up. There is still time. After saying this, Jiang Chen walked out of the office. Qin Xiang quickly followed. Outside, a Rolls-Royce Phantom was already waiting at the entrance of the building. The uniformed driver respectfully opened the car door. Qin Xiang settled into the back seat, feeling the luxurious and delicate touch of top-quality leather and the weight of cold metal. The interior was spacious to the point of being extravagant, with the air filled with a refined car fragrance mingling with the unique scent of a new car. This was Qin Xiang's first time experiencing such top-tier luxury. Up close, everywhere she looked, there was the scent of money. Jiang Chen entered shortly after, casually leaning back while handling something on his phone. The car smoothly and silently merged into the traffic, heading towards the core of the Hohai financial district, the Vientiane City. The enormous glass curtain wall of Vientiane City reflected dazzling light under the sun, resembling a giant luxury goods display window. Upon entering, the cold air mixed with the scent of high-end perfume greeted them. The mirror-like floor reflected the brilliant lights from the ceiling and the hurried, well-dressed crowd. Here gathered the world's top luxury brands: Chanel, Louis Vuitton, Hermes, Dior, Prada. Every storefront was a testament to luxury and artistry, silently declaring high prices and prestigious identities. Qin Xiang was not unfamiliar with this place. Pursuing a quality lifestyle, she would sometimes come here during her leisure time to experience the trend and gather inspiration from matching outfits. However, most of the time, she merely paused outside the windows to admire. The jaw-dropping numbers on the price tags far exceeded her purchasing power. She had long since grown accustomed to the longing and the sense of distance from that reality. As soon as she entered the courtyard, Xie quickly approached. Director Jiang, everything has been arranged, she said respectfully, her gaze then falling on Qin Xiang beside Jiang Chen. When her eyes swept over Qin Xiang's figure wrapped in a tailored women's suit, a trace of barely perceptible envy flickered in Xie Yule's eyes. The alluring curves, especially the prominent bosom, created a striking visual impact under the suit's outline. She instinctively lowered her head to glance at her relatively modest figure. A pang of sour emotion uncontrollably surged forth, and she couldn't help but mutter inwardly, "Isn't it heavy to walk around with such a size?" However, her professional demeanor quickly suppressed all outward emotions, leaving only a perfect professional smile on her face. Jiang Chen nodded slightly, his steps unbroken. Xiaoyul immediately stepped aside to lead the way toward the iconic Dior store. At that moment, the scene outside Dior was starkly different from the surrounding shops. Standing quietly at the store entrance were the manager and two senior sales associates, their postures, straight expressions, focused and respectful. The store was empty of other customers. Clearly, the store had been cleared in advance to welcome this important guest. The manager, an elegantly poised woman, stepped forward with a warm, yet composed smile upon seeing Jiang Chen, saying, "Good day, Mr. Jiang." Her gaze swept over Qin Xiang, and upon seeing her figure and appearance, a trace of understanding flashed in her eyes. She then turned to Qin Xiang, her smile equally friendly and appropriate. "Hello, madam. Do you ladies have any special requests? We are ready to serve you." Jiang Chen's gaze did not linger on the manager for long as he walked straight toward the reserved VIP lounge, casually seating himself on a comfortable sofa. Only then did he speak, "Select a suitable evening gown for her." The manager immediately understood, focusing all her attention on Qin Xiang, her smile becoming even more sincere. "Hello, madam, please follow me. We just received several new arrivals that embody classic elegance while not losing youthful vitality. I'm sure you will find something that dazzles everyone." With the manager and sales associates surrounding her, Qin Xiang walked toward the VIP fitting area. She could feel Xiaoyul's gaze following her almost imperceptibly. That gaze made her back tense slightly. The fitting area was an independent and private space, the velvet curtains slowly drawn open, revealing a dreamlike dressing room. Several dresses of different styles had been carefully selected and hung on the racks. "Madam, how about this one?" The manager picked up a piece, saying, "This is a modified evening gown with a classic bar jacket silhouette featuring a cinched waist and a soft Aline hem. Made from the brand's signature woven check jacquard fabric, it exudes elegance and intellect, capturing the essence of Dior, perfectly matching your temperament." Another sales associate showcased a piece. "This silk satin slip dress in midnight blue has an excellent luster, featuring an intricate hollow design on the back that carries a hint of sexiness, shimmering with every step, absolutely eye-catching." There was also a lightweight chiffon gown with exquisite embroidery on the upper body and a cascading skirt that flowed like mist, exuding an ethereal quality. However, it seemed too romantic, not quite suitable for an evening event. Each piece was stunning, radiating the brilliance of haute couture. Qin Xiang's gaze lingered on the midnight blue silk satin slip dress for a moment. Its sheen and cut were indeed. She instinctively glanced toward Jiang Chen in the lounge, seeking a hint of guidance or approval. Jiang Chen lifted his gaze from his phone screen, scanning the displayed dresses. His eyes paused on the midnight blue silk dress for a few seconds, then glanced at the modified bar jacket piece, finally raising his hand to point at the deep blue. "Try this one." The manager and sales associates immediately surrounded Qin Xiang, guiding her into the fitting room. With their professional and meticulous assistance, Qin Xiang carefully changed into the midnight blue silk satin slip dress. The cool, smooth top-grade silk instantly adhered to her skin, accentuating her perfect figure. Two delicate straps rested on her luminous shoulders, revealing her graceful collarbone and shoulder lines. The deep neck design was just right, showcasing her alluring curves without being overly revealing, exuding a sense of high-class sensuality. The cinched waist emphasized her slender waist, and the flowing skirt cascaded down, shimmering luxuriously with her movements. The cleverly designed hollow back added an air of mystery and charm. When the curtain of the fitting room was drawn open again, Qin Xiang slowly stepped out, and the entire space seemed to fall silent for a moment. The woman in the mirror looked like a completely different person from the one who had been dressed in a professional suit earlier. The midnight blue gown resembled the deep night sky, contrasting beautifully with her snow-white skin. Her figure, enveloped in the top-grade fabric, was fully revealed, embodying both enchanting femininity and dignified elegance. The luster of the silk flowed around her, making her appear as if she were glowing. Jiang Chen, sitting on the sofa, finally moved his gaze completely away from the phone screen, locking his eyes on her. In his eyes, the calmness was replaced by a clear sense of astonishment. He leaned forward slightly, his gaze meticulously tracing her hair, shoulders, the curves beautifully outlined by the gown and the flowing hem. He looked for a good 10 seconds before slowly speaking. "This one." His tone was decisive, leaving no room for negotiation. The manager and sales associates immediately sprang into action, their faces beaming with joy and professional compliments. "Madam, this gown is simply tailored for you. It's perfect." They carefully assisted Qin Xiang in taking off the gown, their movements gentle, as if handling a rare treasure. When Qin Xiang changed back into her professional suit, the familiar sense of constraint surprisingly made her breathe a sigh of relief. However, as she watched the sales associate carefully place the expensive midnight blue gown into a dust bag printed with the large Dior logo, then into a luxurious, sturdy gift box, a sense of unreality and invisible pressure weighed heavily upon her again. "Accessories are also prepared, Mr. Jiang," the manager said, holding an open velvet jewelry box. Inside lay a beautifully simple platinum necklace with a perfectly cut teardrop-shaped sapphire as its pendant. The deep blue echoed the color of the gown, accompanied by matching earrings and a small silver clutch. Subtle, luxurious, and worth a fortune. Jiang Chen merely glanced at it before nodding slightly. Xiaoyul stood half a step behind Jiang Chen, witnessing the entire scene. When she saw the sapphire on the necklace reflecting enchanting light under the illumination, the bitterness in her eyes nearly overflowed. The size and quality of that gemstone were far beyond what ordinary counter merchandise could compare to. She struggled to maintain a professional expression, but the slightly tightened line of her jaw betrayed the turmoil within. She looked at Qin Xiang, this suddenly emerging reserve supervisor dressed in an inexpensive suit. Why did she get to wear Dior haute couture adorned with such precious jewelry, standing beside Director Jiang? Just because she was bigger. Wrap it all up. Jiang Chen stood up, instructing the manager, get a pair of matching high heels. In the afternoon, Jiang Chen granted Qin Xiang a day off, allowing her to go home and recharge. Carrying several luxurious dust bags emblazoned with a giant Dior logo, Qin Xiang entered her home. She couldn't recall how she unlocked the door, changed into her slippers, or gently placed the expensive bags on the entrance cap. The entire process felt surreal, like a dream. It wasn't until Luo Zai's voice pulled her back to reality that she snapped out of it. Auntie, you're back. Luo, she was sitting cross-legged on the small sofa, clutching a bag of potato chips and watching a variety show. Upon hearing the noise, she immediately turned her head. When her gaze fell upon the striking white dust bags on the entrance cabinet adorned with the enormous black letters spelling D, her eyes widened like saucers, forgetting to eat the chips in her hand. Wow! Luo, she let out a shriek, springing up from the sofa like a fish leaping out of water, rushing over barefoot. Auntie, did you go shopping at Dior? Did you buy all this? My goodness, how could you not call me? Let me see what treasures you bought. Her voice rose with excitement, her face glowing with infinite longing and curiosity for high-end luxury items. No girl could resist the charm of Dior, and Luo, she was no exception. Her hand eagerly reached for the top dust bag containing a dress, her fingertips almost brushing against the smooth. Don't touch. Qin Xiang instinctively slapped Luo Zai's hand. Ouch! Luo, she yelped in pain, quickly retracting her hand and covering it. Pouting with a pitiful expression, her big eyes instantly misted over. Can't I even take a look? Auntie, you're so I won't break it. Just let me have a peek. Qin Xiang looked at her pitiful face and felt her heart soften, softening her tone. It's not that I don't let you see, it's just that these things, they aren't mine. Huh? Luo, she was taken aback, blinking her big eyes. Not yours? Then who gave them to you? She knew her aunt was not short of admirers. Yet her aunt had never accepted even a bouquet of flowers in the past, let alone luxury items like Dior. Qin Xiang replied, they were given by Director Jiang. As soon as Qin Xiang mentioned Director Jiang gave them, Luo Zai's mouth formed an O shape. But the next moment, that surprise was quickly replaced by a gossip-fueled realization. I knew it. Luo, she exclaimed excitedly, clapping her hands and bouncing on the spot. You only met him yesterday, and he sent you Dior today. If this isn't interesting, I might as well twist my head off and kick it like a ball. She leaned in closer, her eyes sparkling with excitement, lowering her voice. Auntie, you're so lucky. Director Jiang. He's handsome, wealthy, and so generous. It's just like a real-life version of a domineering CEO falling in love with his subordinate. Qin Xiang wished Luo Zai's words were true, but reason told her it was impossible. She had a classmate who married into a so-called wealthy family only to end up as a mistress. From that classmate, she had heard too many cruel truths about class barriers. Very few women could truly marry into wealth. Most couldn't escape the ironclad rule of matching social statuses. They didn't want to marry an ordinary person like themselves, yet they were unwilling to live a life of mediocrity. Yearning to cross class barriers through marriage, yet fully aware that this chasm was nearly insurmountable. This was the current situation of Qin Xiang. Auntie, say something. Luo, she tugged at Qin Xiang's sleeve, shaking it. Do you not have any feelings for Director Jiang? Qin Xiang remained silent, merely bending down to pick up the bag of potato chips from the floor, the sound of it lightly clattering as she tossed it into the trash bin. In the luxurious presidential suite on the 72nd floor of the Pengcheng Cultural Hotel, Xiaoyul discarded her high heels and sat alone on an Italian imported leather sofa. From this angle, she could see the scenery of the entire Pengcheng Bay. However, she had no heart to appreciate it. After following Jiang Chen from the Magic City to Pengcheng and being personally appointed as his secretary, Xiaoyul was initially ecstatic. This meant she was closer to that radiant man. It meant she had entered his circle. For this, she was willing to break up with her boyfriend and help Jiang Chen with anything. She was more than happy to do so. Standing beside him was in itself a form of recognition, a kind of honor that carried her immense expectations. But everything that happened today felt like a thorn deeply embedded in her heart. That woman named Qin Xiang, a previously unknown reserve supervisor from Qianhai membership store. What right did she have? What right did Director Jiang have to personally take her to Dior to buy a dress, to clear the scene, and even have the driver take her home? And here she was, the personal secretary, dismissed with a casual, "There's nothing for you to do today, you can go home and rest." Did she need to rest? Following Director Jiang, even if he treated her coldly or criticized her, she still felt happy. Being able to watch his focused profile, to occasionally hear his deep voice, to handle those trivial but important matters for him. These were the meanings and values of her existence. But now she was locked in this luxurious gilded cage, doing nothing. Xiaoyu anxiously raked her meticulously styled hair and walked to the enormous dressing mirror. The woman in the mirror had exquisite makeup, a slender figure, and her professional outfit outlined sharp lines. Yet her gaze was fixated on her own chest. Little lights. In her mind, the image of Qin Xiang's stunning curves wrapped in a professional suit unconsciously. The visual impact of those ample breasts left even her, a woman, feeling dizzy and unable to suppress her jealousy. Looking down at herself again, although she wasn't completely flat, she certainly appeared unremarkable in comparison to such weapons of that caliber. A wave of intense disappointment and sorrow surged within her. She collapsed onto the sofa, the expensive leather offering no solace for her current desolation. Could it be because of this? She murmured to herself, her fingers unconsciously gripping the tassels of the pillow. Do all men prefer bigger? Does Director Jiang like that kind of thing? Once this thought arose, it twisted around her heart like a vine with ferocity. She picked up her phone, the screen's light reflecting her lost expression. Her fingers unconsciously scrolled through countless messages from her ex-boyfriend. Xiaoyu, I heard you went to be someone's person. This personal must be serving quite well, huh? My buddy must have been blind back then. What's wrong? Did I hit a nerve? You, a woman willing to do anything to climb up, deserve to be treated as a toy. The offensive words stung her eyes painfully. The key was that all these messages were sent from virtual numbers, an endless cycle of blocking. Usually she would simply, but today, under the shadow of Qin Xiang's ample assets and the cruel humiliation from her ex-boyfriend, a wave of intense grievance and unwillingness overwhelmed her. Toy. Xiaoyu whispered the word, tears welling up in her eyes, but soon a near-manic determination surged. No, I'm not. What I want is far more than this. She suddenly sat up straight, her gaze sharpening. She could not. She had to learn. She had to change. She had to capture Jiang Chen's attention. She couldn't emulate Qin Xiang's innate talents, but skills could always be learned, right? She opened her little red book and asked, how can one win a man's heart? On a night in Pengcheng at the Hilton Hotel banquet hall, the dazzling crystal chandelier cascaded like a torrent of stars, enveloping the entire space in a soft and luxurious glow. The air was interwoven with the scents of expensive perfume, champagne, and cigars. The elegant figures in fine attire engaged in hushed conversations, creating a flowing tableau of a high-class social scene. Jiang Chen entered the hall with Qin Xiang. A handsome man and a beautiful woman, they were a sight to behold. Jiang Chen still wore his signature blue-printed t-shirt, jeans, and white sneakers. He was out of place among the men in tailored suits. It wasn't that he sought to show off, but his current identity and status no longer required such superficial trappings for socializing. Yet it was precisely this casual attire, complemented by his handsome visage, that created an unusual allure. His indifferent expression and composed gait instantly captured everyone's attention. But what truly froze the gaze of the entire room was Qin Xiang, who was nestled in the crook of his arm. The Dior silk satin slip dress perfectly accentuated her breathtaking curves. The deep V neckline revealed just enough of her elegant collarbone and a glimpse of her alluring figure. The valuable pear-shaped sapphire around her neck shimmered in harmony with her cool, yet slightly anxious eyes. Her meticulously styled low bun and makeup stripped away any hint of a corporate vibe. She was as beautiful as a star fallen to the mortal realm, both ethereal and enchanting. In an instant, she rendered the other dazzling socialites in the hall dim in comparison. The appearance of this pair drew astonishment, curiosity, evaluation, jealousy. Countless complex emotions collided and fermented silently in the air. Who are they? I haven't seen them before, but they seem rather young, don't they? And the woman beside him. I don't recognize her. Which family's daughter could she be? So beautiful. Whispers spread among the crowd. Yisu, by the host of the evening, was dressed in a perfectly tailored white suit, previously engaged in a hushed conversation with several prominent figures. The moment Jiang Chen stepped in, his gaze caught sight of Yisu. By the flicker of a perfectly detached smile on his face remained, yet he naturally halted his dialogue with others. Amidst the astonished gazes of those present, he held his wine glass, strode forward confidently, and approached the entrance directly. This scene further stirred the hearts of everyone in attendance. What kind of status does Yisu Bai possess? For someone of his caliber to personally greet a peer, there are few within the entirety of Huaxia. Who exactly is this young man in a t-shirt and jeans? Yisu Bai stood before Jiang Chen and Qin Xiang, his smile warm. Young Master Jiang, your arrival graces us. His gaze then turned to Qin Xiang, filled with unabashed admiration. And who might this be? Yi Xiao, too kind. Jiang Chen slightly curved his lips, his arms supporting Qin Xiang. This is Qin Xiang, my companion. The previous response from the system had informed him that individuals like Yisu Bai posed no threat to him. At this moment his mind was naturally free of worries. The introduction remained succinct, yet due to Yisu Bai's personal greeting and Qin Xiang's stunning beauty, the term companion carried a deeper significance. Qin Xiang endeavored to maintain her composure, offering a poised smile. Hello, Yi Xiao. Her heart raced wildly in her chest, and everything around her felt unreal, dizzying. Those influential figures she could only see on television news or financial headlines were right before her. Moreover, the respect and a hint of curiosity in their gazes directed at her. All of this was merely because she was linked to Jiang Chen. It filled her with an unprecedented, immense sense of vanity and fulfillment. The lavish spending at Dior during the day and the attention and privileges she received in this elite arena. All of it clearly conveyed to her that the energy Jiang Chen possessed far exceeded her imagination. Not only was he breathtakingly handsome, but the wealth and status he commanded were enough to make even the wealthy attendees cast envious glances. The worries and unease about class barriers she felt during the day seemed temporarily washed away by this overwhelming impact. A thought uncontrollably surfaced. He is my Prince Charming. Just as Qin Xiang's mind was swaying immersed in this grand sense of vanity and satisfaction, a voice filled with disbelief rang out beside her. Xiang. Is that really you? Following the voice, Qin Xiang turned her head and saw a young woman in a pink dress standing not far away, her face etched with shock and a hint of complexity. Qin Xiang froze for a moment. Li Shui, her university classmate, a well-known rich second generation in their class. It was said her family was in the industry and quite wealthy, a figure she once looked up to. Back then, Li Shui always carried a natural sense of superiority. But at this moment, she stood in a relatively cornered position with a man who bore a resemblance to her, dressed in a well-fitted suit. They appeared inconspicuous, out of sync with the radiance at the core of the banquet hall. Qin Xiang was somewhat surprised, not expecting to encounter an old classmate here. Li Shui quickly approached with the man beside her, forcing a smile on her face. Yet her gaze swiftly scanned Qin Xiang's dress, the jewel around her neck, and Jiang Chen by her side, barely concealing her shock and envy. Oh my Xiang, it really is you. I thought I was seeing things. You. How could you be here? Still, her trailing words remained unspoken, but her gaze said it all. Standing so brilliantly beside Jiang Chen, the man beside Li Shui quickly extended his hand. Hello, Miss Qin. I've long heard of your name. I am Li Shui's brother Li Jian. A pleasure to meet you. He spoke while casting a respectful glance at Jiang Chen, then quickly averted his eyes. Qin Xiang instantly understood. Although the Li family was wealthy, they were likely just fringe players in this level of society. Li Shui and her brother were probably here to broaden their horizons and seek opportunities. This stood in stark contrast to her current position at the center of the spotlight, personally greeted by Yi Su Bai, with countless influential figures turning their heads to look at her. The intense impact of this stark identity disparity stirred Qin Xiang's emotions even more than witnessing those top billionaires. The material shock Jiang Chen had provided during the day transformed into a more direct and powerful recognition of status. She watched the envy and subtle bitterness in Li Shui's eyes, observed Li Jian's cautious demeanor, and felt Jiang Chen's powerful presence on her arm. A smile involuntarily deepened on Qin Xiang's face, imbued with a sense of elevated dignity and superiority she herself had not yet recognized. She extended her hand and gently shook Li Jian's. Hello, Mr. Li. Li Shui, it's been a long time. Her voice carried a hint of composure and a sense of condescension compared to her earlier words to Yi Su Bai. All of this was solely because she stood beside Jiang Chen. This realization washed over her like the finest wine, leaving her slightly intoxicated. In this moment, Jiang Chen's strength and perfection shone even brighter against the backdrop of Li Shui and her brother. Yi Su Bai exchanged a few pleasantries with Jiang Chen before his gaze swept over the curious eyes around him. He slightly turned to face the core area of the banquet hall. He gently clinked his champagne glass, causing the previously subdued conversations to fall silent. All eyes once again focused on him, Jiang Chen and Qin Xiang. Ladies and gentlemen, Yi Su Bai's voice was not loud, yet it possessed a peculiar penetrating quality, clearly resonating throughout the venue. Please allow me to formally introduce a new friend, also our esteemed guest for tonight's charity banquet. He raised his hand, pointing to Jiang Chen beside him. This is Jiang Chen, Director Jiang. As the name was announced, many in the audience showed a flicker of recognition, but more were filled with curiosity. Yi Su Bai paused and continued. Director Jiang is currently the chairman of Jinping Yuxian Huaxia Company. Jinping Yuxian. Low murmurs arose from the crowd. This name was familiar to everyone present. As one of the world's largest retail giants, Jinping Yuxian's depth and influence were unfathomable. Although Director Jiang was merely the chairman of Jinping Yuxian Huaxia Company, he was not to be underestimated. This identity was already significant enough to make some who had previously scrutinized him regard him with newfound seriousness. However, Yi Su Bai was clearly not satisfied with just that. He slightly raised his tone, delivering the next line. At the same time, Director Jiang is also the largest shareholder of Siemens Group. Is what? The largest shareholder? Siemens? If the mention of Jinping Yuxian had gone, then the words largest shareholder of Siemens Group were like dropping a nuclear bomb on a calm lake. The entire banquet hall instantly fell into a dead silence. Everyone was stunned by this revelation, unable to believe it. Siemens Group? What kind of existence was that? A global industrial giant spanning multiple fields such as industry, energy, healthcare, and infrastructure. With a history of over 170 years in operations worldwide, it was a true behemoth. Its market value and influence far surpassed that of any single company present. And this young man dressed in a t-shirt and jeans, seemingly just over 20, was actually the largest shareholder of this colossal entity. What did this mean? It meant he wielded enough equity power to shake the very decisions of this century-old giant. It meant he stood at one of the very peaks of the global capital and industrial pyramid. His personal wealth and invisible influence likely far exceeded the imagination of everyone present, including Yi Su Bai himself. Those who had just been assessing Jiang Chen's status as a domestic nouveau riche now felt a burning embarrassment on their faces. What was this? This was clearly a hidden powerhouse capable of stirring global affairs. No wonder Yi Shubai personally came to welcome him. Qin Xiang felt her mind go blank. She knew Jiang Chen was the chairman of Jinping Yuxian Huaxia Company, and that identity was already enough to make her look up to him. However, the largest shareholder of Siemens Group. The impact of this revelation shattered all her previous perceptions of Jiang Chen. Siemens. That was a world-class enterprise that existed like a legend in her understanding. It was the industrial giant mentioned only when national leaders visited abroad. What did being the largest shareholder mean? It exceeded all her definitions of wealthy and successful. What did her extravagant spending at Dior mean in comparison? What did the attention she received matter? What did the envy from the Li siblings count for? In the face of the identity of largest shareholder of Siemens Group, everything seemed small as dust. She instinctively glanced at Jiang Chen's profile. He remained calm, as if the identity that could shake the global business world was as trivial as his ordinary blue tea. This extraordinary calmness held an irresistible charm in Qin Xiang's eyes. The restraint and hesitation had long been cast aside. Director Jiang holds a 19.8% stake, making him undoubtedly the largest individual shareholder of Siemens. Yi Shubai timely added his tone calm, yet it instantly ignited a wave of suppressed astonishment throughout the crowd. 19.8%. This figure represented a wealth and power that exceeded the imagination of the vast majority. It's worth noting that the previous largest shareholder of Siemens had only a 6.7% stake. Heavens. 19.8%. This. No wonder. No wonder. Gasps of astonishment, whispers of disbelief, surged through the air. The gazes directed at Jiang Chen had completely transformed from initial scrutiny, curiosity, and admiration to awe, shock, and even reverence. Li Shui and her brother Li Jian, standing in the corner, were utterly petrified. Li Shui's mouth hung open, her eyes wide as she looked at the radiant Qin Xiang and Jiang Chen, who seemed like a deity descending, filled with shock and envy. The background she once took pride in seemed so insignificant at this moment. Yi Shubai looked at the audience's reaction with satisfaction, smiling as he raised his glass to Jiang Chen. "Young Master Jiang, welcome once again." Jiang Chen picked up the champagne that a nearby waiter had timely offered and casually clinked glasses with Yi Shubai. "You are too kind, young Master Yi." His gaze swept over the crowd, encountering those faces filled with awe, shock, and curiosity. Finally resting on the astonished Qin Xiang, the corners of his lips seemed to curl into an almost imperceptible arc. He did not understand why Yi Shubai chose this occasion and manner to reveal his identity. Was it to curry favor with him? Or was there another motive? "Young Master Jiang, please, this way." Yi Shubai smiled, personally guiding Jiang Chen and Qin Xiang towards the most central area of the banquet hall. There gathered several old-school giants who truly held the economic lifeblood of Pengqing, and even Huaxiao, along with several heavyweights from the government. As they moved, the crowd automatically parted to make way. All eyes followed them as if planets were orbiting a star. Qin Xiang could feel the envious gazes of the surrounding socialites, filled with unabashed admiration, prompting her to instinctively lean closer to Jiang Chen. Yi Shubai introduced Jiang Chen to several core figures. "Old Wang, this is Director Jiang Chen. Minister Yang, this is Director Jiang, the major shareholder of Siemens. General Ma, this is the Director Jiang I mentioned to you." Each individual introduced, regardless of their age, experience, or status, displayed a flicker of gravity and utmost respect upon hearing the largest shareholder of Siemens. They all extended their hands voluntarily, displaying extreme courtesy. "Director Jiang, I've long heard of your great name. It's indeed a pleasure to meet you today. You are truly talented for your young age." Director Jiang is indeed hidden and profound. The largest shareholder of Siemens. This kind of audacity is truly admirable. If Director Jiang needs anything in Pengqing, just let us know. Jiang Chen merely nodded slightly, responding simply, "Nice to meet you. You're too kind." His demeanor was neither arrogant nor overly enthusiastic, carrying an air of calmness that seemed entirely natural. This aura added to his mystery and depth in the eyes of the crowd. Qin Xiang, as his female companion, naturally bore the gazes cast by the influential figures. She worked hard to maintain a proper smile, yet her body was tense. She could clearly see the faces that she could only glimpse on the news broadcasts. The gazes directed at her were filled with scrutiny, appraisal, and a hint of significance. They no longer viewed her as an independent individual, but as the woman brought by Jiang Chen. This feeling of being marked with a proprietary seal surprisingly brought her an inexplicable sweetness. Jiang Chen seemed to sense her tension. As they moved toward the next individual, he slightly turned his head, his thin lips almost brushing against her ear, whispering in a voice only they could hear, "Relax, Supervisor Qin. They look at you because you stand beside me. Remember, you represent my perspective tonight." His warm breath brushed against her sensitive earlobe, causing her cheeks to uncontrollably flush. At that moment, a nervous and obsequious voice cautiously interjected, "Mr. Jiang." "Miss Qin, sorry." Qin Xiang turned her head and saw Li Shui and her brother Li Jian had somehow squeezed into the crowd close to them. Li Shui's face was filled with smiles, her eyes betraying her excitement. Xiang, Mr. Jiang." Li Shui's voice carried an intentionally heightened intimacy, attempting to bridge the gap. What just happened was truly shocking. "I never expected Mr. Jiang to hold such a prestigious identity. Xiang, you are truly fortunate." Her gaze towards Qin Xiang was filled with envy and jealousy, but more so with a desperate longing to attach herself. Li Jian hurriedly presented his business card, offering it with both hands, his body slightly leaning forward. Mr. Jiang, Miss Qin, I am Li Jian from Li Enterprises. I have long admired Mr. Jiang's great name, and it's a privilege to meet you today. Here is my business card, and I hope to receive your guidance in the future. Jiang Chen merely cast a faint glance at the business card being offered, not reaching out to take it. Qin Xiang watched this scene, observing how her classmate, who once held superiority over her, now humbly sought favor. She watched the awkwardness of Li Jian's business card hanging in the air, ignored, and then felt Jiang Chen's silent, yet powerful protection, or rather declaration of ownership. A complex feeling surged within her. She could sense that standing beside Jiang Chen granted her an unprecedented, dizzying status. Li Shui's envy, Li Jian's humility, and the surrounding influential figure's scrutiny all stemmed from the halo Jiang Chen bestowed upon her. This halo made her feel as if she also possessed the capital to look down upon everything. Yet deep down she understood that this halo was illusory, borrowed. Jiang Chen could easily grant her all of this, and even more easily take it back. Li Jian's hand hovered awkwardly, his face alternating between red and pale. Li Shui also realized the impudence and unpopularity of the siblings, her smile frozen on her face, unsure. Jiang Chen seemed to be completely oblivious to their embarrassment, his gaze already shifting to Yi Shubai, asking, "Young Master Yi, when does the auction segment begin?" Yi Shubai understood, smiling as he replied, "Soon, young Master Jiang, please follow me. The main table has reserved a seat for you." He gestured once more, completely ignoring the Li siblings beside him. Yi Shubai recalled his grandfather's prior instructions. Although the family's anchor had not explicitly stated it, the rare seriousness in his tone made him instantly aware of the gravity of the situation. He still clearly remembered when he inquired about Jiang Chen's specific background. His grandfather had merely vaguely reminded him, "Try to maintain a good relationship with him, it will greatly benefit you in the future." Considering his own status, which was smooth sailing domestically, but would likely lose much of its luster overseas, Yi Shubai speculated that Jiang Chen's position within the Holy Light Foundation was probably more distinguished than one could imagine. Jiang Chen slightly nodded, leading Qin Xiang, accompanied by Yi Shubai, directly toward the main table that symbolized the core power of the banquet under countless reverent gazes. Leaving the Li siblings behind, their faces pale, Qin Xiang was led forward by Jiang Chen, instinctively glancing back. Li Shui was also looking at her, her expression incredibly complex. There was envy, jealousy, and even a hint of disappointment. The charity auction segment officially began. The auctioneer stood under the spotlight, passionately introducing one donated item after another. Famous calligraphy and paintings, antique porcelain, limited edition jewelry, and even original stocks from emerging tech companies. Each item attracted fierce bidding, with numbers skyrocketing, showcasing the wealth and charitable fervor of those present. However, everyone's attention inevitably drifted towards the young figure at the main table, dressed in a t-shirt and jeans. The charity auction segment reached its climax. One precious item after another was fervently contested, with numbers continuously reshaping the attendees' understanding of wealth. Jiang Chen held no interest in these antiques or artworks, until the last and most anticipated item was solemnly presented on the auction stage. When the dust cover was removed, it did not reveal a dazzling gem, but instead drew a collective gasp. It was a watch belonging to the King of Time. With a platinum case, the deep blue dial resembled a starry sky, and the intricately complex movement flickered through the sapphire crystal caseback. It lay quietly on a velvet tray, emanating an understated yet unparalleled aura of nobility. Esteemed guests, the auctioneer's voice carried a near religious solemnity. What now lies before you is the piece de resistance of this charity gala. The Patek Philippe Ref. 6300A Grandmaster Chime wristwatch, specially crafted to commemorate its 175th anniversary, and only one in existence. It possesses 20 complex functions, including grande and petite sonnerie, minute repeater, perpetual calendar, moon phase, and second time zone. It is the true king of watches. Starting bid, 80 million. The starting price of 80 million had already surpassed all previous sales. The atmosphere in the room instantly became tense and fervent. Those knowledgeable about watches erupted with passionate glints in their eyes, while those unaware were also stunned by the terrifying price and the title of King of Watches. Bidding entered a fever pitch from the very beginning, with the bidders being true elites and knowledgeable representatives of wealth. 90 million, 100 million, 120 million, 150 million. The numbers climbed at a heart-stopping pace, each increase eliciting gasps. The price quickly broke through the 200 million mark and was still rising stubbornly. The air seemed to freeze, leaving only the auctioneer's excited voice and the continually updating astronomical figures. Qin Xiang was also captivated by the noble aura of this watch. It lacked the dazzling gems, yet possessed a profound beauty that embodied the passage of time and the pinnacle of human wisdom. She stared at the screen, the constantly fluctuating numbers almost beyond her comprehension, feeling a bit breathless. At that moment, the man who had been detached from the scene finally made a move. Jiang Chen set down the champagne glass he had been toying with, his movements still casual. He didn't even glance at the auctioneer, nor did he raise the bidding paddle. He simply tilted his chin slightly toward the assistant standing behind Yi Shubai. The assistant immediately understood and quickly picked up the communicator to whisper, In the next moment, the auctioneer suddenly pressed down on his earpiece, his expression shifting from shock to ecstatic joy. Then with a voice nearly hoarse from excitement, he shouted with all his might, "Mr. Jiang Chen, the bid is 300 million. Boom. The entire banquet hall felt as if a bomb had been dropped. After a full 3 seconds of stunned silence, it erupted into an unbelievable uproar. 300 million. It shot straight up from the tense bidding of over 200 million to breach the 300 million mark. Everyone was left utterly stunned by this astonishing display of wealth. Eyes glued like magnets, they were fixated on the man in the t-shirt at the main table. 300 million. Just about. This had already exceeded the realm of luxury. It was a blatant, despair-inducing declaration of the power of wealth. Yet Jiang Chen appeared as if he had merely picked up a trinket. He raised the champagne glass and took a light sip. Not even 300 million once. 300 million twice. 300 million thrice. Sold. The auction hammer fell with overwhelming force, sealing this astonishing transaction that would go down in auction history. The applause erupted throughout the hall, filled with immense shock and reverence. Qin Xiang felt her blood freeze, her mind blank, with only the bewitching number echoing like a spell in her ears. 300 million. If 300 million were spent on a luxury house, she could understand. If 300 million were spent on a sports car, that would also make sense. But he actually spent 300 million on a watch. It truly left her at a loss for words. This had completely exceeded her understanding of wealth. This was fundamentally a concept from another dimension. The spotlight followed the staff as they respectfully presented the exquisite watch box of the Watch King Patek Philippe Ref. 6300A. Under the gaze of countless eyes that seemed ready to ignite it, it was solemnly delivered to the main table, placed in front of Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen casually picked up the $300 million box. He opened the lid to reveal a platinum watch peacefully resting on the velvet lining, its body shimmering with the intertwining glow of time and craftsmanship. He said to Qin Xiang, "Help me put it on." Click. Qin Xiang obediently complied, the soft sound of the watch clasp closing resonating clearly in the hushed atmosphere of the main table. Jiang Chen glanced at his wrist. The moon phase pattern on the dial shimmered with movement. A smile curved at the corner of his lips. Not bad. As this $300 million watch king settled, the charity gala also came to a close. Yet everyone was well aware that the true star of the night was not the host Yishubai. Rather, it was Jiang Chen, who wore a t-shirt and jeans and casually threw out 300 million alongside Qin Xiang, who was by his side. As they left, countless gazes continued to follow them. Jiang Chen needed no further introduction. Whether in terms of status or wealth, he was undeniably the main character tonight. As for Qin Xiang, within a short time information about her had already circulated through the elite social network. An ordinary person without any background, she was the reserve supervisor at the Qianhai membership store. To receive Jiang Chen's favor, her greatest assets were her looks and figure. Such speculation drove all the women present into a frenzy of jealousy. If only it were themselves by Jiang. This was the shared sentiment of all the women present. Qin Xiang linked her arm with Jiang Chen's and walked out of the banquet hall under the complex gazes of the crowd. The Rolls-Royce Phantom glided silently to the hotel entrance. The driver respectfully opened the car door. Inside, the fragrance of top-grade leather mixed with a hint of cool air. Jiang Chen leaned back against the soft leather seat in the back, turning to look at the still somewhat dazed Qin Xiang beside him, casually asking where to. Qin Xiang's heart raced with nervousness, and upon hearing Jiang Chen's question, her mind instantly recalled Luo Zai's words, "The domineering CEO falls for the female subordinate." If Jiang Chen truly liked her, as Luo she said, then the next destination seemed self-evident. The dizziness brought on by the immense aura of wealth, coupled with a hint of secret anticipation and nervousness, made her almost blurt out, "I'll follow your lead, Director Jiang." After saying this, she instinctively lowered her head slightly, not daring to meet Jiang Chen's eyes. Upon hearing her response, Jiang Chen's lips curled up imperceptibly, with a hint of understanding and a sense of satisfaction in having everything in control. As expected, to deal with a woman whose goals were clear and who was realistically aware, the method was this simple and direct. By showcasing sufficient wealth and status for her to look up to, she would naturally become docile and compliant. As for her appearance, it was merely the icing on the cake. Money was the most effective key to unlock their hearts. Just as Jiang Chen was about to speak and suggest going to the hotel, a voice from the system suddenly rang in his mind. Ding. A new item has been added to the shop, available for a limited time. Please check it out, host. Jiang Chen's heart jolted sharply. The system shop. Since the last time with the Lucky Stone, it had been so quiet for so long, or finally, there was something new. The immense surprise instantly overshadowed the fleeting romantic thoughts. Compared to the system's products, the beauty before him and the impending fleeting romance lost their allure in an instant. He immediately reined in his thoughts, suppressing the impulse to check right away, maintaining a calm demeanor. "What's wrong, Director Jiang?" Qin Xiang noticed Jiang Chen's brief silence and anxiously raised her head to ask. Jiang Chen glanced at her, his eyes having regained their calmness, casually saying, "It's nothing, just recalling something." He instructed the driver, "First take Miss Qin back to her home." Huh? Qin Xiang was taken aback, completely caught off guard. Wasn't it said she would follow him? Why suddenly send her home? This abrupt turn left her emotions, previously filled with tension, anticipation, and even some mental preparation, now adrift, filled with confusion and a hint of disappointment. Address. Qin Xiang instinctively reported her address. The driver acknowledged and smoothly started the car. Jiang Chen no longer looked at her, but naturally closed his eyes. In reality, all his thoughts had instantly plunged into the system shop in his mind. On the originally empty virtual shelf, a new item finally shone, with a faint, alluring glow. Jiang Chen used his mind to touch it, and the detailed information of the product immediately appeared clearly before him. Growth card, a one-time consumable. After use, it allows for the permanent increase of 1 cm in the length of any body part. Price 100 points. 1 cm. Upon understanding the explanation, even Jiang Chen, who had a calm disposition, couldn't help but feel a surge of ecstasy within his heart. This growth card was like a pillow sent during a moment of drowsiness, a miraculous artifact akin to a life-saving grace in the snow. In the past, when he was penniless, his greatest wish was to become wealthy. Now wealth had become mere numbers to him. He pursued comprehensive excellence. This excellence encompassed not only internal qualities such as knowledge, demeanor, and ability, but also external attributes like appearance, physique, and height. His looks had already reached a peak level through the system's optimization. As for physique, as long as he completed side quests to receive rewards, achieving the top tier was a certainty. Therefore, the remaining shortcoming, or rather the area for further refinement, was height. At 178 centimeters tall, he was certainly not short among southern men, ranking above average. However, among the readers present, who was not above 185 centimeters. Standing at 178 centimeters among a group of 185 individuals indeed made him appear diminutive. The author also wished to be as tall as the readers, hence this growth card was miraculous for him. Moreover, the most wonderful aspect of this card was that it could target any body part. As a man, an exceptionally successful man, besides height, there was also another length that pertained to dignity and confidence. Though no one openly admitted it, who wouldn't wish to be a bit longer? Among the readers present who didn't have their own 18. Manual dog head. With this thought, Jiang Chen's heartbeat involuntarily quickened. Although 100 points was not a small amount, it was definitely worth. This was simply a super benefit gifted by the system. Without hesitation, he used his mind to select the purchase. Ding. Insufficient points. Purchase failed. The system prompt felt like a bucket of cold water, instantly dousing the flames of excitement in Jiang Chen's heart. Insufficient points. Jiang Chen was stunned and quickly confirmed again. He saw clearly that the growth card was marked with a price of 100 points below it. However, his system points balance was 0. Only then did he notice a line of small text beside the product information: limited time sale, 5 hours and 56 minutes remaining. It turned out this card had been on the shelf for a while, not just refreshed. Wait, points. Where did the points come from? A huge doubt surged in his mind. Last time he bought the lucky stone, why had it suddenly turned into points this time? System, what's going on? Didn't I use money to buy the lucky stone last time? Jiang Chen immediately questioned in his mind. The system consumption rules have been updated. Since the second opening of the mall, all product transactions now use points. Points acquisition rules: the host can accumulate 1 point by spending 1 million huaxia coins. Non-consumptive behaviors such as gifting or donations do not count. 1 million spent 1 point. Jiang Chen quickly calculated in his mind. To acquire 100 points, he would need to spend 100 million huaxia coins. He immediately thought of the huge amount he had just spent at the banquet. I just spent 300 million to buy a watch. That should count as consumption, right? 300 points. Why is that still not enough to buy it? The system rules update takes effect from the time new products are listed in the mall. Previous consumption behaviors do not count towards point accumulation. Damn it. Even with Jiang Chen's excellent composure, he couldn't help but let out a curse in his heart. This rules can be changed just like that, and previous spending doesn't count. He had just splurged 300 million, and now he was being told that money wouldn't earn him points. To buy this card, he would need to spend another 100 million. He subconsciously touched the 300 million watch on his wrist. It was just past 10 at night, and although the streets of Pengcheng were still bustling, where could he legally and legitimately spend 100 million in less than 6 hours? Moreover, it had to be genuine consumption, not donations or transfers. Just as Jiang Chen furrowed his brows and rapidly thought of a solution, the car smoothly stopped in front of the apartment building where Qin Xiang lived. The driver got out, walked around to the back seat, and respectfully opened the door for Qin Xiang. "Miss Qin, we've arrived." The driver's voice remained respectful. Qin Xiang was still immersed in the immense disappointment and confusion from Jiang Chen's sudden change of heart. She absent-mindedly looked at the familiar apartment building outside the car, and then glanced at Jiang Chen, who had his eyes closed, actually struggling with the system. Her lips moved, wanting to say something, but she didn't know where to start. "Mr. Jiang," she called softly, her voice tinged with grievance and expectation. She wished Jiang Chen could change his mind, even if it was just to say see you another day. At that moment, Jiang Chen's mind was filled with how to spend 100 million within 6 hours, having no time to care about Qin Xiang's little girl feelings. He didn't even open his eyes, casually waved his hand, his tone flat and indifferent, even carrying a hint of impatience at being interrupted. "Oh, just go down when we arrive." Those words pierced through the last shred of pitying hope in Qin Xiang's heart like a tiny needle. Her face instantly lost color, and she felt a surge of immense embarrassment rise up. It turned out that in his eyes she truly was nothing at all. The brilliance of the banquet hall earlier, the intimacy in his arm, were merely fleeting illusions. "Thank you, Mr. Jiang, for sending me back." She almost fled the car, not daring to look back, and hurriedly rushed into the driver gently closed the car door, returned to the driver's seat, and quietly waited for Jiang Chen's next instruction. In the back seat, Jiang Chen slowly opened his eyes, watching Qin Xiang's figure disappear into the corridor, his gaze devoid of any ripples. This small episode could not shake the urgent problem he needed to solve at the moment. He took out his phone and called Xie Yul directly. Quickly check which high-end properties in Pengcheng are still operating right now. Yes, right now, immediately. Rather than buying those luxury cars and luxury goods, he preferred to spend money on luxury homes. At the hotel, Xie Yul was browsing Little Red Book for techniques when she received Jiang Chen's call, and a wave of joy surged in her heart. Upon hearing the task, she immediately utilized the internal resource database of the bank to quickly filter properties that met Jiang Chen's requirements. In less than a minute, she replied, Mr. Jiang, Pengcheng Bay No. 1. I've already contacted the person in charge over there, and he will be waiting for you. Great, you come over too. Upon hearing this, Xie Yul was so happy that she almost jumped up, quickly responding, okay, mister. He'll be there right away. After hanging up, she immediately set off for Pengcheng Bay No. 1. Indeed, Mr. Jiang still liked her. Xie Yul thought happily. What's so great about having a big chest? Can anyone handle things as well as I do? Does anyone understand his needs as well as I do? Earlier on Little Red Book, she learned quite a bit of new knowledge and skills, feeling confident. The Rolls-Royce Phantom silently started swiftly merging into the late-night traffic, speeding towards Pengcheng Bay No. 1. Inside the car, Jiang Chen closed his eyes to rest. Time ticked away, with less than 6 hours remaining before the limited time sale of the growth card ended. He needed to spend 100 million tonight. Pengcheng Bay No. 1, as the top luxury residential landmark of Pengcheng, still shone brightly even in the late night, thanks to the effective notification from Xie Yul. The car steadily stopped at the Grand Sale Center entrance. As soon as Jiang Chen got out, the real estate manager who had been waiting at the door immediately approached him with several core executives, all smiles and respectful. Mr. Jiang, welcome, welcome. My last name is Wang, and I am the person in charge here. It is truly an honor for you to visit at such a late hour. Wang enthusiastically extended his hands. Jiang Chen simply nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping over the splendid sales hall, getting straight to the point. Manager, Wang, time is tight. Show me the best available property that I can sign and pay for immediately. Wang was taken aback for a moment, quickly realizing Jiang Chen's intent. This was someone who didn't care about money and valued efficiency. His smile widened, bowing even lower. Understood, understood. Please, Mr. Jiang. Our best flat is in a tower position, a top-floor duplex with an unbeatable view, and it is fully furnished and ready to move in. As he led the way, he gestured for his subordinates to prepare the documents quickly. Just then a taxi pulled up at the entrance, and Xie Yul hurriedly pushed the door open and jogged over. Mr. Jiang. She was out of breath, her face flushed with the perfect amount of color and a professional sweet smile, quickly scanning the scene and getting into the zone. Jiang Chen glanced at her, said nothing, and continued to follow Manager Wang towards the VIP room. In front of the huge sand table and exquisite floor plans, Manager Wang eagerly introduced the top-floor duplex. Nearly 1,000 square meters, 360-degree unobstructed sea view, private elevator access, top-brand luxury decoration, with a sky garden and swimming pool. Jiang Chen had no interest in listening to all this. He merely glanced at the visual effect diagram and then looked at the time. This one, he interrupted Manager Wang's words, his tone as flat as if he were buying a bottle of water. Manager Wang was momentarily stunned, then ecstatic emotions surged within him. Did this deal get done? He hadn't even had the chance to use all his persuasive skills to flatter Jiang Chen. Mr. Jiang, you are truly a straightforward person. Your insight is too. Manager Wang rubbed his hands excitedly. The price. Jiang Chen interrupted again. This top-floor duplex is 320 million. Manager Wang cautiously reported the number, nervously observing Jiang Chen's expression. Jiang Chen's face showed no fluctuations, as if he had heard 3. 2. He turned to Xie Yul. Secretary Xie, handle the paperwork immediately. Full payment tonight. Give me the keys now. Yes, Mr. Jiang. Xie Yul's spirit lifted, and she immediately took out her tablet and electronic pen from her bag, showcasing impressive efficiency as she began coordinating with the real estate's finance and legal departments. She spoke quickly and clearly, her professionalism evident. Manager Wang and the executives behind him were all 320 million. Just like that. Not even negotiating the price. Not even taking a look at the actual property. Not even asking about the contract details. They had seen wealthy people before, but someone like Jiang Chen, who treated buying a property worth hundreds of millions as casually as buying a cabbage, was absolutely unprecedented. The gaze directed at Jiang Chen was filled with an indescribable awe and shock. Xie Yul was quickly operating on the tablet, her fingers flying. Bank large transfer authorization, electronic contract, signing, property information entry. All processes rapidly advanced under her efficient coordination. While operating, she couldn't help but show Jiang Chen an admiring yet slightly smug smile, as if to say, look, I'm impressed. About half an hour later, all the tedious procedures were completed under Xie Yul's swift actions. Mr. Jiang, all the paperwork is done. The payment of 320 million has been made in full from your designated account. This is the electronic key permission, which has already synced to your phone. The physical keys and all documents will be organized and sent to your residence shortly. Xiaoyul handed the tablet to Jiang Chen for confirmation, her voice crisp and clear. Jiang Chen glanced at it, confirmed it was correct, and nodded. At the same time, the system notification tone he had been waiting for finally rang. Ding. Detected that the host spent 320 million Huaxia coins, meeting the points accumulation rules. Accumulated points, 320. Current points balance, 320 points. It's done. 320 points. Far exceeding the 100 points required to purchase the growth card. Jiang Chen felt a sense of stability in his heart, yet his face remained inscrutable. He took the symbolic key card handed over by Xiaoyul and casually said to the still shocked Manager Wang, "Thank you, Manager Wang. The remaining tasks will be handled by Secretary Xia." "Not at all. It's our honor to serve Mr. Jiang." Manager Wang was jolted awake, immediately bowing. Jiang Chen said no more, turned and left. Xiaoyul immediately followed like a proud little peacock. After returning to the back seat of the Rolls-Royce, the door closed, isolating them from the outside world. Jiang Chen immediately sank into his thoughts, using his mind to open the system mall. The growth card still quietly lay on the shelf, the limited time countdown still ticking. Without hesitation, he chose to purchase. Ding. Confirming the consumption of 100 points to purchase the growth card. Confirm. Growth card has been purchased. Would you like to use it immediately? Looking at the card quietly lying in the warehouse, Jiang Chen's heart was filled with anticipation. The current question was, where should this precious 1 cm be used? Height. Or a man's dignity. Back in the presidential suite on the top floor of the hotel, Jiang Chen thought for a moment and decided height first. The reason was simple. Although he did not have the 18 cm that the readers boasted about, 16 cm was more than enough. In contrast, a height of 178 centimeters was indeed insufficient. Use the growth card to increase height. He moved his mind. Growth card has been used. The card in the warehouse indeed disappeared. He immediately opened the system personal center to check. Age 22 years, height 178 centimeters, weight 72 kilograms. Why is it still 178 centimeters? Jiang Chen frowned. Don't worry, host, the system explained. The growth process takes about 6 hours to complete and does not take effect immediately. I see. Jiang Chen felt a little disappointed, but more importantly, he looked forward to growing taller tomorrow. Just then Xiaoyul knocked on the door and entered, hinting at whether she should show off her newly learned skills. Jiang Chen's mind was filled with the image of himself soon breaking through 179 cm, showing no interest in anything else, and directly waved her away. After taking a shower and lying in bed, Jiang Chen quickly fell asleep, filled with anticipation for his height. Meanwhile, on the other side of the city, Qin Xiang lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. Ever since Jiang Chen sent her home, she had fallen into deep self-doubt. Clearly she had complied with his wishes, saying, "I will listen to Mr. Jiang," implying her willingness to go with him. Why did he suddenly change his mind and send her back? Was it that he had no interest in her? This thought was hard for her to accept. Impossible. Qin Xiang had absolute confidence in her charm. With features that were exquisite beyond reproach and a figure that was curvaceous, her long legs were straight and well-proportioned. Although she was already 30 years old, she was well-maintained with firm skin, looking no different from a girl in her 20s. She had never lacked suitors. What went wrong? The next morning, Jiang Chen immediately opened his personal center upon waking up. Age 22 years, height 179 centimeters, weight 72 kilograms. The height changed from 178 centimeters to 179 centimeters. Although it was just a minor change of 1 centimeter, seeing the height number increase genuinely filled him with a sense of it worked. This system is indeed reliable. He flexed his body with satisfaction. Although he didn't feel any significant difference for now psychologically, he already felt that his perspective had broadened considerably. An illusion. In a good mood, when Xiaoyul knocked again, offering to help him with the swelling, Jiang Chen did not refuse this time. Oh, this kind of life is indeed quite enjoyable. Success and enjoyment do not hinder each other. Meanwhile, on the other side of the city, Qin Xiang got up with faint dark circles under her eyes. She had hardly slept at all last night. Her mind replayed the moment Jiang Chen accompanied her back, his calm gaze, and the words, "Just get off when we arrive." The more she thought about it, the more uncomfortable she felt, increasingly seeing herself as a joke. "I wouldn't even want it if it was delivered to my door." She said this, but the frustration in her voice couldn't deceive anyone. Taking a deep breath, she began her morning routine. As she patted toner on her face, her fingertips were slightly unsteady. Sitting at the vanity, she instinctively picked up her phone. She noticed that many classmates in her university group had tagged her. As she clicked in, a photo instantly caught her eye. It was Li Shui. She had posted a photo in the group. There was no caption, but its impact was immense. The photo was clearly taken at the charity gala last night. In the background, there were luxurious crystal chandeliers and a crowd of elegantly dressed people, but the focus was exceptionally clear. Qin Xiang slightly turned her head, looking at Jiang Chen's profile. With a hint of a smile, she hadn't even noticed herself. Jiang Chen was looking straight ahead, his posture tall, and his profile strikingly handsome. The two of them stood together, a beautiful couple, their poses intimate. This photo detonated like a bomb in the classmates group. At the top of the messages was Li Shui introducing the man in the photo. Then messages in the group began to flood in rapidly. Classmate A: no way. Is this the famous Jiang Dong next to you, Qin Xiang? Classmate B: Qin Xiang, no wonder you've been single for so many years. It turns out you were waiting for someone of this caliber. You really hit it well. University roommate, oh my Xiang. This looks and aura are a perfect match. Quickly confess when it started. Someone who once pursued Qin Xiang, a rich second generation, I willingly concede defeat. Someone of Jiang Dong's status, I wouldn't even be worthy to carry his shoes. Facebomb class president, the first in our class to marry into a top-tier wealthy family. Qin Xiang, you have to treat us to a meal. Li Shui was still responding below. Everyone keep it down, don't scare our Xiang. Only she is worthy of Jiang Dong's sly smile. Qin Xiang stared at the screen, her finger hovering over the input box, motionless for a long time. She and Jiang Chen hadn't really happened anything. An explanation. To say it was just an ordinary superior-subordinate relationship. If she threw that out, it would likely be seen as a cover-up. She irritatedly ran her fingers through her hair and simply locked her screen. Time to go to work. With a stomach full of frustration and nowhere to vent her anger, Qin Xiang headed downstairs. Just as she stepped out of the apartment building, her footsteps suddenly halted. That familiar, understatedly luxurious Rolls-Royce Phantom was quietly parked by the roadside. On the slightly ordinary street in the morning, it stood out like a sore thumb. Qin Xiang's heart raced instantly. Is this Jiang Dong's car? A thought that was both unbelievable and thrilling surged in her mind. Is he here to pick me up? Was there some misunderstanding last night? Has he changed his mind? The immense surprise instantly swept away all her previous gloom and anger. Her lips involuntarily wanted to curl into a smile. At that moment, the driver's door opened. A driver in a sharp uniform quickly stepped down and walked straight to Qin Xiang. He slightly bowed, his attitude respectful. Miss Qin, good morning. Jiang Dong instructed me to come and pick you up. Qin Xiang struggled to maintain her calm demeanor. Thank you. She didn't even ask where they were going. Did it matter where they were going? What mattered was that Jiang Chen had sent a car to pick her up. The car smoothly started and left the familiar neighborhood, heading towards Pengqing Bay. Sitting comfortably in the back seat, Qin Xiang gazed at the rapidly passing prosperous scenery outside, feeling an unprecedented excitement and anticipation. Unable to resist, she took out her phone and opened that university group that made her both angry and annoyed. Looking at Li Shui's photo and those flattering comments, her mood at this moment was entirely different. Perhaps Li Shui hit the nail. The car finally drove into the impressive entrance of No. 1 Pengqing Bay, stopping steadily at the base of a top-tier apartment building by the sea. Miss Qin, we have arrived. The driver respectfully opened the car door for her again. Qin Xiang stepped out, looking up at this building representing the pinnacle of wealth and status, and Pengqing, her heart filled with emotions. She followed the driver into the splendid lobby, taking a private elevator straight to the top floor. The elevator door slid open silently, revealing an extremely luxurious and breathtaking entrance. The driver did not enter, but stood at the door, gesturing. Miss Qin, please come in. Jiang Dong instructed that you can rest here today or explore at your leisure. Here is the key. He handed a delicate access card to Qin Xiang. Qin Xiang accepted the cool card, her heart racing. Taking a deep breath, she stepped into this dreamlike space. The nearly 1,000 square meter top-floor duplex had a 360-degree view, with floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking the vast sea and sky. The expensive imported marble floor shone like a mirror, adorned with top-brand furniture and artworks. A faint, elegant fragrance permeated the air. Sunlight streamed through the enormous glass windows, making the entire space bright, open, and breathlessly luxurious. She cautiously walked on the polished floor, her fingers brushing over the cool marble countertop. Gazing at the priceless sea view outside the window, a strong sense of unreality enveloped her. Is this Jiang Chen's world? The immense impact made her temporarily forget the troubles in the classmates group. She walked to the large floor-to-ceiling window, looking at the bustling Pengqing below and the azure sea in the distance, her heart filled with mixed emotions. Admiration, desire, a touch of excitement at finally touching this circle, and also reverence and an even hotter yearning for that man. She took out her phone, aimed at the breathtaking sea view outside, and snapped a photo. After hesitating, she opened her social circle, sending the photo without any caption. After sending the photo, Qin Xiang placed her phone screen down on the cool marble bar, her heart still beating rapidly. She didn't dare to look at the comments that would come flooding in immediately, nor did she want to think about Jiang Chen's reaction. She needed to calm down to digest everything in front of her. Outside the enormous floor-to-ceiling window, the sunlit sea sparkled and yachts appeared as tiny white dots against the backdrop of Pengqing's skyline. This view, this space, this touchable luxury. All of this because of Jiang Chen's whim momentarily belonged to her. Or rather, at least at this moment. Qin Xiang found herself standing on this cloud, representing the pinnacle of wealth in Pengqing. She didn't know how long had passed when a faint yet clear electronic sound came from behind her. Beep. She knew he had arrived. Jiang Chen pushed open the door and walked in, his gaze meeting the waiting Qin Xiang in the living room. One must admit that although Qin Xiang was over 30, time seemed particularly kind to her. Her exquisite features were strikingly beautiful, and her figure was curvaceous and alluring. What was even rarer was the charm cultivated by time far beyond that of a young girl. She stood there, a visual delight, a rare gem among many. He paused a few steps away from her and spoke up. Last night you said you would listen to me. Is that still valid? After last night's upheaval, Qin Xiang understood better than anyone how precious such an opportunity was. To avoid repeating past mistakes, she set aside her reservations and nodded eagerly. It counts. I will listen to whatever you say. Do you like it here? Qin Xiang's heart raced. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's question, she nodded honestly without any pretense. I do. She could guarantee that faced with such a luxurious mansion worth hundreds of millions, any semblance of modesty would seem utterly inadequate. She was no exception. Jiang Chen appeared unfazed by her candor. He had shown her the epitome of worldly splendor, and if she could truly refuse, she wouldn't have been single until now. Women like Qin Xiang had long shed the fantasies of youth regarding sweet words. What they sought was tangible material security and a visible leap in social status. As for love, it was merely a decorative embellishment. To be realistic, when the money stops, the feelings vanish. This is why many often say that one shouldn't play with extravagant lifestyles without money. But he was unafraid, firstly because of his inexhaustible wealth, and secondly, due to the loyalty card he would receive upon completing side quests. Jiang Chen nodded slightly, and continued, then you will live here from now on. This was not a question, but a declaration. For Qin Xiang, he sought to fulfill side quest requirements while also harboring a man's attraction to beautiful women. Of course, this attraction wasn't about romance, it was simply an appreciation for her beauty and figure. As for providing emotional value to each other, I'm sorry, but he would not. In his world, it was always women who provided him with emotional value, just like Xie Yul, who willingly helped him reduce puffiness and continually learn new techniques. He provided material support while they offered delightful companionship and emotional satisfaction, which felt very fair and reasonable. Qin Xiang certainly understood the implications of Jiang Chen's words. This was an invitation and a promise. A tremendous surprise spread within her heart. The top floor of Pengqing Bay No. 1. It was a destination that countless people yearned for yet found unattainable. At that moment, it became her home. A life of luxury, envious glances from others, and ultimate material satisfaction, along with the undeniable vanity brought by compliments in her class group. She had once pursued these, and even considered them important criteria for choosing a partner. Now they were at her fingertips. Thank you, Director Jiang. Qin Xiang bowed in gratitude. At that moment, the top two buttons of her shirt had somehow come undone. The collar opened naturally, revealing a deep, alluring cleavage, without reservation, in Jiang Chen's line of sight. Jiang Chen was no longer the naive rookie he once was. Having experienced Xie Yul's puffiness treatment, that morning his composure was commendable. However, that breathtaking view still firmly captured his gaze, filled with the pure appreciation of a man for beautiful things. Qin Xiang felt the heat of that gaze. Yet she did not shy away, instead she adjusted her posture and openly showcased her assets. Since she had made her choice, she would never be coy or pretentious again. She understood well that maintaining her allure and showcasing her worth was the cornerstone of sustaining this cloud life. Sit. Jiang Chen withdrew his gaze, gesturing to the sofa beside him. I have some questions for you. Following his lead, Qin Xiang stood up straight and elegantly walked to the sofa, but she did not sink into it, as if she were at home. She only sat on the edge of the sofa's front third, with her back straight, legs together, and slightly angled, her hands naturally folded on her knees. This was a standard posture, both respectful and dignified. Being told to sit did not mean she could act recklessly. This was the first lesson she learned in that truly elite socialite training group. That group was not a gathering place for those fake socialites who merely assembled online to show off and package themselves. The members were all elite women with high education, beauty, clean backgrounds, and clear goals. Their hunting ground was the truly wealthy, worth billions or even hundreds of billions. Young, handsome, billionaire-level targets like Jiang Chen were simply rare and sought-after catches. She had landed this catch. Thus, she was more aware than ever that using modesty to manipulate him was utterly wrong. In front of a man like Jiang Chen, the rigid teachings from her past socialite courses needed to be flexibly adapted. What he desired was absolute obedience and the right amount of allure, not the tricks of teasing and retreating. Jiang Chen asked, "What are your plans for the future?" Qin Xiang was taken aback. She thought she would become a canary. Normally canaries have no choice but to be beautiful and docile. Now Jiang Chen actually asked her what her plans were. This meant he was giving her space to choose, asking her what she wanted to do. Without hesitation, she replied, "Director Jiang, I have worked for many years, accumulated considerable experience, and believe in my abilities. I don't want to just be a decoration. I want to continue working." This was her choice. It allowed her to stay by Jiang Chen's side, while also preserving her own worth. Jiang Chen listened, and his expression remained unchanged. After a moment, he nodded slightly. "You will first learn from the store manager of the Qianhai branch to familiarize yourself with the business. Once the new membership store is ready to open, you will be the store manager. This is something I have thought through carefully. If Qin Xiang wants to be a strong woman, I will provide her with this platform." "Really, Director Jiang? Thank you. Thank you." In a moment of overwhelming joy, her elegance crumbled. The position of store manager was not something just anyone could attain. This required not only her capabilities, but also internal competition and the support of influential people. And Jiang Chen was undoubtedly her benefactor. She suddenly stood up and rushed to Jiang Chen's side in a few steps. In Jiang Chen's astonished gaze, Qin Xiang bent down, wrapping her arms around his neck and planted several loud kisses on his cheek. Jiang Chen was caught off guard, feeling a wave of fragrance mixed with softness rushing toward him. His cheek was warmly attacked as Qin Xiang tightly embraced him. Her ample softness pressed firmly against his chest through the fabric. The incredible elasticity and pressure made Jiang Chen's mind instantly flash the phrase, "a running back crashing into a player." Even though he had remarkable composure having experienced Xie Yule's professional service, that morning he instinctively stiffened at such an enthusiastic and forceful advance. At that moment Qin Xiang also sensed the change in Jiang Chen's body, exhaling softly. "Director Jiang, it's my first time. Please be gentle." Jiang Chen stared at the progress bar on the task panel, showing 310, and couldn't help but sigh. The road to collecting beautiful women was evidently still long. I must say the charm brought by Qin Xiang is truly incomparable to Bai Chuwei and Su Qingyuan. Just her figure alone scoring a 97 is enough to leave him endlessly enchanted. What's even more precious is Qin Xiang's understanding. She can fulfill any of Jiang Chen's needs without him having to ask, proactively providing emotional value in abundance. Husband and brother. These terms of endearment came in various forms sweet enough to melt hearts. Which man could resist such a lure? For instance, when Jiang Chen casually slapped her on the buttocks, she immediately knew how to respond. Unlike Bai Chuwei, who would only speak up when he made a request. Not to mention Su Qingyuan, when he slapped her she would just stare at him with her innocent big eyes, as if asking what's wrong. It was both infuriating and amusing. Qin Xiang nestled in Jiang Chen's broad chest, feeling the steady and powerful beat of his heart. Her body still retained the afterglow of the intense passion they had just shared, bringing about a peculiar sensation of satisfaction, mixed with a slight soreness. So this is what being a woman feels like. She closed her eyes, silently savoring the moment. The feeling left her infatuated, yet also tinged with a hint of trembling fear. Previously she had heard her little niece Luo Shi mention that such things generally lasted no more than half an hour. But just now, Jiang Chen exceeded half an hour. He was like an untiring beast. If she hadn't eventually cried out for mercy, she truly felt she would have fainted. Was it Luo Shi who lied? Or was Jiang Chen exceptionally gifted? Despite her bodhi's fatigue, her heart was filled with an indescribable joy and satisfaction. The anxiety of being a single woman in her 30s and the physical emptiness that had troubled her for years seemed to have been completely dispelled at this moment. All that remained was how to firmly grasp this man's heart. She needed not only to achieve success at work, but also to ensure that he felt satisfied and pleased in every aspect of life. Just as she was immersed in the bliss of both physical and emotional fulfillment, the sound of her phone rang, breaking the tranquility and romance of the bedroom. Qin Xiang frowned, reluctantly propping herself up from Jiang Chen's embrace to reach for her phone on the bedside table. The sight of her mother's name on the screen made her heart skip a beat. So annoying. She instinctively wanted to hang up. At such a time in this atmosphere, she would not allow anyone or anything to disturb her, not even her own mother. She pressed the reject button. However, not even 5 seconds later the phone rang again. It was still her mother. Qin Xiang's brows tightened further, her finger hovering above the hang-up button. Just as she was about to press it, Jiang Chen suddenly spoke up. "Answer it, it's fine." Hearing Jiang Chen's voice, Qin Xiang finally relaxed and pressed the answer button. "Hello, Mom." Her mother's voice immediately came through in 1-1. "Why did it take you so long to answer?" "I was busy, Mom." "What's the matter?" "Do you remember Aunt Wang from our neighborhood? Her son is a high executive at a big company earning millions a year with a house and a car already. When do you have time to—" "Mom, didn't I tell you and Dad? I have a boyfriend, so don't worry about me." "Aren't you 30 already? Aren't you anxious? I know whether you have a boyfriend or not. This time you must meet him." Her mother's voice rose an octave, filled with urgent concern for her well-being. "He has such good conditions, you won't find this opportunity again." Qin Xiang frowned at these words. A high executive, earning millions. Such conditions are not something she hasn't encountered before. She wasn't swayed in the past, and now it's even less likely. Having just secured a billionaire, why would she turn around to date someone with a salary of a few million? Isn't that throwing away a watermelon for a sesame seed? "Mom, please stop worrying so much." Qin Xiang's tone became firmer. "I know what I'm doing, you and Dad just take care of yourself. Why are you being so stubborn?" Her mother sighed in frustration. "Aunt Wang even sent me his photo. He looks great and has a good temperament." "Mom," Qin Xiang raised her voice to interrupt. "I said I'm not going." There was a moment of silence on the other end, suddenly followed by her mother's voice tinged with tears. "How many years do your father and I have left to live? We just want to see you settle down and start a family. Why can't you understand?" Qin Xiang felt a lump in her throat. Just as she was about to say something more, Jiang Chen gently squeezed her thigh. She turned to look at him, seeing him shake his head at her. She took a deep breath, swallowing the words on the tip of her tongue, her voice softening. "Mom, please don't get excited. I didn't mean it like that. I really am busy lately. Can we talk about this when I have some free time? You always say that." Her voice still carried a sense of grievance. "They are free this Saturday. I've already made arrangements with Aunt Wang. It's set. No more is it settled. Hang up." Her mother hung up the phone decisively, leaving only a busy Qin Xiang held her phone tightly, her chest heaving a few times, turning to Jiang Chen. "Mr. Jiang, you must believe me. I absolutely will not go." She wasn't afraid of her parents nagging, but she feared Jiang Chen misunderstanding. Otherwise, all her efforts just now would have been in vain. "Then how will you explain it to your mom?" Jiang Chen seemed unbothered by her parents' arrangements, casually playing with the softness in his hands, feeling its amazing elasticity and fullness, while shaping it into various alluring forms. Watching Jiang Chen focus on her body, the frustration and irritation in Qin Xiang's heart strangely began to calm down. She even felt a perverse sense of pride. She thought for a moment and said helplessly, "I think we should just drag it out for now." Jiang Chen paused momentarily at her words and glanced at her. You can delay for a moment, but not for a lifetime. This Saturday, I will go with you. Qin Xiang's body stiffened in disbelief as she looked at Jiang Chen. Really? A tremendous surprise surged within her. She never expected Jiang Chen would personally intervene for her. This was beyond her expectations. What does this mean? It signifies that he values her far more than she had imagined. Or perhaps, he is in fact, of course. Qin Xiang's heart raced, a mix of excitement and a tinge of anxiety washing over her. She cautiously asked then, Mr. Jiang, how should I introduce our relationship to my parents? This is the most crucial question. Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow at her, a teasing smile playing at the corners of his mouth as he replied, How do you want to introduce it? Gathering her courage, Qin Xiang said, Can I say you are my boyfriend? Sure. There are no regulations against a man having multiple friends. Having multiple girlfriends means more enjoyment, and Qin Xiang was even happier. The more she was delighted, the more knowledge she unlocked. Jiang Chen naturally wouldn't refuse. Those who can do more must work harder. Upon exiting the luxurious mansion at Pingqing Bay No. 1, Jiang Chen said, I will buy you something. Qin Xiang felt a flicker of anticipation but didn't press further. When the car came to a steady stop at the Porsche dealership, she looked at the familiar shield-shaped emblem. Her suspicions confirmed, yet still asked, Mr. Jiang, why are we here? As Jiang Chen opened the car door and stepped out, he casually replied, To buy a car. He paused for a moment and added, Also, it's not work hours, so no need to call me Mr. Jiang. Understood, Mr. Jiang. Qin Xiang instinctively responded. Then realizing she asked, So, should I call you husband? That works. He stepped towards the dealership's entrance and said, I'm getting you a car. To have the horse run, one must offer it some grass. Jiang Chen understood this principle well. He was not a miser. The mansion at Pingqing Bay No. 1 was solely for Qin Xiang to live in, and the property rights would not be transferred to her. Any additional perks would naturally come from elsewhere. What do women like? Luxury cars, high-end goods, fashionable clothes, and beautiful bags. To him, these were merely trifles. As her assumptions were confirmed, Qin Xiang's heart raced, overwhelming joy nearly bursting forth. Yet she suppressed her excitement, displaying a perfectly understanding expression. Husband, won't this be too extravagant? Just take it when I give it to you. Jiang Chen understood Qin Xiang's thoughts well. Though she was clearly eager, she insisted on pretending to decline. This was what people often referred to as reluctant acceptance. What kind of car do you like? Meanwhile, inside the Porsche dealership, a prestigious Rolls-Royce Phantom parked in a slot, instantly capturing the attention of all the sales consultants. The experienced sales manager's pupils constricted as he realized a major client had arrived. Quick, Yang Wei, Lili, get ready to receive. The manager instructed in a low, urgent voice. A few of the quickest elite salespeople immediately straightened their appearances, plastering on their most enthusiastic and professional smiles as they hurried to the entrance. Other staff members also perked up, their eyes fixed on the glass door that was about to slide open. The doors silently slid apart, and Qin Xiang affectionately linked arms with Jiang Chen as they entered. Hello, sir. Hello, ma'am. Welcome to the Porsche Center. The lead sales consultant Li Li approached with a smile that was both warm and appropriately measured. I am the sales consultant Li Li, honored to serve you. How may I assist you both? Jiang Chen did not look at her, his gaze wandering over the showroom's cars. He raised his hand and pointed at Qin Xiang beside him. Choose a car for her. Li Li understood, instantly turning her smile towards Qin Xiang. Hello, ma'am. Do you have a particular model or series you are interested in? For instance, do you prefer the sporty series that emphasizes driving pleasure, or the luxury and comfort of an SUV? Or perhaps the classic Panamera executive sedan? We can provide you with detailed introductions and arrange test drives. While Li Li enthusiastically introduced the options to Qin Xiang, Yang Wei, who had come out to assist, kept his gaze glued to Jiang Chen. The more he looked, the more familiar Jiang Chen seemed, yet he couldn't quite place it, so he approached Jiang Chen and tentatively asked, Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen turned his head at the sound, looking at the man in the Porsche uniform, raising an eyebrow. Who are you? No way. It's really you, Jiang Chen. Yang Wei's eyes widened. I'm Yang Wei. I sat 2 rows behind you in the 3rd year of high school. You don't remember. Jiang Chen carefully examined the sturdy, well-dressed salesperson before him. Comparing him to the thin, under 170 cm high school classmate, he remembered the transformation was indeed remarkable. Yang Wei. He nodded. You've changed a lot. I almost didn't recognize you. This was understandable. Sales and high-end brands prioritized appearance, requiring all to be handsome or beautiful. Seeing that Jiang Chen recognized him, Yang Wei felt relieved, then began to look Jiang Chen up and down in astonishment. Wow, Jiang Chen, your transformation is unbelievable. I didn't dare to recognize you just now. This was no exaggeration. Although Jiang Chen's facial features were vaguely the same as before, his entire demeanor and spirit had undergone a complete metamorphosis, as if he had been enhanced by a top-tier beauty filter. Strikingly handsome. Coupled with his composed aura, he was a far cry from the silent, ordinary classmate remembered. Yang Wei's gaze involuntarily drifted towards the strikingly beautiful and poised Qin Xiang beside him. After glancing at Jiang Chen's understated attire and then pondering the Rolls-Royce outside, an uncontrollable, he leaned closer to Jiang Chen with a hint of playful camaraderie and an unmistakable tinge of envy, lowering his voice half-jokingly. Brother, have you skipped decades of hard work? He gestured towards Qin Xiang. You've encountered a wealthy woman of this caliber. Your luck? Tsk tisk, it's simply extraordinary. Qin Xiang's figure and beauty were undoubtedly top tier. Her aura was perfectly poised, exuding the confidence of a goddess in public. It's no wonder Yang Wei would think this way. He knew the situation of Jiang Chen's family during high school. He couldn't afford even a wheel of that car. Now that Jiang Chen could appear here, the only reasonable explanation was that he was being supported by this exceptionally poised wealthy woman before him. Honestly, who wouldn't want to get close to a wealthy woman like Qin Xiang? Before Jiang Chen could speak, Qin Xiang had vaguely heard the term wealthy woman. Coupled with Yang Wei's suggestive expressions and his occasional glances at her, she instantly understood what he was imagining. She felt both amused and exasperated. Just as she was about to explain, Jiang Chen took action first. Jiang Chen maintained a neutral expression, neither acknowledging nor denying Yang Wei's banter. He and Yang Wei were merely ordinary high school classmates. Their relationship had been average in high school, and they hadn't been in touch for 4 years in college, making any need to reminisce unnecessary. He directly ignored Yang Wei, turning his gaze to Qin Xiang, asking, "Did you find something you like?" Seeing that Jiang Chen had no intention of explaining or introducing, and even ignored Yang Wei, Qin Xiang immediately understood. She wisely set aside her desire to clarify and shifted her attention back to the cars. I'm looking. Lily just introduced me to this Panamera, and it seems quite nice. She pointed to the deep gray executive sedan beside her, naturally sidelining Yang Wei. As a seasoned salesperson, Li was exceptional at reading the room. She noticed Jiang Chen's cold attitude towards this old classmate, and Qin Xiang's seamless cooperation. Her smile became even more enthusiastic. "Ma'am, you have excellent taste. This Panamera Turbo SE Hybrid Executive Long version is top-notch in terms of performance, luxury, and comfort, perfectly suited for an elegant lady like you to drive." Yang Wei was left completely out of the picture, like an unnecessary background board. He watched Qin Xiang attentively listen to Li's introduction, while Jiang Chen stood calmly beside them. Occasionally nodding at Qin Xiang, it was as if Yang Wei did not exist at all. The slight jealousy and sourness he felt earlier had now turned into awkwardness and embarrassment. He wanted to interject and create some familiarity, but found he couldn't find any point of entry. Qin Xiang quickly finalized the details: deep gray metallic paint, Bordeaux red leather interior, fully equipped. She looked at Jiang Chen, her voice carrying a hint of inquiry. "Darling, let's go with this model." Jiang Chen nodded, and Li immediately approached with the configuration list and quotation, her face unable to hide her excitement. "Mr. Jiang, the Panamera Turbo SE Hybrid Extended Version, selected by Ms. Qin, with options included, totals 308 million yuan. Upon hearing this figure, Yang Wei's heart jolted. This price was truly beyond what an ordinary person could bear. He instinctively looked at Jiang Chen, wanting to see how this former classmate would react. Would he turn to the wealthy one, or would he show signs of distress? However, Jiang Chen's reaction left him utterly stunned. Jiang Chen didn't even lift his eyelids, as if he had heard an inconsequential number. He casually pulled a card from his pocket. It wasn't an ordinary credit card, but a subtle metallic, glimmering, extraordinarily textured black Centurion card. He handed it to Li as casually as if he were giving her a regular business card. "Swipe it, full payment. The license and insurance, please handle it promptly." All right. Mr. Jiang, please wait a moment." Li took the black card, a symbol of top-tier wealth and status, with both hands, turning to jog off to process the paperwork. Yang Wei stood by, his eyes fixed on the legendary black card in Li's hand, his mouth slightly agape, his mind blank. A black card. Full payment. This was completely different from the script he had imagined. This was far from a kept pretty boy. This was clearly a true top-tier wealthy individual. Then this exquisitely poised beauty. Yang Wei abruptly glanced at Qin Xiang, then at Jiang Chen. A wave of immense absurdity and reality, slapping him in the face, surged up. He had just mockingly teased about how they were not working hard enough. Now it seemed the fool was him. A massive shock and intense regret flooded Yang Wei in an instant. He wished he could slap himself twice. He had missed it. He might have missed the only opportunity in his life to connect with a top-tier wealthy classmate. All because of his ridiculous prejudices and sour grapes mentality. Jiang Chen completely ignored Yang Wei's changing expressions and the storm in his heart. The paperwork was processed quickly, and Li respectfully returned with the documents and temporary papers. "Mr. Jiang, Ms. Qin, the paperwork has been completed, and you can pick up the car in 3 days. We will handle all follow-up matters for you." Jiang Chen took the documents, casually handed them to Qin Xiang, nodded slightly at Li, and then looked at Qin Xiang. "All set. Let's go." "All set, darling." Qin Xiang took the documents, linking her arm with Jiang Chen's in a naturally affectionate manner. "Jiang Chen, old classmate." Yang Wei finally snapped back to reality from the immense shock. He stepped forward eagerly, his face filled with unprecedented enthusiasm and flattery, even tinged with a hint of sycophancy. "Can I get your contact information? We should keep in touch. If you need anything in Pengcheng, just let me know." Jiang Chen didn't pause his steps, merely turned his head to give him a faint glance. That look was calm and indifferent, as if he were looking at an inconsequential passerby. He didn't acknowledge Yang Wei's words, simply instructing the driver following behind him, "You handle the follow-up for picking up the car." Then he took Qin Xiang and walked straight toward the waiting Rolls-Royce Phantom, under Yang Wei's rigid gaze and the respectful eyes of the entire 4S store staff. The car door closed, isolating them from everything outside. Yang Wei stood in place, watching the Rolls-Royce, a symbol of absolute wealth and status, smoothly drive away, feeling a burning sensation on his face, as if his heart was stuffed with a ball of damp cotton, making it hard to breathe. What had he missed? He might never know. As the car door closed, the Rolls-Royce Phantom silently merged into the traffic. It completely isolated the Porsche 4S store, and Yang Wei's face filled with regret. Inside the car, top-notch soundproofing materials created absolute tranquility. Qin Xiang looked at the purchase document worth over 3 million in her hand, recalling Yang Wei's face, when reality hit him hard, and his regret was too late. She couldn't help but let out a chuckle. Darling, did you see the expression on your classmate's face just now? She turned to the side, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Jiang Chen, her tone filled with schadenfreude. At first he thought I was a rich lady keeping you. That expression tisk was so sour. But when he saw you take out the black card to pay in full, his jaw almost dropped to the floor. Ha, it was so satisfying. She remembered Yang Wei's last desperate and sycophantic attempt to cling to them, and her heart felt even more delighted. Jiang Chen said lightly, just a clown, no need to pay him any mind. Qin Xiang looked at Jiang Chen's calm demeanor, and her admiration and infatuation deepened. This was the true demeanor of a top-tier wealthy individual. He treated 3 million as if it were nothing and viewed others' envy and jealousy as mere dust. She obediently replied, Darling is right, let's not bother with him. She carefully tucked the purchase documents into her bag as if they were not just a few sheets of paper, but a pass to a high. The car drove smoothly. Qin Xiang was in a great mood, unable to resist taking out her phone and opening the socialite study group. They were currently discussing the new season's limited edition bags and a Michelin restaurant that was hard to book. Qin Xiang lightly tapped her finger, took a photo of the Porsche Panamera's configuration list hiding the price and owner information, and captioned it, Image, a little car for my husband for commuting to my new job. Hope it's not too ostentatious, Shyheart. She deliberately used the terms little car and for commuting to flaunt. The Porsche Panamera Turbo SE Hybrid Extended version might not be considered a top supercar in the true upper class, but in this group it was definitely enough to cause a stir. Sure enough, as soon as the photo was sent out, the group exploded. Socialite. Panamera Turbo SE Hybrid Extended version. Xiang, your husband is spoiling you too. Is this still called a little car? Shocked, socialite, wow. Deep gray with Bordeaux red. Impeccable taste. This configuration must be over 300. Color, new job. Xiang, are you getting a promotion? Congratulations. Qin Xiang, your husband treats you so well. This car suits you perfectly. Elegant and practical. Group leader senior socialite. Xiang, you're being too low-key, sneaky smile. This car is definitely impressive for commuting. It seems your husband really supports your career development. When will you bring him out to meet the sisters? Watching the flood of admiration, astonishment, and subtle flattery in the group, the smile on Qin Xiang's lips deepened. She relished the feeling of being the center of attention, enjoying the identity halo that came with the term husband. With a light tap of her fingertip, she replied to the group owner, Thank you, sister, he is quite busy, but I will definitely take the chance when I can. I mainly want to work hard and not disappoint his trust. Of course, she could see through the intentions of these people. She wasn't foolish enough to create her own competitors. Turning off the phone screen and leaning back against the comfortable leather seat, she gazed out at the bustling street scenery, feeling that the future was bright. With a luxurious mansion, a luxury car, and enviable career opportunities, all she needed to do was firmly grasp everything Jiang Chen had given her and play the role he needed. A beautiful, gentle, valuable vase. Occasionally, she could also become a piece on his chessboard. This was the cloud-like life she had chosen. Meanwhile, inside the Porsche dealership, Yang Wei stood dejectedly in the center of the exhibition hall, surrounded by colleagues who occasionally cast looks of either sympathy or schadenfreude. His mind replayed Jiang Chen's casual demeanor when he took out the black card. Reflecting on his foolish remark about struggling for decades, he felt a burning shame on his face. His heart was filled with regret. Not only had he missed the opportunity to cling to someone, but he had also utterly exposed his superficiality and ridiculousness in front of true wealth. He took out his phone and flipped to the long silent high school classmates group, looking at the comments that either expressed indifference or complained about life. Thinking again about Jiang Chen's unfathomable background and wealth. His finger hovered above the screen, hesitating for a long time, ultimately lacking the courage to share what he had seen today. He feared no one would believe him, and even more, to become a clown again. Silently putting away his phone, he walked towards the restroom. He needed to splash cold water on his heated mind and the heart that had been harshly educated by reality. This lesson came at a heavy price. As night fell, the lights of Pingqing gradually lit up, outlining the dazzling silhouette of this city that never sleeps. A Rolls-Royce Phantom silently glided into the basement of Pingqing Bay No. 1. The car door opened and Qin Xiang stepped out, her hands filled with shopping bags emblazoned with various luxury logos. Chanel, Dior, Hermes. A dazzling array of items. Jiang Chen walked ahead with his hands in his pockets. As for helping Qin Xiang with the burden, don't be foolish, he wasn't a sycophant. Returning to the top-floor mansion, the huge floor-to-ceiling window framed a brilliant cityscape. Qin Xiang took out the expensive new clothes bags and shoes one by one, hanging them in the spacious closet of the wall. Her fingertips brushed against the exquisite fabrics, her eyes filled with unabashed delight. Just as she hung up the last piece, the sound of her phone rang, breaking the tranquility of the wardrobe. Thinking it was her mother, she picked up the phone only to find it was Luo Shi. Hello, Aunt. Look at what time it is. Aren't you coming back? I'm not coming back tonight. You're home alone, so go to bed early and don't stay up late scrolling your phone. Serving Jiang Chen was the focus of her life at that moment. After finishing her instructions, she was about to hang up when a warm breath suddenly approached from behind. With a long arm, Jiang Chen pulled her into his embrace. Qin Xiang gasped softly, nearly dropping her phone. Jiang Chen's warm palm wandered over her body, carrying a kind of enchanting magic. The 22-year-old youthful body, full of vigor, and the 30-year-old woman in his arms with skin that glowed and a great, exuding a rich and intoxicating femininity polished by the passage of time. No wonder ancient kings willingly indulged in the tenderness of women neglecting court duties. The sensations here truly devoured the soul. I understand, Aunt Yu. The voice of Luo Shi on the other end of the phone suddenly halted. Having had romantic experience, she understood from the intermittent gasps and indistinct murmurs coming through the receiver what was happening. Luo's eyes cheeks flushed slightly, and she quickly pressed the hang-up button. Holding her phone, she muttered to herself, I haven't heard of aunt dating. Could it be Jiang Chen? After a moment of surprise, she felt happy for her aunt. After all, her aunt was already 30, her grandparents and mother had worried a lot about her lifelong affairs. This way, at least for the time being, there was no need to worry. Meanwhile, in a hotel room on the other side of the city, Xia Yu was focused on her reflection in the dressing mirror. She rubbed her chest with both hands, chanting, grow, make me grow. Today she had seen the bill for the black car Jiang Chen used at the bank as his secretary, and she certainly understood it well. Porsche sports cars, those top luxury brand clothes and bags. Xia Yu could easily guess that these were definitely for Qin Xiang's consumption. Is it just because the car's headlights are bigger than mine? Xia Yu stared at the small headlights in the mirror, a strong sense of jealousy and defiance churned in her chest. What's so great about it? I want it too. Her hands continued to cast spells. As time quietly passed, it was already Qin Xiang controlled the steering wheel, the brand new Porsche Panamera gliding down the road. The deep gray metallic paint glimmered coolly under the sunlight, and the Bordeaux red leather seats inside warmed her fingertips. A smile blossomed from her heart. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught a glimpse of Jiang Chen in the passenger seat, casually leaning back, his profile alternating between light and shadow in the car window. The car entered a parking space in front of a cafe named Shiguang. Xiaozhu parked and turned off the engine. Qin Xiang turned to Jiang Chen and asked, husband, are we just going straight in like this? She meant whether Jiang Chen would really accompany her to the date. His agreement filled her with pride, as well as a hint of, people often say that when talking about material things with the poor, one should discuss feelings with the rich. Jiang Chen's willingness to take precious time to accompany her naturally surprised her. What else? Jiang Chen opened the car door and stepped out with long legs. Let's go, don't keep the young talent your mom. This was his second time accompanying someone on a blind date. But this time was different from the first. The first was with his cousin, where he remained invisible. This time he could be considered one of the main characters. Pushing open the glass door of the cafe, cool air mixed with the rich aroma of coffee rushed towards them. The interior was elegantly designed with soft jazz music flowing through the air. There were not many customers, and the few were engaged in quiet conversations. Qin Xiang quickly scanned the room, locking onto a booth by the window. A man in a light blue Oxford shirt wearing black-framed glasses was looking down at his phone. Occasionally adjusting the glasses on his nose, he was indeed Wang Yukai from the photo sent by her mother. He looked to be in his early 30s, his hair neatly styled, exuding a reserved, scholarly air. Qin Xiang hooked her arm through Jiang Chen's and walked over. Excuse me, are you Mr. Wang Yukai? Qin Xiang's voice was bright and pleasant, carrying just the right amount of... Wang Yukai looked up at the sound. When he saw Qin Xiang standing before him, his eyes behind the glasses were filled with astonishment. The person in the photo was already beautiful enough, but the impact of seeing her in person far exceeded his imagination. She was tall and slender, dressed in a well-tailored cream-colored dress. Her makeup was exquisite and her aura was exceptional. It was as if she carried a soft focus filter illuminating the dim light of the cafe. Wang Yukai felt an overwhelming joy in his heart, almost wanting to thank Qin Xiang's mother. She was simply the perfect object of his dreams. However, the fiery light in his eyes only burned for a few seconds. When his gaze fell upon the man she was intimately holding onto, that light was instantly frozen and shattered, as if it had encountered extreme cold. Who is this? Wang Yukai's smile hadn't even fully formed before it froze. He looked at Jiang Chen, his brows instinctively furrowed. Who is this man? Why is he so close to Qin Xiang? Qin Xiang leaned closer to Jiang Chen, her voice sweet as she said, Mr. Wang, let me introduce you. This is my boyfriend Jiang Chen. She deliberately emphasized the words boyfriend. Boyfriend? Wang Yukai was completely stunned. Wasn't it said? What is going on? He instinctively glanced at Qin Xiang, hoping for an explanation. Why bring her boyfriend to a blind? Isn't this a joke? Qin Xiang returned with an apologetic smile. Sorry, Mr. Wang. Wang Yukai felt regretful, thinking his spring had finally arrived. Yet she was already taken. He habitually adjusted his black-framed glasses, his gaze falling back on Jiang Chen's face. This face felt somewhat familiar. Wang Yukai stared for 3 seconds, and a cold sweat suddenly broke out on the back of his neck. This face. He had seen it in the video from last week's quarterly financial report meeting. At that time, the Asia-Pacific president had specifically mentioned that this was the newly appointed largest shareholder. He had joked with his colleagues that a person of such wealth probably wouldn't have a chance to meet him in a lifetime. You are Mr. Jiang Chen. Wang Yukai quickly stood up from the booth. His knee bumped against the table leg with a thud, causing him to grimace in pain, but he didn't have time to rub it. Jiang Chen nodded slightly. Do you know me? Of course. Wang Yukai bent like a shrimp and hurriedly introduced himself. Hello, Director Jiang. I am the head of the energy department at Siemens Pingqing branch. My name is Wang Yukai. He felt a deep sense of despair. How could he end up on a blind date with the girlfriend of the group's major shareholder? Who would believe this if he told them? He quickly explained, Director Jiang, I truly didn't know Miss Qin was your girlfriend. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have dared to come even if I had 10 times the courage. Jiang Chen waved his hand. I know. He didn't take it to heart. Wang Yukai was also unaware, so it wasn't a fault. Moreover, this person was still technically his subordinate. There might be opportunities to utilize him in the future. It wasn't worth quibbling over such a trivial matter. Wang Yukai didn't expect Jiang Chen to be so easygoing, and his anxious heart calmed a little. He hurriedly suggested taking his leave. Then, Director Jiang, I won't disturb you and Miss Qin any longer. After saying that, he almost fled in panic. As he pushed open the glass door of the cafe, he realized his shirt was already drenched in cold sweat. He walked into the shade of a tree by the roadside, took out his phone, and dialed his mother's number. Mom. As soon as the call connected, he shouted with a choked voice, don't arrange any more blind dates for me. I almost got killed today because of you. His mother sounded puzzled on the other end. What happened? Wasn't that girl quite good? I saw the photo. She is more than enough for you. What good, Wang Yukai was anxious, stomping his feet, his voice low, but filled with fear. That girl brought her boyfriend. Do you know who her boyfriend is? He is the largest shareholder of our group. My boss. I was on a blind date with someone else's girlfriend. If this gets held against me, I might lose my job. He ranted into the phone, beads of sweat running down his cheeks and dripping onto his shirt, staining it with a dark patch. After hanging up, he stood in place for a long time, his heart still pounding heavily, feeling a chill at the back of his neck. Today's blind date was indeed more nerve-wracking than reporting to the president. Inside the cafe, Qin Xiang looked at Jiang Chen and asked, Honey, my parents must know by now. What should I say if they ask about you next time? Just answer truthfully. Why am I unworthy of meeting them? Qin Xiang's face instantly lit up with a bright smile at his words. She quickly leaned over and kissed him on the cheek, her voice sweet enough to make honey flow. You're the best, honey. Jiang Chen's words made her heart blossom with joy. This meant she was considered one of his legitimate girlfriends. She felt content, never daring to aspire to being the only one. To have her status acknowledged and receive his verbal confirmation was already an unexpected delight. She understood too well the kind of world Jiang Chen was in, and having a clear title of girlfriend was enough to make countless people envious. Not long after Qin Xiang's phone rang, she glanced at the caller ID, showing an expression of as expected, helplessly pouting her lips before answering the call. Hello, Mom. Yes, I know. Okay, I'll go back right away. After a few brief exchanges, she put away her phone, revealing an apologetic expression to Jiang Chen. Honey, my mom is urgently calling for me. I need to go home for a bit. From her mother's voice, which was filled with shock, confusion, and urgency, she could almost guess. Wang Yukai must have already spilled the beans at home, and this blind date incident had ultimately exploded within the family. Qin Xiang's family lived in a well-known high-end community in Pingqing, where housing prices were high. As soon as she opened the door, she saw her parents sitting in the living room, clearly waiting for her. You finally came back. As soon as her mother saw her enter, she rushed over. Just now, Wang Yukai's mother called me saying you went on a blind date and brought a boyfriend. She also said he is a big boss from Siemens. Xiang, is this true or not? Qin Xiang changed into slippers and sat down by the sofa. I told you long ago that I have a boyfriend. Now you should believe me, right? Qin's mother immediately sat down as well. Don't change the subject. You used to use having a boyfriend as an excuse to dodge our questions. I know you well enough. Just tell me honestly, is what Wang Yukai's mother said true? Is your boyfriend really a major shareholder at Siemens? She knew her daughter well. While it was previously false, this time it felt undeniably real. It is true, Qin Xiang said, so you don't need to worry about me anymore. At that moment, Qin's father, who had been silent, spoke up, his tone quite serious. Xiang, are you sure he is serious? Is he just playing with you? Naturally, when he mentioned he was referring to Jiang Chen. If his daughter's boyfriend was truly a shareholder in such a large group as Siemens, he was indeed an extraordinary individual. But as a man, Qin's father also understood that a person with such status probably wouldn't have only one woman by their side.